Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 34-33 to Chapter 35-15. The Samsara deity realm martial artists of the four great factions were not as few as Ling Xiao imagined. According to the information provided by Long Chen, there were originally 2 people in Soul Hall. After Yan Shifeng died, only Dark Frost was left. Dark Frost had the highest cultivation among all the reincarnation divine realm warriors. She had reached the 3rd level of the reincarnation divine realm. Only Dragon Mother and the leader of the Vengeful Alliance were on the same level. There were 5 people at the 2nd level of the reincarnation divine realm. They were the Heavenly King and King Zhong of Heavenly Dynasty, and the 3 deputy leaders of Revenge Alliance. There were even more people at the 1st level of the reincarnation divine realm. There were 11 of them. The 2 in Wangua were in Kong and Dragon Shark King. Dragon Shark King had just broken through. Although his foundation was not stable, he had broken through. The 4 in Heavenly Dynasty were the East King, West King, North King, and South King. The 5 in Revenge Alliance were the leaders of the 4 forces and the Linglong Saintess. Of course, the 3 old guys who were still in the primeval bottle were also experts at the 2nd level of the reincarnation divine realm. It was a pity that although they belonged to Soul Hall, they could not fight for Soul Hall. The leader of Revenge Alliance was a very mysterious guy. He basically never showed up. Even most of the people in Revenge Alliance did not know him. However, this person really existed and was indeed powerful. After all, he had shown his face in the battle in the past. This could not be faked. If he had to say who was more powerful, Ling Xiao still felt that Dark Frost and Dragon Mother were stronger. After all, both of them had the inheritance of the ancient emperor. One was the inheritance of the Sea God Emperor, and the other was the inheritance of the Soul Emperor. As for the leader of Revenge Alliance, to be honest, he was not too clear about him. The information provided by Long Chen did not mention him. For the time being, he could not confirm whether he had the inheritance of the ancient emperor or not. The so-called inheritance of the ancient emperor here referred to the orthodox inheritance. Only those who had the ancient emperor divine weapon could be counted. You are Ling Xiao? Just as Ling Xiao was calculating the strength of the 4 forces, a very arrogant voice suddenly sounded. Ling Xiao looked up and saw an elegant woman wearing a veil. That kind of temperament made it seem as if she really thought of herself as a fairy and completely ignored everyone else. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone a question? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. That brat is really daring. How dare he not give face to the Linglong Saintess? Seeing Ling Xiao's reaction, everyone was amused. They felt that Ling Xiao was going to be in trouble. You don't deserve to know. The Linglong Saintess was indeed angry. Idiot! Ling Xiao scolded, what are you so proud of? In this God-fiend city, we're just a bunch of ants that can't even be brought to the table. Showing off in front of me? Why don't you show off in front of the master of the Divine Devil token? He really couldn't understand. At a time like this, these people were still thinking about internal strife. They were showing off their status and strength like idiots. Little did they know that in front of the cultivators of the 4 major territories, such status and strength were like a group of ants discussing seniority. What a joke. What did you say? The Linglong Saintess had never thought that Ling Xiao would be so presumptuous and dare to call her an idiot. Aren't you an idiot? Everyone was just a chess piece being played in the palm of someone else's hand. Who's better than the other? We're the ones who got the key to the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Why do we need others to judge us? Ling Xiao felt very uncomfortable. He was weaker than others, so he had to be suppressed and do things according to others' rules. This made him very unhappy. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone's expression changed. Brat, shut up. Do you want to get everyone killed? The Linglong Saintess shouted. Scared? You were so arrogant just now. I thought you wouldn't be scared. Ling Xiao sneered. You. The Linglong Saintess was speechless. Instead, Tianhai Tyranny stood out and said, Ling Xiao, don't think that this is still the White Tiger continent. Here, you don't even deserve to clean the shoes of the Linglong Saintess. How dare you be so presumptuous? Loser, why are you so arrogant? I thought you became successful after coming to the Black Tortoise continent. I didn't expect you to clean a woman's shoes. What a disgrace. Ling Xiao wasn't even afraid of the Linglong Saintess. How could he give face to Tianhai tyranny? His words made Tianhai tyranny embarrassed. Feng Fei smiled bitterly. Fortunately, he didn't show up. Otherwise, he would be the one losing face. When she was with Ling Xiao in the White Tiger continent, she knew very well about his poisonous tongue. It was fine. She wouldn't argue with this guy. Of course, it was also because she felt that some of Ling Xiao's words made sense. Everyone was ants in front of the owner of the Celestial Devil Order. It was ridiculous to choose a general among ants. Girl, today isn't the day of the competition, right? Since you're in the Celestial Devil City, why don't you walk around? Ling Xiao had no interest in wasting time with these short-sighted idiots. He wanted to wander around the Divine Devil City and investigate the situation of the Divine Devil City. Of course. This Celestial Devil City has a much older history than the Alliance of Vengeance. Maybe we'll find something interesting. Dark Frost nodded. In any case, today wasn't the day of the competition. It was good to stroll around. After their discussion, they left the central plaza in front of everyone and walked towards the streets. They could feel that the air in the Celestial Devil City was much fresher than anywhere else in the western regions. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth here is 10 times thicker than anywhere else in the western regions. Even breathing can increase one's cultivation. No wonder people say that the martial artists of the 4 regions are already close to the first cycle of rebirth realm when they're still in their mother's womb. If the Celestial Devil City is like this, then the spiritual qi of the 4 regions must be even thicker. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. That's true. The reason why we Western regions martial artists want to go to the 4 regions is naturally to cultivate. Dark Frost sighed with emotion as well. Roar. All of a sudden, the streets were thrown into chaos. A bestial roar rang out, causing many people to tremble in fear. Countless people scrambled to the sides of the street. That allowed Ling Xiao and the others to see what was happening up ahead. There were about 5 people walking down the street. They were led by a person who was garbed in gold and silver, and wore luxurious clothing. She held a thick chain in her hand. At the end of the chain was the image of a demon ling. Shockingly, this demon ling was in the 9th division of the life-seizing level. The demon ling was an enormous white ape, which bared its fangs and roared at the crowd. Looking at the people who were scared to the point of staggering left and right, the girl in luxurious clothes holding the iron chain happily laughed out loud. She was beautiful, and had a great figure. However, what she was doing right now was completely unflattering. Mommy. All of a sudden, a little girl about 7 or 8 years old fell down in the middle of the street. The terrifying white ape opened its bloody maw and bit down on the little girl. The girl was so frightened that she began to cry. A woman rushed out from the crowd. She should be the little girl's mother. She bravely stood in front of the little girl. In the end, she was swallowed by the white ape in one gulp. This scene made Ling Xiao feel rather uncomfortable. Just as he was about to do something, someone beside him had already rushed out and hugged the little girl, saving her. The one who made the move was Dark Frost. Ling Xiao could see that Dark Frost's eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. This was actually very easy to understand. Dark Frost had also encountered misfortune when she was young. It was probably because she saw this little girl and thought of her own past. Girl, don't be rash. You are a reincarnation God realm martial artist. Once you make a move, the impact will be too great. Leave the rest to me. Ling Xiao instructed Dark Frost, just take good care of this little girl. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that the white ape had actually rushed over. The well-dressed girl directly released the chain. Little White, get rid of those good-for-nothings. The girl did not feel that she had done anything wrong at all. Clearly, she was fearless. This girl's strength was only at the heaven-changing fate realm. The martial artists behind her were also at this realm. However, seeing how arrogant she was, one could tell that her family background was definitely extremely illustrious. She was probably a high official of the God Devil City. That white ape was not weak. If it was anyone else, they would probably become a delicacy in the white ape's stomach. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. He took a step forward and blocked in front of Dark Frost. Evil creature, die. Ling Xiao struck out with hatred. His palm directly landed on the white ape's head, completely flattening its body. He held the demon beast core in his hand. The level of the Vajra ape beast soul could no longer keep up with his cultivation. This white ape beast soul could be used to level up. He casually threw it into the mountain river world. Then, he looked coldly at the girl opposite him. You killed my little white? Do you know that little white is like my family? I want you to pay with your life. Seeing that the white ape was killed, a ruthless look flashed across the girl's eyes. Then, she stabbed her sword towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there with his right hand outstretched. He didn't use his beast soul transformation at all. He faced the girl directly. The girl's eyes were filled with disdain. Clearly, she could tell that Ling Xiao was only a 9th division life-sizer. She, on the other hand, was a heaven-seizing fate-changing realm expert. How could Ling Xiao possibly be her opponent? However, in the next moment, she was stunned. This was because Ling Xiao's hand was as hard as diamond, easily grabbing onto her sword. She tried to shake it a few times, but nothing happened. Damn it! The young girl snorted, and a strange lightning flashed on her sword. This lightning flashed from the sword towards Ling Xiao. Then, the girl struck out with her other hand, aiming for Ling Xiao's chest. What? Even more shocking was that as soon as the lightning touched Ling Xiao, it dissipated like smoke. His sword didn't even budge. And the palm wind she blasted out was actually broken by Ling Xiao's finger, and there was even an extra lump of blood on her palm, causing her to grimace in pain. Screw off! Ling Xiao roared. Grabbing the sword, he tossed the girl away. Then, his leg flew up and kicked the girl's abdomen. He didn't seem to care at all about the fairer sex. The girl shrieked as she was sent tumbling backward. Her companions hurried to catch her, and it took a lot of effort for them to catch her. She looked battered and exhausted. After recovering from her shock, the girl's eyes burned with rage. How dare you hit me? So what? Xianxia said. If you don't screw off, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao took a step forward. His terrifying killing intent almost formed a ferocious beast, intimidating everyone. The girl backed up a few paces, her face twisted with rage. You're the first person in God Devil City who dares to hit me, you're dead. In her panic, the girl continued to clamor. Probably because she had never been treated like this before, she found it hard to accept. Still not getting lost? Ling Xiao took another step forward, and the girl's face instantly turned pale. Miss, let's retreat. That kid isn't easy to deal with. The warrior next to her said in a low voice. Just catching the young girl had already left them in a very sorry state. If they really fought, no one knew what would happen. A bunch of trash. Let's go. The girl's face was gloomy, but at this moment, she knew that she couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Helpless, she could only turn around and escape. The few people who escorted her also left together. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to cause trouble for Dark Frost, Ling Xiao would never let these people go. He preferred to eliminate the source of trouble. That girl, do any of you know her? Ling Xiao asked the crowd. On the street, everyone was submissive, not daring to say a word to Ling Xiao, as if they were afraid of being implicated. From this, it could be seen that the girl's background was probably not ordinary. I'm sorry, brother Ling Xiao. It's all my fault for being impulsive and causing trouble. Dark Frost sighed helplessly. She knew that the Divine Devil City itself wasn't simple. How could the people in the Divine Devil City be simple? After offending such a person, there would be no peace in the future. What are you talking about? Even if you didn't do it, I would have done it. It's not too much to kill such a vicious woman. It's just that we're on the street, and killing her would bring trouble. After all, the power behind this woman is definitely not simple. Ling Xiao had just arrived at the Divine Devil City, and he planned to keep a low profile. If trouble came, he wouldn't be a coward. He had to do what he had to do. Let's go and continue shopping. Don't let that trash affect your mood. Ling Xiao called out to the crowd. But what about this girl? Her mother is already dead. Dark Frost looked at the pitiful girl and was a little worried. She'll be in more danger if she follows us. I believe that woman won't let it go easily with her temper. Ling Xiao sighed and said, although her mother is dead, she still has her father. Dark Frost glanced at the man in the crowd who was shivering in fear. She curled her lips and said, what a useless man. He's so much worse than brother Ling Xiao. It's good enough that he didn't run away. Little girl, go back and look for your father. Ling Xiao sent the girl away and the few of them continued shopping. Just as he was worried, it didn't take long for many warriors in the same uniform to appear on the street. The uniforms of these warriors were all black and white. The insignia on them was a bloody axe and a poisonous snake coiled around the axe. Among these people, the leader was the girl who was chased away by Ling Xiao. It's him. The young lady soon discovered Ling Xiao, and a group of people quickly surrounded him. They surrounded Ling Xiao, Dark Frost, Fighting Souls and Fighting Souls. These people are not to be trifled with. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed tightly. The people who surrounded them were not only on the ground but also in the sky. Most of the warriors were in the heaven-seizing fate-changing realm. There were also many reincarnation divine realm experts. Just as Ling Xiao had expected, the divine devil city was not simple. Any random force that came out was so terrifying. The surrounding people moved away to avoid standing with Ling Xiao and the rest. They were martial artists of the divine devil city, so they knew very well what kind of people had come. In the divine devil city, other than the owner of the divine devil order, there were 3 other forces. They were the Blood Axe Snake clan, the Blood Sword Wolf clan, and the Blood Blade Bear clan. These 3 clans were not pure-blooded humans. They were the descendants of the Beast clan and humans from the 4 major territories. They might not have a high status in the 4 major territories, but in the divine devil city, no one dared to provoke them except for the owner of the divine devil order. However, Ling Xiao had provoked the Blood Axe Snake clan. Boy, do you regret it now? The girl walked towards Ling Xiao under the protection of the crowd. She was still arrogant and ruthless. She was so scared that her face turned pale, but she became arrogant with the protection of the experts around her. She was just out shopping with her little white, but she did not expect to meet such an insensible guy. He killed her little white and threatened to kill her. I do regret it. Ling Xiao looked at the young lady coldly and said, I regret not killing you earlier. Now that I see your disgusting expression, I want to vomit. Hearing this, the young lady's face stiffened. Then, a chilling aura was released from her body. This hateful guy was so bold. He was at his wit's end, but he still dared to ridicule her. Alright, since that's the case, I'll completely destroy your laughable dignity in front of these people. Thinking of this, the young lady stretched out her shoe and said coldly, I'll give you a chance. Come here and lick my shoe clean. Then, I'll consider whether to spare your life. She felt that killing Ling Xiao would be letting him off too easily. She wanted to torture Ling Xiao both physically and mentally. I've seen idiots, but I've never seen one as idiotic as you. Do you think that everyone in this world is your dog, that you can order and humiliate them as you wish? Ling Xiao sneered. These words caused the young girl to completely lose her patience. Kill him, kill all of them. I want to hang their corpses on the walls of the divine devil city and let everyone see the consequences of offending me. The girl roared hysterically. Obviously, he had been driven mad by Ling Xiao. Kill. The young girl's status was clearly not low. With her order, dozens of heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artists immediately rushed towards Ling Xiao and the others. Don't make a move yet. I'll play with them. If it was just a heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artist, there was no need for Dark Frost to take action. Ling Xiao's body instantly entered the 9-snake general beast soul transformation. After that, 9 snake heads poked out from behind him at the same time. Ah! 9 cries of agony were heard simultaneously. 9 heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artists had their necks bitten off by the snake head virtually without the slightest ability to resist. Everyone was astonished. This outsider's strength was really not weak. The moment he made his move, he killed 9 heaven-seizing fate-changing realm powerhouses. This was also a little too powerful. Kill him. Quickly kill him for me. The young girl became even more irritable. Seeing Ling Xiao displaying his invincible might there, she was extremely unhappy in her heart. Following her shout, even more martial artists rushed towards Ling Xiao. The martial artists on the ground and in the sky interweaved into one. Completely ignoring the other few people, all of their targets were Ling Xiao. The warrior soul and battle soul were about to make a move. But they were still stopped by Ling Xiao. It's just a few kittens and puppies, it's not your turn to make a move. As for Dark Frost, you just have to keep an eye on those few reincarnation divine realm martial artists. One figure after another surrounded the surroundings until not even a drop of water could trickle through. Even the light of the crimson sun was unable to penetrate it. Terrifying killing intent pervaded the long street. Countless people were trembling with fear. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, a powerful fighting intent bloomed. The potential in his body seemed to have been greatly stimulated and began to wildly vent. Ha ha ha, come at me. Ling Xiao had been waiting for an opportunity to let himself advance again. Those powerful monsters in the 10th district, except for the reincarnation divine realm, were all annihilated by him. He was worried about not finding a suitable opponent to fight. Now it was good. These martial artists in the Divine Devil City had created an opportunity for him. Since you're here, all of you go to hell for me, extreme cold realm. Ling Xiao roared angrily, and a huge extreme cold realm enveloped all the martial artists who rushed towards him. Those people's movements all slowed down in an instant. Some of the weaker ones were directly frozen. 9 Snake Poison Realm, Black Poison of Death Kingdom. The moment of freezing, the 9 snake heads behind Ling Xiao spat out black poison. The air was filled with an unpleasant smell. All the martial artists who rushed towards him were all wrapped in this black poison mist. Help! No! Damn it, what is this thing? Every time there was a scream, a person could be seen being melted. Blood-curdling screams rang out one after another. One martial artist after another was killed by the black poison of the Death Kingdom. As Ling Xiao's cultivation base increased, so did the black poison of the Death Kingdom. Not even martial artists in the heaven-seizing and life-exchanging level could defend against it. Ling Xiao stood there in his beast soul form, looking very ferocious. He had slaughtered over 1,000 enemies without being injured. It was a scene that left everyone completely shaken. So strong. The martial artists on the street were all staring in shock. They had assumed that after the appearance of the Blood Axe Hydras, Ling Xiao would be killed. But the reality of the situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Ling Xiao hadn't died. Instead, he had killed most of the Blood Axe Hydras with his poison. Most shocking of all was that his aura was only in the 9th division of the life-seizing level. He was one of the weakest martial artists in the Divine Devil City, and yet he was slaughtering so many people. This was too shocking for the two of them. Is this young hero Ling's true power? The warrior soul and the war soul looked at each other in shock. You're wrong, Xianxia said. This isn't his true power. Dark Frost had seen Ling Xiao's unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation, so she knew that Ling Xiao could get even stronger. The truth was that the so-called Heaven Prince and the Koi King were no longer a match for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's current opponents were all in the 1st division of the Reincarnation God Realm. This is awesome. Ling Xiao could feel that the energy in his cultivation sea was once again on the verge of a breakthrough. One more step, and he would be in the heaven-seizing and life-exchanging level. He would even be able to defeat a 1st division Reincarnation God Realm expert. Off in the distance, the young woman surrounded by the Reincarnation God Realm expert had an unsightly expression on her face. This Ling Xiao was only in the 9th division of the life-seizing level. How could he be so terrifying? The girl from the Blood Axe Snake clan was extremely shocked. Ling Xiao killed thousands of martial artists with just one blow. Although those martial artists were not considered as experts of the Blood Axe Snake clan, they were still considered as experts. But they were all killed just like that. She only brought 1,000 people this time. After the heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artists died, there were only 5 first-level reincarnation divine realm martial artists left. It seems that you have to take action. That kid doesn't seem simple. The girl said to the reincarnation divine realm martial artist beside her. Her face became colder and colder. Ling Xiao actually killed the people of the Blood Axe Snake clan wantonly in the God Devil City. Didn't he know that the Blood Axe Snake clan was the family of the three most powerful generals under the God-Devil Order's owner? I've long heard that there are a few extraordinary geniuses in the Western region. Each of them has the ability to challenge those above their level. This person must be one of them. Miss, don't worry, I'll kill him now. A man walked out from the girl's side. He held a long sword and had a red spot between his eyebrows. His expression was arrogant. Good, kill him. I'll reward you handsomely. Seeing the person who walked out, the girl finally breathed a sigh of relief. This person was the strongest among the people she brought out this time. Although he was also a first-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist, his combat strength was top-notch among martial artists of the same cultivation level. Are you the Heavenly Prince of the Heavenly Emperor dynasty? The martial artist asked in a clear voice. No. Then are you the Dragon Shark King of Myriad Countries? No. Soul Hall's Yama? Not even. Then you must be the Revenge Alliance's Tyranny Heavenly Ocean, right? If you want to kill someone, just kill them. What do those trash have to do with me? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. None of them? The martial artist was obviously stunned. He had heard a lot about the four major forces, talking about how those geniuses were. The names he heard most often were those few people. He didn't expect that the person in front of him was not one of them. This was too strange. Red Spot, don't talk nonsense with that guy. No matter who he is, he's the trash of the Western region. Just kill him. The girl was also a little unhappy. Yes, miss. The reincarnation divine realm martial artist known as Red Spot finally landed and walked towards Ling Xiao. Young man, if you have a next life, remember, don't be too arrogant, especially in front of people who are stronger than you. Red Spot said coldly. After being in the Divine Devil City for so long, he had never met a Western region martial artist who dared to challenge a Divine Devil City martial artist. Obviously, the young man he met today was quite talented, so he was a little arrogant. Only then would they be foolish enough to make an enemy out of him. Boom. A Spot's body's body. That powerful aura made it hard for the fighting souls to breathe. No need. As he spoke, Ling Xiao had already transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat. All the beast souls were released. Die. Snorting coldly, Red Spot shot toward Ling Xiao like a bolt of lightning. Perhaps it was because he didn't think much of Ling Xiao, but he didn't use any martial techniques. He only used ordinary attacks. After all, his opponent was only a 9th-stage life-sizer. Red Spot, on the other hand, was a first-stage reincarnation divine realm martial artist. The difference in cultivation base was too great. If he had to use martial techniques, it would be too embarrassing. Frigid Domain, Ice Age. Facing such a powerful opponent, Ling Xiao didn't hold back. Within the Frigid Domain, he unleashed his most powerful move, Ice Age. Although he couldn't perfectly control Ice Age with his current strength, there was no doubt that it was terrifyingly powerful. Rumble, they collided, the ground split open. The surrounding buildings collapsed. Ling Xiao's body almost flew out, but he was caught by Ming Shuang with one hand. Most shocking of all was that the first-stage reincarnation divine realm martial artist actually took half a step back. His expression was extremely unsightly. His attack hadn't killed his opponent, and from the looks of it, Ling Xiao hadn't been injured at all. And yet, he himself had taken half a step back. It was a complete disgrace. Here it comes. Ling Xiao looked up into the sky. He had broken through from the 9th stage of life-seizing to the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level. No tribulation lightning. It seemed the rumors weren't wrong. In the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level, the most important thing was the improvement of the soul. It wasn't the level of the body. Stepping into that level meant that he had one foot in the door of the reincarnation divine realm. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he rose to his feet. Looking at Red Spot, he crooked his finger and said, again. Red Spot's expression was extremely serious. He had seen many geniuses before, but someone like Ling Xiao, he had really never seen before. A 9th stage life-sizer could actually take an attack from a 1st stage reincarnation divine realm martial artist and not die. Most terrifying of all, he had broken through in the middle of the fight. The heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level was also known as the half-step reincarnation level. Once he stepped into that level, the gap between him and Ling Xiao would shrink dramatically. The difference between the ninth stage of life-seizing and the reincarnation divine realm was like the difference between a fetus and an adult. The difference between the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level and the reincarnation divine realm was like the difference between a child and an adult. Although a child was small, it was still possible for him to kill an adult. Compared to a fetus, that was a qualitative leap. I'm actually afraid? Red Spot frowned. He couldn't believe that he would be afraid of a martial artist who had just broken through to the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level. It was completely ridiculous. No. Impossible. This guy has to die. How could there be such a terrifying monster? Red Spot did his best to calm himself down. Suddenly, he charged toward Ling Xiao again. However, this time, he didn't hold back. A terrifying King-class martial skill appeared in his hand. Unexpectedly, he used a mid-level King-class martial skill. It was far more powerful than the martial skills used by most experts in the Western domain. After all, even experts like Dragon Mother and Darkfrost could only use mid-level King-class martial skills. As expected of a martial artist from God Devil City, he was terrifyingly strong. In the face of such a powerful attack, Ling Xiao's expression remained calm. Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps. Ling Xiao used his movement technique. Instead of retreating, he charged toward his opponent. Before, the Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps had almost no effect on Red Spot. But now that Ling Xiao had broken through, things were different. The cold of the Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps made Red Spot very uncomfortable. He felt as if his hands and feet were cold, and his breathing was not smooth. Although it was very slight, it was indeed uncomfortable, and it affected his performance. Frigid Field. Facing a reincarnation divine realm martial artist who was going all out, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. Under the frigid field, Red Spot felt even more uncomfortable, and his blood felt like it was being frozen. Bloodthirsty Plague. At that moment, something even more troublesome happened. Red Spot felt an itch on his frostbitten skin. Then, he felt a strange feeling, as if something had drilled into his body. Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword Art, Supreme Ice Cold Sky Resolute, Supreme Spirit Heaven Sword Art, Exquisite Celestial Sword Art, Supreme Snake Venomous Sky Sword Art, 5 swords in 1, kill. This time, Ling Xiao did not use Ice Age because that thing was too difficult to control. But the power of 5 swords in 1 was not inferior to the current Ice Age at all. It was even stronger. After all, Ling Xiao could completely control this power, unlike Ice Age where most of the energy was actually wasted. Boom, a terrifying roar sounded in the void. Ling Xiao was sent flying again and smashed heavily on the ground, causing a huge crack to appear. But in an instant, he jumped up from the ground. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Looking at Red Spot again, he was actually repelled by Ling Xiao again, and this time, he retreated more than 10 meters away. His hands were actually trembling slightly. Impossible. Red Spot's shock was simply indescribable. He had already used all his strength, but he could only cause Ling Xiao to suffer a slight injury. It was meaningless. He was a level 1 reincarnation divine realm martial artist, but he could not even kill a heaven-changing fate realm martial artist. How was this possible? Are you very surprised? Ling Xiao looked at Red Spot in disdain and charged over again. In his eyes, Red Spot had already become the best sparring partner. Since the other party could not kill him, he could use it to increase his strength. With just one blow, the energy in his cultivation sea had increased by 50%. Indeed, reincarnation divine realm martial artists were awesome. The huge pressure benefited him greatly. So next, everyone saw a strange scene. Ling Xiao kept attacking the Red Spot, and then he kept getting pushed back. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, but there was a smile on his face. Time and time again, as if he did not know fear. Finally, after a few hundred collisions, Ling Xiao stopped, feeling the abundant energy in his body, and his heart was filled with pride. The energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 100%. With just one battle, he had made such a huge improvement. He felt that he could even kill a reincarnation divine realm martial artist now. Let's start with you. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and swallowed a handful of pills to replenish his true essence. On the other hand, the red spot was already panting. However, he didn't have a miraculous elixir like Ling Xiao's. He could only stare at Ling Xiao. His eyes no longer had the arrogance and confidence from before. There was even a trace of confusion in his eyes. It could be seen that he had not been able to kill Ling Xiao for such a long time. Instead, he could feel that Ling Xiao was becoming stronger and stronger. This severely damaged Red Spot's self-confidence. "Miss, this brat has an immortal body. I'm afraid he has cultivated a king-tier defensive martial art." Red Spot retreated to the side of the Blood Axe Snake Clan girl and said with a frown. "So what? He's merely a heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artist. Don't tell me that you, a reincarnation deity realm martial artist, actually can't kill him?" The young girl looked at Red Spot coldly, without any intention of thinking for him. "Red Spot, you trash. To think that you're our boss. You're really useless." The rest of the people beside the young girl sneered disdainfully. "What did you say?" Red Spot said angrily. "Isn't that so? You can't even kill a mere heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artist. What else can you do? Humph, you're so capable. Why don't you give it a try?" Red Spot snorted coldly. "Let's give it a try. When I kill that brat, the position of boss will belong to me." The one who spoke was a martial artist dressed in black. "Alright, you go." The young girl didn't care who went. As long as they could kill Ling Xiao, it was fine. Subordinate obeys. The black-cloaked martial artist chuckled, pushed Red Spot away, and then charged towards Ling Xiao. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was just a heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artist. No matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? Red Spot, that idiot, probably played with too many women and his legs were weak. Wind Snow Ice Sailing Step. Facing the powerful attack of the black-cloaked martial artist, Ling Xiao did not meet it head-on this time. This was because the energy in his cultivation sea was already full. Even if he wanted to break through, he would need to look for an opportunity. It was not something that could be achieved by meeting force with force. Next, he wanted to try and see if he could kill a reincarnation divine realm martial artist. As the cold air in the air increased, the speed of the black-cloaked martial artist clearly slowed down a little. This allowed Ling Xiao to easily avoid his attack. The black-cloaked martial artist's punch landed on the ground, creating a large crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Ling Xiao didn't even look and once again used the extreme cold domain. This caused the black-cloaked martial artist's movements to become even more sluggish. At the same time, Ling Xiao's 5 swords once again flew into the air and entered the Western Region Divine 2 map. After absorbing the powerful energy, they flew out. They turned into 5 terrifying sword chi. Then, the 5 swords merged into one. They charged towards the black-cloaked martial artist. After all, the black-cloaked martial artist was a reincarnation divine realm expert. Although he was affected by the extreme cold domain, he still turned around at the most critical moment. Terrifying power quickly condensed on his fists and smashed towards Ling Xiao. Soul-devouring domain. Suddenly, Ling Xiao released the soul-devouring domain that he had hidden. At that moment, the black-cloaked martial artist felt a little dizzy. The power condensed in his hands also began to dissipate. Even though all of this happened in an instant, it was enough to be fatal. Ling Xiao's attack had already landed. The black-cloaked martial artist's fist force was actually torn apart like rotten weeds. The terrifying sword light fiercely bombarded the black-cloaked martial artist's body. The black-cloaked martial artist was smashed to the ground in a very sorry state. However, a reincarnation divine realm martial artist was a reincarnation divine realm martial artist after all. Even if it was only the first level, he wouldn't be killed so easily. However, Ling Xiao was already prepared. Bloodthirsty Plague, Golden Silkworm Goo Poison. The double poison continuously touched the black-cloaked martial artist's wound. The black-cloaked martial artist screamed and felt his chi and blood begin to become chaotic. One had to know that even Dark Frost was unable to resolve the Golden Silkworm Goo poison back then. Although Ling Xiao's golden silkworm goo poison wasn't that strong, it was still able to cause a lot of trouble to the black-cloaked martial artist. In an instant, a large number of flaws appeared in the black-cloaked martial artist's defense. Coupled with the devastation of the bloodthirsty plague, the black-cloaked martial artist finally understood why Red Spot was unable to deal with this kid. This kid's attack was too strange. Every attack was impossible to guard against. Ling Xiao's 5 swords rose into the air once again. He, who had already reached the peak of the heaven-seizing fate-changing realm, could easily use the 5 swords as one. Seeing this scene, the black-cloaked martial artist was shocked. The current him wasn't in a good state and didn't dare to fight head-on at all. He turned around and was about to dodge. However, he didn't notice that he was still in Ling Xiao's soul-devouring domain. A shining whale-hunting lightning spear quietly extended out from the darkness. That was the true fatal blow. As for the 5 swords as one, it was used to finish off the blow. Since there was a chance to kill the other party, Ling Xiao would definitely not give the other party a chance to live. When the middle-grade king-level secret technique, whale-hunting thunder spear, pierced through the black-cloaked martial artist's body, he realized that he had made a grave mistake. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ling Xiao's 5 swords merged into one and landed at the same time, ruthlessly smashing into the already heavily injured body of the black-cloaked cultivator. Back when he had killed Yan Shifeng, Ling Xiao had come up with an idea. Reincarnation God Realm cultivators weren't invincible. As long as he kept weakening his opponent, he could win. When Ling Xiao had killed Yan Shifeng, he had only been in the 8th stage of the life-seizing level. But now, Ling Xiao was at the peak of the heaven-seizing fate-changing level. If a first-stage reincarnation God Realm cultivator were to be injured in front of him, they would be doomed to eternal damnation. The black-robed man was smashed to pieces. He couldn't be more dead. And the entire process had taken much less time than Ling Xiao's fight with Red Mark. Where did this young man come from? How could he kill a first-stage reincarnation God Realm cultivator so easily? In their eyes, it was easy, but in Ling Xiao's eyes, it wasn't that simple. If any step of his plan went wrong, it was possible that it would fail. Thankfully, his defenses were strong enough, and his life force was tenacious. Even if his plan failed, it wouldn't be easy for his opponent to kill him. He still had a chance to make up for it. Idiot, I told you. He's not easy to deal with. When Red Mark saw the black-robed man being killed, he didn't show the slightest bit of sympathy, only disdain and mockery. All of you, attack together. Kill him together. The young woman from the Blood Axe Serpent clan realized that Ling Xiao wasn't easy to deal with. She also realized that no first-stage reincarnation God Realm cultivator could kill Ling Xiao easily. Therefore, she didn't hesitate any longer, and ordered the other reincarnation God Realm cultivators to attack. No matter what, they had to kill Ling Xiao today. Let's see who's going to kill who today. Ling Xiao's killing intent had been aroused. After all, he had already offended this bullshit Blood Axe Serpent clan. Even if he didn't kill them, they would still kill him. Since that was the case, why should he show mercy? With a stomp of his foot, his figure suddenly disappeared. At that moment, the girl from the Blood Axe Serpent clan felt a chill from the bottom of her heart. It was as if she had been targeted by some terrifying monster. A chill ran down his spine, and his hair stood on end. Goosebumps rose all over his body. At that moment, she even seemed to see her own death. His heart was filled with extreme fear. Don't kill me. Facing Ling Xiao, who had the same cultivation level as her, this young girl from the Blood Axe Snake clan had completely lost the will to resist. She couldn't believe that a 17-year-old youth could have such a strong and terrifying murderous aura. Protect Miss. Red Spot's face became extremely nervous. It might not be easy for this Ling Xiao to kill them, but because of his strange attacks, it was definitely not that difficult for him to kill their young Mississippi. For example, his current state. That kid had actually disappeared without a trace. Even though he tried his best to release his soul power to search for the other party's whereabouts, he couldn't find even the slightest bit of aura. This was simply too terrifying. It was as if this person had disappeared into thin air. But he could reappear at any time and kill their young Mississippi die. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the void. At the same time, a sword had already pierced towards the young girl from the Blood Axe Snake clan. The young girl was completely stunned, and it was impossible for her to dodge. It was even more impossible for her to block it. At this time, the others wanted to block the sword for the young girl, but it was also impossible. The angle Ling Xiao chose was too strange, and the timing was just right. Am I going to die? The young girl watched in horror as the tip of the sword approached. She had already felt the sharpness and stinging pain from the sword. Miss. At this critical moment, Red Spot's arm strangely stretched out by about a foot. This foot was enough to save the young girl's life. Ling Xiao's sword was blocked by this arm, and in the end, it still missed and didn't kill the young girl. However, the young girl still screamed miserably. Because the whole arm was cut off. Red Spot, you trash! The young girl hysterically roared. Not only did she not thank Red Spot for sacrificing his arm to save her life, she even insulted him. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. This kind of woman, even if she didn't die under his sword, would die in the hands of others sooner or later. She was too arrogant and didn't know how to be grateful. Take the young miss away, quick. Red Spot was a loyal dog. Even if the young girl treated him like this, he still stood in front of the young girl. The other warriors of the Reincarnation Divine Realm took the young girl and fled. Dark Frost tried to kill them to silence them, but was stopped by Red Spot. Filled with hatred, he killed Red Spot with a palm. So, you are the most terrifying one. Only then did Red Spot realize that among the four of them, the strongest was not Ling Xiao, but the little girl who seemed to be too weak to stand up to the wind. Let's go, big brother Ling Xiao. When those guys go back, they will definitely summon even more terrifying experts. I have also heard of the Blood Axe Snake clan. Their strongest patriarch definitely has the strength to crush me. Dark Frost reminded. They couldn't wait to die here. Escaping is not a good idea. We are going to participate in the Divine Devil Tournament. Sooner or later, we will be discovered by the Blood Axe Snake clan. I think that woman's status is not low. Why don't we take her as a hostage? Ling Xiao laughed. Are you kidding? Taking the Blood Axe Snake clan as a hostage in the Divine Devil City? Do Han was shocked. Don't worry, I will go alone. I won't implicate you. Ling Xiao said. Brother Ling, you misunderstood. We are not afraid of being implicated, but this idea is too bold. I am just a little surprised. Do Han shook his head. I know, but I still have to go alone. I have the special skill of the shadow dancer. I can capture that woman without anyone knowing. And you guys will be easily exposed. Ling Xiao laughed. If that's the case, I will go with you. Dark Frost said, you still don't know that our soul clan has the special ability to leave the body. Although my combat strength will only be around the second level of Rebirth Realm after leaving the body, I can definitely be of great help to you. Do Han, Zhan Han, both of you take my body and leave. There is no need for that. Just put your body in my beast ring. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Do Han and Zhan Han, both of you hide first to avoid being implicated. The way I see it, the reason why the Blood Axe Serpent clan can run amok is not because they are boasting. They do possess terrifying strength. Although both of you may not be willing to accept it, the fact is that you can only deal with the minions of the Blood Axe Snake clan. You are completely powerless against the experts. Sigh, I am so sorry that I can't help you at all. Do Han and Zhan Han looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Let's find a place to stay first. Let's meet up after you are done with your business. Although they felt uncomfortable in their hearts, this was the truth. The martial artists in the Divine Devil City were too powerful. Just as Ling Xiao had guessed, the girl from the Blood Axe Snake clan did not learn her lesson after she escaped. Instead, she gritted her teeth and said, Go back and send out all the people from the family. I don't believe that he can kill a first-level Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist, let alone a second-level Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist. There must be someone who can kill him. Miss is right. No matter how strong he is only a heaven-changing Fate Realm martial artist. Even if he can challenge those above his level, the first level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm is his limit. As long as we can find a second-level Reincarnation Divine Realm expert, we can definitely kill him. To them, such a thing was common sense. Otherwise, a person who defied the heavens beyond common sense would be too terrifying. The forces of the Western region might not have this capital, but the Blood Axe Snake clan had this capital. A first-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist could not be considered an expert in the Blood Axe Snake clan. They could only be considered above average. With the girl's identity, it was not a problem to gather a few second-level reincarnation divine realm martial artists. It seems that this woman is really used to being arrogant and never thought that someone could take her life. In that case, I, Ling Xiao, will be the first person to eat crabs today. Ling Xiao did not care who the other party was. Since this girl was unwilling to let him go no matter what, how could he surrender? If he did not kill this idiot woman, he was afraid that the God-Devil Invitational Tournament would not be able to proceed in peace. Do you want to kill me that much? Suddenly, a ghostly voice sounded in the girl's ear. The girl was startled. The experts who were escorting the girl were so scared that their faces turned pale. When they realized the danger, Ling Xiao's hand had already grabbed the girl's neck. Although it was only a hand and not a blade. But no one would doubt the terror of this hand. As long as Ling Xiao was willing, he could easily break the girl's neck. Let go of my miss. A few first-level reincarnation divine realm martial artists were anxious. Let go of her? Sure, wait until the God-Devil Invitational Tournament is over. Ling Xiao was also unwilling to start a war with the Blood Axe Snake clan. Therefore, using this girl as a hostage was the best choice. Go back and tell your Blood Axe Snake clan's upper echelons that this woman's life is not in danger for the time being. But don't provoke me. Otherwise, I'll turn her into a corpse. Ling Xiao was not joking at all. Those martial artists at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm all had the same feeling. When Ling Xiao had killed the Blood Axe Snake clan's cultivators, he hadn't even blinked. This person was absolutely a fearless fellow. It would be impossible to use the Blood Axe Snake clan to threaten him. Go. After a short discussion, they quickly left. However, after a few hundred meters, only one of them went back to report. The rest of the people stayed behind to keep an eye on them. They knew that if the girl was in any danger, they wouldn't be able to survive. Although Ling Xiao had said that he wouldn't take the girl's life for the time being, how could they believe the executioner's words? They had to stay and keep an eye on Ling Xiao. What about Ling Xiao? He had no intention of leaving at all. Since he had taken the girl hostage, he naturally had to use her as a hostage. If he left just like that, what was the point? He knew that there would be stronger martial artists coming, but this couldn't change his plan. All along, he liked to pull the teeth from the tiger's mouth. This time was no exception. Not long after, a group of experts hurried over. Their arrival attracted the attention of many martial artists. What's going on? Even the Blood Axe Snake clan's second-level reincarnation divine realm powerhouse has appeared, who is so bold to offend the Blood Axe Snake clan to such an extent. I heard that the Blood Axe Snake clan's eldest miss was kidnapped and had an arm chopped off. Damn, who is it? So valiant? It's said that it's a foreign martial artist from the Western region. Western region martial artist? Impossible, those guys are a bunch of cowards. It's fine to fight among themselves, but who dares to provoke the God-Devil City? I remember that there was a dragon mother from the Myriad Kingdom in the past. Her daughter died, but she didn't even dare to fart. That seems to be the strongest person in the Western region. Who knows? Maybe it's some fool who isn't afraid of death. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the experts of the Blood Axe Snake clan landed one after another and surrounded Ling Xiao, who was sitting there drinking tea and listening to a tune. Those who have nothing to do with this, get out. With an order, countless people in the tea house fled. Even the martial artists in the God-Devil City knew how terrifying the Blood Axe Snake clan was. They definitely couldn't afford to offend them. Therefore, when the Blood Axe Snake clan told them to get out, they could only get out. In an instant, only the Blood Axe Snake clan and Ling Xiao were left in the tea house. Save me. The young girl had long lost her previous arrogance and domineering aura. She had become panicked. Let go of my young miss. A second-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist shouted sternly. At the same time, a terrifying aura was released from his body and engulfed Ling Xiao, wanting to knock him out. However, how could Ling Xiao, who had already experienced the deterrence of the Heavenly King's Sky Sword Annihilation domain, be afraid of this aura? He sneered disdainfully and lightly scratched with his fingernail. A trace of blood flowed down the young girl's neck. This scene stunned all the experts of the Blood Axe Snake clan for a moment, and then their faces turned ugly. They were here to save their young miss. If their young miss was killed because of their negligence, the patriarch of the Blood Axe Snake clan would definitely not let them off. If you are here to negotiate, we can have a good talk. If you are here to find fault, then continue to pressure me. Then you can continue to pressure me. If my hand accidentally trembles, perhaps this girl's neck will be broken. At that time, don't blame me for being ruthless. It was you who killed her. Ling Zhao's voice was still so indifferent. However, it made the faces of the Blood Axe Snake clan change drastically. They could hear the coldness and killing intent in Ling Zhao's voice. This was a madman who absolutely couldn't be judged by common sense. They couldn't bear the price of their young miss's death. Once their young miss was killed, they probably wouldn't have an easy time. Boy, you should know what you are doing, right? The person who spoke first frowned and continued. There was still a hint of threat in his voice, as if he wanted these people to completely submit to this unknown brat. It wouldn't be that easy. Shut up, do you want to kill me? The young girl screamed in horror. Although her neck was no longer bleeding, waves of pain were still coming. He wanted her to understand her situation. She didn't care about the prestige of the family. She only cared about whether she could leave alive. The leading expert frowned. Although he was unwilling to bow to this young man, he had no other choice at this moment. Tell me, what do you want? That person said, as long as it is something we can do, we will definitely do it. Our only request is that you must return the young miss. That's right. That's more like a businessman. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile. Suddenly, he struck the girl's back with a terrifying palm force. The girl screamed as her meridians were all broken. You crippled me. The girl roared hysterically. Don't blame me. They're the ones playing tricks. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the Blood Axe Snake clan's expert and said, at 4 o'clock, the one who is only 2 meters away from me can come out. Your invisibility technique is not very good. If you don't come out, I'll kill her now. I believe that if she dies, your fate will be worse than mine. In the corner where no one was, a figure gradually appeared. It was a martial artist at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm, but he had a special shadow martial spirit. However, Ling Xiao had the shadow martial spirit before, so he was very familiar with its characteristics. Trying to avoid his soul force detection was simply a fantasy. Screwed up. The man frowned. He didn't kill the girl, but also caused the girl's cultivation to be crippled. This loss was too great. Don't act rashly. Otherwise, I'll do what I say. I won't let her have an easy time. Ling Xiao did not have the slightest bit of sympathy or pity for the beauty in his hands. If he pitied her now, he would be cruel to himself. He would be courting death. Stop, we won't mess around anymore. You don't have to do anything. The leader's face was extremely ugly. He was regretful, embarrassed, and a little afraid. The young man in front of him had a maturity and insidiousness that didn't match his age. Such a person was really not to be trifled with. I hope so. Ling Xiao sneered and said, although this girl is crippled, maybe it's a good thing for her. Relying on a little strength, she acted recklessly on the street. She didn't meet a fierce character in the past. So she was safe and sound. Today, she met me. She's unlucky. Without strength, she should be able to restrain herself in the future. At least, under the protection of the elders, she can live for a few more days. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, the girl didn't have any intention of repenting. In her heart, there was only anger. She was still thinking that as long as she could escape, she must kill this person. She definitely wouldn't let this person continue to live. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't care what she was thinking. Because Ling Xiao had his own plans. I don't ask for much. I'm going to participate in the God and Devil Invitational Tournament. And I'll keep this woman's life. When we leave the God Devil City, I'll let her go. During this period of time, it's best that your Blood Axe Snake clan doesn't do anything. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't ruthlessly destroy a flower. The reason why Ling Xiao stayed behind was to say this. It would be best if the peace talks. If they couldn't reach an agreement, they could just leave. The inheritance ancient. Moreover, he believed that the map of the Western Divine Tombs that he possessed was definitely the key to the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Although it was not one of the keys. But it was something even more important. Without the map of the Western region, even if those people obtained all the keys and opened the ancient Sword Emperor's tomb, they wouldn't be able to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. Maybe his luck was good. Not only could he participate in the God and Devil Invitational Tournament safely, but he could also obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. Let's do it this way. If you let our young lady go, we can guarantee that we won't attack you during the God and Devil Invitational Tournament. The leader of the experts said. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? It's fine if you don't have sincerity. Or rather, with your status, you're not qualified to negotiate with me. Since that's the case, find someone who is qualified. I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and turned to leave. He only left a sentence. If I find out who's following me, I'll immediately kill this woman. If you don't believe me, you can try. The reason why he left now was because he already knew the Blood Axe Snake clan's attitude. As one of the 3 great families in the God and Devil City, it was absolutely impossible for them to accept his request. Even if he had a hostage. This was a great family. Sometimes, they were terrifyingly cruel. For the sake of the family's face, they could abandon anyone. Including the family's patriarch. And that young lady clearly did not have such a status, so she was even easier to abandon. There was actually no point for him to stay here. If another one came, he would probably still be as arrogant. The Blood Axe Snake clan's martial artists looked on helplessly as Ling Xiao left with their young lady, but there was nothing they could do. They wanted to chase after them, but they were worried that this action would cause their young lady to be killed. However, if they did not chase, if their young lady was in any danger, the unlucky ones in the end would still be them. The internal conflict in their hearts put them in a dilemma. All of you go back. This matter is indeed not something we can handle. It's better to quickly report to the young patriarch and let him make a decision. The Blood Axe Snake clan's people came quickly and left quickly. Only a group of dumbfounded passers-by were left behind. They never dreamed that a youth who looked to be 16 or 17 years old would actually dare to cripple their young lady in front of the Blood Axe Snake clan's people. Yet, after doing this, he could still leave safely. This ability was probably something that many martial artists in the Divine Devil City could not do. When did such a person appear in the Western region? Even the ancient Sword Emperor might not be so domineering back then. After returning to their residence, Ling Xiao told them what had happened. Both De Hun and Zhang Hun were dumbfounded. Both of them could not believe that such a thing was actually true. Ling Xiao actually dared to cripple the young lady of the Blood Axe Snake clan. Will there be anyone following us? Du Hun asked cautiously. No, I have checked carefully and confirmed that there is no problem. Dark Frost said. At this time, Dark Frost had returned to her original appearance. With her terrifying strength at the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm, coupled with her identity as a Soul Clan member, basically no one could avoid her search. What should we do with that woman? Dark Frost looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Let's keep her for the time being. It's not too late to kill her if she's really useless. Anyway, she's in my beast ring and won't affect anything. Ling Xiao thought for a while and said. Ling Xiao did not have the slightest bit of pity for the young lady. In fact, when the young lady ordered the white ape to devour the little girl, he already felt that the woman was bound to die. Not to mention that the woman wanted to kill him again and again. With his character, how could he be merciful? He would kill if he had to, but now, the woman's life was still useful, so he did not intend to kill her so early. Okay, we'll do as you say. Dark Frost was naturally willing to listen to Ling Xiao. It's a pity that today's shopping plan has to be cancelled. Everyone, have a good rest. There are more important things in the central square tomorrow. Ling Xiao sighed. The people of the Blood Axe Snake clan really deserved to die. They made him unable to even go shopping in peace. Blood Axe Snake clan, one of the 3 great clans in God Devil City, and also one of the 3 great helpers of the God Devil token's owner. At this moment, in the Patriarch's study. This person was the Patriarch of Blood Axe Snake clan, Shifeng. He was also the father of the girl that Lingxiao kidnapped. Even sitting there, the Patriarch of Blood Axe Snake clan could still release a terrifying aura. No one would dare to approach within 100 feet of him. At this moment, the door was pushed open. A young man walked in with a somewhat flustered expression. Xiaozong, what happened? Why are you so flustered? Xiaozong Shi, the young Patriarch of Blood Axe Snake clan, had the most arrogant strength among the younger generation. My sister was kidnapped. Xiaozong Shi looked at his father carefully and finally said it. He knew that his father doted on that girl the most, and because of this, that girl was spoiled to the point of being a little unsightly. What? Without any movement from Shifeng, the chair under him directly shattered into pieces. But his body was still sitting there steadily, as if there was another chair in the air. Xiaozong Shi hurriedly knelt down, like a small boat in the middle of a monstrous wave, his face full of fear. He was a martial artist at the 2nd level of the reincarnation divine realm, but in front of his father, he was not worth mentioning. At this moment, he once again felt the inferiority of an ant. Speak, what happened? Shifeng was obviously suppressing the anger in his heart. His daughter, even he had not beaten up, but now someone dared to kidnap her. Sister was shopping in the city, but she did not expect to encounter someone deliberately looking for trouble. He actually killed many of our people, and even a martial artist at the 1st level of the reincarnation divine realm was not his match. Red Spot was also killed. Later on, Sister was held hostage by that person, and the experts of the clan went to ask for her, but they did not expect that person to be so arrogant and domineering. He actually crippled Sister's cultivation. Xiaozong Shi's words were all good, as if the other person was deliberately looking for trouble, and the people of Blood Axe Snake clan were all white lotus flowers. Shifeng naturally knew that there were many lies in Xiaozong Shi's words. But he did not care. Daring to kidnap his daughter, he had to die. Bring people to find him personally. Even if you have to search the entire God Devil City, you have to dig this person out for me. Don't kill him yet. Agree to whatever he wants. Once your sister is released, kill her immediately. Your son obeys. Xiaozong nodded. Also, be careful when you're in the city. Don't provoke the city lord's men. Shifeng added. I know. Xiaozong kept his hands and left. When he reached the door, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the Divine Devil City, other than the city lord, no one dared to offend the Blood Axe Serpent clan. He really didn't expect a trash from the western regions to be the descendant of a prisoner. He actually dared to lay his hands on his sister. That night was silent. The 2nd day was the official start of the Fiend God Invitational Tournament. Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the central square early. Because the 4 great forces were hostile towards each other, they didn't stay together. Instead, each of them stood in their respective positions, waiting for the arrival of the Fiend God token's owner. However, what they were waiting for was not the master of the Fiend God token, but a group of fiendish powerhouses. In the sky, demonic beasts flew, blocking out the morning sun. On the ground, there was a dense mass of nearly 10,000 people. And there were many powerhouses among them. The terrifying pressure made the warriors of the 4 great forces of the western regions tremble in fear. They came to the unfamiliar Divine Devil City and finally felt the sorrow and fear of being the weak. No one dared to make a sound. They all looked at these people quietly, wanting to know what they were going to do. What's going to come is still coming. Ling Xiao frowned. Although he had already thought of this possibility the day before, he had never thought of it. He still didn't expect the Blood Axe Serpent clan to not take his words seriously. In that case, it seemed that he could only kill the hostages. Have any of you seen this person before? The leader of the group took out a portrait. It was Ling Xiao in the portrait. Although there was a big difference between the portrait and the real person, anyone who was familiar with Ling Xiao could tell. You guys stay away from me. Ling Xiao lowered his voice and said to Warrior Soul and Warrior Soul. That won't do. Since the enemy has come to us, even if we're not strong enough to defeat the reincarnation divine realm martial artist, we'll still be able to defeat him. But there are also many 9th level life seizers and heaven seizing fate changing realm martial artists. Killing one is enough. Killing two is enough. You want us to escape? We can't. Warrior Soul said. That's right, Brother Ling, don't try to persuade us. We're all together. Even if we escape, they'll find us. Let's think about how to fight together. Warrior Soul said. For the first time, Ling Xiao felt a sense of belonging to the Soul Hall. It wasn't just because of Dark Frost, but also because he had other friends in the Soul Hall that he could fight for. Thank you. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. He quietly waited for the storm to come. He didn't have a good relationship with the other 3 forces. Therefore, if anyone recognized the person in the portrait, they would immediately betray him. There was no use in running. He could only fight. I don't know him. The Linglong Saintess was the first to speak. She was a proud woman who thought she was infallible. But she also hated people from the God Devil City, and she hated people from the West region even more. Therefore, she didn't want to betray Ling Xiao. This surprised Ling Xiao a little. His impression of this proud woman improved a lot. Although there had been a war of words, there was no big grudge in the end. He had killed martial artists from the Linglong Palace before, but they were all small fries, and no one cared. Besides, the Linglong Palace had troubled him before, so they were even. Linglong Saintess, why are you helping that trash? It's really puzzling. At this time, the emperor stood up and said to the people in the sky, Everyone, I've seen this person before. Oh? Who is he? Where is he? The expert of the Blood Axe Snake clan asked. His name is Ling Xiao. He was originally a nobody in the West region, but I don't know how he got lucky. He was favored by the Soul Hall Master, Dark Frost. Now he's very arrogant and doesn't take anyone seriously. The emperor said loudly. As he spoke, he looked at Ling Xiao sarcastically. Although he didn't know what exactly had happened, he could roughly guess it by looking at the way things were going. Anyway, these people must be here to trouble Ling Xiao. He didn't mind letting others kill Ling Xiao. It would save him a lot of trouble. Haha, no wonder the people in the God Devil City said that the West region is a group of ants who only know how to fight among themselves. It seems like it's true. Prince Tian, Ling Xiao, will remember what happened today. We're not done. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more time and walked out of the crowd. Anyway, he had been exposed. If he didn't say anything, he would be a bastard. Seeing Ling Xiao walking out of the crowd, the people of the Blood Axe Snake clan compared the portrait in their hands. It was 70 to 80% similar. With Prince Tian's identification, coupled with the similarity of the portrait, the Blood Axe Snake clan's martial artists believed that there should be no mistake. For a moment, the Blood Axe Snake clan's martial artists gathered one after another, while the surrounding people avoided them, as if they were afraid of being implicated. Hee, that kid is a bit too arrogant. He even dares to provoke the Blood Axe Snake clan. Does he really think that with Dark Frost's protection, he can be lawless? Tyranny Tianhai sneered in his heart. Back then, it was Ling Xiao who completely destroyed his confidence and his domineering aura. That battle had become the greatest stain in his life. He wished that Ling Xiao could die 1,000 times. At this moment, he was naturally gloating. In the myriad countries and Heavenly Emperor dynasty, there were also many martial artists gloating. Almost everyone knew that Ling Xiao had provoked a powerful character. Next, there would definitely be trouble. Maybe he wouldn't even be able to participate in the God Devil Invitational. Ling Xiao raised his head to look at the expert standing in the void and smiled coldly. I said, if you dare to attack me, I will kill your young Mississippi. Are you planning to let her die? You dare to kidnap our Blood Axe Snake clan's young miss, you are indeed very courageous. Our patriarch admires your courage, so he let us make a deal with you. If you let our young miss go, we can let you live. In the void, a person spoke loudly. Then should I be grateful? Ling Xiao mocked, you don't seem to understand the situation. Your young miss is in my hands now. You'd better do whatever I tell you to do, unless you don't want that young miss to live. Heavens, that kid is really bold. Facing the Blood Axe Snake Clan's martial artists, he didn't even blink. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the faces of all the martial artists from the western region turned ugly. They were worried that Ling Xiao had offended the Blood Axe Snake Clan, which would eventually lead to the killing of all the martial artists in the western region. That was not worth it. Ling Xiao, you'd better be careful with your words, don't implicate others. The Koi King said loudly. What? The Koi King, one of the 4 kings of Tato land, was actually afraid? What a joke. What can you do about what I want to do? Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at the Koi King, before looking up at the experts of the Blood Axe Snake Clan. If you want your young miss to return, you have to show me your sincerity. Only we can talk about the conditions. What do you mean? The expert from the Blood Axe Serpent Clan asked. Kill that person, and I'll talk to you. Ling Xiao pointed at Prince Tian. He said coldly. In that instant, Prince Tian's face turned pale. He knew that his life was nothing in the eyes of the Blood Axe Snake Clan's martial artists. For the sake of that young lady, the Blood Axe Serpent Clan's people might really attack him. Fellow experts, don't listen to that brat's nonsense. He's just toying with all of you. Prince Tian hurriedly shouted. The Blood Axe Serpent race's expert looked at Ling Xiao and said, killing a piece of trash is no problem at all. But you have to let our young miss go first. You have to understand that this is not a condition. It's just a way for you to show your sincerity. If you don't even dare to kill a piece of trash that has nothing to do with you, then what's the point of talking? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. The Blood Axe Serpent race's experts looked at each other and felt that this brat was difficult to deal with. Although killing a Prince Tian was really nothing much. Prince Tian was a seeded contestant of the God-Devil Invitational Tournament, which involved the excavation of the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum's inheritance. If they killed him, they would offend the owner of the God-Devil token, and they would have to suffer. If he wasn't careful, he might be killed. But if they did not listen to Ling Xiao, with Ling Xiao's temper, he would definitely not let their young miss go. They could not disobey the orders of the Blood Axe Serpent race's patriarch. For a moment, they were once again in a dilemma. Moreover, the martial artists gathered here were not too strong. The strongest was only at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm. The reason why they did not attack was related to their strength. The Blood Axe Serpent race's experts were rushing over. When they arrived, everything would become clear. Why don't we wait? We can't make a decision on this matter. The Blood Axe Serpent race's martialist said. I don't mind. Ling Xiao said that he did not mind, but he had already started to plan his escape route. He definitely would not place his hopes of survival on the other party's kindness. This place was the center of the Divine Devil City. It was relatively far from the 4 city gates. However, Ling Xiao was certain that a powerful array formation had been set up in the Divine Devil City. The core of the array formation was here. As long as this array formation was broken, everything in the Divine Devil City would stop working. When that happened, the prison doors would open due to the loss of energy. The demonic beasts and prisoners locked up inside would escape. The Divine Devil City would definitely fall into chaos. Chaos was also the key to escape. Master, I'm counting on you. Ling Xiao said to the Yuan Venerate that was residing in his body. No problem. The Yuan Venerate knew very well that whether Ling Xiao could escape or not was related to whether he could take revenge in the future. Naturally, he had to do his best. Ling Xiao became calmer as he thought of a way to escape. At this moment, the powerhouse of the Blood Axe Snake Clan standing in the void suddenly shouted, You lied to us just now, didn't you? Ling Xiao looked up and found that those people were looking at the Linglong Saintess. The Linglong Saintess did not look too good. Offending the Blood Axe Snake Clan was definitely a big problem for her. If she did not solve it well, she was afraid that she would be beheaded. How can you say that I lied to him? He doesn't know me. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, Why are you guys like dogs? You bite whoever you see. Do you really think that the people of the western region are weak? The Linglong Saintess was obviously a little surprised when she heard Ling Xiao's words. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao's words could help her or not, she appreciated his kind intentions. She had been a little disrespectful to Ling Xiao previously, and now she felt a little regretful. In her opinion, although Ling Xiao was not well known, he was much better than some good-for-nothings who only knew how to fight among themselves. Dark Frost Girl, do it. These people are waiting for reinforcements. I'm afraid that the negotiation later will not be successful. Do it first and buy time for my master to break the array of the Divine Devil City. Ling Xiao was worried that there were also array masters in the Blood Axe Snake clan. It would be bad if they saw through his plan. So he planned to lead the enemies away first. He wanted his master to break the formation here in a down-to-earth manner. Understood. Dark Frost nodded. Then she suddenly attacked. Countless sharp spikes appeared in the void. She directly assassinated more than a dozen first-level Rebirth Realm warriors. The most terrifying thing about the Soul Secret technique was that it was hidden. Because the body did not need to move. The enemy could not judge whether you were performing the technique or not. No one expected that Dark Frost would suddenly attack. For a moment, both the Blood Axe Snake clan and the warriors of the western region were a little stunned. However, just as they were stunned, Ling Xiao had already attacked. As soon as the fight began, Ling Xiao had no intention of holding back. As the terrifying undying bird fire spread through the crowd, miserable screams rang out. So what if you're from the Blood Axe Hydras? That bitch wanted to kill me, so I crippled her cultivation base. Since you want me dead, I'll kill you all. As he spoke, he unleashed more black poison mist. The combination of fire and poison was like a disaster. Although the Blood Axe Hydras had quite a few experts, most of them were only in the heaven-seizing or life-seizing level. Countless people were killed or injured by this sudden attack. Furthermore, the damage was continuous, and could spread. In some ways, it was even more terrifying than Darkfrost's attack. This guy is a killing machine. When the Western Domain martial artists saw Ling Xiao's attack, their expressions turned unsightly. Ling Xiao's attacks weren't necessarily powerful, but they were difficult to defend against. Furthermore, they covered a large area. Only someone strong could defend against them. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to defend against. Even people stronger than Ling Xiao would have to expend a lot of true energy to defend against the fire and poison. In the end, their fighting prowess would be greatly reduced. At the same time, the battle souls joined the fight. Although they weren't as strong as Ling Xiao and Dark Frost, they were still far stronger. Ling Xiao's deviant flame and poison mist had greatly weakened their enemies. All they had to do was take the heads. In any case, Ling Xiao's poison mist and deviant flame could be controlled, so they wouldn't harm their own people. Now, they could be at ease and do what they wanted to do. Bloodthirsty Plague. Ling Xiao's attack wasn't over yet. After the undying bird fire and Death Kingdom poison, he unleashed the even more terrifying Bloodthirsty Plague. The Bloodthirsty Plague was all-pervasive. It was especially useful for enemies who were injured. The wails grew louder and louder, causing all the Western region martial artists to be dumbstruck. Lunatics. Absolute lunatics. The God Devil Invitational hasn't even begun, and they're already fighting the Blood Axe Hydras. The Hall of Souls is crazy. Ling Xiao is even crazier. Many Western region martial artists turned pale with fright, afraid that they would be implicated. To most of the Western region martial artists, this was simply a nightmare. In the sky and on the ground. The Blood Axe Serpent clan's martial artists obviously didn't expect that Ling Xiao and the others would take the initiative to attack. What gave them the biggest headache was that these people were terrifyingly strong. Especially the little girl who looked like she was only 13 or 14 years old. Virtually one attack could annihilate several reincarnation Divine Realm martial artists. Even in the Blood Axe Serpent clan, he was definitely considered a powerhouse. Coupled with Ling Xiao's strange large-scale attack, they were in a complete mess. Lass, don't hold back. These people are waiting for reinforcements. Once reinforcements arrive, it will be troublesome. Ling Xiao roared as he fought. Dark Frost nodded and released her soul-devouring domain. All of the Blood Axe Snake clan's martial artists in the domain suffered a soul attack. Although there were no wounds on the surface, their souls had been destroyed. One by one, they fell to the ground and became lifeless corpses. Ling Xiao's large-scale attack was still ongoing. Purple Lightning Thunder Bull Beast Soul, earthquake, Cerberus beast soul, scorching hell, frost dragon beast soul, icy dragon breath. Not only could his attack kill a large number of enemies, but it also created an excellent fighting environment for Darkfrost, the warrior soul, and the battle soul. In an instant, the Blood Axe Serpent clan's martial artists were killed to the point that they couldn't fight back. I think the Blood Axe Serpent clan's reputation is undeserved. They are actually suppressed by Ling Xiao and the others. They are all trash. Prince Tian seemed to have forgotten how fearful he was of the Blood Axe Serpent clan. Now, he was acting cool again. Shut up. These people are just the middle level of the Blood Axe Serpent clan. The real powerhouses are rushing here. King Zhong shouted sternly and then looked into the distance. There was a powerful aura coming from the horizon that made people tremble in fear. Master, how is it? Ling Xiao, who also felt the urgency of the matter, asked hurriedly. Wait a little longer. Soon. The array formation of Divine Devil City was harder to break than expected. However, the Yuan Venerate had already done his best. Based on his ability, the array formation would be broken in a little more than 10 minutes. Got it. Ling Xiao looked into the distance. That was the elite force of the Blood Axe Serpent clan. Most of the martialists there had already been dealt with. The next step was crucial. No matter what, they had to persevere until the Yuan Venerate broke the array formation. Finally, the second-level reincarnation Divine Boundary martialists arrived. However, perhaps due to the lack of time, only 2 came. Girl, you deal with one. The warrior soul, and I will deal with the other one. Ling Xiao definitely wasn't a match for a second-level reincarnation Divine Boundary martialist alone. However, if the 3 of them worked together, he would have a way to kill the second-level reincarnation Divine Boundary martialist. How dare you kill a member of the Blood Axe Serpent clan? Amidst the furious roar, a reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist took the lead to charge out, charging towards Ling Xiao. His speed was so fast that he was clearly separated from the rest of the people behind him. Perhaps he was confident enough in himself. Thus, he didn't even think that he would be killed. He had rushed out very quickly, but he had also died very quickly. Darkfrost didn't even move. She only glared at him coldly. A ghostly claw extended from the void and suddenly grabbed the martialist's heart. The second-level reincarnation Divine Boundary martialist didn't even have time to figure out what had happened. He died tragically on the spot. This scene made many martialists in the western region turn cold. Darkfrost is obviously stronger than before. She was only a first-level reincarnation Divine Boundary martialist. How did she improve so quickly? The Dragon Mother's expression was the worst. She had originally been the strongest person in the western region. However, Darkfrost's cultivation was now on par with hers. The most depressing thing was that, like her, Darkfrost was also a successor of the ancient emperor. At this moment, another second-level reincarnation Divine Boundary martialist had already charged over. Seeing that his companion was killed in one blow, he hesitated. At this moment, Ling Xiao released the Arctic Realm. At the same time, he threw out the Bloodthirsty Plague, Death Kingdom Black Poison, and Golden Silkworm Venom. Then, he disappeared in the air. The Warrior Soul and the War Soul pounced on the man and launched their most powerful attacks. A mere heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martialist actually dares to come and die. Although the second-level reincarnation Divine Boundary martialist was weakened in various ways, his cultivation realm was still at the same level. However, with his cultivation level, how could he be afraid of fighting souls and fighting souls? In his eyes, these 2 people were simply here to die. However, he didn't know that the attacks of the Warrior Soul and Battle Soul were just a cover. Just as he was about to unleash a powerful attack to kill these 2 ignorant challengers, a voice suddenly rang out. A chill ran down his spine. That feeling was like being stared at by a poisonous snake. He was shocked and hurriedly turned back to look. He saw a ball of bright flames. Immortal Fire of the Phoenix. Immortal Fire was more powerful than Strange Fire. It was more difficult to control it. However, as a doctor, Ling Xiao could still use Immortal Fire at close range. The premise was that the opponent couldn't avoid it. That was why he had to attract the attention of the warrior with his soul power and fighting soul. Although his immortal fire was powerful, it was too clumsy and could be easily avoided. At this moment, it was so close. It was impossible for the opponent to avoid it. He released the immortal fire and hit the LV2 reincarnation divine state warrior. Ah, the man screamed and ran away crazily. The reincarnation divine state warrior was really terrifying. After being hit by the immortal fire, half of his body was cut off immediately. He was still alive. Generally speaking, the reincarnation divine state warrior wouldn't die immediately as long as his head and heart were intact. In the past, Xianxia was still skeptical, but today, he believed it completely. "I'll kill you." The man roared like a ferocious beast. "Fight." Xianxia wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. He could only fight it head-on. Although the opponent was a LV2 reincarnation divine state warrior, he was seriously injured. He didn't believe he couldn't kill him. The 5 swords rose up again. He started to condense the most powerful sword move. However, at this moment, a petal suddenly pierced through the space between the eyebrows of the LV2 reincarnation divine state warrior. The man was very close to Xianxia, but he couldn't attack anymore. He fell to the ground heavily and was burned to ashes by Xianxia. Xianxia turned around. The Linglong Saintess looked at him calmly. Although others might not see it, Lingxiao's Tai Chi caught it. At that moment, it was the Linglong Saintess of the Linglong Palace who attacked. "Thank you." He secretly transmitted his voice to her. The Linglong Saintess didn't respond. She was still very arrogant. Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. There was such a proud woman in the world. At least she was much better than some unruly women. Oh no. The soul warrior suddenly came to Xiao's side, and his face turned pale. The ones who came this time are actually all reincarnation deity realm martial artists. Even the weakest is at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm. The battle soul also flew over and stood side by side with Xiao, but their expressions were not good. Xiao had already discovered that the ones who had come this time were the true elites of the Blood Axe Snake clan. The weakest martial artist was at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm. There were also many second-level reincarnation divine realm martial artists. There were even a few third-level reincarnation divine realm martial artists. The aura of the strongest person was even more terrifying. He was definitely a martial artist above the 4th level of the reincarnation divine realm. However, this person was not very old, only in his 20s. Needless to say, the elites of the Blood Axe Snake clan had entered and left. This time, the Blood Axe Snake clan had suffered heavy losses. Naturally, they would not let Xiao go. That 20-year-old youth was naturally the Blood Axe Serpent clan's young master, Xiaozong. And the young girl that Xiao was holding hostage was precisely his younger sister. Good, really very good, my Blood Axe Snake clan has stood tall in Divine Devil City for thousands of years. No one has ever dared to kill my compatriots like this. Are you already prepared to die? Xiaozong looked at Xiao coldly, his voice revealing a strong killing intent. Most likely, today's matter absolutely could not be settled peacefully. When the Western region martial artists saw this scene, they were all trembling with fear and trepidation. The Blood Axe Snake clan was well deserving of being the Blood Axe Snake clan. A third-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist was actually not the strongest in the Blood Axe Snake clan, just a young patriarch had the combat strength of 4th-level reincarnation divine realm cultivation and above. Then how terrifying would their patriarch be? How terrifying was the strength of Divine Devil City's city lord? Hand over my sister, and I can give you all a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you all taste all kinds of punishments from my Blood Axe Snake clan, making you wish you were dead, can't die even if you want. What Xiaozong was most concerned about was still his own sister. But the words that he said were just deceit. How could he let Xiao go? After Xiao handed over his sister, he would capture these people and go back to teach them a lesson. Here. Xiao casually threw it. A person flew over. Xiaozong hurriedly caught it, only to find that the sister he was looking for had long become a corpse. An ice-cold corpse. You killed my sister. Xiaozong's tone was even colder. Nonsense, I warned you not to attack me, but you clearly didn't take my words seriously. Your sister's death was caused by your Blood Axe Snake clan. Serves you right. Ling Xiao's voice was cold. In fact, the moment he knew that the hostage was useless, he was too lazy to keep that person alive. Damn it. Shi Xiaozong gritted his teeth and looked fiercely at Ling Xiao and the rest. You no longer have the chance to choose. You must die, and you must suffer the most painful torture before dying. Laughable, we didn't have a choice in the first place. What are you thinking in your heart? Do you really think I don't know? I'll let your sister go and then you'll teach me a lesson? In this world, no powerhouse will keep their promise to the weak, especially when there is a conflict of interest. Ling Xiao sneered. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Good disciple, it's done. You can escape at any time. The Yuan Venerate had finally taken control of the array formation in Divine Devil City. Not only did I break the array formation, but I also added some materials. I believe that as long as you are willing, Divine Devil City will fall into chaos in an instant. When the time comes, no one will care where you go, as they will have more important things to do. Thank you, Master. Please take a rest first. Ling Xiao finally heaved a sigh of relief. The escape route was clear, so there was nothing to be afraid of. I implicated you all and will have to die with me. Ling Xiao glanced at the fighting souls and fighting souls. Actually, the fighting souls and fighting souls could have stayed out of this matter. However, they didn't. What kind of joke is this? We are all good brothers. Why are you saying such nonsense? Besides, our lives were saved by you. If it weren't for you, we would have been dogs for the rest of our lives. The fighting souls scolded jokingly. That's right. What's there to be afraid of? As a martialist, you should have already disregarded death. The fighting souls added, today is the happiest day of my life. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Don't worry, you won't die. Dark Frost stood in front of the three of them and released her aura confidently. She was the strongest among the four of them, so she couldn't lose hope. Otherwise, the other three would lose hope too. Ha ha ha. Little girl, you are right. We won't die, no one will die. He suddenly turned to Shi Xiaozong and said, come on, let's fight since you want to. However, after this battle, I can guarantee that the Blood Axe Snake tribe will never have a foothold in Divine Devil City again. Ling Xiao's words were not just empty words. He was indeed no match for the masters of the Blood Axe Snake clan. But it was very difficult for them to kill him. But he could use his various life-saving and sneak attacks to make the warriors of the Blood Axe Snake clan restless all day. If the Dark Frost was added to the mix, not many of the masters of the Blood Axe Snake clan could survive today. I've never seen such an arrogant warrior of the western region. Well, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Xiaozong Shi released his terrifying aura, covering Ling Xiao and the other three. Xiaozong Shi, we were invited to the mythical invitational. Do you want to ruin the plan of the mythical token's owner, or do you think you can bear the responsibility if you kill them? Suddenly, the Linglong Saintess walked out of the crowd. She had thought for a long time before making such a decision. It was very difficult for her. But she couldn't just stand by and watch. Their ancestors had taught them that the warriors of the western region must be united. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. If she didn't help Ling Xiao today, would Ling Xiao help her when she was in trouble in the future? The answer was obvious. She was gambling. Gambling on her own fate. And also gambling on Ling Xiao's character. Hearing the Linglong Saintess's words, Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood. The mythical token's owner wanted them to enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum to find the inheritance of the Ancient Sword Emperor. If they died, there would be flaws in the plan. It might even be a big problem. Even so, he shouldn't have killed my sister and over 10,000 people of the Blood Axe Snake clan. Xiaozong Shi said coldly. What a joke. I just stood there and let your sister kill me. Is that enough? The Blood Axe Snake clan is indeed arrogant. You don't even understand this simple principle? Ling Xiao sneered. I don't know about your grudges, and I don't want to know. But the mythical invitational is about to begin. Aren't you afraid that the mythical token's owner will be angry? The Linglong Saintess was using the mythical token's name. Actually, she didn't know how the owner of the Divine Devil Order would deal with this matter. However, in order to help Ling Xiao, she could only say so. Obviously, she had made the right bet. After hearing what the Linglong Saintess said, Shi Xiaozong frowned. Although he was still full of murderous intent. However, it was obvious that he had restrained himself a lot. Whether it was Dark Frost, Ling Xiao, Soulless, or Soulless, they were all here to participate in the God and Devil Invitational Tournament. He was invited by the owner of the Fiend God Order. It was related to a huge plan. If he really killed these people today, it would be very troublesome. I don't think Master will blame me for killing a person. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from afar. A thunderous voice rang out. Father. Shi Xiaozong could tell that the voice belonged to his father. Do as I say. Capture that guy called Ling Xiao. We can ignore the rest for now. The voice said again. Your son obeys. Shi Xiaozong finally had a backbone. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, there are 37 people participating in the tournament. I don't think it's a big deal if you're not here. It's not a big deal if you're here. If we kill you, Master won't blame us either. I'll take it as revenge for my sister. As for the rest, I'll deal with them after the God and Devil Invitational Tournament. Shi Xiaozong's figure trembled, and like a bolt of lightning, he charged towards Ling Xiao. If you want to kill him, you'll have to step over my dead body. Dark Frost snorted and used the soul-devouring wand. A terrifying aura swept across the sky. The terrifying soul secret technique collided with Shi Xiaozong's attack. Boom! With a terrifying loud sound, Shi Xiaozong was forced back dozens of steps. However, Dark Frost didn't move an inch. Inheritance of the ancient emperor. Shi Xiaozong frowned. He was a martial artist at the 4th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. His opponent should be at the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. She shouldn't be his opponent. However, with the inheritance of the ancient emperor, she could firmly suppress him. His expression turned somewhat unsightly. I'll deal with this woman. You guys go and kill that Ling Xiao. At this moment, capturing Ling Xiao alive had become an extravagant hope. The only thing Shi Xiaozong wanted to do was to kill Ling Xiao and end it all. He once again fought with Dark Frost. The terrifying collision between the two continued to reverberate in the sky. One just stood there motionlessly and used the soul secret technique. The other was like a shooting star flashing in the sky. Everyone was shocked. Boom, 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 the space was distorted because of the collision between the two. The Blood Axe Snake Race's martial artists wanted to get close to Ling Xiao. However, due to the energy that leaked out, they couldn't move an inch forward. A few rash fellows rushed over. Soon, they were swallowed by the void and died on the spot. Ling Xiao looked at the battle in the sky and gritted his teeth coldly. He once again released his area of effect technique. Bloodthirsty Plague, Death Kingdom Black Poison, Earthquake, Scorching Hell. The large area of effect attack caused little damage to martial artists above LV1 of the Reincarnation Divine State Realm. However, it wasn't impossible. Taking this opportunity, Ling Xiao killed his way into the crowd. He couldn't afford to offend martial artists above LV2 of the Reincarnation Divine State Realm. However, he could kill martial artists below LV1 of the Reincarnation Divine State Realm. Sigh. In the end, it still ended up like this. The Linglong Saintess sighed and flew into the sky, ready to help. Today's battle wasn't just a simple battle between Ling Xiao and the Blood Axe Snake Race. It was also a rebellion of the Western region's martial artists against the Divine Devil City and the 4 major regions. Boom! Suddenly, just as the battle in the sky was in a mess, a terrifying aura descended. All the battles were forced to stop. That terrifying aura made people feel incomparable fear and tremble. The owner of the Divine Devil token, who was dressed in black and wearing a strange mask, finally appeared and sat in the middle of the rostrum. Have you had enough fun? Although his voice was soft and indifferent, it was filled with terrifying pressure. All the martial artists in the sky landed on the ground, trembling in fear in front of him. Shifeng, I know you love your daughter dearly, but your daughter is arrogant and domineering. I've already warned you. I've warned you, but you didn't know. You even instigated her to kill the innocent. You've finally met your match, haven't you? I won't comment on her death. In short, give me some face. Before my plan is completed, can you let go of your grudge? The voice of the owner of the divine devil token drifted into the distance. Shifeng, the leader of the Blood Axe Snake race, who didn't show up, hurried over. He knelt in front of the owner of the divine devil token and said, "Whatever you say, master. That's the best. Let your people do what they should do. Don't forget your accusations." The owner of the divine devil token said lightly. "Yes." Subordinate obeys. In front of the owner of the divine devil token, even the powerful Shifeng didn't dare to say anything. His son, Xiaozong, didn't dare to do anything. After Shifeng left, the owner of the divine devil token looked at Ling Xiao. "You're amazing. You dare to kill my people in the divine devil city. Are you really not afraid of me?" Hearing the owner's words, Ling Xiao felt a chill in his heart. However, he was still neither servile nor overbearing. "Senior, you are wrong. I don't want to cause trouble, but if someone provokes me, I will not be merciful. You have to look at the owner before beating a dog. Even if Shifeng's daughter provoked you and wanted to kill you, you just have to run for your life. Killing her is the same as slapping my face." The owner of the Fiend God token released a terrifying aura. The battle spirits had already knelt down. Dark Frost was also trembling. Only Ling Xiao, with his Sky Tyrant martial spirit supporting him, stood there with his head held high. He did not kneel down at all. "Since you know it's a dog, you should look after it. Otherwise, don't blame me if it's beaten to death." Ling Xiao said tit for tat. The owner of the Fiend God token was stunned for a moment. In this world, there are really people like you who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Interesting. Do you know that if I want to kill you, I only need a finger to make you disappear from this world? I don't know, I don't think you have that kind of ability. Ling Xiao did not know the owner's true strength. However, his cultivation should be at the reincarnation divine realm, just higher. It would not be easy to kill him. He had even killed an expert from the Eternal Life Palace. What was a Fiend God token owner to him? That guy is crazy, really crazy. How can he talk to the owner of the Fiend God token like that? Does he really think that he is on equal footing with that kind of expert? Prince Tian was so scared that his face turned pale. That was the owner of the Fiend God token, a monster who could destroy the entire western region in a fit of anger. What a reckless guy. I have to hand it to him. Where did he get the guts to do that? King Koi's face turned ashen. Ha ha ha, interesting, very interesting. I hope you don't die in the Fiend God Invitational Tournament because I will kill you with my own hands. However, it has to be after the tournament. The owner of the Fiend God token laughed out loud. No one could make him so angry. This young man did it. Alright, enough with the nonsense. The 37 people who entered the world of the dead, come out. Come and get your armor of rules from me. The owner of the God Devil token did not look at Ling Xiao again. There was no need to fight with someone who was about to die. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao would survive the God and Devil Invitational Tournament, he had already decided to put this audacious guy to death. The God Fiend Invitational Tournament was more important. His plan was more important. What is the Armor of Laws? Ling Xiao asked Darkfrost. It's something that can activate the rules of the world of the dead. After wearing it, you can be teleported out when you're on the verge of death. Otherwise, the rules won't apply. Darkfrost explained. There's actually something like this? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then laughed bitterly. It's over, I've offended the owner of the God Devil token. I'm afraid he won't give me the armor of rule. I don't think so. After all, he's an expert. He wouldn't be so narrow-minded. Darkfrost was stunned for a moment. However, Ling Xiao's words hit the nail on the head. I'm really sorry that the armor of rule is missing, little doll. It was unknown what expression the owner of the God Devil token had behind the mask, but there was a hint of ridicule in his words. The dignified owner of the God Devil token is so narrow-minded. What a joke. Forget it, it doesn't matter if I don't have the armor of rule. Ling Xiao sneered, looked at the owner of the God Devil token, and said, you just want those people to attack me. But I can tell you clearly that whoever attacks me, I'll kill them. Don't think that your armor of rule is omnipotent. Even if they're wearing the armor of rule, I can still kill them if I want to. The so-called rules, to put it bluntly, were actually larger and more mysterious formations. As long as it was a formation, Ling Xiao could break it and was not afraid. Brat, you're stubborn. If you want the armor of rule, that's fine. Kneel down and apologize. Maybe I can think of where to find extra armor of rule. The owner of the god-devil token laughed. No need. Ling Xiao turned around and returned to his position. Big brother Ling Xiao, why don't I give you my armor of rule? Anyway, those people can't possibly be my match. There's not much meaning in me wanting this. Dark Frost said. You mustn't. Without the armor of rule, you'll become the target of public criticism. Moreover, the world of the dead not only has martial artists, but also those undead. It's very dangerous. If you get injured and don't have the armor of rule, it'll be very dangerous. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, and I reckon that the armor of rule can't be exchanged with each other. You're right. Once the armor of rule is given to others, the two people's armor of rule will lose its effect. The owner of the god-devil token sneered and said, Brat, your brain is pretty good. It's a pity that you're too arrogant. Otherwise, maybe you can become a pretty good dog under my account. Be your dog? I, Ling Xiao, have never thought of being anyone's dog in my entire life. I'd rather die. Not be a dog. Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. Good, very good. I'd like to see how long a stubborn person like you can last. The owner of the god token looked at Ling Xiao. The more unruly a person was, the more he had the desire to destroy or make them submit. Only then would there be a sense of accomplishment. Otherwise, if the other party surrendered so easily, then it would be meaningless. At the same time, many of the western region's martial artists looked at Ling Xiao. Prince Tian was one of them. He really wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Because Ling Xiao was Long Chen's original boss, he couldn't be at ease as long as Ling Xiao was alive. Moreover, when he was in the green zone, he had suffered a hidden loss. Even now, he was still angry. The Koi King was also one of them. Back then, in the Ice Emperor's mausoleum, she was almost killed by Ling Xiao. If the Dragon Shark King hadn't arrived, she would have been a corpse now. Therefore, she absolutely couldn't let Ling Xiao go. No matter if it was for revenge or to defend her honor. Tianhai tyranny was also one of them. The hatred between him and Ling Xiao could be traced back to the White Tiger continent. In the Revenge Alliance, there were a few young talents who were unhappy with Ling Xiao. Their reason was the simplest. That was, Ling Xiao actually received the help and care of the Linglong Saintess. This made them go crazy with jealousy. The Linglong Saintess could only be a member of the Revenge Alliance. Even if she was to marry someone, she should marry someone from the Revenge Alliance. Now that Ling Xiao didn't have the rule armor, it was completely possible for him to die in the undead world. Killing Ling Xiao and possibly obtaining the Ice Emperor's inheritance, how could they give up such a good thing? Feeling these people's gazes, Ling Xiao directly raised his middle finger. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I'll kill whoever comes to kill me. Arrogant. Too arrogant. But we have to be careful of him. After all, this guy knows that he will be killed by the God Token's owner. He might even play some tricks during the battle. He's the best at this. Everyone wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but they were also afraid of Ling Xiao's tricks. It was a contradiction. The world of the dead was similar to many other small worlds. The moment one entered the portal, they would be separated. There was no one beside Ling Xiao at this time. Only an endless aura of death lingered in the air. He wasn't in a hurry to find others to fight. Instead, he was very interested in this mysterious world of the dead. According to Dark Frost, the world of the dead was where the spirits of the immemorial tomb were sealed. But what kind of creature was the undead, or were they not living creatures at all? Shaking his head, he couldn't figure it out. Since that was the case, he might as well move on. He would think about it after he met up with the three from the Hall of Souls. Dark Frost should be fine by herself, but the two of them would be in trouble if they ran into a rebirth realm cultivator. Therefore, he had to help them as soon as possible. They had formed a deep friendship in the previous battles, and Ling Xiao didn't want them to be eliminated so easily. Because of the Taiji Eye, Ling Xiao could choose to avoid people he didn't want to meet. If he couldn't avoid them, he would have to see their attitude. If they didn't know what was good for them and insisted on being enemies with him, he wouldn't mind making a move. It's the soul power. Before long, Ling Xiao sensed the soul power's aura. The soul power's aura was violent, and he should be in the middle of a battle. Through the Taiji Eye, he could see that the soul power was being attacked by two people. One of them was a life-seizing realm cultivator who was as strong as the soul power. The other was a 9th-level life-sizer. Although the soul power wouldn't be defeated for the time being, it was still difficult for him. There were so many people in the Vengeance Alliance that it was easy to form a pair. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it and rushed over. He didn't want to fight a battle that didn't benefit him at all. The two Vengeance Alliance cultivators were no threat to him at all, and they couldn't bring him any benefits. Get lost, he said coldly, standing there and looking at the soul power coldly. The soul power was overjoyed when he saw Ling Xiao. If this battle went on, he would be eliminated sooner or later. Besides, the Vengeance Alliance had so many people to begin with. If 2 became 3, he would be in trouble. Ling Xiao's appearance was tantamount to giving him a backbone. The two Avenging Alliance cultivators glanced at each other, obviously somewhat afraid of Ling Xiao. They had all seen the battle between Ling Xiao and the Blood Axe Snake clan. The heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artists were like a bunch of chickens in front of Ling Xiao, unable to resist at all. Humph, what are you being so arrogant for? You don't even have a rule armor. We won't die, but you can't. Despite the fear in his heart. But as soon as they thought about how Ling Xiao didn't have the rule armor, the two Revenge Alliance martial artists immediately regained their courage. At most, he would be teleported out. If he could kill Ling Xiao, he would not only obtain glory, but also the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. I can't kill you, but as far as I know, the armor of rule can only send you out when you're on the verge of death. Since you want to fight, I'll let you have a taste of being cut into pieces. Ling Xiao hated doing things that he didn't want to do. If these two people scrammed, he could avoid a boring battle. But these two people not leaving, he was very unhappy. If he was unhappy, the consequences would be very serious. Finished talking, he suddenly made a move. Resplendent swordlight bloomed in the pitch-black world of the dead. Among them, the mystic snake devil sect martial artist's arms were directly chopped off, and he screamed hysterically in pain. Remember, this is the lesson. Ling Xiao didn't even use any martial technique, purely ordinary attacks, and it made the mystic snake devil sect martial artist completely lose his combat strength. I'll scram. The other person should be someone from the 7-star Sword Palace. Seeing his companion's arms easily cut off, he rolled on the ground in pain. But he couldn't die, nor could he be teleported out. That torturous feeling made him tremble all over in fear. Scram? Don't you think it's a bit late now? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, I can't be bothered to make a move. You kill yourself, you can't die anyway. Looking at his companion on the ground, the 7-star Sword Palace martial artist gritted his teeth, then slit his own throat. Being teleported out and eliminated was better than enduring the torment. Holy crap, Brother Ling, you're so brutal. You didn't even need to make a move, and that 9th stage life-sizer ended his own life. The Soul Warrior couldn't have been more excited. It was a good thing that Ling Xiao had a good relationship with the Soul Hall. Otherwise, the Soul Hall would have been treated the same way in the God Devil Invitational. Ling Xiao chuckled and looked over at the other person. That person had already lost too much blood, and was on the verge of death. He was being tortured. Just before he was teleported out, he said viciously, I'll remember you, Ling Xiao. You've already offended the 10,000 kingdoms and the Celestial Dynasty, and now you dare to offend the League of Vengeance? You're dead. Idiot, Xianxia said. I'm not even afraid of the Blood Axe Snake clan. Why would I be afraid of the League of Vengeance? After witnessing the power of the Blood Axe Serpents and the master of the God Devil Medallion, Ling Xiao suddenly realized that the 4 major powers of the Western domain were insignificant. It really was a fight between 2 rookies. In the central square, a figure suddenly flew out of the screen. It landed on the ground. You were killed too, Snakeskin? The elders of the League of Vengeance asked. They didn't recognize the Black Snake sect martial artist. What do you mean I was killed too? That guy obviously killed himself. Snakeskin said, pointing at the 7-star Sword Palace disciple who had been eliminated. What happened? The crowd asked. That's right. I killed myself. Ling Xiao was too strong. I didn't even see what happened. Snakeskin lost both of his arms. I'm only in the 9th stage of life seizing. Snakeskin couldn't even last one exchange with him. How could I possibly be a match for him? The 7-star Sword Palace disciple knew that he couldn't hide the truth, so he decided to tell the truth. Snakeskin? Is that what happened? The crowd asked. That's right. That guy was too cruel. He actually made me bleed so much that I was sent out. Although Snakeskin was helpless, he could only admit it. Our League of Vengeance has already lost 5 people. 1 was eliminated by the Dragon Shark King, and 2 by Imperial Prince Tian. We're in trouble. The various sect leaders of the League of Vengeance had ugly expressions. But the League leader was very calm. The Linglong Saintess, Tianhai Tyranny, and Feng Fei are enough. The others are just there to make up the numbers. The 10 people sent out by the owner of the Fiend God Order will take up 10 spots. Speaking of which, our 4 factions are only fighting for 8 spots. It's already good enough that we can keep 3. What's the rush? The League of Vengeance's League leader seemed to have seen through everything. The 10 people sent out by the owner of the Fiend God Order were all 2nd-level Rebirth Divine Realm martial artists. As long as there were no accidents, they wouldn't be eliminated. Their overall strength was much stronger than the Western region's martial artists. Hearing the League leader's words, the crowd felt a little better. But there was still a question in their hearts. That arrogant Ling Xiao, how strong was his battle prowess? Follow me closely. Don't bump into the 10 people sent by the owner of the God Devil token. Those 10 guys are very troublesome. Ling Xiao saw the 10 warriors sent by the owner of the God Devil token through the Tai Chi Eye. At this moment, they were actually walking together in pairs. Each of them was at the 2nd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. If the 2 of them were together, even Dark Frost would find it difficult to kill them. It was even more impossible for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao would not try such an impossible battle. What he was most concerned about now was the situation of War Soul and Dark Frost. I got it. War Soul was already full of admiration for Ling Xiao. Naturally, he would not object to Ling Xiao's words. Brother Ling, can you tell me something? Can you fight with a 2nd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist with your strongest battle strength? On the way, he could not help but ask. More or less, but I can't win in a one-on-one battle. Ling Xiao was telling the truth. After all, the difference in Cultivation realm was a little far. Including the Beast Soul transformation, the Ice Emperor's inheritance, and the Tyrant martial soul, he might be able to fight with a 2nd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist. But he was definitely at a disadvantage. However, he was not afraid of a 1st level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist now. One-on-one, he would definitely win. In the world of the dead, it was impossible to hide forever. Because there were undead activities here. Once discovered, it might be a life-and-death battle. And the rule armor was useless. Therefore, the warriors had to keep moving to avoid those undead. Because of this, a total of 10 people had been eliminated in the 1st hour. 37 people became 27. Next, 9 more people would be eliminated and it would be considered over. However, those who were left were all powerful people, and they were definitely not stupid. It would not be easy to kill him. Oh no, War Soul is in trouble. Suddenly, Ling Xiao saw that War Soul was in a precarious situation in the distance. He was being besieged by 2 people from the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. The troublesome thing was that these 2 people were still at the life-changing realm. They were stronger than the 2 people who dealt with War Soul. At this moment, the fighting soul was already covered in injuries. Ling Xiao knew that he didn't dare to be careless, so he hurriedly sped up and rushed over. The soul warrior followed closely behind, not daring to fall behind. Just you wait, Brother Ling and the palace master will definitely avenge me. F***ck. In the end, he was still a step too late. The fighting soul was directly sent out. Ling Xiao heard the war soul's unwilling roar as well as the mocking words of the two Sky Emperor dynasty martial artists. Haha, what a joke. Let that Ling Xiao come. Since he's here, we'll just kill him. The inheritance of the Ice Emperor is ours. It was a woman who spoke. That's right. That Dark Frost is a little troublesome, but who does Ling Xiao think he is? Does he deserve to scare us? Ridiculous. The other person was a rather handsome man. The cooperation between this man and woman was indeed not bad. It seemed that they had undergone a lot of training. It was not an injustice for War Soul to lose to them. Why don't I find it funny at all? Suddenly, a cold voice came over. The man and woman from the Sky Emperor dynasty became nervous and looked in the direction of the voice. Ling Xiao and the Soul Warrior walked over together. Ling Xiao was really unwilling to fight a battle that was originally a waste of time. But the fighting soul was eliminated by these two people. No matter what, he had to avenge the fighting soul. I was wondering who it was. So it's you. This is really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. When the two people saw that it was Ling Xiao who appeared, they were immediately overjoyed. Obediently hand over the inheritance of the Ice Emperor on you. We can still spare your life. Don't forget, you don't have the rule armor on you. Once you die, you'll really die. The last person who said this has already been eliminated. Ling Xiao said indifferently, originally, I didn't want to eliminate you guys because everyone is a Western region martial artist after all. But you guys eliminated the fighting soul, so I have to avenge this hatred. Do it, I'll give you a chance to attack first. Speaking of this, he looked back at the Soul Warrior and said, don't make a move, pay attention to the surrounding movements, and be careful of the undead creatures. Ha 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 ha, everyone says that you're arrogant, and it's true. Anyway, Prince Tian said that he wants you dead. If we kill you today, it can be considered a great contribution to the Sky Emperor dynasty. In the future, we will definitely have a meteoric rise. The man suddenly laughed out loud. Although he had seen Ling Zhao's battle in the central square before. But Ling Zhao's battle was all large-scale attacks. Most of those who were killed were actually killed by the sneak attacks of the Fighting Soul, and Dark Frost. They thought that Ling Zhao's support ability was only stronger. His actual combat strength was not very good. As long as they were on guard against Ling Zhao's poison and immortal fire, they didn't have to worry too much. It was also because this guy had not seen the scene of Ling Xiao killing a first-level reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist. Otherwise, he would definitely not be so confident. It's not good to talk too much nonsense. You guys come together. You're really not enough. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Boasting shamelessly. Junior sister, you don't have to make a move. Watch how I, your senior brother, take care of this trash. Male martial artists would usually put in a lot of effort in front of the woman they liked. They wanted to prove that they were stronger than other male creatures. Perhaps this was the most primitive habit of human beings. Too much nonsense, go to hell. Ling Xiao had already lost his patience and directly made the first move. Only to see his figure tremble, and he already arrived in front of the man. Then, pointing out a finger, the fingertip pierced through the man's throat. The man fell to the ground on the spot and was teleported out. If not for the armor of rule, the man would definitely be dead. They were both at the heaven-seizing fate-changing realm, but in front of Ling Xiao, this man was simply like an idiot who did not know how to fight. Not even a move was made and he was already defeated. Ling Xiao looked at the woman coldly and said, "It's your turn. You said that you would let us attack first. You went back on your word." The woman suddenly cried out. "I did say that, but if you don't attack, am I supposed to wait my whole life? You're really a spoiled baby. The carefree life in the Western region has made you, the descendants of the 9 Supremes, outrageous." Ling Xiao shook his head. "You'd better choose to commit suicide. In front of me, you don't have any chance." "That's not necessarily true. Although I'm not your match, my movement technique is definitely better than yours." As she said this, the woman suddenly trembled and appeared hundreds of meters away. That speed was really fast. Is that it? Ling Xiao shook his head and stepped out with the blizzard ice sealing steps. The surrounding air suddenly turned icy cold. The woman who had been speeding up to escape instantly slowed down. Is this the Ice Emperor's legacy? The woman felt bitter. This Ling Xiao was too terrifying. Even if she joined forces with her senior brother, it was impossible for them to be Ling Xiao's match. It looked like Ling Xiao had not actually unleashed his strongest combat strength in the battle in the central square. The woman from the Heavenly Emperor dynasty was slowed down by the cold aura. While she was panicking in her heart, Ling Xiao had already arrived beside her and struck out with a palm. The woman was instantly beaten to the brink of death. Then, she was teleported out. Although there's the rule armor, it's true that I'm injured here. Ling Xiao suddenly lost interest in the rule armor. After many people were seriously injured, even if they were teleported out, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Because their injuries were simply too severe. Another one came out. There are still 7 eliminated spots left. In the central plaza, the moment the woman from the Heavenly Emperor dynasty appeared, she was still a little stunned. Although the rule armor had a certain healing effect on the body. But Ling Xiao's attack was simply too powerful. Even if it was just an ordinary attack, it still made her unable to recover for a long time. Was it Ling Xiao again? The Heavenly Emperor said coldly. That's right. Ling Xiao is too strong. We're not his match at all. I'm afraid only Lord Qingzhong can suppress him. That woman was already filled with fear towards Ling Xiao at this time. She was afraid that even if she met Ling Xiao again, she would not have the courage to fight. Don't worry, Ling Xiao doesn't have the rule armor. He will definitely die, whether it's Qingzhong and Kong, or Dragon Shark King, they won't let him go. The Heavenly Emperor said while gnashing his teeth. He didn't know that behind his anger, there was also a strong jealousy. Why did a genius like Ling Xiao not belong to his Heavenly Emperor dynasty? There are still 7 spots left. That Ling Xiao won't hide, right? Right now, these people outside basically wanted Ling Xiao to die. Ling Xiao's sudden rise completely disrupted their plans, causing them to be humiliated. Just think about it, people who originally had noble status suddenly discovered that a lowly commoner had become the most outstanding person among them. Furthermore, they were all inferior. How could their mentality be balanced? Moreover, Ling Xiao eliminated 2 people from the Avenging Alliance and 2 people from the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. Coupled with the enmity with Wang Gua, it was normal for others to hate him. However, they wanted Ling Xiao to die, but they were also afraid that Ling Xiao would hide and not show himself. These people were really conflicted. No, that brat is very arrogant. He even dared to provoke the Blood Axe Serpent clan. He didn't even give face to the master of the Fiend God token. How could he possibly hide? Just wait, he will definitely come out. Dragon Mother gritted her teeth. Although no one from Tado Land had been eliminated yet, he was still worried about his daughter, the Koi King. Compared to Nkong, who was at the 2nd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm, and the Dragon Shark King, who was at the 1st level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. The Koi King's strength could not keep up. He was definitely no match for Ling Xiao. She only hoped that Ling Xiao would be eliminated as soon as possible. That way, the Koi King would be safer. Brother Ling, what is that? Ling Xiao didn't know what the people outside thought of him. At this moment, he and the Soul Warrior had arrived outside a strange building. What is this place? Ling Xiao was also curious. I've never heard of such a building in the world of the dead. It looked like an ancient temple. The words Imperial Temple were written on it. At this time, the door of the Imperial Temple was ajar, as if someone had already entered. Imperial Temple? What Imperial Temple? Could it be related to the 8 great ancient emperors, or is it related to the 9 supremes? The Soul Warrior muttered to himself. Don't think so much. Since you're curious, let's go in and take a look. Ling Xiao smiled and walked towards the Imperial Temple. Just as they were about to step into the Imperial Temple, a figure suddenly walked out from inside. Ling Xiao immediately stopped in his tracks and looked at that person. It turned out to be an old acquaintance. Koi King. Ling Xiao. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Ling Xiao was fine. He had taken a lot of advantage from the Koi King, so he didn't hate the Koi King. But the Koi King was different. The Koi King was almost killed by Ling Xiao, and the Ice Emperor's inheritance was snatched away by Ling Xiao. She must be furious. In her eyes, Ling Xiao was someone she had to kill. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. The Koi King was taken aback for a moment, then smiled coldly. In her hands, there were two short knives that were as smooth as water. The short knives seemed to be made of water, and the blade seemed to be able to move. It was very strange. Soul Warrior, step back. Ling Xiao could feel the special aura of the Koi King. It seemed that the Koi King's strength had increased in this world of the dead. Although she had not broken through, her fighting strength had definitely increased a lot. The Soul Warrior nodded and retreated to the side. Ling Xiao did not leave, but looked coldly at the Koi King. I advise you not to make a move. Although I don't know what you got here to increase your strength. But you're still not my match. To be honest, I don't want to kill you. But don't force me. Ling Xiao looked at the Koi King. He had no interest in this weakling. Are you afraid? The Koi King suddenly laughed and said, You're unlucky. If we had met before, you would have killed me. But now, you don't have the chance. As she spoke, she took a step forward with her right foot, and her killing intent suddenly erupted. On the two knives, the knife momentum bloomed wildly. The two knives came together, and a cross-like killing move stabbed toward Ling Xiao. Extremely fast, extremely accurate, Ling Xiao only felt a flash of cold light, and then he felt the killing intent of death. Martial spirit, no, what is that? Ling Xiao looked at the imperial temple behind the Koi King and suddenly understood something. Soul Warrior, go to the imperial temple. I'll be right there. Ling Xiao did not intend to tangle with the Koi King. He could feel that there was a power in the Koi King's body that did not belong to her. At this time, behind the Koi King, in addition to the martial spirit, there was a strange figure. Demon spirit? Demon spirits were different from martial spirits. The martial spirit was completely controlled by the martial artist. The stronger the martial artist, the stronger the martial spirit. On the other hand, demon spirits were originally powerful undead spirits. They were only hired by the martial artist and could bestow all of their combat power to the martial artist. Demon spirits would not become stronger as the martial artist became stronger. Their strength would always be the same as when they were alive. They could not cultivate or improve. In the past, Ling Xiao had also heard that almost all martialists were possessed by demon spirits. He had never imagined that he would actually see the existence of demon spirits in the primordial divine tomb. The difference was that Yuan Venerades were not considered demon spirits, as their souls were not dead. Only their physical bodies were destroyed. On the other hand, demon spirits existed with physical bodies and their souls were dead. They only relied on their instincts to fight. They were clumsy, but it would be different if they cooperated with a martial artist. In the face of the Koi King's attack, Ling Xiao was actually fighting a first-level reincarnation divine-grade demon spirit. The attack speed of this demon spirit was really fast. Ling Xiao had already reacted as quickly as possible. However, the two knives still stabbed his body. Even though he had the protection of the king-grade black tortoise divine body, a cross-shaped bloody mark still appeared on his body. He felt a stinging sensation on his skin. Do you see that? This is my new power. The Koi King sneered, and her expression became ferocious. The two blades in her hands danced again, and the cold blade light flashed again. The blade was too fast. In an instant, it was already close. Ling Xiao clearly felt that he had avoided it, but he was still inexplicably hit. Seeing two more bloody marks on his body, Ling Xiao became more and more curious. The power of this demon spirit was really powerful. To be able to let a heaven-changing fate realm martial artist exert the strength of a first-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. Moreover, this first-level reincarnation divine realm demon spirit seemed to be much stronger than those good-for-nothings in the God-Devil City. Was it because of the effect of the combination, or was the demon spirit so powerful when she was alive? It was hard to say. But would Ling Xiao be afraid of a first-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist? He finally entered the transformation state of the limitless heavenly rat beast soul. Then, the power of the Tyrant martial spirit was released. At this moment, Xianxia was truly attacking with all his strength. No matter what tricks you play, it's useless. You will die today. The Koi King saw the terrifying battle power released by Xianxia. It was the same feeling as in the Ice Emperor's mausoleum. She was a little afraid, so her attack was even faster. She wanted to kill Xianxia quickly. The blade light was still so fast. Xianxia knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he didn't bother to. He took out the Ice Age. Holding it in his hand, he waved it out crazily. The Koi King was originally attacking Xianxia, but she felt the terrifying energy erupting from the Ice Age. At that moment, her body movements became much slower. Damn it! The Koi King frowned and could only wave the short blade in her hand to block the Ice Age. Boom, a terrifying explosion resounded. The two retreated at the same time. The Koi King with the first-level reincarnation Divine Realm Demon Spirit was really not easy to deal with. This woman was a genius, much stronger than ordinary first-level reincarnation Divine Realm martial artists. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Excuse me, I'm going to take a look inside the Emperor Temple." With the help of the Koi King's attack, he retreated into the Imperial Temple. After that, the doors to the Emperor's Temple closed with a bang. The warrior souls inside closed the door. There was a mechanism on the door of the Arch Temple, so it was easy to do this. The Koi King tried to attack the temple door, but not only was it ineffective, it was even injured. Left with no choice, the Koi King could only stop his attacks and gloomily stare at the entrance of the Imperial Temple. He was so close to being able to kill Xianxia. What a pity, at this moment, in the central square. Everyone looked at the battle helplessly. Xiao's life is really tough. But what exactly is that ancient temple? Why haven't I heard of it before? Could it be that the person who entered the world of the dead has the key item to open the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum? No matter what it is, if we enter that place, we might find something good. I'm afraid that Xianxia will become even stronger after he comes out. The master of the God Devil Order said coldly, "Mo Ling, I didn't expect that even the Mo Ling would appear. It seems that the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum is not far away." The warrior souls hiding in the dark heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, he now knew that Dark Frost, Xianxia, and the warrior souls were not dead. As long as they were not dead, the people outside would not dare to do anything to him, nor would they do anything to him. After all, he was just a lackey. After stepping into the Emperor's temple, Xianxia walked forward with the warrior souls while healing his injuries. They began to explore the mysteries of the Emperor's temple. Xianxia believed that the Koi King could get the help of the Mo Ling. He would definitely be able to do it too. His luck had always been good. After walking for a while, the two of them saw countless memorial tablets. From top to bottom, they were densely packed. There were at least 1,000 of them. The one at the top was labeled Ancient Sword Empress. Below that were the 8 great ancient emperors. Following that were the memorial tablets of the various kings and generals. The owners of these memorial tablets were at least at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm. The Mo Ling that the Koi King got previously should be one of them. The Ancient Sword Empress should be the Ancient Sword Emperor's woman. Xianxia thought and went to look for the Ancient Sword Emperor's memorial tablet. He realized that it did not exist. It seemed that the Ancient Sword Emperor did not set up a memorial tablet here. His memorial tablet should be in the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Warrior souls, see if there is a suitable Mo Ling for you. Xianxia said to the warrior souls and then sat down cross-legged. His soul power began to explore the memorial tablets, hoping to find a suitable Mo Ling for himself. The moment he touched the memorial tablet, there was suddenly a lot of information in Xiao's mind. A Mo Ling can have 2 at most. The strength of a Mo Ling is at most 2 levels higher than a martial artist. Soul power, comprehension, and the strength of the martial soul will all affect the strength and number of Mo Ling. This information at least allowed Xianxia to understand why the Koi King could only get a first-level reincarnation divine realm Mo Ling. There were many powerful devil spirits, but whether or not you had the qualifications to obtain them was another matter altogether. At this time, the warrior souls must have received the same information. He did not speak but continued to explore. His soul power could tell him which Mo Ling was most suitable for him and which level was the most suitable for him. Just as he was exploring, the Ice Age on his body suddenly glowed with a strange luster. The Ice Emperor's memorial tablet also began to glow. The luster of the two items merged into one. Ling Xiao suddenly burst out with a shrill scream. It was too terrifying. That kind of power almost caused him to have a mental breakdown. Fortunately, he had the Sky Tyrant martial soul. A powerful martial soul and powerful soul power quickly suppressed this horror. When he came back to his senses, the Ice Emperor's memorial tablet had disappeared. Furthermore, he could feel that a terrifying demonic spirit had appeared in his body, the Ice Empress. The Ice Emperor's true strength is actually at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Ling Xiao had this feeling the moment he got the Ice Emperor's Mo Ling. However, even though he had obtained such a powerful Mo Ling, the true strength he could use was at most at the 2nd level of the reincarnation divine realm. As his cultivation base increased, the strength of the Ice Emperor's Mo Ling would also be further unsealed. The Ice Emperor was a martialist at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. What level was the ancient Sword Emperor at? Ling Xiao had never heard of a realm above the reincarnation divine realm. Above the reincarnation divine realm is the reincarnation divine meridian realm. From this realm onwards, one has to prepare for the next reincarnation. Both the physical body and the spirit will be strengthened. Only then will one be able to withstand the torture of the next reincarnation. The Yuan Venerate suddenly said. Reincarnation divine meridian realm. This was the first time Ling Xiao had heard of such a realm. It seemed like the ancient Sword Emperor should be a powerhouse of this realm. Or perhaps even stronger? You don't seem surprised? The Yuan Venerate said with a smile. There's nothing to be surprised about. The first reincarnation is extremely risky, the second reincarnation will most likely be a narrow escape. If one is not adequately prepared, I'm afraid one won't survive. The existence of these realms is more reasonable. Good lad. I didn't dare tell you this in the past because I was afraid that you would be confused. Now, it seems like I was thinking too much. You're much stronger and calmer than I thought you would be. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. Alright, you've gotten the Ice Emperor's demon spirit. You've really profited this time. The Ice Emperor's inheritance and the Ice Emperor's demon spirit are actually the most perfect combination. Take your time to familiarize yourself with it. I won't disturb you any further. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and discovered that the warrior soul was still comprehending. Thus, he didn't disturb him. Instead, he sat aside and began to familiarize himself with the use of the Ice Emperor's demon spirit. He wasn't greedy. Although he could still try to obtain other demon spirits, he had to at least familiarize himself with the Ice Emperor's demon spirit first. Otherwise, who knew what would happen if he was too greedy, after an unknown amount of time? Perhaps an hour. The doors of the Arch Temple, which were originally closed, opened automatically. Ling Xiao stood up abruptly. It seemed like the Arch Temple didn't allow martialists to stay inside. If one couldn't comprehend after a certain period of time, they could only leave. Otherwise, they might face danger. When the doors opened, the martialists outside would enter. Rustling sounds could be heard from inside. Is it a spirit? The warrior soul asked suddenly. Are you done? Yes, I came to the right place. I obtained a first-level reincarnation divine-grade demon spirit. This is awesome. The warrior soul said excitedly. As long as you're happy. Ling Xiao didn't have the nerve to say that he had obtained the Ice Emperor's demon spirit. Otherwise, the warrior soul would be upset again. Oh? When Ling Xiao stepped out of the Arch Temple, he saw two people. One was the Koi King. The other was Prince Tian. Both the Koi King and Prince Tian possessed demon spirits. It seemed like there was more than one the Arch Temple in the world of the dead. The things inside were probably the same. Are you here to kill me? Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the two of them. He did not have the armor of laws. That would mean that he would really die, unlike other martial artists. Even if other martial artists died, they could rely on the rule armor to survive. It's good that you know. I was just waiting for you and that Soul Palace trash to come out. The Koi King looked at Ling Xiao and sneered. She had originally planned to wait here alone, but she considered that Ling Xiao had a helper. That was why he went to look for Prince Tian. Fortunately, he was not late. Ling Xiao had just walked out of the Arch Temple. I have to thank you for bringing him here. Ling Xiao pointed at Prince Tian and sneered. What do you mean? The Koi King did not understand. Don't you understand? This time, in the world of the dead, the one I want to kill the most is Prince Tian. As for you, I don't hate you that much. Ling Xiao smiled. Cut the crap. You don't hate me, but I hate you to the core. Today, you must die. The Koi King roared. Koi King, don't be angry. With me here today, he won't be able to survive. Prince Tian stood in front of the Koi King proudly. I'm your man. Naturally, I have to solve your problem for you. Thank you, but let me go first. I can't wait to eat his flesh piece by piece. If I'm not a match for him, it won't be too late for you to make a move. The Koi King said. What she wanted to do the most now was to kill Ling Xiao with her own hands. If it was someone else, she would not be able to vent her hatred. Do you really think I don't exist? Duhan had obtained the first level of the reincarnation divine realm, and his combat strength was not inferior to the Koi King. Therefore, he wanted to participate in the battle this time. Brother Duhan, can you give me a chance to show off? Ling Xiao looked at Duhan and smiled. Why? You want to deal with the two of them alone? Duhan was stunned for a moment. That's Prince Tian, who has the Sky Sword inheritance. I know, but I still want to try. If I can't even kill him, wouldn't I have no chance against King Zhou? Ling Xiao was still smiling. Alright, I'll give it to you. But let's make it clear. If I see that you can't do it, I'll definitely intervene. You're the Temple Master's good brother. I definitely can't let you die. Duhan said. No problem, but I'm afraid you won't have that chance. To be honest, I don't care about these two people. Ling Xiao looked at Prince Tian and the Koi King with strong confidence in his eyes. Stupid guy, you're so full of yourself, Koi King, don't kill him too quickly. Play with him slowly until he dies. Prince Tian was completely infuriated by Ling Xiao's attitude. When Ling Xiao first entered the immemorial divine tomb, he was just a nobody. He only let him escape because he underestimated his opponent. But he did not take this kid seriously. But that time in the green zone, Ling Xiao's combat strength shocked him greatly. Today, Ling Xiao's attitude infuriated him even more. How dare a little rat look down on him, Prince Tian? Even if you don't say it, I won't let him go. The Koi King took out his dual blades again and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Don't think that you can fight against me just because you have a demon soul. You have a demon soul for a much shorter time than me. I don't believe that you can use it better than me. The Koi King walked towards Ling Xiao and said angrily. Obviously, he was also infuriated by Ling Xiao's contempt. Ling Xiao ignored him. With a wave of his hand, the water in the air condensed into a sword of ice. This was the ability he gained after obtaining the Ice Emperor's demon soul. The sword of ice was completely condensed from Ice True Yuan. It was probably even more powerful than the Ice Sovereign sword and was close to a precious emperor weapon. Sword of True Yuan? Most people can condense a sword of True Yuan, but it's just an empty shell. It's not as good as a mortal-grade emperor weapon. The Koi King sneered and lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. He flew up like a dragonfly. In an instant, he flew towards Ling Xiao. The two aqua-blue weapons flickered with a strange cold light. His speed was indeed faster than before. However, Ling Xiao was even more indifferent than before. His body instantly entered the peerless heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. Then, the sword of ice in his hand looked like he was casually swinging it. There was no speed, nor any feeling of surging power. It felt like he was just playing. Do you think? Your defense can block this sword of mine. To tell you the truth, my previous two attacks were not mature enough. But this time, the attack is at least 3 times stronger than before. Can you block it? The Koi King's voice sounded. The two short blades in his hand merged into one, and his lethality increased sharply. However, Ling Xiao still casually stabbed out with his sword. The sword of ice moved forward at a very steady speed in the void. The moment it touched the opponent, the cold air suddenly exploded. The entire space seemed to have turned into an ice cave. At that moment, the Koi King's body suddenly trembled. His arms were frozen stiff. The two blades in his hand fell to the ground. Ling Zhao's sword pierced the Koi King's throat. It was like stabbing into a piece of tofu. The Koi King's defense was completely ineffective. How is this possible? The Koi King's body gradually turned into white light. The moment she was teleported out, she still could not believe that she was eliminated so easily. That feeling was simply like a dream. The opponent's sword was clearly so slow. How could there be such a terrifying cold sword intent? Could it be the Ice Emperor? Could it be that he obtained the Ice Emperor's devil spirit? I hope you can learn a lesson this time. Otherwise, the next time I meet you, I'm afraid the rule armor won't be able to save you. Ling Zhao's voice sounded in the Koi King's ear. The Koi King was finally completely teleported out. It was only at that moment that she suddenly understood that since the battle in the Ice Emperor's mausoleum, Ling Xiao had grown again. Moreover, the speed of his growth was simply astonishing. It had already exceeded her imagination. She was defeated. Not only was her body defeated, even her soul had been defeated. Revenge? Did she really have a chance to take revenge? In the central square, Dragon Mother's face was very ugly. On the big screen, the scene just now was clearly played out. And when the Koi King was forcibly teleported out, everything that happened on the screen was confirmed. The Koi King was defeated by Ling Xiao once again. If it was said that the Koi King had underestimated the opponent last time, then what about this time? Ling Xiao actually eliminated the Koi King so easily. What kind of terrifying extent had that kid from the Eight Immortals country grown to? No wonder this kid is so rampant. It's indeed a bit interesting. They both entered the Emperor's temple and obtained the devil spirit, but the improvement was completely different. The Koi King's talent is far inferior to his. The God Devil token owner stroked his chin and smiled with interest. It's a pity that such a genius has to offend me. You killed so many people from the Blood Axe Snake clan, there's no possibility of you surviving. No matter what, you have to die. Dragon Mother suddenly looked at the battle soul hiding in the crowd, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, his body trembled as he charged towards the war spirit. Since they were temporarily unable to find trouble with Ling Xiao, they could only vent their anger on Soul Palace. When the crowd saw Dragon Mother's behavior, some were disdainful, while some were gloating. Who asked War Soul to have a good relationship with Ling Xiao? Serves you right. It seems like there are always people who don't put me in their eyes. Dragon Mother. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Dragon Mother felt dizzy. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. She was the #1 expert of the western regions. However, in front of the master of the Fiend God token, he was unable to withstand a single blow. If you want revenge, wait until the Divine Invitational Tournament is over. Now, if anyone dares to make a move here, don't blame me for being rude. The owner of the Fiend God token did not care who died, but he cared about his face. If someone was killed in the competition that he presided over, and it was outside of the rules, he would be punished. Then where would he put his face? Dragon Mother got up from the ground and obediently returned to the Tado Lands array. The strength of the master of the Fiend God token once again shocked everyone. Make an enemy out of such a person, unless your brain is sick or you don't want to live anymore. Everyone looked at the big screen again. At this time, Prince Tian was facing off against Ling Xiao. One of them obtained the Sky Sword Emperor Demon Spirit, while the other obtained the Ice Emperor Demon Spirit. In terms of the strength of the Demon Spirit, there was no difference between them. However, during the battle, who was stronger would be revealed. It was the same ancient Emperor-level Demon Spirit. When Ling Xiao used it, it was like moving clouds and flowing water. It was as if he was using his own strength. However, Prince Tian was different. Every time he attacked, there would be a moment of stagnation. Obviously, there was a lack of communication between him and the Sky Sword Emperor Demon Spirit. Or he could not completely control it freely. In such a battle, Prince Tian soon fell into a disadvantage. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. The more he fought, the more terrified he became. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, he chose to escape. The dignified Prince Tian, is this your greatest ability? Ling Xiao ridiculed and rushed out to chase. War Soul also followed. King Zhong, save me! Prince Tian shouted as he ran away. Following Prince Tian's shout, a terrifying aura came from afar at an extremely fast speed. A moment later, it was already nearby. Ling Xiao sighed. Anyway, Prince Tian had the armor of rules. He could not kill him. If King Zhong came and the two of them joined forces, he was afraid he would be in trouble. War Soul, let's go. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Anyway, there was still a one-on-one battle. And at that time, Prince Tian would no longer have the armor of rules. He wanted to kill Prince Tian in front of everyone. When King Zhong arrived, Ling Xiao and War Soul had already left. However, Ling Xiao's luck was not good this time. On the way, he met another powerful existence. And Kong of all countries, a low-key expert who was not famous. And Kong saw Ling Xiao and revealed a smile on his face. Koi was eliminated by you, right? Ling Xiao did not know how he found out, but there was nothing to deny about such things. He nodded, that's right. It's good that you admit it. And Kong sneered, and a demonic eye appeared behind him. Ling Xiao had heard of his ability. He could hit the enemy 100% of the time. No matter what kind of attack, the enemy would not be able to avoid it. Of course, there was a limit to this. It must be within a kilometer. And now, the distance between the two was only 50 to 60 meters. It was just within Kang's shooting range. Haha, this time Ling Xiao is dead for sure. The Revenge Alliance, Heavenly Imperial Court, and all countries' martial artists suddenly became excited. Through the big screen, they saw Ling Xiao's encounter with Kong. Each and every one of them wanted to jump up. On the other hand, Dragon Mother's gloomy expression finally showed some joy. Can we not fight? Ling Xiao asked. No. And Kong sneered. Then let's see if you can stop me. War Soul, I'll have to trouble you first. Ling Xiao directly put the War Soul into the beast ring. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to escape. After placing the War Soul, his figure flashed as he used Blizzard Eye sealing steps and fled into the distance. Do you think you can escape? And Kong sneered, and the demonic eye behind him flickered. A powerful aura spewed out from his palm. It accurately hit Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao had tried, and it was useless no matter how hard he tried. The force seemed to be able to lock on to the enemy. No matter how he dodged, it would eventually hit him. Suction palm. With an angry roar from Kong, the force turned into a stream of water, pulling Ling Xiao's body back and flying in Kang's direction. Break for me. Ling Xiao no longer tried to escape. An explosive aura was released from his body, instantly breaking apart the stream of water. At the same time, it froze. However, Kong seemed to have expected this. He was already prepared for the next step of his attack. His figure flashed, and like a swimming fish, he appeared behind Ling Xiao in an instant. He could feel the killing intent coming from Kong. Ling Xiao didn't even turn his head. A sword light exploded from his hand, and then pierced towards Kong's waist. Kill. Terrifying killing intent blossomed from Ling Xiao's body. Although there was no enemy in his eyes, his killing intent had already locked onto the enemy. Not only was this sword sudden, but it also contained a terrifying chill. In that instant, even Kong felt the chill descend, and his body's movements were clearly much slower. Ling Xiao's sword suddenly sped up. Within the domain of absolute frost, the speed of his frost sword was extremely fast. Moreover, he had already released the Ice Emperor's devil spirit. That kind of speed was not only difficult to see with the naked eye. It was as if he completely ignored the restrictions of distance. When he made his move, the sword was already at Kong's throat. Kong's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. However, he was still a second-level reincarnation God realm martial artist, so his reaction was still extremely fast. The palm that attacked Ling Xiao was used to block Ling Xiao's ice sword. Chi. However, this sword was much stronger than he had imagined. He had reacted hastily again. His entire right palm was pierced through by the ice sword. Because it was too cold, there was actually no blood. Only the heart-wrenching pain caused Kong's expression to darken. He had never suffered at the hands of a life-sizer before. To him, a martial artist like Ling Xiao could be easily killed as long as he made a move. But this time, he had been hit. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, this sword would have pierced his throat and sent him out of the world of the dead. If he was eliminated, it would be truly humiliating. Today, you must die. In that instant, Kong exploded with anger that he had never shown before. His entire body began to change. Originally, he was completely in human form, but now, he looked 70% like a fish. The fish scales on his body shone. His battle intent completely erupted. This was the original form of the Sea clan. However, many of them thought that the human form was more beautiful. It was also more suitable for living on land. Therefore, after coming to land, they chose to completely transform into human form. However, the Sea clan was the Sea clan. Once they fought to the point of forgetting themselves, they would forget everything. A terrifying murderous aura was still being emitted from his body. He punched out with both of his fists, and two terrifying streams of water turned into two flood dragons that collided with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao swung his sword to block, but the sword of ice in his hand was actually shattered by Kong. The remaining power then struck his body. He was pushed back more than 10 steps. However, Ling Xiao didn't let Kong off easily. The moment the sword of ice shattered, the ice shards exploded in Kang's palm. The hand was blown to smithereens and could no longer be used. Kong did not care about his shattered palm and continued to attack. The blood fused into the water flow and condensed into a trident, which stabbed viciously toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had no intention of backing down. Looks like you didn't obtain the devil spirit. If that's the case, then go to hell. After a few exchanges, Ling Xiao had already figured out Kang's background. Although Kang's cultivation was strong, he did not obtain a devil spirit. This way, Ling Xiao could control the Ice Emperor's demon spirit and possibly defeat Kong. He no longer used the sword of ice. Ling Xiao directly summoned the Ice Age. The Ice Age was also a mass of cold air. Then, it condensed into a two-handed greatsword. Ling Xiao held it in his hand and actually felt much more comfortable than before. It was also easier to control. This was probably the influence of the Ice Emperor's demon spirit. Kill. Facing the crazy Kong, Ling Xiao did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. The Ice Age in his hand shuttled through the domain of extreme cold. Its speed was at least 2 times faster than outside the domain. Boom, gotcha. Kang's trident collided with the Ice Age and was instantly frozen. Then, it shattered. At this moment, Kong finally revealed a look of fear. Demon spirit. You actually obtained the Ice Emperor's demon spirit. No wonder you're so powerful. It's too late to know now. Ling Xiao originally didn't plan to fight Kong head-on, because no matter who won, they would consume a lot of energy. If Prince Tian and King Zhong chased after him at this time, it would be troublesome. However, this Kong insisted on killing him, so he could only passively fight. The Ice Emperor's demon spirit and the Ice Emperor's inheritance. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like the Ice Emperor's reappearance. The terrifying Ice Age's sword slashed at Kong, causing him to be unable to fight back. Ice Supreme Frost Sword Art. Seeing that the situation was about right, Ling Xiao actually tried to use the Ice Age to execute the Ice Supreme Frost Sword Art. The moment the sword art was successfully condensed, Ling Xiao knew that his judgment was correct. The Ice Age and the Ice Supreme Sword were both ice-type weapons. However, its grade was much higher than the Ice Supreme Sword. Although Ling Xiao was still unable to fully unleash the power of the Ice Age. However, this sword was even more terrifying than the one released by the Ice Supreme Sword. Kong turned around and fled in fear. He knew that he couldn't block this sword. However, he didn't fly far before he was kicked back by a figure. It just so happened to collide with Ling Xiao's Ice Age. The Ice Supreme Frost Sword Art completely exploded. At that moment, Kong was filled with regret. He was depressed. Why did he have to stop Ling Xiao? He didn't have to be eliminated. However, at this moment, his body had already turned into white light and flew out of the world of the dead. How could this be? Even Kong was eliminated by that Ling Xiao. How could this Ling Xiao become so strong? Many people who hated Ling Xiao felt very upset at this moment. They were filled with a sense of loss. They were also filled with fear. They originally looked down on Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's strength had increased to such a level. They finally began to revere him. At this moment, among the warriors of the western region, the only ones who could truly pose a threat to Ling Xiao were Dragon Mother and the leader of the Avenging Alliance. Even a martial artist at the second level of the reincarnation divine realm might not be his match if he didn't obtain the demon spirit. How could this be? The Heavenly King gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anger. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the more unlikely it would be for him to obtain the Ice Emperor's inheritance. How many people are left to be eliminated? There's only one left. While everyone was talking, many battles were still going on in the world of the dead. Out of the 10 people sent by the owner of the Fiend God Order, 3 had been eliminated. Only 7 people were left. 2 of them were killed by Feng Fei and Tianhai tyranny. It was obvious that those 2 had obtained the demon spirit and their fighting strength had soared. One had Fairy Linglong's demon spirit, while the other had Emperor Yan's demon spirit. The other person was killed by Dark Frost. There were still 12 people left from the Western region. 2 from Soul Hall, Dark Frost and Soul Battle. 3 from 8 Immortals Country, Ling Xiao, Little Jean, and Cold Plum. 3 from the Avenging Alliance, Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, and Linglong Saintess. 1 from 10,000 Countries, Dragon Shark King. 2 from Celestial Dynasty, Imperial Prince Tian, Duke of Zhong, and Long Chen. Out of the remaining 19 people, 1 had to be eliminated. Otherwise, this battle wouldn't end. However, there were still many battles going on at the same time. Someone could be eliminated at any time. Little girl, you're here? The one who kicked Kong over was Dark Frost. I heard princes shout that day. I guessed that you were here, so I came over. Dark Frost smiled. Palace Master. Do Han was also released from Ling Xiao's beast ring. He said excitedly, I don't know what the situation is like now, but we're lucky to have 2 people left in our Soul Hall. That's right. The 10 guys sent by the owner of the God and Devil Order are too strange. Not only are they strong, but 7 of them have already obtained the Devil's Soul. Dark Frost sighed. While the 3 of them were talking, Prince Tian and King Zhong had already left quietly. Originally, Prince Tian and King Zhong had come to take revenge, but when they saw Dark Frost present, they did not dare to talk about revenge. The 2 of them might not be able to defeat Dark Frost alone. At this moment, somewhere on the battlefield, the Dragon Shark King was facing 2 experts sent by the owner of the God and Devil Order alone. It seemed that he had been forced into a corner. However, there was not the slightest worry on his face. His eyes were filled with confidence. After experiencing the battle with Ling Xiao, he understood his flaws. After that, he obtained the 7-star Battle Emperor's inheritance. He even found the 7-star Battle Emperor's Devil's Soul in the world of the dead. His combat strength had greatly increased. 1 against 2, it was very troublesome. However, it did not mean that there was no chance of winning. This chance of winning was the other party's underestimation of him. He had reached a point where he could no longer retreat. One of the opponents suddenly attacked, and he was finally alone. Although this so-called alone was actually just a distance of more than 10 meters. However, to the Dragon Shark King, this was his only chance, and it was also the chance he had been waiting for. A saber suddenly appeared and pierced through that person's body. That person turned into a white light and was teleported out. 7-star saber. This is the weapon left behind by the 7-star Battle Emperor. It's a weapon of the same level as the Ice Age. The Dragon Shark King had used it to eliminate one of the experts sent by the owner of the God and Devil Order. At this point, the final list of the 18 people was finally out. No matter who continued to fight, it would be considered a violation of the rules and would be removed from the promotion list. It seems to be over? Ling Xiao saw a circle of light appear under Dark Frost and Do Han's feet. He knew that this should be a sign that they were about to be teleported out. There was no circle of light under his feet. It was probably because he didn't have any armor of rules, so he had to walk out of the portal himself. Helplessly, this was the only way. You guys go on ahead. I'll catch up with you soon. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he fled in the direction he had come from. After walking for about 100 meters, he suddenly stopped. The reason for that was because a door had appeared not too far away from him. Outside the door were 9 weapons, the weapons used by the 9 Supremes in the past. Inside that door, there was an aura that made people yearn for it. He wanted to walk over and open the door. However, the door gradually disappeared. Ling Xiao frowned. What he could confirm was that this door did not exist when he came here. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a dot on the map of the divine tomb of the western regions began to flicker. After zooming in, this was the location of the world of the dead. It seems that this map of the western region is indeed related to the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. But I don't know what the connection is. Maybe I'll have to wait until I enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum to find out. Ling Xiao looked around. A chilly wind blew, and suddenly, many departed spirits appeared. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He rushed out of the portal and arrived at the central square. When he arrived at the central square, there were already many people gathered there. Those who were eliminated and those who advanced were all there. However, Ling Xiao found that everyone's expression was not very good. What's going on? Ling Xiao walked up to Darkfrost and asked. The owner of the God and Devil Order suddenly announced a change in the rules. The 6 people he sent out will directly get 6 opportunities to enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. The 12 people from the western region will have to fight. The remaining 6 people will have the opportunity to enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. These 6 people will fight again. In the end, the first place can invite 3 people to enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. The second place can invite 2 people. The third place can only invite 1 person. This person must be chosen from the Western region martial artists. Darkfrost explained. It sounds very complicated. In any case, it was originally a dispensable battle, but now it has become a battle that must be fought. Ling Xiao asked. Yes, that's the principle. Darkfrost sighed and said, the owner of the God and Devil Order is really capricious. It can't be helped. He's stronger. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, let's do as he says first. In any case, he won't not give us a chance. Because he still wants us to bring out the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance and give it to him. Everyone, listen up. In the second round of battle, you can kill or cripple your opponent's cultivation. The battle will end when the opponent is killed or falls out of the ring. You are not allowed to admit defeat during the battle. Of course, you can choose to jump out of the ring yourself. A woman standing beside the owner of the God and Devil Order said loudly. Will people die? Hearing this, the people from the various major forces of the Western region frowned. If you're afraid of death, then don't participate and just forfeit. In any case, only the strong can obtain the inheritance in the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum. It's a waste of time for trash to enter. The owner of the God and Devil Order sneered. It was naturally impossible for anyone to forfeit. At this point, everyone wanted to try their luck. Moreover, they could still jump out of the ring and admit defeat. It was not like they would definitely die. Alright, since no one forfeits, then prepare to draw lots. The first battle will be between martial artists who draw the same number. The owner of the God and Devil Order waved his hand lazily. Naturally, someone prepared a box. There was a slip of paper with numbers written on it. This box was obviously made from a special item. Even some martial artists with secret techniques or eye techniques could not see through it. However, Ling Xiao tried to use the Tai Chi eye and found that although this thing was magical, it was still unable to block his Tai Chi eye. It seemed that the eye technique brewed from the Sky Tyrant martial soul really exceeded the restrictions of some rules. As long as I don't draw Darkfrost, it'll be fine. If Ling Xiao drew Darkfrost, he would definitely be no match for her, but he was unwilling to let Darkfrost admit defeat. Thus, he could only cheat. As for drawing someone else, he didn't care. He didn't fear anyone. Before the drawing of lots began, everyone was discussing the upcoming battle. That Ling Xiao is really terrifyingly strong. He's only at the life-changing realm, but he actually killed An Kong. That's a second-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny didn't lose to him either. They also killed a second-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. There's also the Dragon Shark King. This time's battle is really confusing. Originally, we thought they were strong, but they're just silver spears. The silver spear that everyone was talking about was naturally referring to Prince Tian. This caused Prince Tian's face to become extremely gloomy. In the past, he was dazzling and was regarded as the #1 genius of the Western region. Only the Dragon Shark King was worthy of being compared to him. But now, he had become the target of everyone's ridicule. This was intolerable. He looked at Ling Xiao and thought that the instigator of all this was Ling Xiao. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be ridiculed like this. Just you wait, I will definitely kill you. Definitely. Prince Tian gritted his teeth. His confidence came from the resources of the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. He had been in the heaven-seizing fate-changing realm for some time. And the battle of the 12 people would definitely not start today. He had to seize the last opportunity. Even if he had to take a risk once, he had to make a breakthrough. As long as my cultivation base breaks through to the first level of the reincarnation divine realm, coupled with the Sky Sword Emperor Mo Ling, who would be my opponent, even that Dark Frost might not be able to defeat me. Prince Tian gritted his teeth and temporarily suppressed his anger in his heart. Not only did Prince Tian hate Ling Xiao to the bone, Dragon Mother was the same. The Koi King was eliminated and Kong was eliminated. Their myriad kingdom only had the Dragon Shark King left. All of this was thanks to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Dragon Mother without fear and sneered, "Old woman, why are you staring at me? Even if you fancy me, I don't fancy a big fat fish like you." He could feel the killing intent in Dragon Mother's eyes. But would he be afraid? He could feel that he was about to break through to the reincarnation divine realm. At that time, with the help of the Ice Emperor Mo Ling, even Dragon Mother could be destroyed. Dragon Mother's attempt to intimidate him was a waste of effort. Remember, those who offend me will never be able to walk out of this immemorial divine tomb alive. Dragon Mother gritted her teeth and said. At this time, she really didn't dare to do anything other than threatening. First, Dark Frost was beside Ling Xiao. Secondly, she had already been taught a lesson by the master of the God and Devil Order, so she wouldn't forget her lesson. However, she would bury this hatred in the bottom of her heart and wait until the Gods and Devils Invitational Tournament was over to settle the score. I still advise you not to act recklessly. Although the Koi King and Kong had been eliminated, they were not dead. If you want to kill me, I can guarantee that your Tato land will disappear from the map. Ling Xiao sneered. Just as Dragon Mother was about to say something, the voice of the God and Devil Order's owner came from the other side. All of you, shut up and start drawing lots. No one dared to defy his authority. This guy was a truly terrifying existence. Just the release of his aura was enough to make Dragon Mother fall to the ground. If he really went berserk, who knew how terrifying it would be? 12 people lined up and waited for the drawing of lots. The rules had been stated before. There were 6 numbers in the box, and whoever got the same number would be the opponent. I'll go first. The Linglong Saintess walked up and was the first one to draw lots. Number 2. She read out the numbers. He didn't seem to care who he was fighting. There probably weren't many people who wanted to meet her. Next, Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny both drew lots. One was number 1 and the other was number 3. So far, there was still no match. The martial artists of the Celestial Dynasty followed behind to draw lots. Long Chen was the first to go up and drew number 4. There was still no match. Prince Tian was the next to draw his number. Number 4. Hearing this number, everyone was stunned. The first pair of opponents appeared, but they didn't expect it to be an internal battle of the Celestial Dynasty. Prince Tian glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "You got lucky. But don't worry, we'll have a chance to meet again. I just hope you won't be eliminated early." He thought it was an easy draw for him to meet Long Chen, because Long Chen was his pet and would definitely admit defeat. Hearing his words, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. It seemed like he didn't need to do anything. Prince Tian might not be Long Chen's opponent. They both had the ancient emperor's legacy. They both had the ancient emperor's devil soul. Moreover, their cultivation levels were the same. Ling Xiao trusted Long Chen more. Just take care of yourself. Don't fail miserably at such an easy task. Ling Xiao smiled, unconcerned. The third to draw lots was Duke Zhong. Number 6. Just like before, only pairs of fighters appeared. But no one was in a hurry. After all, there were only 6 numbers. The closer it got, the more matches there would be. After the Celestial Dynasty drew lots, the Dragon Shark King went up as well. Number 5. Odd number again. Everyone was disappointed. But by now, all the numbers had been drawn. Following that, every time a lot was drawn, a battle would take place. Everyone's mood rose again. Number 1. Leng Mei was the one who drew lots. By now, Cold Plum had already emerged from the Mountain River world. In addition to the tremendous change in his temperament, his strength had also skyrocketed. But she had concealed her aura, so no one could sense it. Even the owner of the Divine Devil token couldn't sense Cold Plum's true cultivation level. Who's this person? Why haven't I seen her before? Everyone was confused. I'm one of the participants from the 8 Immortals country. Ling Xiao said simply. There was no need for unnecessary explanations. So it's you. Cold Plum looked towards Feng Fei, her opponent this time. Back on the White Tiger continent, she was no match for Feng Fei in that top-level match. But this time, she was filled with confidence. I hope you don't lose too early, or else it'll be boring. Feng Fei smiled. Hee hee. Cold Plum smiled and returned to Ling Xiao's side. Seeing Ling Xiao with a big beauty and a little beauty, many people were jealous. At the same time, a small golden bird flew towards the drawing lots. Number 3. No way, the demon beasts can draw lots too? Everyone was even more confused. Demon beasts have intelligence too. Why can't they? The owner of the Divine Devil token said simply. I actually hope that my opponent is Ling Xiao, and not a bird like you. Tianhai Tyranny was disappointed to see Little Gold. Little Gold ignored him and returned to the beast ring to continue cultivating. Drawing lots was just a small interlude for him. Next, it's my turn, right? Ling Xiao walked onto the stage. Everyone became nervous. Some wanted to fight with him, while others wanted to avoid him. Number 5. Very good. The Dragon Shark King spoke. The grudge between Ling Xiao and Wanguo was too great. The one he wanted to fight the most was Ling Xiao. I think it's good too. Ling Xiao smiled and walked off the stage. Then Dark Frost and Do Hun went up to draw lots. Dark Frost drew Ling Long Saintus, while Do Hun drew Duke Zhong. Everyone looked at Ling Long Saintus and Do Hun sympathetically. Because they felt that they had no hope. Alright, the drawing of lots is over. Go back and rest today. Tomorrow, the duel will begin. After the owner of the Divine Devil token announced the duel time, he disappeared from his seat. Since everything was fine, everyone returned to their respective residences. When Ling Xiao and the others returned, they noticed that a Blood Axe Snake clan was monitoring them. It was as if they were afraid that they would run away. Ling Xiao was very unhappy with this kind of monitoring. He directly killed the Blood Axe Snake clan's martial artist who was monitoring them. Anyway, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, so what was there to be afraid of? He didn't believe that the Blood Axe Snake clan would dare to send someone to monitor them. If someone really came, he would still kill them. Back at their residence, Cold Plum and Xiao Jin still went to cultivate. The rest of the people had a small meeting. Of course, the most important thing was to target Ling Xiao's opponent, the Dragon Shark King. Brother Ling Xiao, you must not underestimate the enemy. The Dragon Shark King's talent is already very terrifying, plus he has the inheritance of the 7-star War Emperor and the Demon Spirit. This time, he will definitely become your formidable opponent. I know, I have never underestimated him, but to be honest, he is not my opponent. Ling Xiao said confidently. Although I also believe in Brother Ling Xiao, there is a 7-star war body in the inheritance of the 7-star War Emperor, which belongs to the intermediate king-level war body. There is also a set of movement technique, which belongs to the elementary king-level 7-star Dipper Step. If you ask me, the 7-star Dipper Step is probably more powerful than many intermediate king-level movement techniques. In addition, he is now the only hope of the myriad countries, so Dragon Mother will definitely help him improve his strength as much as possible during this period of time. There are still a few hours before the start of tomorrow's battle. Everything may change. So you have to be prepared. I understand, the 7-star War Emperor's inheritance is really special. But it doesn't matter. If I can defeat him once, I can defeat him a second time. In fact, for me, the biggest problem now is not this battle. It is how to deal with the God Devil Token's owner. His purpose is very clear, that is, to let us help him take out the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. And then seize it. Although everyone knows, no one dares to resist and can only do as he wants. I don't want to make a wedding dress for someone else. After working so hard, I have to give it away. Alright, you're quite far-sighted. However, everything has to be done step by step. Dark Frost smiled bitterly. Little girl, don't worry. I said that nothing will happen, so nothing will happen. Ling Xiao rubbed Dark Frost's hair and said, thank you for the information. I'll think about how to deal with the Dragon Shark King. Alright then, I won't disturb you anymore. Dark Frost, the warrior souls, and the warrior souls left. Wait a moment, let the war spirit follow me to the world of the dead. Ling Xiao suddenly said, War Soul probably didn't get the devil spirit. If it encounters a battle in the future, I'm afraid it will be very disadvantageous. Also, Xiao Jin and Cold Plum didn't get the devil soul. The world of the dead can only be opened by the owner of the God and Devil token, right? Dark Frost frowned. Don't worry, that place is nothing to me. Ling Xiao smiled. Then, everyone went to the world of the dead together. In fact, the way to enter the world of the dead was very simple. Either you have powerful strength and can forcefully open the portal, or you know how to set up arrays. Ling Xiao obviously belonged to the latter. After entering the world of the dead, they went to the temple and began to comprehend. Ling Xiao treated the undead in the world of the dead as his training partner and began to fight crazily. The next day came quickly. Everyone appeared at the exit of the world of the dead. I didn't expect Long Chen to get the Dragon Emperor Devil Soul. Cold Plum is even more terrifying. She actually got the ancient Sword Emperor Devil Soul. Ling Xiao was a little emotional. He was now more and more curious about Cold Plum's background. Master, no matter what my identity is, I will always be Master's follower. Cold Plum couldn't help but say when she saw Ling Xiao's confused look. Cold Plum, I've said it a long time ago. We are not master and servant, but friends. Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. Master, do you hate Cold Plum? Cold Plum's face suddenly changed. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. You can call me whatever you like. Let's go, everyone should set off. Our destination is the central square. Ling Xiao didn't intend to correct her. Anyway, it was enough for him to treat Cold Plum as a friend in his heart. When everyone arrived at the central square, the martial artists of the other forces had already arrived. Coupled with the audience from the Divine Devil City, the scene was very grand. He was almost completely surrounded. Perhaps to those martial artists from the Divine Devil City, we are still noobs after all. Do Hun said with a wry smile. Then do your best. Let the people of the Divine Devil City see that the martial artists of the Western region are not noobs. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. This long battle was not only about whether they could enter the immemorial Imperial Mausoleum, but also a battle of dignity. Ling Xiao's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. This guy had become too famous recently. He had killed at least tens of thousands of people from the Blood Axe Snake clan, and even killed the daughter of the Blood Axe Snake clan's patriarch. And he even dared to talk back to the Divine Devil Order's owner. Just these 2 points alone were enough to make him infamous. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't care about being infamous. He had always done things with a clear conscience and only followed his heart. Their mouths were on other people's bodies. What other people wanted to say was their business. He just needed to do his own thing well. The Koi King looked at Ling Xiao with a flicker in his eyes. Fear, anger. And a little complicated. However, the way Prince Tian looked at Ling Xiao was filled with hatred. And today, Ling Xiao found that Prince Tian's situation was a little strange. He actually broke through in one night. Damn, a big force is a big force. Their resources are really terrifying. But Longchen seems to have broken through too. Hehe, the Sky Emperor dynasty has set up such a strong enemy for me. I wonder if he will die of anger when he finds out the result. Ling Xiao smiled, feeling happy for Longchen. At this moment, Longchen was fine. He had used his soul power to check Longchen's body, but there was nothing controlling him. This meant that King Zhong's thoughts were all on him, and he didn't have the mood to care about Longchen. This was for the best. Longchen, I'll leave that trash Prince Tian to you. Is that okay? Ling Xiao secretly transmitted. Don't worry, boss. I've been waiting for this day. That grandson actually dared to treat me like a pet. I'll beat him up so badly that even his mother won't recognize him. Longchen had been holding it in for a long time. Finally, he could vent it all out today. He was overjoyed. Idiot, what are you laughing at? Suddenly, Prince Tian's voice rang out, probably because he saw Ling Xiao's smug smile. Nothing. I just feel that some idiots are going to suffer today. Ling Xiao said with a smile. You're talking about yourself, right? I really hope you can defeat the Dragon Shark King. Otherwise, it'll be boring. Perhaps it was because of his breakthrough in cultivation. Prince Tian appeared to be very confident. Let's not waste words. Let's have the two contestants fight. The female martial artist by the token owner's side declared. The stage had long been set up. It was made of special materials that made it difficult for even rebirth divine realm martial artists to completely destroy. Even if there were cracks or parts of it, it could be repaired in time. Feng Fei and Cold Plum stepped onto the stage at the same time. Both women were valiant and formidable. Feng Fei was calm and unruffled, while Cold Plum was as cold as frost. Whether it was appearance or figure, both of them were outstanding. Many of the spectators in Fiend God City cheered as well. Many of them didn't care about the results of the fight, but were more interested in how the two beauties fought. Does anyone admit defeat? The female martial artist asked. Cold Plum and Feng Fei both shook their heads. Neither of them had any intentions of admitting defeat. Alright, since that's the case, let's fight. No need to be polite. Do your best to show off your skills. Let the world witness your strength. The female martial artist's words were insincere. How strong could the martial artists of the western regions be? She felt a little disdainful. Who do you think will win? The people of the four major forces were all arranged together, so it was very easy to communicate. The Alliance of Vengeance, Celestial Emperor Dynasty, and Myriad Kingdom Alliance seemed ready to unite against a common enemy and isolate Soul Hall. It was the Celestial King who asked the question. Naturally, it's Feng Fei. Ling Long Palace's palace master said coldly, it's not that I'm shielding my own people, but Feng Fei has Fairy Ling Long's legacy. Moreover, he obtained her devil spirit in the world of the dead. That little girl of unknown origins is no match for her. That makes sense. The Eight Immortals Nation is just a small faction that used to belong to the Celestial Emperor Dynasty. Ling Xiao is an exception. No one else can be as strong as him. The Celestial King nodded as well. Everyone else had the same thoughts. After all, Feng Fei had already displayed her strength by defeating a second-level rebirth divine realm martial artist in the world of the dead. Just this point alone was enough to make people look forward to her. You old fellows really have poor eyesight. Do you believe that my Cold Plum can make Feng Fei roll off the stage in 3 moves? Ling Xiao looked at the old man provocatively. In any case, everyone didn't like each other, so it didn't matter if their words were harsh. Bullshit. The palace master of Linglong Palace was displeased. However, at this moment, a person suddenly fell from the stage and fell to the ground. The entire place fell into a dead silence. Is it over? Almost no one had the time to pay attention to the battle, and it was already over. It was Feng Fei who had fallen to the ground. One move, just one move, Ling Xiao had underestimated Cold Plum, who had fused with the butterfly lady. This was simply ridiculously strong. Can you announce it now? Cold Plum looked at the female warrior who was still in a daze and said coldly. How did you do it? The female warrior could not help but ask. This question doesn't need to be answered, right? Cold Plum said coldly. She seemed to only reveal a smile in front of Ling Xiao. No need. Cold Plum wins this battle. The owner of the Celestial Devil token announced himself. Right now, he was filled with interest towards Cold Plum. That girl is a bit strange. Shifeng, remember this. You can kill Ling Xiao, but you have to leave this girl behind. She's useful to me. The owner of the Celestial Devil token said to Shifeng, the head of the Blood Axe Snake clan. This subordinate obeys. Shifeng nodded. He didn't find anything strange about Cold Plum. But since the owner of the Celestial Devil token said so, then something must be wrong. Next match. The female warrior announced. The Linglong Saintess and Dark Frost were already standing on the stage. The crowd seemed to have yet to recover from the previous battle. That woman called Cold Plum is probably the strongest in the Eight Immortals country. She's even scarier than Ling Xiao. That's right. I didn't even see how she attacked. Feng Fei stood up from the ground, his expression full of helplessness. She thought that she could surpass Ling Xiao after reincarnating. But now, she couldn't even deal with a girl by Ling Xiao's side. What a joke. Trash. You have Fairy Linglong's inheritance for nothing. You're useless. Tianhai Tyranny looked at Feng Fei with disdain. Don't talk about me first. Ling Xiao's subordinates aren't as simple as you think. If you underestimate them, you'll end up worse off than me. Feng Fei said simply before returning to Linglong Palace's ranks. But Tyranny Heavenly Ocean disdained her words. You're just looking for excuses after losing. How useless. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao's subordinates could be strong. It was abnormal enough that there was a heaven-defying monster like Ling Xiao in this world. If there were more monsters like Ling Xiao, it would be crazy. While they were talking, the battle between Dark Frost and Linglong Saintess had already begun. Although I know I can't win, I still have to try. Linglong Saintess didn't want to admit defeat so easily. She wanted to test her strength. I won't kill you because you helped Ling Xiao. But I must win this battle. Dark Frost shouted coldly as a terrifying spiritual power burst out. A pair of ghost hands appeared in the air and slapped Linglong Saintess out of the arena. The gap was too big. You're indeed the Hall Master of Soul Hall. I'm not as good as you. Linglong Saintess was a little sad. She wasn't weak, but she met a strong opponent like Dark Frost. She could only be eliminated. Dark Frost wins. Next match. The female warrior was straightforward this time. Because she wasn't as surprised as last time. After all, Dark Frost was the Hall Master of Soul Hall. Her strength was widely known. Ling Xiao, I'll kill your bird first and then wait for you. Let's settle our past grudges in this arena. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean rushed onto the stage and roared at soaring heavens. Loser, you don't have the qualification to fight with me. Little Gold, kill him. Ling Xiao raised his hand. A golden light rushed to the arena. Little Gold's body grew in the wind and turned into a giant golden crow. The terrifying aura finally made Tianhai Tyranny get serious. Boss asked me to kill you. It seems like he's not happy with you. Then I can only kill you. It's a waste to give the Flame Emperor's inheritance to you. It's better for me to use it. Little Gold spoke human language. Only then did everyone realize that this was definitely not an ordinary bird. Shameless boasting. Fire God's Domain. Tianhai Tyranny released Fire God's Domain as soon as he came up. The entire arena turned into a sea of fire. The terrifying flames burned the arena until it began to melt. If it was any other opponent, they wouldn't be able to resist this terrifying Fire God's Domain. But Tianhai Tyranny was too unlucky. He just had to meet Little Gold. Xiao Jin was crazy about things that contained heat. Xiao Jin opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing all the flames. It's delicious. Do you want some more? He looked at Tyranny Heavenly Ocean with disdain, as if looking at an idiot. What's going on? That bird is a bit strange? Devouring Demon Fetus and Golden Crow Remnant Soul. There's actually such a strange combination in this world? The owner of the Divine Devil token muttered to himself, what's the background of this Ling Xiao? one is Lin Mei, the other is Xiao Jin. Both of them are so special that people are very interested in them. Fire God Spear. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean took out the most powerful weapon from the Flame Emperor inheritance. They wanted to use this weapon to kill Xiao Jin. However, Xiao Jin still didn't refuse. He swallowed the Fire God Spear. This tastes even better. Xiao Jin was very excited. Although he wanted to immediately go into seclusion to cultivate, there were still battles to be fought, so he gave up for now. It wouldn't be too late to cultivate after finishing the Divine Devil Invitational. Xiao Jin, don't waste time. That guy might escape. Ling Xiao reminded. Got it, boss. It's time to let him have a taste of my power. Xiao Jin cried out, releasing the 9 underworld Yellow Springs golden light from his mouth. As he grew stronger, the power of the 9 underworld Yellow Springs golden light increased with each passing day. In an instant, it enveloped Tyranny Heavenly Ocean. The domineering Tyranny Heavenly Ocean just now. Without the Fire God's domain and Fire God Spear, they couldn't block this terrifying golden light. They were instantly melted, turning into a pool of blood. Xiao Jin, victory! The female warrior was stunned once again. What was this? 2 of the 3 warriors from the 8 Immortals country were so strong. And these 2 were only Ling Xiao's subordinates? Were they really warriors from the western regions? Weren't they warriors from Divine Devil City? Thank you for the Flame Emperor inheritance. I will enjoy it. Xiao Jin turned into a golden light and entered Ling Xiao's beast ring. This scene made countless people envious, jealous, and hateful. Young man, why don't you give me your devouring golden crow? I can guarantee that you will leave the Divine Devil City alive. The owner of the Fiend God token felt an unbearable itch. Xiao Jin's appearance made him feel greedy. There's no need for Senior to worry. I know how to preserve my own things. Ling Xiao looked at the owner of the Fiend God token with disdain in his eyes. If you want something that belongs to me, just say it. Why are you being so hypocritical? Did he think that he was a 3-year-old child? Even if you don't give it to me now, it will be mine sooner or later. The owner of the Fiend God token looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Although this kid was indeed a genius and a monster, he was still not worth mentioning in his eyes. Let's continue. He waved his hand and said no more. Next group. The female warrior beside him shouted. This time, Long Chen ascended the arena first. Prince Tian did not go up. Get lost, quickly admit defeat. He glanced at Long Chen and shouted as if he was scolding his pet. However, Long Chen stood there and did not move. Prince Tian frowned. Quickly get down. Come up. I've endured for a long time for today's battle. You guys tried your best to control me and make me work for you. But I'm afraid you don't know, right? In my heart, there's only Boss Ling Xiao. Long Chen looked at Prince Tian with hatred and disdain in his eyes. Get up, let me teach you how to be a person. Stunned, Prince Tian was stunned, everyone in the Heavenly Emperor dynasty was stunned. They originally thought that this was a battle that could not be fought at all. Who knew that there would be such a reversal? Ha 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 ha, Prince of Heaven? Bullshit. Ling Xiao laughed crazily. Back then, you bullied me because I was just a nobody. You tried to snatch my friend away. Today, it's your retribution, Long Chen, no need to be polite. Kill him and let everyone know your anger, know my anger. You. Prince of Heaven was so angry that his face turned green. At this moment, he felt like a fool who had been played by others. He had painstakingly spent a large amount of resources to nurture Long Chen, and even let Long Chen obtain the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. In the end, it was actually a wedding dress for others. What about us? Ling Xiao sneered. You pair of shameless bastards. Prince of Heaven roared. We're shameless? You, Prince Tian, relied on your strength to snatch other people's friends. Isn't this called shameless? In order to survive, we played a little trick. This is called shameless? I think it's just you who's stupid. No, your Heavenly Emperor dynasty is full of idiots from top to bottom. Stupid beyond compare. Ling Xiao had also been holding back for a long time. Today, after everything was announced, he felt much more comfortable in his heart. In the past, there were many people who mocked him because of this matter. He couldn't even protect his own friends. But now, those people who mocked him shut their mouths one by one, dumbfounded. Are you guys going to fight or not? The female martial artist was a little impatient. Let's throw your grudges to the future. Now, it's the God and Devil Invitation Tournament. Fight. Why not fight? I must let this bastard know the consequences of betraying me. Prince Tian was furious. Completely furious. Being played like a monkey, he had lost all his face today. If he couldn't kill Long Chen, if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have the face to see others in the future. Not only him, but even the Heavenly Emperor dynasty would be disgraced. He jumped onto the stage and looked coldly at Long Chen. You will pay the price for your stupidity and betrayal. Prince of Heaven roared. You don't have to be so loud. This battle isn't won by whoever has the loudest voice. Long Chen appeared very calm, as if everything was under his control. Alright, since that's the case, go to hell. Prince of Heaven directly released the Sky Sword Emperor's inheritance. He started fighting with Long Chen. On one side was the Sky Sword Emperor, on the other side was the Dragon Emperor. The strength of the two could be said to be evenly matched. On the stage, everyone could only see two balls of light constantly flickering. Many people with poor eyesight couldn't even see where the two of them were. A full half an hour passed. The two of them had fought for more than 1,000 rounds. How long will this battle last? Do Hun couldn't help but ask. Soon, it's going to end soon. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi carefully captured all the details of the battle. He had to admit that Prince of Heaven was very powerful. But Long Chen had an additional characteristic, and that was the dragon race, a real giant dragon. It wasn't a bloodline. Roar. Just as Ling Xiao finished speaking, a roar suddenly came from the stage. Everyone finally saw the two figures that had stopped. A giant dragon stood on the stage, and its huge tail smashed towards Prince of Heaven. Prince of Heaven tried his best to block, but he was still sent flying. Just as he was about to fall out of the stage, the tail actually swept over and brought Prince of Heaven back onto the stage. I won't let you be eliminated so easily, I want you dead. Long Chen's voice was incomparably cold. During this period of time, although he did not suffer any physical torture, he suffered a lot of mental humiliation. He did not tell Ling Xiao. Because he was afraid that Ling Xiao would be worried. And today, he wanted to vent all the humiliation he had suffered on his opponent. No, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Let me go, I was just confused for a moment. Prince Tian was wrapped around by that huge tail and was unable to break free. He shouted at Long Chen in horror. Let you go? Do you think that the things you have done are worth me letting you go? Long Chen smiled coldly and began to exert force with his huge tail. People could even hear the sound of Prince Tian's bones breaking. Let him go. In the audience, the Heavenly King could not bear it anymore. He rushed towards the ring, wanting to save his son. However, the one blocking him was the subordinate of the God Devil Order's owner. The female martial artist who was much stronger than him, she sent him flying back with a palm. The rules of the God Devil Invitational Tournament are sacred and inviolable. The female martial artist looked at the Heavenly King coldly. Then, a bang sound was heard. Fresh blood splattered on the stage. Long Chen crushed the Heavenly Prince alive. Even though he had also suffered serious injuries, he had still won the battle. He took revenge for himself and also gained face for the 8 Immortals' kingdom. He returned to his human form and jumped off the stage and walked to Ling Zhao's side. Ling Xiao took out a pill and fed it to him. He then sat there and began to heal his injuries. The God Devil Order's owners. Greed came back again. Devouring Golden Crow, Giant Dragon's descendant, mysterious woman, where did this Ling Xiao come from? Could he be the person in the prophecy who can end the Eternal Life Palace's rule? For the first time, the God Devil Order's owner felt an inexplicable fear towards Ling Xiao. Although he could kill him with one finger. But why did he feel so much pressure from that young man? No, impossible. A prophecy is just a prophecy. It can't be true. The God Devil Order's owner shook his head and felt that he was thinking too much. Perhaps reality wasn't that bad after all. Ling Xiao. Long Chen. Our celestial dynasty definitely won't let you off, definitely. The Heavenly King was injured by the female martial warriors, but his anger did not subside because of this. Long Chen had killed his only son. That was also the future hope of the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. Prince Tian, who possessed the inheritance of the Sky Sword Emperor, could have become the #1 powerful being in the West region. Now, he had become a corpse. No, it was a piece of junk that couldn't even be considered a corpse. Long Chen had killed him, but this plan had been devised by Ling Xiao. Naturally, he hated both of them. Why are you shouting so loudly? I can hear you. Ling Xiao glanced at Heavenly King and said, "What's there to be angry about? Aren't you the one who brought all of this upon yourself? Your son snatched Long Chen. You even led the Heavenly King dynasty's army to the Green Zone in an attempt to kill me and steal the Ice Emperor's legacy. I've already warned you that offending me won't end well. The nightmare of your Heavenly Emperor dynasty is not over yet. This is merely just the beginning. Let dead things die thoroughly. Your Heavenly Emperor dynasty doesn't need to continue existing anymore." What an overbearing youth, what a terrifying guy, this kid is too terrifying. The Heavenly King Gate racked their brains to completely destroy the Heavenly Emperor dynasty but failed to do so. But this kid killed Prince Tian so easily, severing the future of the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. This guy is really not to be trifled with. Everyone had this thought virtually at the same time. Many people who hated or envied Ling Xiao somewhat worshipped this powerful youth at this time. I didn't expect that the West region actually had such a character too. This simply doesn't lose to the ancient Sword Emperor back then. Shoo, the ancient Sword Emperor is a taboo. Make sure not to mention it. Right, almost forgot. It was the ancient Sword Emperor who annihilated City Lord's father, right? That time, Divine Devil City was almost destroyed. That was also the greatest crisis in Divine Devil City's history. This Ling Xiao is formidable, but his strength is far inferior compared to the ancient Sword Emperor back then. So he shouldn't be able to stir up any waves. Otherwise, the City Lord would have already annihilated him. While everyone was discussing, Dragon Shark King had already walked onto the stage. Ling Xiao, get on the stage. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Your subordinate's performance is outstanding, but you might not. Loser, do you have the qualifications to make irresponsible remarks to me? Ling Xiao slowly walked onto the stage and looked at Dragon Shark King contemptuously. I know that after that failure, you learned from your mistakes. Not only did you have a breakthrough in your cultivation base, but you also obtained the 7-star Combat Emperor's inheritance. But do you think I won't become stronger? You're just a small fry after all. You don't understand how powerful the resources of a big force are. I want magic treasures, I have magic treasures. I want resources, I have resources. How can you fight with me? From the beginning, you can't win against me. Dragon Shark King said disdainfully. No magic treasures, no resources, but enemies give them to me. Your myriad states has a lot of good things. I have received the Ice General's inheritance and the Ice Emperor's inheritance. I wonder what good things you'll give me this time. Ling Xiao said with a smile. While speaking, he took the lead to enter the Vidra Ape Beast Soul transformation. After learning that Dragon Shark King cultivated the 7-star combat body, he could roughly guess the opponent's fighting style. Since they were going to fight head-on, the Vidra Ape Beast Soul transformation was naturally the most suitable. Moreover, after obtaining the White Ape's upgrade, the grade of the Vidra Ape Beast Soul had become higher. The power of the Vidra Unbreakable skill had also increased. Isn't it the unbounded Heavenly Rat Beast Soul transformation? In order to defeat Ling Xiao, Dragon Shark King had studied Ling Xiao's fighting style. He knew a lot about Ling Xiao's situation like the back of his hand. I don't need it to deal with you, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Shameless boasting. Dragon Shark King shouted coldly. In the end, the era of the beast god has long passed. Now is the era of the Eternal Palace. You belong to the backward things and should be eliminated by history. The 4 major regions are the Golden Heavenly Region, Eternal Emperor Region, Savage Beast Region, and Deep Sea Dragon Region. In the Golden Heavenly Region, all martial artists with weapon martial spirits have unleashed their weapon martial spirits to the extreme. In the Eternal Emperor Region, all martial artists with nature-type martial spirits have unleashed their full potential in this aspect. The Savage Beast region is the territory that truly belongs to the beast race. The true beast race is 100 times stronger than you beast martial artists. The Deep Sea Dragon region is the place where the experts of the sea race reside. No matter which of the 4 major regions, there is no place for beast martial artists. The era of the 12 beast gods has long been annihilated in history, mercilessly crushed by the wheels of history. You really know how to talk. The human king also belongs to history. Do you dare to say that he isn't strong? Ling Xiao looked at Dragon Shark King sarcastically and said, "Those who don't understand the profoundness of beast martial artists can only follow the crowd." How pitiful. What a glib tongue. Are you worthy of being compared to a human king? The Dragon Shark King said angrily. Nonsense, a human king is also a human. Why can't I be compared? Ling Xiao laughed. All right. You arrogant brat. Today, I'll let you know what it means to boast shamelessly. The Dragon Shark King was no longer prepared to speak because he realized that his ability to speak was no match for Ling Xiao's. If he spoke too much, he would embarrass himself and make it seem as if he had no ambition. His aura suddenly erupted as his feet trembled. His figure flashed as he charged toward Ling Xiao. Go to hell. The Dragon Shark King was like a ferocious beast in the sea as he tore through the silent void. His voice was like thunder, causing the ears of the spectators to ring. Facing Ling Xiao, the Dragon Shark King only unleashed his martial soul, and a huge dragon shark phantom appeared behind him. His strength skyrocketed at that moment. Then, he activated the 7 Stars battle body of the 7 Stars Battle Emperor inheritance. Starlight flickered on his body as if he was a star in the sky. He stepped on the strange 7 Stars Big Dipper steps as his figure flickered on the arena. Every time he appeared, he was in a different position, making it difficult to figure out. Although the 7 Stars Battle Emperor inheritance doesn't have a domain, it has a powerful 7 Stars battle body. And it's a mid-level king battle body. Can you block my attack? The Dragon Shark King didn't use any offensive moves. His terrifying power was almost completely poured into the 7 Stars battle body. He was like a star as he charged toward Ling Xiao. Is the 7 Stars battle body very powerful? Ling Xiao showed some disdain. He activated his true essence, and a faint layer of yellow light quickly appeared on his body. The phantom of a black tortoise wrapped around his body. With the invincible Vajra body and the black tortoise divine body, his defense was even stronger than the Dragon Shark King's. Of course it's powerful. In order to train the 7 Stars battle body, I suffered great pain and torture in the extreme cold, snowstorm, and other natural disasters. In the end, I succeeded in forging it. You don't know my hard work and achievements. Mother said that my 7 Stars battle body is the strongest body in the Western region. Dragon Shark King roared. Your mother is a frog at the bottom of a well. What does she know? If she knew everything, she wouldn't be stupid enough to make me her enemy. Although he said so, Ling Xiao had to admit it. The Dragon Shark King was simply a martial arts maniac. In order to cultivate the 7 Star battle body, he had accepted the baptism and tempering of the natural disasters in the 10th district of the archaic divine tomb. This kind of thing was absolutely not something that everyone could do. However, it was a pity that no matter how crazy the Dragon Shark King was, he was still not as crazy as him. Not to mention the natural disasters in the 10th district, he even used all the monsters in the 10th district as his training partners. His king-level black tortoise divine body had been honed through life and death battles. In terms of pure physical strength, he would not lose to anyone. Facing the Dragon Shark King's brazen attack, Ling Xiao took a step forward with his right foot. He didn't dodge or evade, and directly punched forward. Golden and earthy yellow light enveloped his fists. It collided with the Dragon Shark King's attack. It was as terrifying as a comet crashing into Earth. The entire arena was lifted by a layer. Debris flew everywhere, the earth shook, and thunder rumbled. The two of them were in a stalemate in the arena, but those standing near the arena suffered because the strong wind blew so hard that they couldn't open their eyes. The frenzied energy storm even blew away some of the weaker martial artists. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. However, he didn't retreat an inch. In comparison, the Dragon Shark King had obviously suffered a great loss. He was directly blasted away, and his body staggered before he finally stood firm. Then, he spat out a mouthful of old blood, dyeing the arena red. Not only that, but the starlight all over his body had obviously dimmed a lot, as if he had consumed too much energy and couldn't maintain the 7-star battle body. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise, dumbfounded. The Dragon Shark King stood there with a look of shock in his eyes. He didn't believe that his 7-star battle body would lose to Ling Xiao in a physical battle. No one had ever told him about this. Impossible, how can my 7-star battle body lose? The Dragon Shark King roared. Are you an idiot? Naturally, it's because I have a stronger physical body than you. I've said it before, you're an idiot if you listen to your mother. Because of your strength, she never put the world in her eyes, which made her a frog at the bottom of a well. Listening to her will kill you. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It was only a slight pain that could be recovered in a moment. He believed that the Dragon Shark King's injury wasn't serious. After all, the 7-star battle body wasn't just for show. Therefore, this battle would probably continue. What kind of defensive technique did that kid cultivate? How could his physical body be so terrifying? Seeing the Dragon Shark King being repelled and vomiting blood, anyone with a little eyesight understood that the Dragon Shark King had lost in this head-on collision. Damn Ling Xiao, he actually had such a hidden technique. The martial artists of the myriad countries gritted their teeth. The 7-star battle body was a very powerful part of the inheritance of the 7-star battle body. Now that even the 7-star battle body had lost to Ling Xiao, did the Dragon Shark King really have a chance? They looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of jealousy and anger. How could a small 8 immortal country martial artist ride on their heads? This should be Ling Xiao's trump card, and also his most powerful aspect. Now that he has used his trump card, how can he fight with Big Brother? You know, Big Brother still has a lot of skills. The martial artists of the myriad countries were quite unconvinced and subjectively believed that the powerful physical body was Ling Xiao's strongest trump card. There was no other way. If this wasn't Ling Xiao's trump card, then Ling Xiao was a bit too terrifying. Dragon Shark, calm down, your ability is not just your physical body. Don't forget, your cultivation is still stronger than his. With Mo Ling, you can still suppress him. Dragon Mother looked at the arena and said sternly. The Dragon Shark King was the only chance for the myriad countries to enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. If the Dragon Shark King was defeated, then the myriad countries would completely lose the opportunity to compete for the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor. For them, this was a very depressing matter. Got it, Mom. The Dragon Shark King took a deep breath and calmed his mood. Then, he swallowed a medicinal pill. His injuries healed instantly. See, Ling Xiao, this is the advantage of a big force. I have such a magical medicinal pill. But you don't. So, you will lose this battle. The Dragon Shark King's confidence returned. Anyway, it was just that his physical body was slightly inferior, so there was nothing to worry about. This is unfair, isn't it against the rules to use medicinal pills? Do-hun couldn't help but shout. It's not against the rules. The God Devil token owner said indifferently, possessing medicinal pills is also a kind of strength. What he wanted was someone who could seize the inheritance of the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum, and medicinal pills were also an advantage in entering the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Ha 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 ha, that kid Ling Xiao is finished. Brother Dragon Shark has a lot of medicinal pills that we collected. If we can't end the battle in a short time, that Ling Xiao will be the first to run out of true essence and lose. The martial artists of Myriad Nation once again became complacent because they felt that a martial artist from a small place. It was impossible for him to have so many medicinal pills. Again. I want to see how much ability you have. After Dragon Shark King recovered from his injuries, he once again attacked Ling Xiao. His entire body seemed to have turned into a water dragon as explosive energy emerged from his body. This time, he did not intend to meet force with Ling Xiao. Because he lost the 7-star battle body, which means that he is inferior to Ling Xiao in terms of physical strength. If he still chose to meet force with force, then there must be something wrong with his brain. This time, he chose to use martial skills. Myriad Nation's martial skills are as vast as smoke. You, a small 8 immortal country martial artist, probably can't imagine it. Although in terms of physical strength, I am not your opponent. But in terms of martial skills, you are definitely not my opponent. Raging Waves Water Dragon Roar. Amidst the roar, the water dragon became bigger and wrapped the entire body of Dragon Shark King. It was like a flood dragon flying out of the deep sea. Low king level martial skills might not even exist in those small forces. But in Myriad Nation, there are many. Dragon Shark King's aptitude is extremely outstanding. His mastery of each martial skill has almost reached perfection. Several of his martial skills have even reached perfection. He was much older than Ling Xiao and was already in his 30s at the first transition. He is almost twice as old as Ling Xiao and has spent much more time honing his martial skills than Ling Xiao. Therefore, he is very confident in his martial skills. Unlike the 7-star Battle Emperor's inheritance, which he had just obtained not long ago. Of course, he did not know how terrifying the speed of Ling Xiao's martial skills is. Even if he is only 17 years old, it only takes him a few days to comprehend and cultivate each set of martial skills to perfection. The crux of the matter was that the speed at which his martial skills improved in battle far exceeded that of others. You keep saying that I'm from a small country, but I don't know as much about martial arts as you do, truly a frog at the bottom of a well. To think that I overestimated you. Since you lost to me in terms of physical strength, you should know that I can't be underestimated. But you're still so arrogant. I'll let you see how my martial skills are like. Seeing that water dragon galloping over, it was incomparably ferocious. If it were an ordinary heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artist, they might really not be able to withstand it. He could only rely on the advantage of his movement technique to dodge. But Ling Xiao was different. He had absolute confidence that he could block this attack and even destroy it. Whether it was the Dragon Shark King or Prince Tian, they were no match for him. The real enemy he wanted to deal with was the owner of the God Devil token. He needed more power. We can't waste time on this boring battle. His body suddenly entered the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. The terrifying aura began to roar. The Ice Emperor's demonic spirit released power in his body. It temporarily raised his strength to the 2nd level of the reincarnation divine realm. It was only 1 level lower than the current Dragon Shark King. The Dragon Shark King also relied on the 7-star Combat Emperor's demonic spirit to possess the strength of the 3rd level of the reincarnation divine realm. The Ice Supreme Sword appeared. A terrifying cold aura began to condense in the air. With a flash of sword light, it pierced through the western region map of the divine tomb and flew out. The air instantly became much colder. The martial artists near the arena felt the chill that came from the world of ice and snow. Ice Supreme Sword Art. The resplendent ice sword bloomed with endless light in the void. Whether it was in terms of aura or power, it was obviously stronger than the water dragon roar of the Dragon Shark King. The water dragon and ice sword collided in the air. At that moment, the water flow was gradually frozen. The coldness in the air became even more serious. There was no explosion, only the water dragon was engulfed by the cold. Retreat. The Dragon Shark King was shocked to find that his martial skills were completely suppressed. His body began to freeze. He had no choice but to escape. He fled into the distance. Kill. Ling Xiao did not give him a chance to escape. The Ice Supreme Sword turned into a cold light and stabbed forward. It instantly penetrated the body of the Dragon Shark King. The Dragon Shark King was almost sent flying out of the arena. This proud martial artist actually chose to transform at that moment. He changed back to his original body, a huge dragon shark. Around his body, a huge stream of water formed. Then, the water flow flooded the entire arena, wrapping Ling Xiao inside. At the same time, he swallowed another healing pill. The stab wound began to heal slowly. He actually lost again. His physical strength is not as good as Ling Xiao's. His martial skills can't suppress Ling Xiao. Is the Dragon Shark King really going to lose? The people of Myriad Land began to worry. And the Dragon Shark King himself also felt a little embarrassed. The things he was proud of had become meaningless in front of Ling Xiao. They were all destroyed. His strong self-confidence also began to be gradually destroyed. There was a strong sense of frustration. How could this be? How could this be? That Ling Xiao, how can he be so powerful? What kind of monster is that guy? Everyone was shocked. The dark red wound became the shame of the Dragon Shark King, making the faces of the martial artists of Myriad Land burn. In the two duels, he did not gain the slightest advantage. Don't be afraid, my sea creature clan martial artist will change back to his original body, and his combat power will be greatly improved. And he can also use martial skills at the same time. Don't forget, the Dragon Shark King still has a stronger martial skill. That Ling Xiao will never be able to suppress him again. Dragon Mother seemed to be relatively calm. Especially after seeing the Dragon Shark King transform, she was even more confident. Hearing her words, everyone in Myriad Land breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they became excited again. They didn't want to see Ling Xiao being arrogant again. Ling Xiao still looked at the Dragon Shark King indifferently and said indifferently, admit defeat. If we continue to fight, I can't control my strength. At that time, it will be a pity if you die. To be honest, I am still very optimistic about you. You dare to look down on me? The Dragon Shark King's eyes became blood red. Those were no longer human eyes, but the eyes of a fierce beast. There was a fierce and terrifying look in his eyes. Looking down on you? Maybe you are not qualified to be my opponent at all. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You are too arrogant, Ling Xiao. Do you know that my sea race martial artist's combat power can be doubled in the water? Moreover, I still have the most powerful king-level martial skill that I have not used. You are not my opponent at all. The Dragon Shark King roared and pounced on Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. In the water, he has the Canopy Beast soul, which can also double his combat power. Unfortunately, the Dragon Shark King did not know. Giant Wave Deep Sea Giant Beast. Amidst the roar, Dragon Shark King displayed his most powerful martial skill. Middle grade king level martial skill was also the most powerful martial skill of the four major forces of the Western region. The most powerful martial skill. The originally calm void was filled with a large amount of seawater. It was like overturning rivers and seas. A terrifying giant beast jumped out of the waves and then swallowed Ling Xiao. Middle grade king level martial skill? Do you think I don't have it? Ling Xiao mocked, Soul Secret Method Whale Hunting Lightning Spear. This move is just right for capturing a giant beast like you. The soul-devouring domain was released, and a huge lightning spear pierced through the void. It crazily plunged into the body of the giant beast. Thunder raged. The deep-sea giant beast churned. It howled miserably. A moment later, it completely collapsed. Dragon Shark King was thrown out again, and he was already bruised all over. He had to use medicinal pills to recover. What's going on? Mom, didn't you say that Brother Dragon Shark can't be defeated? How could this be? Everyone from Myriad Land was worried. I didn't expect that Soul Hall would be so willing to teach their most powerful soul secret method to this kid. They even let him comprehend the soul-devouring domain. Damn it. Dragon Mother's face was very ugly. At this time, there was no doubt about Ling Xiao's strength. Even if she didn't admit it, it was useless. I won't lose, Mom. A moment later, Dragon Shark King's body recovered again. He took a deep breath, said a sentence to Dragon Mother, and then looked at Ling Xiao and said, I admit that your attack power is indeed powerful. Your martial skill is also terrifying. But I have mastered at least 1,000 primary king-level martial skills and at least 10 intermediate king-level martial skills. Once used together, even if the power is not as good as yours, it can catch you off guard. I was too impulsive just now and was controlled by your provocation, so I did that stupid thing. I won't do it again. Dragon Shark King once again returned to his human appearance. And he pulled out the 7-star treasure blade. This was the most powerful weapon in the 7-star War Emperor inheritance, and it did not lose to Ice Age at all. You better take out Ice Age now. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand the next attack. The Dragon Shark King looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, I will decide whether to use Ice Age or not. I don't need you to give me orders. Make your move, I'm waiting for you to use this 7-star treasured saber. Ling Xiao hoped that the Dragon Shark King would become stronger. Only when the Dragon Shark King was stronger would he be able to break through. Originally, he wanted to end this battle as soon as possible, but now it seemed that there was a need to continue. 7 Stars Dipper Steps, Formless Flowing Water. Ling Xiao knew about the 7 Stars Big Dipper Steps. It was the movement technique of the 7 Stars Combat Emperor's inheritance. Primary King-level movement technique. As for the Formless Flowing Water, it was an auxiliary secret technique that was not inferior to the 7 Stars Dipper Steps. This allowed the Dragon Shark King to disappear into the water and then suddenly reappear. This made his attacks unpredictable and impossible to guard against. Because every attack would suddenly be released from the water. It was impossible to predict when it would be released and where it would be released. The difficulty of resisting it had become extremely high. Before figuring out the situation of the formless flowing water, Ling Xiao chose to evade. Extreme Cold Domain, Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps. Ling Xiao was not afraid of a head-on collision. Ling Xiao was also not afraid of strange attacks. Under the Extreme Cold Domain, the water would be frozen. Under the Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps, Ling Xiao could easily avoid the Dragon Shark King's attacks. Almost every attack of the Dragon Shark King landed in the air. Otherwise, it would be directly frozen and fail. That guy is too cunning. Relying on the Ice Emperor's inheritance, he fled here and there like a mouse. Damn it, cowardly guy. If you have the ability, fight to the death. You're not a man. This kid's nature is cunning. Who knows what kind of shady business he did when he obtained the Ice General's inheritance and the Ice Emperor's inheritance. A bunch of idiots. Since the movement technique is so useless, what are you learning? From your words, I can only feel jealousy and envy. Do-hun couldn't help but curse. Wangua's group of grandsons were too stupid. Saying that at this time was really a disgrace to Wangua. Even so, if you keep dodging, I'm afraid this battle will never end, right? Koi King said coldly. This is tantamount to a war of attrition. Whoever exhausts their true essence first, whoever makes a mistake first, will lose. Dragon Mother said, don't worry, the final winner will be Dragon Shark. He still has a lot of medicinal pills. Although it can't completely restore his true essence, it can increase the usage time of his true essence. Ling Xiao, are you going to keep dodging like this? Where did your courage go? Dragon Shark King roared. You don't have to provoke me. If this continues, the first one to lose will be you. Do you think you're the only one with medicinal pills? My medicinal pills are better than yours. As Ling Xiao dodged, he took out a medicinal pill and purposely displayed it in front of everyone. When the medicinal pill was displayed, it emitted a charming medicinal fragrance. Countless martial artists' faces changed when they heard it. It's actually a perfect level reincarnation restoration pill. Dragon Shark King's medicinal pill is simply trash compared to his. Where did this kid get such a good medicinal pill? Everyone was shocked. Including the owner of the God Devil Order. How many secrets does this Ling Xiao have? How many good things do he have? Such a good medicinal pill, there should only be one. Dragon Mother frowned, the corner of her mouth twitched, and said. As if to deliberately slap her face, Ling Xiao actually took out another medicinal pill that was exactly the same as the previous one. Then he put it back. Old woman, I've already said that you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. You don't know anything, but you like to pretend to know everything. It's ridiculous. Ling Xiao laughed mockingly. He was not afraid of treasuring a jade ring at all. Because in today's battle, he would use both of these medicinal pills. Others didn't know how many of the same medicinal pills he had in his storage ring. They probably didn't believe that there would be many. 7-star battle light. Suddenly, Dragon Shark King roared, and the 7-star treasure saber in his hand suddenly stabbed forward. An extremely sharp saber light broke through the air. It actually pierced through the ice created by the extreme cold domain and stabbed toward Ling Xiao's throat. This 7-star battle light was a killing move that Dragon Shark King comprehended from the 7-star treasure saber. It was a mid-level king-level battle skill. Not only was it powerful, but it was also extremely fast. Dragon Shark King originally didn't want to use this move to deal with Ling Xiao, because he felt that his opponent should be King Zhong. Or even Dark Frost. Ling Xiao was just a stepping stone. But after attacking for a long time, he was unable to hurt Ling Xiao at all. Instead, he was badly injured by Ling Xiao. This made him completely angry. As a result, this trump card was finally used. One had to admit that this move was fast. It was shockingly fast. And the most terrifying thing was that it could even ignore the freezing effect of the extreme cold domain and blizzard ice ceiling step. As expected, it's not easy to deal with. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao had no choice but to use the vertical golden light technique to dodge the 7-star battle radiance. However, the 7-star battle radiance cut off a strand of his hair. It left a trace of blood on his ear. Anyone could see that the 7-star battle radiance of the Dragon Shark King was really overbearing. If Ling Xiao did not have the vertical golden light technique, it would really be a bit difficult. Even if he did not die, he would probably be seriously injured. Of course, he had life backtrack and was not afraid of dying once. However, he would always expose his trump card, and that was not what he wanted. He touched the blood on his ear. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. Interesting, continue. The slight injury did not affect him much. He no longer simply dodged, but paid close attention to the 7-star sword in the Dragon Shark King's hand. That was a weapon of the same level as the Ice Age. Naturally, it could not be trash. The attack of the 7-star battle radiance just now reminded him. The terrifying sword radiance slashed past Ling Xiao's ear and hit the ground of the arena, directly cutting a hole in the arena. That stage was made of special materials, yet there was actually a hole in it. One had to admit that the power of this move was terrifying. Do you understand now? If you don't use the Ice Age, you are not my opponent at all. The Dragon Shark King's attack almost succeeded. Clearly, he was confident. He continued to control the 7-star Big Dipper steps and the invisible flowing water, constantly attacking Ling Xiao. Then, he suddenly used the 7-star battle radiance again. This time, Ling Xiao clearly saw the 7-star battle radiance's sword radiance. However, it was useless even if he saw it. Because the speed of the 7-star battle radiance was too fast. Apart from the vertical golden light technique, there was almost no way for him to dodge. However, he did not plan to dodge this time. He already knew the power of the 7-star battle radiance in his heart. He wanted to rely on the huge threat of the 7-star battle radiance to help him cross the final barrier of cultivation. Break through to the reincarnation divine realm, the 7-star battle radiance this time, because it had been brewing for a long time before erupting, was even more terrifying than the last time. The sword radiance was more than a foot wide. If it really pierced Ling Xiao's body, it would definitely be able to split Ling Xiao into two. Brother Ling, be careful. Seeing this, the warrior soul and the war soul screamed in fear. However, Dark Frost remained calm. This little girl worshipped Ling Xiao blindly. They thought that Ling Xiao was omnipotent and omnipotent. A mere 7-star battle light, how could Ling Xiao not be able to break it? A smile appeared on Mother Dragon's face. The inheritance of the 7 Stars Battle Emperor was indeed the inheritance of the ancient emperor. Fortunately, the Dragon Shark King had obtained it. Otherwise, the Dragon Shark King would have no chance of winning against Ling Xiao. Everyone else was also staring at this scene. This was because they really wanted to know what Ling Xiao would do in such a dangerous situation. Should I hide like before, or find a way to block it, or would he be killed? Your attack is very strong, but it's a pity that it's still not qualified for me to use Ice Age. As Ling Xiao spoke, the Ice Supreme Sword in his left hand and the Fire Supreme Sword in his right had already appeared. Then, the two swords combined. One side was extremely cold, while the other side was blazing hot. Two completely different powers were released from his body, and they were extremely harmonious. Then, the two swords shone brightly at the same time. A ray of white cold light, a ray of crimson red light, the map of the West Region God's tomb exploded with shocking power. Ice Supreme Sword Technique, Fire Supreme Sword Technique, Ice and Fire Supreme Sword, destroy it. Following the roar, the two swords flew out at the same time. The Dragon Shark King looked disdainful. What a joke. They are both beginner king class martial skills. Can two swords block my 7-star battle light? Break! Ling Xiao did not answer the Dragon Shark King. Instead, he let out a roar and released a crazy power. The power of ice and fire suddenly blended together. 10 times the power allowed the two beginner king-class martial skills to erupt with the power of a medium king-class martial skill. In addition, the Ice Supreme Sword and the Fire Supreme Sword added to it. The power was even more terrifying than a medium king-class martial skill. Although the 7-star battle light was powerful, it could only erupt with the power of a medium king-class martial skill due to the limitation of the Dragon Shark King's strength. The most terrifying thing was actually its speed. However, under the Tai Chi eye, Ling Xiao caught the 7-star battle light the moment it bloomed. He did not need to compete with his opponent in terms of speed. He only needed to place his attack in the path of the 7-star battle light. Rumble, terrifying roars sounded one after another. The 7-star battle light was actually blocked. The two's attacks were entangled in the void. Looks like it's not enough. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. This was the effect he wanted. The power of the dual sword combination was not enough to destroy the 7-star battle light. Instead, it would be a little disadvantageous. Only in this way could the potential in his body sense the danger. Only then could he continue to release it and break through the barrier of cultivation. Although it was very difficult to break through from the heaven-changing fate realm to the reincarnation divine realm. However, Ling Xiao had already accumulated enough power. He believed that this was an opportunity. The door of breakthrough was very thick. However, the potential that rushed out kept bombarding it. Finally, the door began to loosen. Dragon Shark King, is this all you've got? Ling Xiao mocked. He needed a stronger external force to stimulate his breakthrough. Obviously, the Dragon Shark King's current strength was not enough. Looks like you're ready to die. Originally, the Dragon Shark King did not use all his strength. After all, this was a long battle. No one dared to use up all their strength at once. Otherwise, if he could not defeat his opponent, he would be at the mercy of others. However, at this moment, he encountered Ling Xiao's ridicule and saw that the 7-star battle light was about to take down Ling Xiao. The Dragon Shark King increased his power from 80% to 90%. The terrifying 7-star battle light became even more dazzling. As for Ling Xiao's fire sword and ice sword, they gradually dimmed. Good, that's it. Ling Xiao felt that the terrifying power made the potential in his body surge out crazily. The door of breakthrough that had already loosened finally opened a gap. No, I can't block it anymore. Ling Xiao frowned. For the time being, he still could not break through. Ling Xiao did not want to take the risk. If he was hit by this terrifying 7-star battle light, he would lose a layer of skin even if he did not die. And he did not want to use life backtrack at this time. Therefore, the Soul Elder Sword had already appeared above his head. The attack that had long been brewing was released. Soul Elder Spirit Heaven Sword Art, 3 swords in 1. Another sword light merged into the ice and fire sword light. The originally dim ice and fire sword light became even crazier as if a catalyst had been added. It actually blocked the 7-star battle light in one fell swoop and instantly shattered it. What? Everyone was stunned. They thought that Ling Xiao was done for, but who knew that the battle would suddenly reverse? The martial artists of myriad countries were all grief-stricken. The Dragon Shark King's face was also somewhat dazed. He had even used his trump card. Even the 7-star battle light could not kill Ling Xiao. What else could he rely on? That guy is simply a monster. But why is he so strong? What happened just now? Obviously, he was already at his limit. Ling Xiao seems to be good at using fusion martial techniques. After the fusion of 2 martial techniques, the power skyrocketed. How could this be? The people of Myriad Land were all dumbfounded. Can this battle still be fought? Does their brother Dragon Shark still have a chance of winning? On the Heavenly Emperor Empire's side, Heavenly King's face was extremely gloomy. Until now, he still couldn't forget the moment when Longchen killed his son, Prince Tian. He wanted to take revenge, but he found that Ling Xiao was getting stronger and stronger. King Zhong, are you sure? This guy is not simple. He looked at King Zhong and said. After all, he is still quite a bit weaker than me in terms of cultivation. It's impossible for him to be my opponent. He has a demon spirit, and I also have a demon spirit, so this aspect can be offset. King Zhong said indifferently. It seemed that he was still very confident. What's more, Dragon Shark King hasn't lost yet. Big forces have their own benefits. In addition to medicinal pills, there are also magic weapons. That's definitely not something Ling Xiao can compare with. Myriad Land only has Dragon Shark King left. Dragon Mother can't not give him good things. That's true. Heavenly King was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, no matter what, as long as Dragon Shark King can seriously injure Ling Xiao, it's enough. Today's battle can't rest for too long. It's impossible to recover from serious injuries in a short time. In this way, your chances of winning will be greater. On the stage, after Ling Xiao repelled Dragon Shark King with one move, he didn't pursue. He even felt a little regretful in his heart. Although the door of breakthrough had opened a crack, and he could already touch the aura of reincarnation divine realm. But in the end, he didn't break through. So he hoped that Dragon Shark King had something more powerful. It could let him break through. In that case, he didn't have to worry about King Zhong, and he might even be able to contend with the martial artists of Divine Devil City. He had many enemies, and he couldn't relax. If he could become stronger, he must seize the opportunity. What else do you have? Take it all out. I want to see what good things a martial artist of a big force has that I don't have. Ling Xiao hooked his finger at Dragon Shark King and smiled disdainfully. As you wish. Dragon Shark King let out another deep sigh. Ling Xiao didn't take the initiative to chase, which gave him a chance to catch his breath. Naturally, he couldn't miss. Now, he completely regarded Ling Xiao as a truly powerful enemy. An enemy be defeated. But that was only his own trump card. He really did not understand. Ling Xiao was only a heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artist. There was also that terrifying physical defense and that miraculous fusion of martial skills. And that perfect great elixir. There were too many unfathomable things on this young man. You forced me to use this thing, so you have to use Ice Age. This is my last trump card, and Ice Age should be your last trump card too. Let's use these two trump cards to fight to the death. Dragon Shark King stared at Ling Xiao, and finally, his left hand began to flicker with blue light. A terrifying force soared into the sky. Like a terrifying ocean, it emitted an earth-shattering aura. Finally, a trident appeared in his left hand. Neptune's Fury. It's actually Neptune's Fury. Dragon Mother actually gave the Neptune Emperor's weapon to Dragon Shark King. Someone recognized the Neptune's Fury in Dragon Shark King's hand and cried out in surprise. But it didn't end there. 7-star treasure saber, transform into armor. The Dragon Shark King roared. The 7-star treasure saber in his hand turned into starlight and enveloped Dragon Shark King's body. In a short period of time, the Dragon Shark King was covered in a layer of ferocious and terrifying armor. It was the 7-star treasure saber. 7-star treasure saber and 7-star battle body can increase my defense by 10 times, it can increase my attack power by 5 times, in addition to the Neptune's Fury in my hand. What can you use to fight me? Dragon Shark King finally revealed all his trump cards. His lost confidence finally returned to his body. 2 weapons from the ancient emperor. One for defense and the other for attack. It was perfect. This Dragon Mother is really good at scheming. She actually made the Dragon Shark King use the Sea God Emperor's Fury of the Sea God at the last moment. As long as she stays nearby, Neptune's Fury won't rebel. I really didn't expect this. In this case, Dragon Shark King's battle power will increase by at least 7 or 8 times. Ling Xiao only has Ice Age. 1 weapon against 2 weapons, can he win? How can he win? Whether it's the 7-star treasure saber or Neptune's Fury, they are both on the same level as Ice Age. It's impossible for 1 weapon to win against 2. With Neptune's Fury, Dragon Shark King can probably fight against King Zhong. How can Ling Xiao be his opponent? The appearance of Neptune's Fury and Dragon Shark King's transformation shocked everyone. Big brother Ling Xiao, do you want me to give you the soul-devouring wand? Dark Frost asked. Yes, Temple Master. They are using 2 weapons, so we will also use 2. It's not a loss. Do Han said excitedly. However, Ling Xiao shook his head and said, there's no need for that. The sharpness of a weapon is ultimately an external force. When one is strong enough, that is true strength. Not to mention the soul-devouring wand, I won't even use Ice Age. Because there's no need. This guy is too arrogant. He must be bragging. Just as well. Let this arrogant and conceited guy go to hell. Kui King glared at Ling Xiao fiercely. This guy not only eliminated her, but also killed her fiancé, Prince Tian. Now, he is going to eliminate the only person who advanced from myriad countries. Her hatred for Ling Xiao can no longer be described as bone deep, it's simply heart and lungs. Temple Master, what is Brother Ling doing? Is he really not going to use Ice Age? Do Hun was worried. Because he really didn't know much about Ling Xiao's strength. On the contrary, Long Chen sat there calmly and healed his injuries, not saying a word. Long Chen knew Ling Xiao too well. There was no trace of confusion or fear in Ling Xiao's eyes. At this time, he was full of fighting spirit. How could he lose? Just as Long Chen thought, not only was Ling Xiao not afraid, but he was also excited about Dragon Shark King's sudden strength. The door of breakthrough had opened a gap. Next, it should be completely opened. The strength of Dragon Shark King was an unavoidable booster. He believed that after this battle, he would definitely be able to break through. Although using Neptune's fury to win against you seems a little unfair, I'm sorry. For the myriad countries, I have to win. Dragon Shark King did not hate Ling Xiao as much as Kui King did. In a sense, the two even sympathized with each other. But an enemy was an enemy. Dragon Shark King had to fight for the myriad countries. No, it's nothing. Since the rules don't stipulate that you can't use weapons, you can do whatever you want. There's nothing wrong with what you're doing. You don't have to feel guilty. But, you can't win against me. Ling Xiao still had a smile on his face, an expression that could infuriate his opponent to death. This guy, don't tell me he still has a trump card, impossible, apart from the Ice Age, how could he have something stronger? Dragon Shark King shook his head to calm himself down. Sometimes, the enemy would use pretentious methods to scare the opponent. Perhaps the current Ling Xiao was planning to do so. He absolutely could not be scared. Phew. Exhaling, Dragon Shark King brandished Neptune's fury. The entire air turned into seawater, surging violently. Don't worry. Even if you lose, you can still be proud. After all, you forced me to use my last card. Dragon Shark, you talk too much nonsense. Kill him, don't forget, he killed your big brother. Dragon Mother said coldly. Dragon Shark King could sympathize with Ling Xiao, but she could not. If she did not see Ling Xiao die, she would definitely vomit blood. I know, Mom. Dragon Shark King sighed. Mom's orders could not be disobeyed. Kill. Brandishing Neptune's fury, Dragon Shark King charged at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao fought and retreated as if he was judging Dragon Shark King's current attack and then deciding what move to use to resist. He couldn't be too strong or too weak. If it was too strong, it would not help him break through. But if it was too weak, he would die. Make your move, Ling Xiao. Do you want to die like this? The Dragon Shark King roared furiously as he brandished the Neptune's fury even faster. Terrifying waves crashed down on Ling Xiao one after another. Dead, I won't die, Supreme Ice Sword, Fire Supreme Sword, A Soul Exalt Sword, Ling Long Sword, 4 swords in one. Through the judgment of the Tai Chi Eye, Ling Xiao accurately grasped Dragon Shark King's current attack. It was indeed terrifying. Therefore, he decided to use the move of combining 4 swords into one. 4 swords appeared in the sky at the same time and pierced through the divine tomb of the western regions. They turned into 4 different sword chis and blasted toward the Dragon Shark King. The power of the 4 swords combined into one was increased by 20 times. It was already comparable to a high-level king-level martial skill. There was not a single martial skill of this level in the entire western region. The Dragon Shark King had never seen one before. However, the owner of the Fiend God token stood up excitedly. How could this be? That's right. How can that brat know a high-level king-grade martial skill? The chief of the Blood Axe Snake clan, Shifeng, also stood up at the same time. All the martial artists in the Fiend God city looked at Ling Xiao in shock. No, it's not a high-level king-grade martial skill. It's a fusion technique that has reached the level of a high-level king-grade martial skill. The owner of the Fiend God token shook his head, but he was even more shocked. Because the sword technique Ling Xiao used seemed to be related to the ancient Sword Emperor's 9 Supremes. Supreme Fire, Supreme Ice, Supreme Soul, and Supreme Ling Long, weren't they 4 of the 9 Supremes? Could that young man be the successor chosen by the ancient Sword Emperor? Seeing this, the owner of the Fiend God token was even more unwilling to see Ling Xiao die. Because he had chosen so carefully to choose such a person to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance for him. On the field, the battle continued. Seeing Ling Xiao's attack coming, the Dragon Shark King didn't hesitate. The Dragon Shark King did not dodge. Instead, he stabbed Neptune's Fury towards Ling Xiao. He didn't use any martial skill. Neptune's Fury's ordinary attack was equivalent to the peak of a mid-level king-grade martial skill. It was even stronger, infinitely close to a high-level king-grade martial skill. In addition to the enhancement of his 7 stars armor, its power would only be more terrifying. He believed that unless it was an advanced king-level martial skill, there was absolutely no other martial skill that could compete with his move. Ling Xiao, don't blame me if you die, you can only blame yourself for offending Mother. The Dragon Shark King roared angrily. At this moment, he still didn't know how terrifying the combined attack of the 4 swords was. It wasn't until the 4 attacks merged into one that the Neptune's Fury in his hand was sent flying and then hit his body heavily. He then realized what a stupid mistake he had made. Crack, the 7 stars battle armor actually shattered, it turned back into starlight. The Dragon Shark King couldn't control his body anymore and fell out of the arena. He didn't want to lose. But now, he had to. The arena was only so big, but the force of his fall was even more terrifying. After leaving the arena, he flew for a few hundred meters before gradually slowing down. Then, he fell to the ground, unable to move anymore. Almost all the bones in his body were broken. Although he was still alive, it was impossible for him to fight again. It turns out that I'm really a frog at the bottom of the well. I didn't know that you have more than one trump card. And more than one. The Dragon Shark King suddenly raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao, who was on the stage, and said, "Tell me, is this not your strongest attack?" "No." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "As expected." The Dragon Shark King smiled bitterly. It turned out that he had no chance of winning from the beginning. This opponent was too terrifying. Too powerful. From the beginning to the end, he was just toying with him. You could have defeated me from the beginning. Why wait until now? The Dragon Shark King asked. Although it's a little embarrassing, I just want to use you to make a breakthrough. The stronger you are, the more help you will be to me. Ling Xiao thought highly of the Dragon Shark King. At least the Dragon Shark King had always done things openly and aboveboard, daring to love and hate. Unlike the despicable Prince Tian. Have you made a breakthrough? I can't tell you this. It's a secret. Ling Xiao smiled. Hee, I know. No matter what, I am satisfied to be able to fight with a monster like you in this life. The Dragon Shark King looked at the sky and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile. Hey, old woman, he is seriously injured. Aren't you going to treat him? Ling Xiao looked at Dragon Mother and said. A waste, he deserves to die. He can't even complete this task. Why should I save him? Koi Fish, go and take all the treasures and elixirs from him. Dragon Mother looked at Koi King and said. Yes, Mom. The Koi King and Dragon Mother were as cold and ruthless as each other. That was her brother. He was also Dragon Mother's biological son. From now on, you are no longer a person of my myriad land. Your life and death have nothing to do with my myriad land. After the Koi King received the storage ring of the Dragon Shark King, Dragon Mother announced loudly. It was as if she wanted to completely separate herself from this shame. Dragon Shark, are you willing to work with me? Be my brother in the future? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. He is already a cripple. Without enough medicinal pills, he will definitely die. I didn't expect you to like trash. Dragon Mother snorted coldly. That was her own son. How could she be so ruthless? You don't have to worry about this. Regardless of whether he is willing to be my brother or not, I will save this person. After the female martial artist announced his victory, he jumped off the stage and stuffed a medicinal pill into Dragon Shark King's mouth. After a while, Dragon Shark King's injuries healed at an astonishing speed. Why? Dragon Shark King was puzzled. No reason, I just find you more pleasing to the eye. Xiao smiled, then turned and walked toward the Soul Hall's formation. Dragon Shark King stood up blankly, looked at Gua, and then looked at Xiao. He was actually very conflicted. Come here, Dragon Shark, Gua is your home. Dragon Mother suddenly said. Shameless. Dragon Shark was injured like that just now, but you didn't want to waste medicinal pills to treat him. Now that someone else saved Dragon Shark, you pretend to be his family, who just said that they want to sever their relationship. Do-hun scolded disdainfully. Mother and son are connected. There is an inextricable connection between us. What do you know? Dragon Mother snorted coldly. She was very disdainful of Do-hun's anger. However, what she didn't know was that her completely contradictory actions had completely disappointed the Dragon Shark King. Plop. Dragon Shark King suddenly knelt in the direction of Gua. No matter what, thank you mother for raising me for so many years. But Dragon Shark has died once. From now on, I have nothing to do with mother. After speaking, he gritted his teeth and walked toward the Soul Hall with his head held high. If you dare to go over, I will kill you. Dragon Mother roared. Being abandoned by her own son in front of so many people, Dragon Mother was furious. It doesn't matter. Dragon Shark walked to Xiao's side, stood still, and then said loudly, from now on, my life is Xiao's. Damn it, I'm so angry. Dragon Mother's face was gloomy to the extreme. Although she had taken many treasures from the Dragon Shark, she could not take away anything from the 7 Stars Battle Emperor's inheritance. It was an existence that had already fused with the Dragon Shark King. Dragon Mother actually didn't want to stay here anymore. The failure of Dragon Shark King led to the complete failure of Land. None of them had entered the top 6. In other words, no one would get the chance to enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. In that case, he would lose the chance to obtain the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum. This was a very heavy blow. However, Kong and Dragon Shark King had both lost to Xiao. There was no doubt about that. In order to win, the Dragon Mother even gave the wrath of the Sea God to the Dragon Shark King. In the end, the Dragon Shark King was still defeated. Not only did he lose, but his son also became someone else's. This was simply losing the bait and the soldiers at the same time. The losses were huge. Mom, what should we do next? The Koi King looked at Dragon Mother anxiously. Their Land could be said to be the most powerful force in the western region. If they couldn't obtain the inheritance of the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum this time, they would become the weakest. From now on, how could they have a foothold in the western regions? This matter was too important. There's a way. Dragon Mother gritted her teeth. Since they couldn't do it openly, then they would do it secretly. For the future of Land, she was going all out. We have more people on our side, so no matter what, we have to strive to get into the top 3. If it really doesn't work, it's fine to get into the top 2 or first place. In that case, we can find a few more of our people to enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. The chances are very high. At this time, Xiao no longer cared about Dragon Mother's thoughts. He was now thinking about the quota. He, Little Gold, Cold Plum, Long Chen, Dark Frost, Dragon Shark, Battle Soul, and even Wind Soul. A total of 9 people, and 9 quotas were needed. If they could get into the top 3 in one fell swoop, then they would have 6 more quotas, which was more than enough. After all, among the top 6 martial artists, they had a total of 5 on their side. With the addition of 6 quotas, there would be a total of 11. Of course, the final situation wouldn't be so good. After all, the grouping was random. The more people there were, the higher the possibility of them encountering each other. They didn't ask for the top 3. As long as they could get first place, it would be enough. Just as they were talking, the female martial artist was already shouting, 2 number 6s, go up. One of the number 6s was King Zhong, and the other was Battle Soul. The disparity in strength between the two was still relatively large. So Battle Soul shamelessly chose to admit defeat. Otherwise, the Heavenly Emperor dynasty would definitely pursue him fiercely because of Prince Tian's death, and he might even die on the stage. Coward! Coward! The people of the Heavenly Emperor dynasty were furious. They originally wanted to see how King Zhong would teach Battle Soul a lesson, but who knew that this cunning guy actually chose to admit defeat? It was like punching cotton, and they couldn't feel the feedback of their strength at all. A bunch of idiots, your Prince Tian has been destroyed, and you still want to be cocky? Ling Xiao curled his lips. Among the top 6 people, 5 were on his side, and only King Zhong was an exception. But King Zhong wasn't weak, so if they wanted to eliminate him, Dark Frost would only be able to win if she encountered him. The others were a little worried. Rest for 2 hours, and then the next round of matches will begin. The master of the Fiend God token glanced at Ling Xiao. In the small 8 Immortals Kingdom, 4 people actually advanced. This was really unexpected. But to him, it didn't matter who advanced. In any case, the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum would definitely be his. He was still very confident in his strength. No one in the western region could pose a threat to him. During the break, the 6 people who advanced were called over for the next draw. Our people will definitely meet next. There's no need to fight, and the weak will automatically admit defeat. In any case, we can at least get 2 of the top 3. We have the most spots, so don't worry. Ling Xiao didn't want his own people to exhaust themselves. After all, other than the Fiend God Invitational Tournament, he had other things to worry about. The Blood Axe Serpent clan hated him to the bone, and would definitely not let him off easily. Only when everyone on his side maintained their full strength could they solve those troublesome problems. Everyone agreed with Ling Xiao's idea. So they walked over and began to draw. This time, there were only 3 numbers. It was still a duel between 2 people with the same number. King Zhong was the first to draw. Number 2. I don't know which one of you I will meet, but other than Palace Master Darkfrost, I won't show mercy to anyone who meets me. Although I don't like to fight fiercely, you killed my nephew, so I won't let this matter rest. King Zhong looked at Ling Xiao and the others and said coldly. I actually hope that the 2 of us will meet. Fighting with our own people is really too boring. Ling Xiao smiled. Ling Xiao was naturally speaking the truth. If he drew King Zhong, he believed that he would definitely be able to kill him. In this way, the top 3 would belong to them. But things often didn't go as planned. Before he could draw the lot, Xiao Jin hurriedly drew the lot. In the end, he drew King Zhong. Helpless. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. That was the only way. Boss, don't be so worried. I will definitely defeat this guy. Xiao Jin said. Of course, if there are no accidents, I believe you can defeat him. But, Sai, forget it. Do your best in 2 hours. Ling Xiao was a little worried that Dragon Mother could temporarily give Neptune's fury to Dragon Shark King. Naturally, it could also be given to King Zhong. That old man would spare no effort in order to take revenge. Also, the Revenge Alliance probably wouldn't let them take the top 3 so easily. The situation might be very bad. However, since the lot had already been drawn, there was no point in worrying now. He could only take 1 step at a time. He hoped that there wouldn't be too big of a mistake. Hee, I didn't expect your pet to block the blade for you. But it doesn't matter. Ling Xiao, you can watch how I kill your pet. King Zhong sneered and then turned to leave. At the same time, Ling Xiao discovered that Dragon Mother and the leader of the Revenge Alliance had also disappeared. He became more and more uneasy. Although Xiao Jin's strength was already very strong and had reached the 2nd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Together with the Flame Emperor Devil Spirit, he could reach the 4th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. However, Xiao Jin relied on the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Light the most. He wasn't as good as King Zhong, who was proficient in so many martial skills. In battle, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Xiao Jin, be careful. Don't try to be brave. If you really can't, just fly out of the arena. Ling Xiao reminded. Got it, boss. Xiao Jin nodded. Seeing Ling Xiao's serious look, he didn't dare to be careless. Next, Ling Xiao went forward to draw lots and drew number 1. In the end, Dark Frost also drew number 1. Long Chen and Cold Plum both drew number 3. Although such an outcome was within his expectations, Long Chen and Cold Plum were still fine. The key was Ling Xiao and Dark Frost. Everyone could see that Dark Frost was stronger than Ling Xiao. Did he really want Ling Xiao to admit defeat? I admit defeat. Dark Frost suddenly said, I'll just admit defeat later. But if Prince Zhong were to defeat Xiao Jin, other than you, no one else would be able to suppress him. Ling Xiao said. Don't I still have you? I absolutely believe in your strength. That Prince Zhong is not your opponent. Dark Frost said, I even have a feeling that even I might not be your match. You're too modest. Ling Xiao smiled. To tell the truth, he and Dark Frost should be evenly matched now. Because others did not know that he had already achieved a breakthrough in the battle with the Dragon Shark King. He had reached the first level of the reincarnation divine realm. Coupled with the peerless heavenly rat beast soul transformation, he could easily erupt with the fighting strength of the third level of the reincarnation divine realm. Don't forget, he still had the 9 supreme sword arts and the Ice Emperor's inheritance. And the most terrifying Tyrant martial soul. The power of the demon spirits could cancel each other out, but these powers could not be cancelled out by others. 2 hours of rest time passed quickly. The battle began again. Dark Frost, who had obtained number 1, directly admitted defeat. Her admission of defeat caused countless people to exclaim. Is Dark Frost crazy? Does she not want to be first? That's right. Although those people are powerful, the only one who has the ability to suppress Prince Zhong is Dark Frost alone. Dark Frost actually admitted defeat? That girl couldn't have fallen in love with Ling Xiao, right? She's actually so stupid. Prince Zhong's chance has come. The Celestial Empire's chance has come. Almost everyone thought so. Only Dark Frost sneered in her heart. Who is the fool? You will soon know. At this time, the leader of the Vengeful Alliance and Dragon Mother looked at Prince Zhong and secretly transmitted, Prince Zhong, don't forget what you promised us. Don't worry. As long as I get first or second place, both of your families will get a slot. Prince Zhong nodded. That's for the best. Otherwise, we will join hands to destroy the Celestial Empire. Dragon Mother and the leader of the Vengeful Alliance were clearly betting on Prince Zhong. There was no other way. They could only do this now. Their people were useless and lost the battle. So what? The second battle, Prince Zhong against Little Gold. The female martial artist called out. Boss, I'm going up. Little Gold flew up the stage. Prince Zhong also went up the stage. What a pity. You must die today, Prince Zhong snorted, and 2 blades of the ancient emperor appeared in his hand. One was the fury of the sea god, and the other was Fairy Linglong's twin rings. Then, Prince Zhong used the twin rings to transform into the Linglong armor. With the fury of the sea god in his hand, he released an aura that surpassed the 3rd level of the reincarnation divine realm. Looks like boss was right. You really got the help of Dragon Mother and the Vengeful Alliance. I forfeit. Little Gold didn't wait for Prince Zhong to react and quickly left the stage. He was at a disadvantage because he didn't have a human form. Otherwise, he could also have the soul-devouring wand, 7-star saber, and sky sword. In that case, Prince Zhong wouldn't be his opponent. What a pity. Little Gold, I know you're not convinced and still want to fight with him. But we have other things to do, so you must conserve your strength and immediately return to the Beast Ring to cultivate. You have the Flame Emperor's inheritance, so you should be able to continue to break through. Ling Xiao knew Little Gold very well. He would definitely feel uncomfortable if he admitted defeat just like that. But this was the best solution. Boss, I know. Consider the big picture. Little Gold flew back to the Beast Ring. He understood that this battle was just a small matter. Actually, what was more troublesome was how to face the owner of the God Devil token. That guy was the most difficult existence to deal with. Xiao Jin admitted defeat, which meant that Prince Zhong had already secured a place. So he didn't say anything and left the stage. The next battle was between Long Chen and Cold Plum. Long Chen directly admitted defeat. The current Cold Plum was too terrifying. Perhaps even Dark Frost didn't dare to say that he could win against her. And the most terrifying thing was that this wasn't Cold Plum's full strength. She was still cultivating in a half-asleep state. Ling Xiao couldn't say what her limit was. 3 battles, 3 opponents directly admitted defeat. The audience was a little unhappy. But they were looking forward to the last battle. The battle royale between the 3 would definitely be very interesting. Cold Plum, you don't have to fight later. Just rest on the stage. I'll deal with that, Prince Zhong. Ling Xiao dared to let Dark Frost admit defeat because he was confident enough to defeat Prince Zhong. He let Cold Plum rest for the sake of Cold Plum. After all, the current Cold Plum hadn't completely fused. If something went wrong during the battle, it would be very troublesome. Master of the Fiend God Order, I'm afraid this final battle isn't fair, right? The Heavenly King frowned and looked at the Master of the Fiend God Order. Although he knew that it would be troublesome to question that person, he had to raise it. According to the rules, the final battle would be a 3-person free-for-all. But Cold Plum and Ling Xiao belonged to the same force, so they would definitely join forces. In that case, how could King Zhong still have a chance of winning? That's right, this is unfair. Dragon Mother also said. I hope that the Master of the Fiend God Order can change the rules to prevent some people from taking advantage of the loophole. The person you want to choose is the person who is most likely to obtain the Ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. If the person chosen is a trash, then it's meaningless. The Vengeful Alliance's leader also agreed. The 3 of them were now united against a common enemy and had reached an agreement. Presumptuous, how can the rules set by the Master be changed so easily? In the end, it's your people's incompetence that led to this situation. Who can you blame? The Blood Axe Snake Clan's patriarch, Shi Feng, stood up and shouted sternly. Ling Xiao, what do you think? The Master of the Fiend God Order looked at Ling Xiao and said. I naturally hope for a free-for-all. In fact, Ling Xiao planned to deal with King Zhong alone, but he wouldn't say it out loud. If someone insisted on fighting him one-on-one, he had to get some benefits. Hee, what if I insist on changing the rules? The Master of the Fiend God Order laughed. You're the Master of the Fiend God Order, so you can naturally change the rules at will. But if this matter spreads out, I'm afraid it won't be good for your reputation. In fact, things like rules don't have to be changed. If you can give me some benefits, I can solve your problem. Ling Xiao directly expressed his intention. Did the 3 of you hear that? The Master of the Fiend God Order was naturally stingy. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. Even if he had to pay, it had to be the Heavenly King Dynasty, myriad countries, and the Vengeful Alliance. Tell me what to do first. Dragon Mother said. Very simple, each of you give me a good thing, and I'll give up on joining forces to deal with King Zhong. I'll fight him alone, how about it? Ling Xiao said. Are you serious? Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. But what if you demand an exorbitant price? We can't have everything, and we can't give you everything. The Heavenly King said. Don't worry, you will definitely have it. Ling Xiao said, Demon Venerable Sword, Heavenly King Sword, 8 Immortal Sword, or Myriad Countries Sword. Meteoric Iron, Black Star Stone, Sea Soul Jade, or the crystal cores of the weakest 9th Division life-seizing Decepticons Demonlings. 8 Immortals Fruit. Or the crystal cores of the 12 beasts in the Reincarnation Divine Realm. The things he mentioned were all necessary to cultivate the 9 supreme sword arts. Otherwise, it was a necessary item to upgrade a beast soul. He believed that with the abilities of the 3 major forces, they wouldn't lack these things. Even if he didn't have all of them, he still had 1 or 2 of them. I have a piece of Sea Soul Jade here. Mother Dragon thought for a moment and said. I have a 3rd-level Reincarnation Divine Realm Eagle-type Demonic Beast core in my hands. The Heavenly King said. I have Meteoric Iron. The leader of the Avenging Alliance said. Alright, those 3 things should be enough. With the Meteoric Iron, Ling Xiao would be able to use it with the 7 Stars Sword to cultivate the 7 Stars Heavenfall Sword. Once he finished cultivating all 6 sword incantations, each of them would rise from the early King class to the mid-King class. At the same time, their combined power would increase. That would cause a qualitative change in his strength. As for the Sea Soul Jade, he could keep it for now, and use it with the Myriad Countries sword to cultivate the Myriad Countries Sea Heavenly Sword. As for the Eagle-type Demonic Beast Core, he could use it to upgrade his Undying Bird Beast Soul. In any case, he definitely wouldn't lose out in this deal. Now that I've given you the items, you can fight one-on-one with King Zhong. If you lose, King Zhong will take first place. If you win, King Zhong will take third place. Is that a problem? The owner of the God Devil Medallion looked at Ling Xiao. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. Very well. In that case, the two of you may step onto the stage. The owner of the God Devil Medallion didn't want to waste words. This was the final battle of the Fiend God Invitational Tournament, a showdown between the number one genius of the Western regions and the number one expert of the Celestial Dynasty. King Zhong's current strength had already surpassed that of a Celestial King. Moreover, he had the Neptune's Fury and the Jewel Rings. His strength was actually close to the three strongest experts of the Western regions. Soul Hall was still worried that Ling Xiao would have to face such a person. Cold Plum didn't even step onto the stage. She just stood there quietly and watched. Ling Xiao stepped onto the stage, looking down at the crowd. Everyone assumed that he would be rivals with Imperial Prince Tian, the Dragon Shark King, Feng Fei, and Tian High Tyranny. But now, they realized with shock that his peers were far from being Ling Xiao's match. Ling Xiao's opponent was an even more powerful senior expert. He was challenging an almost impossible task. He was creating a record that would shock the world. King Zhong stepped onto the stage as well, looking at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. The youth in front of him had come from the Celestial Dragon continent. His starting point could be said to be the lowest of all. That place lacked spiritual qi, so it was impossible for any powerful figures to emerge from it. But this youth had broken the rules and walked step by step to suppress all the geniuses of the Western regions. Such a thing could only be done by Yu Xianyue and Ji Furing in the past. Could it be that this young man was related to those two? Of course, he didn't know that Yu Xianyue and Ji Furing were Ling Xiao's birth parents. If he did, he would be even more shocked. Ling Xiao, I really admire you. You wanted to kill Imperial Prince Tian, and you did it. You wanted to defeat the Dragon Shark King, and you did it. Now, there's no youth under the age of 20 who's your match in the entire Western regions. If you can even defeat me, I believe that you'll be ranked in the top 3 of all cultivators under the age of 40. Besides Darkfrost and the Linglong Saintess, I can't think of anyone else who can be your match. But today, I must defeat you, for the Heavenly Emperor Empire, and for my dead nephew. King Zhong took a deep breath. No matter how great the enmity was, it had to be settled in this arena today. Is that all you want to say? Ling Xiao looked at King Zhong and said, Actually, I've never thought of you as my obstacle. Even Mother Long and the leader of the Alliance of Vengeance aren't worthy. In my eyes, there's only one enemy, and that's the Master of the Fiend God Order. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Including the Master of the Fiend God Order. Ling Xiao actually dared to speak like this in front of him. Master of the Fiend God Order, you don't have to be angry at all. We all know your plan, but those who dare to resist. There were only a handful of people who could resist. Even the current me shouldn't be worth mentioning in front of you, right? But I definitely won't give you the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor so easily. Ling Xiao turned to look at the Master of the Fiend God Order. He knew that he was still useful to the Master of the Fiend God Order, so the other party definitely wouldn't kill him. Therefore, it didn't matter if he was a little arrogant. Ha 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 ha, good boy, you have backbone. But as you said, you are just chess pieces in my hands. No matter how much you jump around, it's useless. If you obediently do things for me, you might be lucky enough to keep your lives. If you act recklessly, I can guarantee that all of you will die in this immemorial divine tomb forever. No one will see you again. The God Devil Order Master said very domineeringly. It's good to be strong, to dare to say such domineering words. Ling Xiao smiled, then turned around to look at King Zhong and said, Let's start and end the battle between us as soon as possible. Ling Xiao, you are too arrogant. Do you think that in this world, you are the only one who is cultivating, the only one who is increasing his strength? I also did not waste time, not only do I have the Heavenly Sword Emperor's inheritance, I also have the Neptune's Fury and the exquisite twin rings. You only have the Ice Age, how can you fight me? King Zhong was very unhappy. Being looked down upon by Ling Xiao made his self-esteem suffer a serious challenge. He took out the Neptune's Fury. With a light wave, it was as if there was a terrifying sea power roaring crazily. King Zhong did not plan to hold back at all. Because he knew how powerful Ling Xiao was, he released the exquisite battle armor and the Neptune's Fury from the beginning. He also summoned his martial soul. King Zhong's martial soul was a spear. Spear soulless was a weapon martial soul. It could be said that long weapons were all universal. This was the reason why he chose to use the Neptune's Fury as a battle weapon. Only the Neptune's Fury could let spear soulless power completely vent. Whether it was the Neptune's Fury or the Ice Age, they were all much higher grade than the Ice Sovereign Sword. Although Ling Xiao was still unable to confirm what grade of weapon they were. It should be very likely that they were immortal grade Emperor weapons, or even divine grade Emperor weapons. King Zhong was also the #1 genius of the Western region 20 years ago. In a short 2 hours, he already understood the Neptune's Fury and the exquisite twin rings very thoroughly. Although these two weapons are very difficult to understand, Ling Xiao's Ice Age can only be used as a weapon to carry out ordinary attacks. Mother Dragon sighed, the #1 genius of 20 years ago and the #1 genius of 20 years later. Who will win? Naturally, it's Prince Zhong. Ling Xiao was too arrogant. He could have obtained the soul-devouring magic staff, the 7-star saber, the heaven sword, and the raging flame divine spear. But he didn't seem to have that thought at all. If you are arrogant, you will suffer. The Heavenly King snorted coldly. Actually, he didn't understand why Ling Xiao didn't do that. I also feel that Prince Zhong has a higher chance of winning. After all, he has lived for 20 more years. To a martial artist, 20 years is a long time. Too important. The leader of the Revenge Alliance had the same judgment. Ling Xiao turned a deaf ear to such discussions. He did not intend to use the Ice Age. Just as Dragon Mother had said, the Ice Age was nothing more than a giant sword that he could wield at will. Even if he could use it to perform revered Ice's frozen sky sword art, it would consume too much energy and its power would not increase by much. He might as well use the Ice Supreme Sword. Today, he was going to use the 9 Supreme Sword Arts to determine the victor between him and King Zhong. As for the Ice Age, he only needed to transform into the Ice Age armor to protect him. You're still not willing to take out your Ice Age? Prince Zhong frowned. Are you disdainful to use it, or do you not know how to use it? If you don't know how to use it, it's better to give the weapon to someone else as soon as possible. So as not to waste it. I really don't know what a beast martial artist like you needs a weapon for. It's simply a waste of heaven's gifts. I am a beast martial artist, but I am also a sword martial artist. Is there a rule that says we can't cultivate at the same time? You guys don't have the energy, but I have a lot of energy. Ling Xiao laughed. Sword martial artist, you think you're worthy? Prince Zhong sneered, I'm afraid you don't even know what a sword martial artist is, right? I don't know? Ling Xiao laughed. It seemed that many people had said that he was not worthy of using a sword. But those people were all killed by his sword. That's right. When you reach the golden heavenly realm, you will understand that possessing a weapon martial spirit is the foundation of a warrior. A true warrior not only has to possess a weapon martial spirit, but also has to cultivate the martial spirit into an innate martial spirit, reaching the point where it can be connected to the body and can even devour weapons. To raise the grade of the martial spirit. That was what a true warrior was like. A sword martial artist is just a branch of a warrior, but without an innate martial spirit, no one dares to say that they are a sword martial artist. Prince Zhong said disdainfully. Regarding this, Ling Xiao had heard of it before. Most of the martial spirits that martial artists possessed at the beginning were acquired martial spirits. Only by constantly cultivating and strengthening would one be able to advance to an innate martial spirit. Not only would an innate martial spirit become stronger, it would also be able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. However, he had only heard of it and did not understand it at all. It seemed that the things he knew were still too little. Perhaps when he reached the golden heavenly realm, he would know more. But now, he had to defeat the enemy in front of him first. Although I don't have an innate martial spirit, I was fortunate enough to know a martial artist from the 4 great regions. He taught me how to cultivate an innate martial spirit. Even though I have only touched the surface, dealing with you is as easy as flipping my hand. Prince Zhong said coldly, "Don't worry, it won't be too painful. 3 moves, at most 3 moves, I will be able to defeat you. As for whether you will die or not, it will depend on whether you have the fortune or not." Prince Zhong looked very humble on the surface. But in reality, he was very arrogant in his heart. He was more arrogant than anyone in the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. This included the arrogant Prince Tian. It was just that he had always been pretending. Now that he had torn off his mask, he had completely let himself go. As if he did not put Xianxia in his heart at all. To you, Ice Age is just a weapon. But I am different. I can already communicate with my weapon. In just 2 hours, I have grasped the ultimate move of Neptune's fury, Neptune Arts. But don't worry, I don't need it to deal with you. It was very clear that Prince Zhong had seen the battle between Xianxia and the Dragon Shark King. But he still dared to say so, which meant that he had strength even more terrifying than the Dragon Shark King. He dared to look down on Xianxia because he was confident. "Isn't your nonsense a bit too much?" Xianxia hooked his hand and said, "Let me see if your ability is as good as your eloquence." Although he could feel that Neptune's fury was very obedient in Prince Zhong's hands. It was as if it should belong to him. It didn't seem like it was borrowed from Dragon Mother at all. This meant that Prince Zhong's comprehension of these weapons was indeed good. But even so what, when had he, Xianxia, ever been afraid? How could anyone possibly know his trump card? Once the Tyrant martial spirit came out, what trump card in this world was stronger than it? While speaking, Xianxia had already entered the limitless heavenly rat beast spirit transformation state. Against Prince Zhong, he did not dare to underestimate him. In a battle between experts, a little carelessness could cost one's life. So he was prepared to go all out. Of course, this full strength did not include the Tyrant martial spirit and the Bloody Devil Rat. The Sky Tyrant martial soul and Bloody Devil Rat's moves were only used when they had lost the opportunity and were about to die. Obviously, it wasn't that time yet. Suddenly, King Zhong swung Neptune's fury, and a powerful aura condensed into an unstoppable momentum. 6 flood dragons condensed from water appeared beside him. Each of these dragons was stronger than the Dragon Shark King's water dragon roar. Mid-grade King class martial technique? Xiao's Tai Chi captured his opponent's moves and began to prepare for an attack. He didn't plan to passively defend, but to directly attack. He also had a mid-grade King class martial technique, so why should he be afraid? If that's all you have, I advise you to stop as soon as possible because you're not my opponent. To be honest, Xiao was very disappointed. When he fought with the Dragon Shark King, he used the terrifying move of 4 swords in one. That was equivalent to a high-grade King class martial technique. King Zhong should know this, but now he was using a mid-grade King class martial technique to deal with him. Was this a joke? Not necessarily, although my Heavenly King Spear Art is only a mid-grade King class martial technique. When combined with Neptune's fury, it can erupt with the power of a high-grade King class martial technique. If you underestimate it, you'll die quickly. King Zhong sneered. Then I want to try it even more. Xiao's eyes released a sharp light, and 4 swords flew up at the same time. Ice Senior, Flame Senior, Soul Senior, Ling Long, each sword represented a completely different type of energy. It's here again. That should be the move that Xiao used to defeat the Dragon Shark King. These two are going to go all out from the beginning without holding anything back. Everyone was a little excited after experiencing the boring battle of the top 6. Finally, they welcomed such a wonderful battle, so they were naturally looking forward to it. Finally, the 6 flood dragons condensed. Then, they let out a terrifying roar. With the domineering aura of a king, they rushed toward Xiao. At that moment, King Zhong's soulless spear flickered to the extreme as if it was about to materialize. Heavenly King Spear Art's first move, 6 dragons playing with pearls. King Zhong roared. The 6 spear shadows seemed to have turned into 6 living flood dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they rushed towards Xiao. That powerful force caused the entire arena to shake violently. He didn't lie. Ling Xiao could feel that the power of his opponent's move was indeed in the embryonic form of an advanced king-level martial skill. Although it could not fully reach the power of a king-level martial skill, it still could not reach the power of a king-level martial skill. However, it was even more terrifying than the martial skills he had seen before. However, let me show you what a real king-level martial skill is. Ling Xiao sneered. 4 swords flew out simultaneously. 4 streams of sword chi condensed together in the void. It turned into a terrifying sword chi that could destroy the world. King Zhong's attack was powerful. Ling Xiao's attack was not weak either. Everyone stared at the two of them. Both of their attacks erupted at almost the same time, directly attacking each other. There was no probing or hesitation at all. From the very start, it was a battle to the death. This was very much in line with the taste of most people. Anyway, no matter who died, they didn't care. They only cared about the degree of excitement of this battle. Boom! A terrifying roar sounded in the arena. The entire arena began to crack, and pieces of gravel flew in all directions. The collision of these two people's attacks was the most terrifying collision since the beginning of the God and Devil Invitational Tournament. It was simply earth-shattering. King Zhong's expression changed, and he retreated rapidly until he reached the edge of the arena before he could stand still. His hands were constantly trembling. The Neptune's fury in his hands seemed to be unable to be held. Many small cracks appeared on his arm, and blood seeped out from them. Although it wasn't much, everyone knew that he had suffered a great loss this time. Because at this moment, Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever, as if nothing had happened. It was obvious that he had the upper hand in this attack. With great difficulty, King Zhong finally regained control of his body. He could feel how powerful a true advanced king-level martial skill was. However, even though he was injured, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. That was the smile of a scheme that succeeded. It was the smile of victory in sight. I'm inferior to them. The Dragon Shark King shook his head and smiled bitterly. These two people are simply both freaks. Ling Xiao's attack, I'd be seriously injured to the brink of death no matter what. But that King Zhong actually only suffered some light injuries. Great! Looks like Brother Ling should be fine. That King Zhong only knows how to boast. He clearly doesn't have any real ability. Battle Soul said excitedly. I don't think so. Dark Frost frowned and said, King Zhong seems to have some scheme. He's deliberately guiding Ling Xiao to release that strongest attack. You guys, look at the Heavenly Emperor Dynasty's side. Everyone's faces don't have worried looks. Instead, they're still smiling. Then what to do? Battle Soul was somewhat panicking. Watch quietly. Big Brother Ling Xiao won't be so easy to scheme against. People who scheme against him tend to play themselves to death. Although Dark Frost knew that King Zhong had a scheme, she trusted Ling Xiao a lot. In terms of playing mind games, no one would be Ling Xiao's match. This move should be your strongest attack, right? I really want to see how you're going to receive my next move. My Heavenly Emperor Spear Art has 3 moves. Each move is stronger than the previous, can you block it? King Zhong already stopped trembling. His injuries also recovered because of the medicinal pill. After that, he immediately started to brew the next move. Ling Xiao could feel that on the Neptune's fury, there was an even more terrifying power condensing. That kind of power was what a genuine high-class king-level martial technique should have. This guy really looks like his martial soul is somewhat different from the rest. I keep feeling that other people's martial souls being able to increase 1 or 2 times combat power is already the limit. But his martial soul can increase 4 or 5 times combat power. The cultivation of martial souls is a little interesting. Acquired martial souls are already like this. Then what will innate martial souls be like? Ling Xiao was really looking forward to it very much. But at this stage, he still had to resolve the problem in front of him first. The enemy was not to be trifled with. Heavenly Emperor Spear Art's second move, a divine spear moves Black Tortoise. King Zhong did not want to give Ling Xiao any chance to catch his breath. So his attack speed this time was very fast. The Neptune's fury was brandished. A huge black tortoise appeared in the void. It was completely condensed from water. It contained an extremely terrifying power inside. Then, it crazily charged at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's choice was the same as before. Four swords attacked together, but this time, Ling Xiao was clearly at a disadvantage. The amplification of the Neptune's fury plus the amplification of the exquisite dual rings. King Zhong's attack was actually many times stronger than his own. The four sword energies were all scattered after a moment of stalemate. Then, the terrifying aftershock struck Ling Xiao's body. Despite having the glacier battle armor and the king-level black tortoise divine physique, Ling Xiao was still injured. Many tiny cracks appeared all over his body. The wounds on Ling Xiao's body were all cut by the aura of the Neptune's wrath. Although it wasn't very serious, the one who suffered this time was Ling Xiao. This scene made Darkfrost's heart tremble. The fighting spirit and battle spirit were even more flustered. They were even thinking in their hearts. Although Ling Xiao was a peerless genius, his opponent was the #1 genius from 20 years ago. Having lived for 20 years, he was definitely much stronger than Ling Xiao. It was already very good that Ling Xiao could hold on until now. It was impossible for him to win. What are you panicking for? Darkfrost tried her best to calm herself down. Her concern for Ling Xiao was definitely no less than Cold Plum and Long Chen. Although she trusted Ling Xiao very much, she was still a little flustered in her heart. But she knew that she couldn't panic. If she panicked, others would also panic. Big brother Ling Xiao must have another move, definitely. There seemed to be no reason to say such words, but this was Darkfrost's trust in Ling Xiao. She believed that Ling Xiao would definitely be able to find a way to deal with King Zhong. But this second move is already so powerful. King Zhong said that there is still a third move. The fighting spirit was still a little anxious. Don't worry, Master can win. Cold Plum was calmer than Darkfrost because she had seen Ling Xiao display his might countless times. Moreover, she also knew what other trump cards Ling Xiao had. There was no need to worry about winning. What they had to consider now was just how to win. Of course, the myriad countries, Heavenly Emperor Dynasty, and the Alliance of Revenge were already overjoyed. Seeing that King Zhong's plan worked, drawing out Ling Xiao's strongest martial skill and directly breaking it, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. I was originally worried that Ling Xiao might have something special. But now, it seems like he's at his wit's end. That's right, the so-called #1 genius of the Western region is nothing more than this. Thinking of his confident look just now, I feel funny. This is a powerhouse, this was a true king. The Heavenly King spear arts, the spear arts of a king, the spear arts of a tyrant, the next move will definitely take Ling Xiao's life. The Koi King looked at King Zhong and revealed an expression of worship and infatuation. Compared to Prince Zhong, the Heavenly Prince is just a child. If you want to marry someone, you have to marry someone like that. Prince Tian had just died not long ago, and the Koi King had already begun to fall in love with someone else. However, she couldn't be blamed for this. Who asked Prince Tian to be such a trash? While Prince Zhong's performance was so strong and intoxicating, Ling Xiao only smiled disdainfully at the discussions of the people around him. In this world, how many people knew what his true trump card was? The only people who could force him to use all his trump cards were probably the three great powerhouses of the Western region. Of course, when faced with a terrifying existence like the master of the Fiend God token, he didn't need to use his trump card at all because he was basically going to die. Unless he chose to run for his life. Without the need for any medicinal pills, his body automatically recovered. This kind of injury was nothing to the Black Tortoise Divine Physique's recovery ability. Are you very proud of yourself? Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Why can't I be proud? King Zhong sneered. You seem to only have one move left, right? I remember that you said at the beginning that you could finish me in 3 moves. However, this move only caused slight damage to me. I don't even need to use any medicinal pills to block it. Are you sure you can defeat me with your next move? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Whether I can defeat you or not, you will know soon. King Zhong began to gather his strength again. A moment later, his feet trembled, and his figure suddenly rushed forward like a crazy cheetah. The Neptune's fury in his hand was like the weapon of the god of death, filled with a terrifying and austere aura. Brother Ling. The dragon shark, warrior soul, and war soul all cried out in shock. Because with their eyesight, they could also see how terrifying King Zhong's attack was. They definitely couldn't be careless. Ling Xiao actually couldn't hear them at all. Ling Xiao, who was wholeheartedly immersed in the battle, had long forgotten everything around him. He knew what King Zhong was expecting. Expecting the 4 swords into one to be his ultimate move, Did he say that it was his ultimate move? He sneered, and almost at the same time, his move was completed. It was just that he hadn't released it yet. He wanted to give King Zhong a surprise. At this moment, King Zhong was also extremely nervous in his heart. Although the second move suppressed Ling Xiao, seeing Ling Xiao's calm and composed expression, he always felt a little uneasy in his heart. Moreover, according to his initial thoughts, the second move should be able to seriously injure Ling Xiao. Then, the third move would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. But the current situation was indeed that the second move only lightly injured Ling Xiao. He didn't even use any medicinal pills and was already healed. This kid is too terrifying. We definitely can't let him live. Otherwise, my Heavenly Emperor dynasty will treat him like this today. In the future, he will definitely destroy my Heavenly Emperor dynasty. Thinking of this, King Zhong's aura became even stronger. He was almost at full capacity. His true essence was pushed to 90%. Originally, if I used the bloodthirsty plague at this time, you would definitely be finished. But that would be pointless. Only when I completely suppress you in martial skills will you completely collapse. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't use any ability to weaken his opponent. It wasn't worth it anyway. King Zhong saw the smile on Ling Xiao's face. He really didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking in his heart. He only knew that his attack was already fully prepared. If he didn't release it at this time, then the one who would be injured would be him. Heavenly Emperor Spear Art's third move, Fury of the Spear God, destroying the world. Following King Zhong's angry roar, a terrifying and overbearing spear intent to the extreme bloomed. Suddenly, the entire ring broke apart from the middle with a gotcha sound. But fortunately, it didn't collapse. So it still didn't hinder the battle. This spear was like the attack of the god of destruction. How domineering was it? How spectacular was it? How invincible was it? Compared to this move, the previous 2 moves were simply like children playing house. This kind of sudden rise in power made many people a little unable to react for a while. How can it be so strong? Yeah, this kind of power, I'm afraid it has already reached the peak power of a high-grade king martial skill. I dare to bet that Ling Xiao won't be able to block it this time. On the rostrum, the God Devil Token's owner was still looking coldly. Kid, let me see what qualifications you have to be so bold in front of me. I believe that you are definitely not as simple as they think. Beside him, the Blood Axe Snake Clan's patriarch Shifeng sighed. Unfortunately, my Blood Axe Snake Clan's enemy can't be killed by our Blood Axe Snake Clan. He won't die. The God Devil Token's owner said indifferently. Why? Shifeng asked in surprise. Shi Xiaozong also felt very strange. Why would the God Devil Token's owner value this young man so much? But the God Devil Token's owner didn't answer them. He just quietly watched everything that happened on the stage. The terrifying spear intent was already approaching. Everyone stared at Ling Xiao, wanting to see what other tricks Ling Xiao had up his sleeves. At this moment, Ling Xiao took out his sword. Is it that move again? Sure enough, he has exhausted his abilities. Is it that 4 swords in one move again? Looks like he doesn't have much ability left. When the crowd saw Ling Xiao summon his treasured sword again, they couldn't help feeling disdain. One had to know that he had already suffered a loss when facing King Zhong's second move. Facing the third move, he actually used the same move to block it. Wasn't this purely courting death, exhausting one's abilities? This was the situation. But, a genius of a generation can't compete with the resources of a large faction. There were also people who sighed for Ling Xiao. After all, King Zhong's current strength was mostly due to Neptune's fury and the exquisite twin rings. Kill him. King Zhong stood up excitedly and roared. Among all of them, his hatred for Ling Xiao was probably the greatest. After all, he only had one son, and that son who could inherit him was killed by Ling Xiao and Long Chen. Humph, Dragon Shark, do you see that? Your new master is about to die. Come back. Dragon Mother coldly snorted and looked at Dragon Shark King. Even if he dies, I'm still his brother. There's no need to say any more. I've already returned a life to you. This life belongs to Ling Xiao. If he dies, I'll take revenge for him. Dragon Shark King coldly said. Idiot. Dragon Mother choked with anger. However, when she thought that Ling Xiao was about to die, her mood was still quite good. However, no one noticed that Ling Xiao had no intention of jumping off the stage to admit defeat. His expression was as calm as ever. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Although Prince Tian died, an even more powerful King Zhong appeared. If his cultivation improves, he only needs to reach the 3rd level of the reincarnation divine realm. I believe that even Dragon Mother, Darkfrost, and I won't be his match. Sigh, the Heavenly Emperor dynasty truly has a deep foundation. I can't help but admire them. The leader of the Avenging Alliance sighed. King Zhong's performance could be said to have made him feel a huge threat. If it wasn't for the chance to enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum, he wouldn't cooperate with King Zhong. Keeping such a person alive was the biggest problem. Everyone said that Prince Zhong was the #1 genius of the Western regions 20 years ago, but in his opinion, Prince Zhong could be said to be the #1 genius of the Western regions in the last 100 years. If he continued to grow, there would be hope for the revival of the Heavenly Emperor dynasty in the future. Most likely, the entire Western region would be under his rule. Spear God's wrath, annihilating the world, as expected, it was extremely overbearing. That unstoppable, world-destroying aura even made people feel like doomsday had arrived for a moment. Many people were trembling with fear. I didn't think that there would be such a genius in the Western regions. This Prince Zhong can be roped in. Becoming this lord's subordinate shouldn't be a problem. The owner of the God and Devil Order knew that Ling Xiao was disobedient, but this King Zhong could be roped in. He believed that Prince Zhong's future was definitely brighter than his 3 strongest subordinates. But why? The God Fiend confused his master. Why was there no trace of fear on Ling Xiao's face? Not a trace of panic could be seen. Could it be that this person had no such feelings as fear? He didn't believe it. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, at this moment, the 4 swords were already in the air. The Fire Supreme Sword was incomparably hot, Supreme Ice Sword, cold and murderous, Supreme Spirit Sword, mysterious and dangerous, exquisite sword, outstanding like an immortal. The 4 swords were flickering with 4 different kinds of light. But this didn't cause people to be surprised. Because people had already seen this move several times. Although it was powerful, it was still very powerful. Although it was powerful, it was definitely not a match for Prince Zhong's last move. Whoosh, suddenly, the 5th sword was in the air. Supreme Snake Sword was extremely poisonous. The 5 swords reflected each other's brilliance in the air and then quickly rotated, gradually fusing into one. It turned into a huge 5-colored sword beam. The power of this sword beam was much stronger than the 4 sword beams, reaching 25 times the attack power. And the 4 sword beams were only 20 times the attack power. 5 times the basic attack power, in a battle between 2 strong people, was an absolute huge advantage. In addition to the Supreme Snake Sword's characteristics, this 5-colored sword beam was terrifyingly poisonous. It could even catch the enemy off guard. What's going on? Why are there 5 swords? Aren't there only 4 swords? I feel that there's something wrong with this power. It seems to be much stronger than before. Impossible, this guy must be bluffing. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, Ling Xiao had already released his attack. Supreme Fire Blazing Sky Sword Art, Supreme Ice Cold Sky Sword Art, Supreme Spirit Sky Sword Art, Supreme Snake Venomous Sky Sword Art, Exquisite Celestial Sword Art, 5 swords in one. The 5 sword beams fused into one and turned into 5-colored sword beams, colliding with Prince Zhong's attack. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with smoke and dust, blocking everyone's eyes. They could only hear the arena crumbling. But they didn't know how the battle was going. Many people thought that Ling Xiao was bluffing. But there were also many people who believed that Ling Xiao had an even stronger fusion skill. After all, if 4 swords could fuse, why couldn't 5 swords? Now, the God Devil Order owner, Dragon Mother, Revenge Alliance leader, and Heavenly King suddenly understood why Ling Xiao had proposed such a condition previously. Perhaps the meteorite iron and sea soul jade were also the key to cultivating a sword technique. At this moment, they were regretting. They regretted giving Xianxia such a good item. Rumble, in the smoke and dust, Neptune's fury kept retreating, and the spear intent kept weakening. The power of 5 swords in one was simply too terrifying. This made Prince Zhong's expression extremely ugly. As for the audience, they were anxiously stomping their feet because they couldn't see the battle situation. The power of these two people's attacks was simply too terrifying. Impossible. How is this possible? Prince Zhong was completely flustered. The Heavenly King Sword Art's second move had gained an advantage, which made him full of confidence. The power of the third move was at least 2 times stronger. So, he thought that he could easily defeat Xianxia and even kill Xianxia. But how could he have expected that Xianxia actually had such a terrifying attack hidden? At your wit's end, how stupid. Xianxia is so confident in one-on-one combat. How could he not have any trump cards? How could he be exhausted? I have miscalculated. Even though he knew that he had miscalculated, Prince Zhong couldn't accept such a failure. He desperately channeled his true essence, hoping to block Xiao's attack. Rumble, there was another loud sound, and Neptune's fury retreated again. And the spear intent had almost completely dissipated. No. Prince Zhong screamed as his body was directly sent flying. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. A mouthful of blood with fragments of internal organs was spat out from Prince Zhong's mouth. It spilled all over the ground. At this moment, Prince Zhong's hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered. His body was actually covered in blood. There were countless wounds, all of which were cut by the sword qi. The most troublesome thing was that his blood was gradually turning purplish-black. That was an obvious sign of poisoning. At this moment, the smoke and dust finally dispersed. Nearly half of the stage had been cut. But fortunately, it didn't completely disappear, and the approximate range could still be seen. Prince Zhong was at the edge of the stage, and Neptune's fury ruthlessly stabbed into the gap of the stage. In the end, it didn't fall down. King Zhong struggled to get up, constantly coughing out black blood. His eyes were already somewhat blurred. Everyone was completely stupefied at this moment. They simply did not know what had happened. Just now, it was clearly King Zhong who had launched the final attack. It was clearly King Zhong who wanted to end the battle. How did the situation change so drastically in the blink of an eye? Xianxia was practically unscathed. But King Zhong was clearly seriously injured. This was definitely not a problem that could be solved with pills. It was impossible to recover in a short period of time. I'm going to kill you. The Heavenly King jumped up. Not only did Xianxia cause the death of his son, but he also severely injured his brother. With his violent temper, how could he control himself? Big brother, it's fine. It's just a small injury. I won't die. If you come up now, I will completely lose. King Zhong shook his head and swallowed 2 pills. One was an antidote pill, the other was a healing pill. Although it was impossible to recover in a short period of time, it was still better to recover a little. It was impossible for him to admit defeat. He still had a real trump card that he had not taken out. How could he lose like this, although he was in a sorry state, although he looked seriously injured? His eyes were still filled with fighting spirit. He was not completely at a loss. Admit defeat. It was not easy to cultivate to this point. I have already killed Prince Tian. I don't want to kill you anymore. Xianxia looked at King Zhong, who stood up and said indifferently. No matter what the other party's trump card was, he could not lose. The other party had a trump card, but so did he. Moreover, his trump card was incomparable. However, he had to admit that King Zhong was powerful. 5 swords in one. It was the power of all the sword techniques he had cultivated in the 9 sovereign sword arts. He was still unable to knock King Zhong off the stage. This King Zhong was also a tenacious guy. He liked tenacious guys. Moreover, there was actually no deep hatred between him and King Zhong. If there was, it was because he killed Prince Tian. But that was an eye for an eye. He really did not want to kill King Zhong anymore. There were only so few experts in the western region. The real enemy was the owner of the God-Devil token. Admit defeat? No. Impossible, Ling Xiao. I have to say that you are really the most terrifying genius in 1,000 years, no, 10,000 years, if you're still alive. Not only will the western region be yours in the future, even the entire Black Tortoise continent will be yours. But unfortunately, today, I must defeat you. Prince Zhong clenches his teeth. After eating some pills, he feels that his body is much more comfortable. His injuries did not seem to be that serious. Hee, thank you for the praise, but I still will not give you first place. Ling, that guy is really shameless. He actually accepted Prince Zhong's words. That's right. What number one genius in 10,000 years? That's all he can do in the western regions. Cough, cough, you can't say that. Otherwise, wouldn't the Blood Axe Serpent clan be worse than a fart? You should have followed up with another attack. I don't think so. Ling Xiao smiled. I didn't chase because I felt that there was no need. Because no matter what trump card you have, you are not my match. What if it was Sea God Arts? King Zhong sneered. I comprehended it from Sea God's wrath. To be honest, I don't know what level of martial skill it is. But it is definitely much stronger than my previous attack. Although your 5 swords in one is powerful, you are still not my match. Hee, that's just what you think. Don't you think that you are a bit too conceited? From the beginning, you said that you would defeat me in 3 moves, but in the end? 3 moves have passed, and it seems that you are the one who is seriously injured. And not me. Now, have you not learned your lesson? Ling Xiao mocked. I have no sympathy for people who don't know life from death. I admit that I don't want to kill you, but if you insist on going about things the wrong way, I don't mind killing one more person from the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. I heard that my nephew tried to snatch your dragon race friend back then. Later on, he did get it. Although that was just your scheme. But it is also because you are weak. Presumably, in order to deal with him, you must have worked very hard during this period of time, right? To be able to reach today, it is really not easy. To be honest, I don't want to kill you, but you killed my nephew, so I must take revenge. King Zhong was not angered by Ling Xiao's mocking. He seemed to be very calm. You are wrong. Prince Tian is not worthy for me to chase after. My goal has always been the 4 major regions, even the God-Devil Order Master is just a stumbling block on my path. Sooner or later, I will move him away. You people, your horizons are too narrow. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Is that so? It is a pity that your goal will end here. In the end, you are really unlucky to have met me. King Zhong was somewhat surprised, but he immediately calmed down. The youth in front of him was unexpectedly calm. It even made him doubt himself. My luck has always been good, and what I like the most is to go against the heavens and change my fate. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. You are not the heavens, so you can't decide my fate. Ling Xiao said clearly. Ha, everyone can show off their bravery before they die. But it is a pity. King Zhong laughed wildly. Then, he suddenly became serious. The Neptune's fury in his hand pointed at Ling Xiao. Then, King Zhong slowly walked towards Ling Xiao. It just looked slow. In that instant, the entire world seemed to be submerged by the sea. Everything became silent. Only the sea was roaring. It was surging. Ling Xiao could not even see King Zhong's figure. He could not see the stage. He could not feel the spear intent. What a terrifying spear technique. Could this be the so-called Neptune arts? Is this the martial technique of the Neptune's fury? Ling Xiao had to admit that even if it was Dark Frost, she would not be able to win against King Zhong's spear. But he could. Sometimes, a nemesis was like that. It was just that he, Ling Xiao, might be the nemesis of all martial artists. Neptune arts, that should be a peak king-level martial technique. It is the strongest martial technique that the Neptune Emperor used in the past. Then Ling Xiao can be considered lucky to die under the Neptune arts. Unfortunately, he is not like King Zhong, who can cultivate a martial spirit and can communicate with the weapon. He is unable to comprehend the martial technique of the weapon. The God-Devil token's owner shook his head. He knew that everything was over this time. Xifeng, don't feel regretful. After that kid dies, his corpse will be handed over to you. You can do whatever you want with it. He turned to look at one of his most capable subordinates and said indifferently. Thank you, master. Xifeng was overjoyed. Ling Xiao couldn't hear the sounds from the outside world at all. At this moment, he was like a person isolated by the world, a person imprisoned by the sea. In addition to the sea, there was still the sea. In addition to the sound of the sea, there was still the sound of the sea. He knew how terrifying this spear was. It was many times more powerful than the Heavenly King Spear art. The Heavenly King Spear art was only a mid-level king-level martial technique. It could only reach the power of a high-level king level with the help of a weapon. And this move was a true peak king-level martial technique. Although he couldn't hear the sound and couldn't see the opponent, Ling Xiao could still feel that danger was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Now, he had 4 choices. First, he could use the Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul to resolve the crisis, but there were too many people present and it would easily cause trouble. Second, he could use the Bloody Rat to resolve the crisis, but the price was a bit high. He had just reached the first level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm and would definitely fall back. Third, he could quickly comprehend the 6th Sword Art, the 7-star Heavenly Falling Sword Art. Anyway, he had the materials and the 7-star sword, so there shouldn't be a problem. 6 swords into one, his fusion technique would reach the power of a peak king-level martial technique, which would definitely not be inferior to the opponent's attack. Fourth, comprehending the Ice Age martial techniques under immense pressure was actually the most difficult of all. But Ling Xiao hoped that he could do it. Because the Ice Age was such a powerful weapon in his hand, but he couldn't use the matching martial technique. That would be too much of a waste. And the greater the crisis, the greater the pressure, the easier it would be to comprehend. Anyway, he had the life backtrack skill. Even if he was really killed, so what? Thinking of this, he abandoned all distracting thoughts and closed his eyes. Comprehend the opponent's attack, and at the same time comprehend his own unique skill. The Ice Age and the Wrath of the Sea God were both ancient emperor weapons, but they had the same effect. Although Ling Xiao didn't have the ability to cultivate the acquired martial soul like King Zhong and reach the heart and mind realm. But he believed in his own perception. He believed in his outburst under the crisis. In the eyes of the outside world, he was simply waiting for death. He had completely given up resistance. No, I have to go up and help him. Dark Frost was anxious. At this time, she could no longer remain calm. Even if Ling Xiao lost, she couldn't just watch as Ling Xiao died. The moment Prince Zhong used the Sea God's secret art, Dark Frost was already unable to maintain absolute trust. She could not let her brother take any risks. However, when she rushed to the front of the stage, she was stopped by Lin Mei. Dodge! Dark Frost roared. Calm down. I care about Master more than anyone else. I don't want Master to die. But I knew that he wouldn't die so easily. You'd better stay here. Once you step onto the arena, it would be considered a violation of the rules, and Master would lose. I won't allow that to happen. Cold Plum shook her head and refused to back down. Who cares if he wins or loses now? So what if he loses? He'll still get the chance to go to the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. I can't risk it. I don't want to attack you. Dark Frost shouted. Cold Plum still shook her head and refused to back down. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Dark Frost. While Dark Frost was extremely nervous and anxious, a karate chop landed on the back of her neck. The one who attacked was Long Chen. Let your palace master have a good rest. Boss, he won't die so easily. Long Chen and Cold Plum had followed Ling Xiao the longest. They had followed him from the Skydragon continent to the Black Tortoise continent. They knew Ling Xiao better than anyone else. I really don't know where they get their confidence from. Are they all sick in the head? The people from the Celestial Empire mocked. At this time, Ling Xiao had obviously given up resisting. How could there be a chance for him to turn the situation around? He was simply daydreaming. They're just deceiving themselves. Not to mention that Ling Xiao, even Dragon Mother and I wouldn't dare to take this attack head-on. The leader of the Vengeance Alliance sneered. That's right. This time, that kid won't be able to escape. Dragon Mother was also very sure. Even the owner of the God Devil token couldn't see any possibility of Ling Xiao turning the situation around. He didn't understand where Long Chen and Cold Plum's confidence came from. On the side of the Hall of Souls, Warrior Soul and Battle Soul were also very confused. Dragon Shark King couldn't help but say, "Don't joke around with Ling Xiao's life. Although you're also boss's brother, you've been in this group for too short a time. You don't understand how terrifying boss is." Long Chen shook his head and said, "Thank you for caring about boss at this time. But you just have to wait and see." Cold Plum and Long Chen didn't blindly believe in Ling Xiao. There was a reason why they believed in him. Ling Xiao hadn't used his strongest trump card yet. How could he die? Dragon Shark King maintained his silence and looked at the arena. Time seemed to slow down all of a sudden, and a cloud of misty water vapor actually appeared on the stage. In an instant, the mist froze and blocked everyone's vision again. They couldn't see what was happening inside. They could only wait anxiously. At the moment when their vision was blocked, they only saw that King Zhong's attack was less than 3 meters away from Ling Xiao. And these 3 meters might not even take a second. Extreme Cold Domain? Don't struggle needlessly. Your Extreme Cold Domain can only delay my attack for a moment at most. You still have to die. Prince Zhong was betting everything on this attack. With his current cultivation, he could only use a peak king stage martial technique once. Moreover, he was seriously injured. If he couldn't hit his opponent with this move, or if he defeated his opponent, then the one who lost in the end would definitely be him. But he had no regrets. He had gambled everything on it. Because he believed in the power of this attack. He also believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to dodge it. This attack almost engulfed the entire arena. Unless Ling Xiao jumped off the arena, it would be useless no matter where he fled. Moreover, it was faster than words could tell. It would take a lot of words to describe this spear, but in reality, only an instant had passed. Not only was this spear extremely powerful, but it was also extremely fast. Ling Xiao didn't respond to King Zhong. Under the terrifying killing intent, his potential increased at a crazy speed. It had already climbed to 100% of the cultivation C. He wasn't far from the second level of the reincarnation divine realm. However, breaking through seemed to still need some things. It was impossible for the time being. However, Ling Xiao had entered a mysterious environment at this time. The surroundings were a world of ice and snow. On the vast ice plains, a person holding a long sword faced the ferocious enemy with such confidence and calmness. The enemy was like a puppet in front of him. The terror of ice, the root of ice, was freezing. This was the true essence of the Ice Age. Suddenly, that figure overlapped with Ling Xiao's figure. Ling Xiao's eyes instantly opened. And at this time, King Zhong's deep-sea fury had already reached a meter in front of Ling Xiao. What? When King Zhong saw Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly open, he subconsciously felt that something was wrong. But at this time, the arrow was already on the bow, and he had no choice but to release it. He gritted his teeth, and the attack still went down. I have to thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend this Ice Age's Ice Emperor's sword technique. Ling Xiao smiled. The huge Ice Age in his hand suddenly turned into a sharp long sword. It was no longer so huge that he could hold it with one hand. But it was more agile. Ice Emperor sword technique's first move, instant freeze. Impossible. King Zhong's eyeballs popped out. How could he have thought that Ling Xiao actually comprehended the Ice Emperor's sword technique at the last moment? This guy was not a genius, he was simply a monster, a terrifying monster. Crack, the ice cracked. A person walked out from inside. It was King Zhong. Although he was seriously injured, he did not die. He walked very steadily. Ah! Suddenly, he raised his head and roared at the sky. King Zhong's roar seemed to ignite the enthusiasm of the scene. The martial artists of Heavenly Dynasty, myriad countries, and Revenge Alliance all cheered. King Zhong won. Ling Xiao was dead. This was the ending they thought it would be. Otherwise, how could King Zhong walk out of that frozen domain unscathed? Ling Xiao. Dragon Shark King suddenly rushed towards the stage. His eyes were red. Clearly, he was extremely angry and dissatisfied. It was not easy for him to recognize such a brother, and he planned to be a good brother forever. But Ling Xiao died just like that. Battle Soul and Battle Soul were also trembling all over. They had long formed a lifelong friendship with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was killed, how could they not be angry? Fortunately, Dark Frost had fainted. Otherwise, when she saw this scene, how sad would she be? This might be the only thing worth rejoicing over. Wait a minute. Longchen stopped Dragon Shark King. What else do you want? He's already dead. Don't tell me you don't even let me collect his corpse. I don't want to scold people, but your way of doing things is too stupid. Dragon Shark King was furious and did not give Longchen any face. However, the angrier he was, the happier Longchen felt for his boss. It meant that the Dragon Shark King truly wanted to be Ling Xiao's brother and friend, not just a pretense. However, he still couldn't let the Dragon Shark King go up. Because he was too familiar with Ling Xiao, he could even sense Ling Xiao's aura. Although it was very weak and almost non-existent, it was not a problem for the Dragon Clan at all. Dragon Shark King wanted to attack but was restrained by Cold Plum and Long Chen. At this time, on Tadagua's side, the Koi King was so excited that his face was red and his body was trembling violently. Saliva flowed out of his mouth. Prince Zhong. Ah, Prince Zhong. You are the most outstanding and powerful man in the eyes of the Koi King. I've been completely conquered by you. At this moment, she had completely forgotten about the pitiful Prince Tian. Prince Zhong was the one she was willing to marry. Ling Xiao, the person she hated the most, was also killed by Prince Zhong. This really made her the most excited. Son, your uncle has taken revenge for you. The Heavenly King looked up to the sky and sighed. The depression in his heart was finally eliminated. It's settled. In the future, the Western region will probably be the world of the Heavenly Emperor dynasty, and the throne of the #1 martial artist can probably only be Prince Zhong. Sai, our avenging alliance had better make a decision early and rely on the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. The avenging alliance's leader sighed. To him, this decision was very difficult. Because the Heavenly King sect in the avenging alliance had a deep enmity with the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. But if he didn't rely on them, he would probably be destroyed by the Heavenly Emperor dynasty in the future. It was better to be more sensible. What are you still doing there? Still not announcing the result? The God Devil Token's owner glanced at the female martial artist beside him and said coldly, that Ling Xiao won't be able to live. Yes, master. The female martial artist was still in incomparable shock at this time. She didn't expect that the peerless genius would actually die like this. I announce that the winner this time is the Heavenly Emperor dynasty, Prince Zhong. Prince Zhong will also become the champion of the God Devil Invitational Tournament. The female martial artist announced loudly. Following the announcement of the result, earth-shaking shouts sounded out at the scene. The God Devil City's audience also did not expect that this final battle would actually be so exciting. In the beginning, Ling Xiao suppressed Prince Zhong. Then, Prince Zhong counterattacked and injured Ling Xiao. Following that, Prince Zhong attempted to eliminate Ling Xiao with his third move, but was counterattacked by Ling Xiao, turning the tables beautifully. He had no choice but to use his final trump card, the Sea God Art, and finally ended this battle that lasted for a long time. In the end, it proved that ginger was still spicier with age. Prince Zhong, the strongest genius in the Western region 20 years ago, was already the strongest genius now. Dragon Mother obtained the Sea God's fury for a full several years before finally seeing through the mysteries of the Sea God Art. However, he had only managed to learn 2 of the moves. But this Prince Zhong comprehended the first move of the Sea God Art in a mere 2 hours. This kind of terrifying talent, probably even the geniuses of the 4 major regions were also inferior. Big Brother Ling Xiao. Where's Big Brother Ling Xiao? Ming Shuang suddenly woke up and screamed like a madwoman. The Warrior Soul and Battle Soul both lowered their heads. They did not dare to speak. I'm asking you a question. Dark Frost was anxious. There's no need to ask, that Big Brother Ling Xiao of yours is already dead. The Heavenly King looked over proudly and laughed mockingly. He killed my son, serves him right. Dead? Big Brother Ling Xiao is dead? Impossible, you're lying to me, I'll kill you. Dark Frost was different from other girls. If other girls encountered their loved ones being killed, they might directly collapse. But she was different, the negative emotions in her personality were completely exposed. She glared fiercely at the Heavenly King and directly pounced over. It was only at this moment that Darkfrost understood how important Big Brother Ling Xiao was in her heart. It was more important than she thought. Ling Xiao's death was like digging out her heart and soul. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. Alright, today's God and Devil Invitational Tournament was very exciting. Shifeng, go and deal with Ling Xiao's funeral. I'll leave his body to you. Also, because Ling Xiao was killed, I've decided to send Dragon Shark King in after a comprehensive evaluation. The owner of the God and Devil token stood up and said. I don't care. None of you can take away Big Brother Ling Xiao's body. Dragon Shark King roared. Hee, Dragon Shark, what are you doing? Don't curse me to die, I'm still alive and well. All the ice shattered, and Ling Xiao's figure appeared. The laughter made the scene dead silent. Many people looked at Ling Xiao as if they had seen a ghost. Darkfrost, Dragon Shark King, the Warrior Soul, and the Warrior Soul were all stunned for a moment. They were completely stunned. How could someone who was clearly dead come back to life? I've already said that boss won't die so easily. I'm sorry, Brother Dragon Shark. Longchen smiled and untied the Dragon Shark King. What's going on? I don't know how to express my feelings at all. Dragon Shark King did not know whether to laugh or cry. What do you mean by dead or not? I'm fine. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't come out for a long time was because he had just comprehended the Ice Emperor's sword art and used the first move of the sword art to defeat King Zhong. He was comprehending that feeling there. He had to remember that feeling in order to better unleash this attack. I lost. I never said that I won. King Zhong walked down the stage by himself. Ling Xiao still showed mercy in that attack. According to Ling Xiao's meaning, it was to thank him for letting him comprehend the Ice Emperor's sword art. This made King Zhong very depressed. His roar was not because of victory, but because of grievance. That stunning sword had left a deep shadow in his heart. At that moment, he was like a puppet in front of Ling Xiao, unable to resist at all. Instant freeze. What a terrifying move. King Zhong still remembered the name of that move. God Devil Order Master, you are powerful, but your eyesight is really not that good. I clearly didn't die, so why did you say that I died? Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the God Devil Order Master, revealing a bit of ridicule. The God Devil Order Master's expression was incomparably awkward and also very surprised. Just now, with his cultivation, he actually didn't detect the slightest bit of Ling Xiao's aura. This loss of face was really a bit big. Other than him, the expressions of the others were also quite interesting. Especially the people of myriad countries, Heavenly Emperor Dynasty, and Avenging Alliance. Each and every one of them looked like they had eaten feces. Their originally wonderful smiles instantly became mournful. How can this be? How is this possible? Under such a powerful attack, he actually didn't die? The Koi King fiercely smashed the ground as if he had gone crazy. Dragon Mother's expression was also not good. She had just mocked the Dragon Shark King for choosing an idiot friend. In the end, she was slapped in the face so quickly. The Heavenly King was the most depressed person. He thought that his son's death had been avenged, and the depression in his heart had been eliminated. But now that he saw that Ling Xiao didn't die, not only did that depression attack again, but it also became even more intense. So much so that he spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground, and his body couldn't help but shake a few times. Obviously, he was very angry. Divine Devil Order Master, can you announce the results again? Ling Xiao said loudly. Looking at the exciting and complicated performances of those people, he was extremely calm. Cough, cough. In this round, because Ling Xiao didn't die, Prince Zhong took the initiative to walk off the stage, so Ling Xiao won and took first place. Cold Plum ranked second. Prince Zhong is third. Although the owner of the Fiend God token was embarrassed, he was still a big shot and had a good attitude. After a moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure and announced the results again. But to be honest, he still didn't understand how Ling Xiao managed to hide his aura. To be able to do it without leaking anything at all, it was simply incomprehensible. The top 3 all received pretty good rewards. The third place was a healing pill. For Prince Zhong, this was the best. The second was a set of king-level martial skills. For Cold Plum, this was a timely help. Although her strength had increased greatly after fusing with the butterfly girl, she was still lacking in martial arts. It was probably because she hadn't found the part of her martial arts memories yet. This set of king-level martial skills just happened to come in handy. The reward for the first place was up to Xianxia to choose. They were 5 9th-level reincarnation divine realm monster cores, 4 of which happened to be the 12 beast-type monster cores. One was a peak king-level martial skill. The other was an immortal-grade emperor weapon. Xianxia finally chose the first one. For martial arts, he had the Ice Emperor Sword Art and the 9 Supreme Sword Art. For weapons, he also had the Ice Age. So naturally, the first reward was the most helpful to him. After refining the 4 cores into beast souls, he believed that it was time for his cultivation base to rise again. After the 3 of them received their rewards, they returned to their respective formations. The Dragon Shark King asked in surprise, "Xianxia, I don't understand. How did you do it? King Zhong's attack was so terrifying, it was very difficult for you to block it." Before Xianxia could answer, Dark Frost had already hugged Xiao's leg and cried very sadly. But in this sadness, there was also some joy and happiness. After experiencing despair and then hope, Dark Frost's heart had a roller coaster jump. For a moment, she didn't know how to express her feelings. "Actually, it's not a big deal, I comprehended the Ice Emperor Sword Art in the midst of danger." Xianxia smiled. There was nothing to hide. "I see. No wonder at that moment, I felt the cold air on the stage suddenly skyrocketing. That's the reason why you released the Ice Emperor Sword Art. But you were actually able to hide your aura so cleverly, that's too terrifying." The Dragon Shark King sighed. "It's nothing, if I pretend to be an ordinary person, even the God Devil token owner won't notice. I already knew how to conceal my aura when I was in the Heavenly Dragon continent. Another reason was that Prince Zhong's attack was able to completely conceal my aura. Even if he was defeated, the barrier created by that attack still exists, and I froze it into ice. Under the dual effect, I'm afraid that other than Long Chen and Cold Plum, who are the most familiar with me, no one else will be able to detect my aura." Xianxia explained. "Alright, let's not talk about these useless things, let's think about what to do next. Since the slots have been filled, the next step should be to enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Let's distribute the 5 extra slots." Long Chen walked over and said. "Let's go back to our place first, there shouldn't be anything else here today." There were too many eyes, Xianxia didn't plan to talk about things here. Right at that moment, the God Devil token owner suddenly stood up and smiled. "Now, the 6 treasures and 18 people to open the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum have been gathered. But there's still one thing missing. That's the Ancient Emperor Mirror that can consecrate the 6 treasures. If anyone can obtain the Ancient Emperor Mirror, the 6 keys will truly take effect." "Ancient Emperor Mirror?" "Yes, the Ancient Emperor Mirror is in the Ice City where Wanguo lives. Below the Ice City, there's a cold pool that's 10,000 meters deep. It's extremely cold inside. Only reincarnation divine realm martial artists can enter. Only Western region martial artists can enter. So if you want to obtain the Ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, I'm afraid you'll have to make a trip to the Ice City and take it out. Of course, I'll give whoever obtains the Ancient Emperor Mirror 4 slots and let him choose 4 people to enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum." It had to be said that the words of the God Devil token owner were very attractive. Especially those from the major forces who didn't obtain a slot. For slots, if they could obtain it, it would be very different. And to Xianxia, this Ancient Emperor Mirror was also a must. Otherwise, if he couldn't enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum, he wouldn't be able to obtain the Ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. He had worked so hard to get to this point, and he didn't want to give up halfway. "Do Hun, Battle Hun, you two go back to the green zone first and take the chance to escape from this troublesome place. We'll go there to fight for the Ancient Imperial Mirror." Xianxia suddenly looked at Do Hun and Battle Hun. Before entering the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum, you two need to cultivate more and try to break through to the rebirth divine realm. That way, you'll have a better chance of winning. Otherwise, I won't bring you in. You'll just be throwing your lives away. Alright. The two were very straightforward because they knew they weren't strong enough. They'd only be a burden if they followed. Ling Xiao watched them leave. The people of Celestial Devil City didn't do anything. It was obvious that their target was Ling Xiao. Do Hun and Battle Hun were just small fries that they didn't care about. Cold Plum, you continue to cultivate in my martial spirit world. Long Chen, Dragon Shark, you two go ahead and investigate the situation in Ice City. Dark Frost, we'll take care of things here and set off immediately. Ling Xiao had completely become the leader and backbone of this small team. Especially after he defeated Duke Zhong, whether it was out of friendship or respect for him. Even the Dragon Shark King was willing to listen to his orders. When Ling Xiao's group began to move, the Myriad Countries, Vengeance Alliance, and Celestial Emperor Dynasty began to move as well. Celestial Emperor Dynasty currently had 2 spots to enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum, but they weren't satisfied. If they obtained the Ancient Imperial Mirror, they'd have 5 more spots. Naturally, they'd fight for it. Thus, Celestial Emperor Dynasty and Duke Zhong headed straight for Ice City to seize the mirror while the rest returned to their strongholds. Myriad Countries' Dragon Mother, and Kong, and the Vengeance Alliance's leader, Linglong Sanctus, headed for Ice City first. The rest went to their respective strongholds under the leadership of King Koi and Feng Fei. No one expected the team led by King Koi and Feng Fei to encounter something strange along the way. Although the two of them didn't take the same path. However, the situation was exactly the same. While King Koi was leading the team forward, a sudden gust of wind blew in front of him. It was a strange gust of wind that was black in color. It was as if a terrifying beast was about to swallow them whole with its bloody maw. The aura of danger and death spread. Run! King Koi felt that something was wrong and immediately gave the order. All the Myriad Kingdom martial artists fled. Then, the Demon Eye King saw a horrifying scene. A huge black hand reached out from the black whirlwind and grabbed her sister, the Koi King. Even though the Koi King struggled with all his might, he was powerless in front of the huge monster. In an instant, the storm disappeared. The Koi King also disappeared at the same time. The martial artists of Tato Land looked at this scene in horror, not knowing what had happened. He had never heard of such a natural disaster in the Archean Divine Tomb. I saw it. The Demon Eye Monarch's body was trembling non-stop. Her eye captured an even more bizarre scene. There seemed to be a human face in the storm. It was this face that had swallowed the Koi King whole. Feng Fei's situation was exactly the same as his brother's. He was also taken away. The martial artists of the Revenge Alliance were also dumbfounded. Big brother Ling Xiao, do we really have to take the risk to fight for the ancient Imperial Mirror? In fact, although that thing is useful to us, I believe that the other powers will fight for it. That's why the Imperial Tomb should open. We just have to wait. On the way, Dark Frost voiced her doubts. The ancient Imperial Mirror is only one aspect. More importantly, the cold pond mentioned by the Fiend God Token Master made me think that there might be other treasures hidden there. I told you before that I need some things to complete my 9 sovereign sword arts. I haven't gathered all 9 swords yet. Additionally, the cold pond might be more useful for comprehending the Ice Age. I have to make a trip there as well. Paying attention to the ancient Imperial Mirror is only one aspect. If those people can't get it, we can go get it ourselves. Ling Xiao replied. So that's how it is. Big brother Ling Xiao's considerations are much more comprehensive than mine. Dark Frost finally understood Ling Xiao's intentions. The fight for the ancient Imperial Mirror was more intense than expected. Besides the 4 powers, the remaining neutral martial artists were all heading towards Ice City. Because everyone wanted to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's legacy. It was a chance to soar to the skies, so no one would miss it. Among these neutral martial artists, there was no lack of powerful people. Although they were lone travelers, their strength was probably not inferior to the top experts of the 4 powers. They usually kept a low profile because they didn't want to get into trouble. But when it was time to fight, how could they give up, Meanwhile, the Fiend God Token Master in Fiend God City was paying close attention to everything through his subordinates. In his opinion, this was just a game. There were too many martial artists in the West region. Although they were all trash, it would be troublesome if a few geniuses appeared like the Ancient Sword Emperor and the 8 Ancient Emperors. That was why the Primordial Divine Tomb was opened. One of the objectives was to use the West region martial artists to obtain the Ancient Sword Emperor's legacy. The other objective was to eliminate them. Those who came were all geniuses or experts. These people would either die here or become slaves of the 4 major regions and return to the West region. Either choice could ensure the safety of the 4 major regions forever. The Fiend God Token Master would be very happy if the West region martial artists killed each other. It would be enough as long as there were a dozen or so people left. After a day's journey, Ling Xiao and Dark Frost had arrived at Ice City. At this time, although Ice City was still under the control of Wangua, their control was obviously weakened a lot. After all, with the power of Wangua, they were still unable to fight against the other 3 major forces and the neutral martial artists. In many aspects, they could only endure. Anyway, those who came here basically wanted to enter the underground cold pool of Ice City. They didn't have to stop them. Only reincarnation divine realm martial artists could enter the cold pool. If others wanted to enter, they would have to have some magic treasure. Otherwise, they would die if they went in. After arriving at Ice City, Ling Xiao found the message left by Long Chen, saying that he had entered the cold pool. Long Chen and Dragon Shark King were together, so Ling Xiao didn't have to worry. Both of them were kings of the water, and their strength was in the reincarnation divine realm. "Girl, you stay up there and help us at any time. I'll be back soon." No one knew what would happen outside, so leaving Dark Frost outside was obviously safer. Dark Frost was also obedient. She nodded and sat down on the cold pool. No one dared to approach the place where she stayed. After all, her strength was there. Whoever disturbed her was simply courting death. Ling Xiao actually didn't have much interest in the Ancient Emperor Mirror. Just as he told Dark Frost, he came here, first for the Ice Age, and second for the 9 Supreme Sword Art. In the past, he didn't know that there was such a cold pool in Ice City. Since he knew, he must have come to try his luck. Just as he entered the water, Ling Xiao felt that the Western Region God Tomb map had a reaction. The moment Ling Xiao entered the water, he felt the map of the Western Region's Divine Tomb flicker. It guided him in one of the directions. This made him happy as he dashed in that direction. When he reached a depth of more than 5,000 meters, he found the 10,000 Kingdom sword hidden in an extremely hidden crevice. With the 10,000 Kingdom sword and the Sea Soul Jade, he could cultivate the 10,000 Kingdom Sea Sword technique. At this point, he could already cultivate 7 sword techniques. He wondered what it would be like. Just as he put the 10,000 Kingdom sword into his storage ring, the map of the Western Region's Divine Tomb suddenly shook even more violently. This time, it's probably the Ancient Emperor Mirror. Although I don't need it, it's still a good thing if I can get it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao used the Canopy Beast's ability to merge into the water and disappeared without a trace. After diving for nearly 5,000 meters, he was almost at the bottom of the cold lake. The map of the Western Region's Divine Tomb was almost completely lit up. Ling Xiao was absolutely sure that the Ancient Emperor Mirror was here. And he also felt the aura of a person. This meant that someone had found the Ancient Emperor Mirror before him and was trying to take it away. The martial artists who could enter this cold lake were all experts. But even if it was Dragon Mother or the leader of the Avenging Alliance, he was not afraid. Moreover, he had the Canopy Beast's beast soul, so his survival ability in the water was almost at its peak. Even if he could not win, he could retreat safely. Although he did not particularly need the Ancient Emperor Mirror, it would be good if he could get it. Therefore, he sneaked in the direction of that figure. In the eyes of others, there was no one there. It was just water. When he was almost there, Ling Xiao felt that person's aura through the water. It's actually Dragon Mother, after all. This is Ice City, the territory of the 10,000 Kingdom. Dragon Mother is one of the top forces in the Western region. It's not surprising that she was the first to find the Ancient Emperor Mirror. After discovering that it was Dragon Mother, Ling Xiao did not intend to leave. Even if you get the Ancient Emperor Mirror, I will create some trouble for you. Otherwise, wouldn't they have come here for nothing? Ling Xiao chuckled. He didn't like Mother Dragon. It wasn't just because she kept staring at him and wanted to kill him. Moreover, it was because Dragon Mother was too heartless. She could even abandon her own son. What else could this woman not do? Of course, if the Dragon Mother entered the Ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum, it would be extremely troublesome for him to obtain the Ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. It would be best if he could kill this old woman. However, his current ability was probably not at that level yet. Since that was the case, he might as well annoy the other party a little. Eh? Dragon Mother seems to be afraid of something? Ling Xiao realized that although Dragon Mother knew the location of the ancient sovereign mirror, she hadn't done anything. Only when he looked over there did he realize that there was a giant python in the cold pool where the ancient imperial mirror was. The strength of this frost pool giant python had reached the 3rd level of the 1-star reincarnation divine realm. Even the Dragon Mother would be wary of him. She would try her best not to provoke him. The giant frost pool python was currently in a deep slumber and did not seem to be aware of its surroundings. 2 reactions? Ling Xiao suddenly realized that the map of the Western Region Divine Tomb actually had 2 reactions. One was the ancient sovereign mirror, and the other was similar to the reaction of the 10,000 Kingdom sword. Could it be that the giant frost pool python swallowed a sword? Ling Xiao immediately opened his Tai Chi eye. Through the giant frost pool python's stomach, he really saw a sword. It's the Demon Supreme Sword. Moreover, there are many weapons and martial artists' corpses in the giant frost pool python's stomach. It seems like someone once used the Demon Supreme Sword to fight with the giant frost pool python, but was killed in the end. Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. It was extremely important for him to gather the 10 swords as soon as possible. The other materials could be found in the 4 major regions. However, if he missed out on the 10 swords, he would never be able to find them again. As long as he could get the Demon Supreme Sword, he would have 8 swords. Only the Heavenly King Sword and the 8 Immortal Swords were left. However, there was still some time before the primordial divine tomb closed. He believed that he would have a chance. For now, he had to get the Demon Supreme Sword first. If he wanted the Demon Supreme Sword, he had to fight with the giant frost pool python. However, with his strength, it was really difficult. Although it was difficult, he could give up the ancient sovereign mirror, but he could not give up the Demon Supreme Sword. It seemed that he had to make use of Dragon Mother. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He would let the giant frost pool python torture Dragon Mother. It would also let Dragon Mother kill the giant frost pool python. Then, he would benefit from it and get the Demon Supreme Sword. He believed that it would be difficult to defeat Dragon Mother with his strength. However, if he just wanted to snatch the Demon Supreme Sword from the giant frost pool python's stomach, it would not be too difficult. Thinking of this, he sneered and quietly hid nearby. Dragon Mother was fully focused on the ancient sovereign mirror and the giant frost pool python. She was not in the mood to care about the situation around her. In addition, Ling Zhao's concealment ability was extremely strong. Therefore, it was normal that she did not discover him. Dragon Mother was only 4 to 5 meters away from the ancient sovereign mirror. Ling Xiao smiled. "Old woman, I'll let you suffer today." Using the Canopy Beast's ability, Ling Xiao controlled a small stream of water and directly hit the giant frost pool python's eyelids. Although the attack was not strong, it was enough to wake up the sleeping giant frost pool python. Dragon Mother was about to succeed. She wanted to take the ancient sovereign mirror without alarming the giant frost pool python. However, at this moment, the giant frost pool python's eyes suddenly opened. Dragon Mother was shocked and hurriedly retreated more than 10 steps away. She had to retreat. This giant frost pool python was extremely strong. If she was suddenly attacked at such a close distance, even she would feel a headache. What's going on? Why did this evil beast suddenly wake up? Damn it, I was just 1 step away, but I failed at the last step. Dragon Mother was very depressed. Originally, she only wanted to take the ancient sovereign mirror and turn around to leave. With her ability, she was definitely able to do this. However, she had never expected that the giant python in the cold pool would wake up at the most crucial moment even though she had done everything perfectly. It woke up without any warning. Not only did it give her a fright. Moreover, her plan had been foiled. Next, if she wanted to get the ancient sovereign mirror, she could only fight head-on. Roar. The giant frost pool python's voice was different from ordinary pythons. The roar was very terrifying. With a roar, the water in the entire cold pool began to stir crazily. If Xianxia did not have the canopy beast's beast soul, it would be a little troublesome now. As for Dragon Mother, she was not afraid. After all, she was from the Sea clan. The water was her main battlefield. The giant frost pool python's roar and the breath it spat out was cold. It was so cold that it made people tremble. Those huge eyes were like two small suns, shining with silver-white light. Bastard, are you trying to gather everyone here? Dragon Mother frowned. Her body trembled as she struck out with her palm. If the frost pool giant python continued to roar like this, it was likely that even more people would come. By then, it would be hard to say who the ancient emperor mirror would belong to. Just as she had expected, the giant python's roar was heard by all the experts in the frigid pond, and all of them gathered around her. Those who dared to enter the cold pool were not weaklings. No one was afraid of anyone. Although the giant python of the cold pool was very powerful, it could not intimidate those experts. Bang! Dragon Mother struck out with her palm. The water condensed into a huge palm and smashed onto the python's head. The python's head was flung away. It was a little stunned. Perhaps the python did not expect that a mere 1 meter tall member of the sea race would dare to attack it. It did not react in time. But Dragon Mother did not care about this. After that palm strike, she followed up with another attack. She did not give the python a chance to fight back. This time, Xianxia had a feast for his eyes. Although he hated Dragon Mother, he had to admit that this woman was terrifying. The python, who was also at the 3rd level of the reincarnation divine realm, could not resist her. This woman was really fierce. After all, she hadn't used the Neptune's Fury yet. If she used that, it would be even more terrifying. Roar. The python was enraged. It was forced to this extent by a mere member of the sea race. Did they really think it was a pushover? With a roar, it finally found an opportunity. A terrifying cold air was spat out, freezing the surrounding water. And Dragon Mother's attack speed was significantly reduced. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the python smashed its tail on Dragon Mother's body. Dragon Mother was sent flying. She spat out blood. Die. Dragon Mother, who was vomiting blood, became even angrier. Xianxia had always wanted to know what Dragon Mother's true form was. Today, he finally saw it. This fellow was actually a huge sea snake. After transforming into a huge sea snake, it was like two super beasts fighting. Dragon Mother's advantage was even more obvious. The battle lasted less than a minute. Dragon Mother smashed the python's head with her body. Chance. Xianxia knew that his chance had come. At this time, Dragon Mother was returning to her human form. Since the frost pool python was already dead, he did not need the ancient imperial mirror. As long as he kept the frost pool python's corpse, he would be able to obtain the demon sovereign sword. The ancient sovereign mirror was already in Mother Dragon's hands. She looked at the mirror in her hands excitedly. He listened to the sound of water flowing around him. He laughed disdainfully. What's the use of coming here? The item is already mine. She put the ancient sovereign mirror into her storage ring. Naturally, he did not intend to tell anyone. Humans were selfish, and Dragon Mother was no exception. For the sake of Xianxia, she naturally wanted as many martial artists as possible to enter the ancient sword imperial mausoleum to take risks. Just as the woman was focusing all her attention on the ancient imperial mirror, a voice suddenly rang out. Xianxia released the water giant, swept up the corpse of the giant python in the cold pool, and threw it into his mountain river world. The demon sovereign sword was taken out, and the corpse of the frost pond giant python would turn into a beast soul. After fusing with the Tianping beast's body, the Tianping beast's beast soul was upgraded. At that moment, the frost pond giant python disappeared in front of Mother Dragon's eyes. This made Mother Dragon furious. She obtained the ancient imperial mirror, and naturally did not want to let go of the frost pond giant python's corpse. After all, this corpse was also very useful. Especially the Frost Pond giant python's demonic beast core, which could be used for many things. Ling Xiao. Mother Dragon finally discovered Ling Xiao. Because at this moment, she did not need to focus so much on one thing. And Ling Xiao also exposed himself in order to obtain the Frost Pond giant python's corpse. But at this moment, Ling Xiao did not care anymore. He already got what he wanted. Why did he have to hide it? Damn guy, this Frost Pond giant python was deliberately awakened by you, right? Mother Dragon thought of this possibility in an instant. Just now, she found it strange that her actions were so careful. How could she make a mistake? Now, the truth was finally out. It was Ling Xiao, this despicable guy. Hee, you're right, but there's no reward. Ling Xiao did not care and laughed. Old woman, don't be too greedy. You already obtained the ancient imperial mirror. It's fine if you give this corpse to me. Besides, you're the one who is stupid. Who can you blame? Do you think I'll let you go? Mother Dragon said coldly. There's no god-fiend token owner here to protect you. Even if I want to kill you, you can't do anything. Haha, old woman, there's something wrong with your brain. If I'm afraid that you'll kill me, would I still be here? Would I still show myself? Think about it carefully. What will happen when others find out that you obtained the ancient imperial mirror? At this point, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled slyly and shouted with all his strength, Myriad Kingdom Dragon Mother obtained the ancient imperial mirror. Just this one sentence made Dragon Mother tremble with anger. Mother Dragon originally wanted to hide this secret. But now, Ling Xiao shouted it out. It was probably impossible to hide it anymore. I can also say that you took the ancient imperial mirror. Mother Dragon said coldly. Do you think everyone else is an idiot? The Godfiend token owner once said that whoever obtains the ancient imperial mirror will be given 5 slots. Who doesn't know how to check who has more slots? Do you really think everyone is an idiot? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, someone's here. I have to go. Stop. Mother Dragon instantly released the Sea God domain in an attempt to trap Ling Xiao. But it was useless. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao melted into the water and disappeared. The canopy beast's beast soul was too useful in the water. Ling Xiao was really glad that he obtained this beast soul in the past. Otherwise, to be honest, this trip to the cold lake would really be a bit troublesome. Damn it. Mother Dragon gritted her teeth in anger, but there was nothing she could do. In terms of escaping ability, Ling Xiao wasn't bragging. At least in the entire western region, no one was his match. This guy, was I really wrong back then? If I let Koi rope him in to join Myriad Kingdom, perhaps today's situation wouldn't be like this, right? Damn it, what is this Ling Xiao's background? His talent is so terrifying and his ability is so powerful. It's really hard to figure out. Even though Mother Dragon hated Ling Xiao to the core, she had to admit that Ling Xiao's ability was too strong. So strong that it made her jealous. It's time to go. Mother Dragon had already obtained the ancient imperial mirror and didn't plan to continue staying in the cold lake. Bingqing was her stronghold. When she reached Bingqing, she would have more confidence. In an instant, she rushed out hundreds of meters away. A distance of tens of thousands of meters didn't take long at all. She soon arrived outside the cold lake. But the troublesome thing was that there were many other people floating out of the cold lake with her. And even the people outside were staring at her. Dragon Mother knew that it must be Ling Xiao's doing that she was being stared at by so many people. The news of her obtaining the ancient emperor mirror had probably been leaked. 4 spots, 2 for my Wangua, and the other 2 for the Revenge Alliance. Dragon Mother had no choice but to give in. Her actions instantly made Wangua and the Revenge Alliance an alliance. With the 2 of them together, no one else could resist. As for the Soul Palace, they would not fight for these spots. The Heavenly Emperor dynasty already had 2 spots, so they would not risk their lives. Therefore, the original crisis was instantly resolved. However, Dragon Mother still felt uncomfortable in her heart. Originally, there were 4 spots, but now there were only 2 spots. It was a bit depressing. Although the experts among the neutral warriors were unwilling, it was useless. Most of them were lone travelers. Even if they joined forces, they could not work together. They could not compete with the four major forces. They could only give up helplessly. So they left one after another. Anyway, they could not go to the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. There were still many other treasures in the immemorial divine tomb that could be unearthed. They might not be unable to make a fortune. After the neutral warriors left one after another, only the people from the four major forces were left in the entire Ice City. On the Revenge Alliance's side, there was the Alliance Master, the sect masters of the four major forces, and the Linglong Saintess. Wangwa stood with Dragon Mother and Nkong. The Heavenly Emperor dynasty came with the Heavenly Emperor and King Zhong. King Zhong had taken the elixir given by the god and devil token owner and had recovered. It seemed that the elixir was indeed good. On the Soul Palace's side, there was only Dark Frost. However, Ling Xiao, Long Sha, and Long Chen were all on her side. Everyone, this matter is over. Can we return to the God and Devil City? Dragon Mother was eager to get the spot promised by the God and Devil token owner. Of course. No one was long-winded. Everyone fought so hard for the ancient Emperor Mirror, wasn't it to open the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum as soon as possible? Although they knew that the God and Devil token owner coveted it. Everyone felt that they could get the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance and then defeat the God and Devil token owner. Therefore, although everyone was a little worried about the God and Devil token owners coveting it, they did not take it too seriously. The experts rose into the air. In less than a day, they returned to the Divine Devil City. At the entrance of the Devil City, the God and Devil token owner had appeared. The experts who followed him also showed up. Not bad. You found the ancient Imperial Mirror so quickly. The Divine Devil Order Master looked at the crowd and nodded with a smile. What about the quota? Mother Dragon asked. Don't worry, I won't forget what I promised. I'll give you 5 spots. As for who you invite, that's up to you. The Fiend God Token Master was very straightforward. Thank you. The stone in Dragon Mother's heart was finally lifted. Okay, let's get down to business. The Fiend God Order Master continued, I believe all of you want to know where the entrance to the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum is, right? When everyone heard this, their hearts trembled. Could it be that the owner of this Fiend God token actually knows the entrance to the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum? Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of the strange door in the world of the dead. The entrance to the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum is actually in the world of the dead. However, the door leading to the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum will only appear in a month. So you don't have to worry. In this month, try your best to become stronger and go to the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum to obtain the inheritance for me. The Fiend God Order Master smiled and said, Don't worry, if you give the inheritance to me, I'll give you a generous reward. Although it's not as good as the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, it won't disappoint you. Using the carrot and the stick. This was what it meant. The Fiend God Order Master couldn't enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum himself, so he could only rely on the Western Region warriors. And the Western Region warriors would either take the initiative to give the inheritance to him, or he would snatch it. Anyway, he had that kind of strength. Okay, that's all for today. You don't have to go to the Fiend God City. Go back to your respective strongholds. The Fiend God Order Master waved his hand and turned to leave. At that moment, Ling Xiao discovered something strange. The Fiend God Order Master was actually injured? His Tai Chi I was definitely not wrong. But the problem was, who in the ancient divine mausoleum could injure such a terrifying existence? One had to know that the Fiend God Order Master's cultivation should be at least at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Even if all the experts of the Western region joined forces, they would not be his match. This question made Ling Xiao feel incomparably shocked. A faint worry arose in his heart. Could it be that among the enemies he was about to encounter, there was an existence even more terrifying than the Fiend God Order Master? No, obtaining the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance was imperative. Strength, strength, strength. Without strength, it felt like doing anything was not so easy. Everyone, farewell. See you in a month. The Alliance of Vengeance leader cupped his hands and led the members of the Alliance of Vengeance to leave first. A month's time was enough to become much stronger. At that time, the chances of fighting for the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance would be greater. We're leaving too. Dragon Mother glanced coldly at Ling Xiao. She couldn't take revenge now, but after entering the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum, it would be her chance to take revenge. Ling Xiao, remember, I, the Heavenly King, will definitely avenge my son. Don't die. The Heavenly King also shouted coldly and stepped into the air with King Zhong. Let's go back to the Green Zone to prepare. Ling Xiao glanced at the Fiend God City. Although he really wanted to see what had happened to the Fiend God Order Master. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. The person who could enter the Fiend God Order Master must be very terrifying. With his current strength, he would simply be courting death. It was better to return to the Green Zone first, cultivate properly, and prepare for the next breakthrough. The day of the final battle would be a month later. The Green Zone was still as peaceful as before. After the battle, Soul and Soul Warrior returned to the Green Zone. They had become the strongest in the Green Zone. With them around, there would be no trouble in the Green Zone. With the help of the Wind Soul, they were now worried about Dark Frost and the others who had not returned yet. However, they did not know that a terrifying disaster was brewing in the Green Zone. Two figures appeared outside the Green Zone. One was a man, and the other was a woman. But their appearances were a little strange. He kept feeling that there was a wild beast aura on them. I've long heard that the Green Zone is different. It's clearly not a city, but it can become a safe zone. Seeing it today, it's indeed so. It turns out that the Green Zone is actually on the back of a huge tortoise. This old tortoise has probably lived for 10,000 years and has been sleeping all this time. The woman smiled and said, Brother Zhou Guang, why don't we take this old tortoise? It's not bad as a mount. Of course, Shui Lei and Zi Lin went to the Divine Devil City. Didn't we come here specifically for this old tortoise? It was the ancient Sword Emperor's mount back then. It just fell into a deep sleep later. But it's still very powerful. If we can take it for ourselves, this immemorial divine tomb will be easily swept away by us. Zhou Guang sneered. That God-fiend order master isn't weak. Blood Thunder and Purple Qilin better not fail miserably. We came to the Archean divine tomb this time for two purposes. One is to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. The other is to kill the Chosen One. The woman continued. Don't worry, Blue Eye. Blood Thunder and Purple Qilin aren't any weaker than that God-fiend order master. The two of them together can definitely suppress that guy. In Godfiend City, only the Godfiend Order Master can compare to us. The others are all trash. What's there to worry about, but what the hell is the Chosen One? I still don't understand this mission. Does Lord Beast Emperor think there's a human who can recreate the Human King's achievements? Cosmic Light said disdainfully. Hee, don't forget you Xianxia and Ji Furing. They're also the Chosen Ones, and they've made the living beings of the Savage Beast region suffer so much. The last Beast Emperor was even killed by Ji Furing. How can we, the Beast Emperors, not be afraid? That's why we have to strike first and nip this threat in the bud. Blue Eye smiled. Since we can't find them, we might as well kill them all. Cosmic Light suddenly said, just leave the 18 people who are preparing to enter the ancient Sword Emperor's tomb. Interesting. I like it. Let the old tortoise kill these people. Back then, the ancient Sword Emperor killed many of our warriors. Blue Eye said viciously. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up. I know you still have Berserker pills. Cosmic Light Dao. Of course I do. Berserker pills can turn ordinary beasts into demon beasts. They can also make demon beasts more savage and bloodthirsty. However, I have made some changes to this Berserk pill. No matter how ferocious these monsters are, they will listen to my command. Blue Eye smiled. Big brother Cosmic Light, just wait for a good show. As she spoke, Lan Mao took out a pill. The moment the pill was taken out, it tried to escape. Needless to say, it was a pill that already had spirituality. And the pill seemed to want to turn into a fierce beast to resist Blue Eye. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the pill was, it couldn't resist Blue Eye's abilities. It couldn't escape from her grasp. Good child, listen to me. Don't be like those trash from the western regions, always thinking of challenging the 4 regions. Lan Mao smiled at the pill in her hand. Then, with a slap, the berserker pill was injected into Old Ghost's body. Wake up, 10,000-year divine turtle. When you were alive, you killed so many of our beast race warriors. Now, I'll let you have a taste of what it feels like to slaughter humans. He wondered what the ancient Sword Emperor was thinking in the underworld. Ha 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 ha. The woman laughed very crazily, and her eyes revealed an extremely excited expression. To her, this was just a game. The warriors of the western region who were hunched on Old Tortoise's back were just game characters who could be killed at any time. There was nothing worthy of sympathy or pity at all. As the berserker pill fused into the Old Tortoise's body, the Old Tortoise that had been sleeping for close to 10,000 years. Old Tortoise's body had become one with the surrounding environment. He was finally starting to recover. The terrifying roar caused a large-scale earthquake in the surroundings. Everything began to collapse and crack. Old Tortoise's eyes suddenly opened, and they were completely blood-red. His body began to turn scarlet red, and the temperature of the surface of the ground suddenly rose. This old tortoise was originally a demonic beast called the volcanic tortoise. Back then, it was subdued by the ancient Sword Emperor and became his mount. Although it had been in a deep sleep for close to 10,000 years. But the moment it woke up, the volcano began to erupt crazily. In the center of the green zone, terrifying magma soared into the sky, and then a rain of fire continued to fall. Everyone was in a mess. Not good. Ling Xiao, who was moving forward, suddenly frowned. His intuition had always been very accurate. It was also because of intuition that it had saved him many times. Therefore, he firmly believed in his intuition. But this time, he would rather his intuition be wrong. Because in a trance just now, a strange pattern flashed across his mind. The green zone was actually enveloped by a sea of fire. Magma flowed on the ground, and countless people were burned to death. That scene was too ferocious. What's wrong, big brother Ling Xiao? Dark Frost asked in confusion. Speed up. Speed up. Something happened. Although he was very unwilling to believe his intuition, Ling Xiao still roared loudly. Although she did not understand what happened, seeing Ling Xiao so agitated, Dark Frost also knew that the situation was not good. Therefore, she directly sped up, not hesitating to consume a large amount of vital essence to hurry up. Originally, it would take them a day to travel from God Devil City to the Green Zone. But this time it only took 2 hours. When the few of them arrived at the periphery of the Green Zone, they were all shocked. The Green Zone was actually gone. Where the Green Zone was originally located, there was a huge deep pit, like a sinkhole. Surrounding it was the cracked ground. It was as if a huge earthquake had happened. And in that deep pit, there was boiling magma flowing continuously. What the hell is going on? Dragon Shark looked at the scene in front of him in shock. He had never seen such a scene before. Damn, it really came true. Ling Xiao cursed and flew straight ahead. Across the sinkhole, they could see a row of huge footprints. It was like the path that a turtle had walked. But it was surprisingly big. After a short while, they saw the original green zone. So this green zone is actually on the back of the volcanic mountain turtle, and that Xuanhua Lake is just a volcanic lake. Now I finally understand why I can always feel the aura of an extremely powerful demonic beast in the green zone. Although it is very faint, it has always been there. So it is this volcanic mountain turtle. Ling Xiao frowned, but he didn't slow down. Right now, he could only hope that the situation in the green zone wasn't too bad. Otherwise, it would really be a heart-wrenching experience. The people of Soul Hall trusted him and Dark Frost so much. And the two fighting spirits had become his life and death brothers. He absolutely could not let them die. Absolutely not. How could this be? Why would a berserk pill appear here? Yuan Venerate suddenly floated out and said in shock as he looked at the volcanic mountain turtle that was wreaking havoc. Berserk pill? Master, do you know something? Ling Xiao asked. Let's not talk about this first. Let's hurry up and save people. The demonic beast under the control of the berserk pill only knows how to kill. Fortunately, the green zone is on its back, so it probably hasn't attacked other than the damage from the volcano, Yuan Venerate said. Yuan Venerate said. Alright. Although Ling Xiao had a lot of questions to ask, he also knew that saving people was more important now. Help! Suddenly, a scream was heard from the front. Then, Ling Xiao saw a martialist who had jumped off the back of the volcanic mountain turtle get swallowed whole. The huge volcanic mountain turtle's eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent. It's the people of Soul Hall. Hurry up! Ming Shuang recognized that person, and she became anxious as well. Canopy Beast, Water Giant, extinguish the fire. Ling Xiao stood in the air and saw that there was almost no safe place in the green zone. His heart almost sank to the bottom of the valley. But at this moment, he still desperately tried to extinguish the fire. The huge water giant pounced on the lava. It extinguished a large amount of lava. Me too. The Dragon Shark King was originally from the Sea Clan and was good at water attacks. Together with Ling Xiao, they kept extinguishing the lava. There's someone there. Finally, the flames were extinguished, and a figure could be seen. Ling Xiao was the first to rush over and save that person from the sea of fire. Dark Frost also chased over. Hall Master! Help! That person's body was partially burned, but fortunately, his life was not in danger. What the hell is going on? Dark Frost asked. We don't know either. The green zone suddenly moved, and the world was constantly shaking. The volcano erupted, and lava flowed everywhere. Many people died. That person cried out in pain. Where are the others? This was what Dark Frost was most concerned about. What exactly had happened could be seen at a glance, but where were the people who were still alive? They are still relatively safe for the time being because of the array set up by Ling Xiao to avoid the attack of the flames. But I don't know how long they can hold on. I came out to find help. Fortunately, I bumped into you guys. That person's face was full of joy. Long Chen, take him to a safe place. Take this pill. Ling Xiao gave that person a healing pill and then instructed. Understood, boss. Long Chen quickly left with his men. Let's go and save them. There was only one place where Ling Xiao set up the array, and he believed that the survivors were there. Okay. Everyone nodded and then headed in that direction. Little Gold was also released and began to devour the lava and flames. As long as it was something with heat, it could devour it to help increase its strength. It was quite useful for extinguishing the fire. Cold Plum also came out to help save people. Ling Xiao, you better think of a way to extract the Berserker pill from this old turtle's body as soon as possible. The Yuan Venerate suddenly said, if the Berserk pill continues to exist, this old tortoise will continue to kill. The entire Archean Divine Tomb would become a purgatory. It can kill as many people as you save. Who the hell is it? How could he have such a pill? Ling Xiao could not help but ask. I've been to the Savage Beast region before. There's a beast race there called the Thunder Rhinoceros race. The Thunder Rhino clan had the Berserk blood in their bodies. Some doctors used the Berserk blood to develop the Berserk pill, which allows the savage beasts to have the ability to go berserk. Yuan Venerate explained. Savage Beast region. Isn't that one of the 4 major regions? Ling Xiao said in shock. You're right. I'm afraid that new trouble has come to the immemorial Divine Tomb. Once the Savage Beast region's people got involved in this mess, it'd be a huge problem. Just one God Fiend token owner is enough of a headache. Yuan Venerate said helplessly. No wonder I saw the God Fiend token owner injured. Could he have been beaten up by the Savage Beast region's people? Ling Xiao felt that this was the most reasonable explanation. That should be right. The Yuan Venerate nodded. Oh no, Master, do you think the Savage Beast region's people are still nearby? Ling Xiao suddenly became extremely nervous. If the Savage Beast region's people were still nearby, then everything they were doing would be seen by the other party. What exactly were they trying to do? He hurriedly looked around and his Taiji eye quickly caught sight of 2 terrifying auras. Ling Xiao hurriedly retracted his gaze in fright. You found them? The Yuan Venerate asked. Yes, I found them. There are 2 people whose auras are similar to the God Fiend token owners. Ling Xiao said. This is the worst case scenario. The Yuan Venerate sighed. If there's really no other way, let me possess the body. My soul is stronger now anyway. It doesn't matter even if I lose some of it. No, master, if you possess the body, you will lose some of your memories every time. The price is too great. I really can't imagine how bad it would be if you forgot the past. Xiao shook his head. Don't be silly. Once you're dead, you'll have nothing left. Even if you enter the sanguinary rat state, you'll still be alive. Even if you become a tyrant martial soul, you won't be a match for those people. They are too strong. You can't deal with them right now. The Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. Listen to me. That's right. Let's not talk about this for now, master. Things haven't reached that stage yet. I don't think those people will take us seriously. Xiao shook his head. At this moment, he could already see the Soul Palace people surrounded by magma. The battle souls, warrior souls, and wind souls were comforting them. Although there were many casualties, at least a lot of them had survived. Boom! Even more terrifying lava spewed out of the volcanic tortoise's body, forcing everyone to avoid it. Although the array formation Xiao had set up had withstood the test again, it was in imminent danger. No, you guys go and save them. I will think of a way to restrain this volcanic tortoise. If it continues to cause trouble, we won't be able to save anyone. Xiao glanced at the volcanic tortoise, which was still going crazy, and said coldly. All right. Dark Frost agreed without hesitation. Saving people was easy. They just had to put out the flames. However, the problem was that the volcanic tortoise would still be in danger if it kept going crazy. Therefore, restraining the volcanic tortoise was the best choice. The berserk pill can allow the volcanic tortoise to remain in a berserk state for at least 3 days and 3 nights. Although it can be consumed, the duration is too long. Given the volcanic tortoise's destructive power, we will all die in 3 days and 3 nights. It hasn't noticed the thing on its back yet. Once it does, the danger will be even greater. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. Then what should we do? Kill this old tortoise? Xiao asked. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to kill it. After all, it used to be the ancient Sword Emperor's mount and made great contributions to the western region. I have a suggestion. The berserk blood has a terrifying heat, and little gold can swallow it. The berserk pill is refined with the berserk blood as the main ingredient, so it also has a powerful heat. It is very useful for increasing little gold's strength. Let it swallow it. However, you'd better be prepared before it swallows it, just in case. The Yuan Venerate suggested. Dark Frost and the others had already started to think of ways to save people, but the lava that kept gushing out was stronger than anywhere else. They really couldn't get close for the time being. Xiao tried his best not to think about what was going on over there. He focused all his attention on suppressing the volcanic tortoise. The volcanic tortoise's destructive power was too great. Its strength was already very strong, and its destructive power had increased even more due to the berserk pill. Any martialist that came into contact with the boiling lava would either die or be injured. Only a reincarnation divine boundary martialist could resist it. Even a reincarnation divine boundary martialist wouldn't be able to escape death after being attacked by the volcanic tortoise. Xiao had personally witnessed a reincarnation divine boundary zombie king get bitten to death by the volcanic tortoise. The tortoise's combat power was terrifying. A first-stage reincarnation divine realm zombie king was easily killed by it. Facing such a colossus, they didn't know how to deal with it. Interesting. Did you notice? One is a descendant of the dragon race, and the other is a golden devouring crow. I didn't expect the archaic divine tomb to have such a wondrous item. Lan Mao and Zhou Guang didn't leave. Watching the tortoise wreak havoc, they entered into a spectator mode. Seeing the western region cultivators being killed and burned to death, their faces were filled with smug smiles. In front of them, humans were aliens. It didn't matter if they were killed. Then, they noticed Long Chen and Little Gold. Long Chen had transformed into a dragon and was devouring flames. Little Gold was a golden devouring crow, so it could devour even more. Their outstanding performance naturally attracted the attention of the beasts. In the eyes of the beasts, they were the same kind. Didn't the dragon race go extinct long ago? How come there's still one? As for the golden devouring crow, isn't it a thing of legend? How did it become real? Zhou Guang was stunned. The culture of the beasts wasn't any worse than that of humans. They naturally remembered the past of the beasts very clearly. Moreover, the archaic war was a war between humans and beasts. The beasts were led by the dragon race, while the humans were led by the human king. Later, the human king ruled the world and created a situation where all races coexisted. Most of the beasts also accepted the situation of living together with the humans. However, after the sacred dynasty weakened, the conflict became more prominent. The war between humans and beasts erupted again. The beasts of the savage beast region had always hoped to find a descendant of the dragon race. Only then would they be able to unite the savage beast realm. The dragon race was the king of all beasts. As for the golden devouring crow, it was also a powerful existence in the legends. It wasn't inferior to the dragon race's beasts. It was rumored that the golden devouring crow only appeared once in the archaic era, and it caused great losses to the humans. Fortunately, the human king was strong and fought the golden devouring crow for 9 days and 9 nights to win. To the beast race, this was another symbol as well. Now, both of them had appeared here. But why are they so weak? Zhou Guang frowned. What's so strange about that? Even if you're a dragon, you can't cultivate that fast in that crappy place. Furthermore, both of them were at the second level of the reincarnation divine realm. In the western region, he was considered an invincible existence. If he could bring him back to the savage beast realm, it wouldn't take long for him to dominate the savage beast realm. At that time, the entire 4 regions will belong to us beasts. Lan Mao's eyes flashed with excitement. Let's wait and see. After all, there is a type of beast soul cultivator in the western regions. It would be embarrassing if I made a mistake. Although Cosmic Light was also very excited, he was still calmer than Blue Eye. Alright, let's wait and see. We have plenty of time anyway. I just don't know if they can survive. Lan Mao said. If you can't even survive this, then don't bring him back to the savage beast region. You'll only embarrass yourself. Time Light Path. That's true. As he spoke, Xiao Jin grew in the wind, and his body became incomparably huge. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and a large amount of heat energy entered his body. Then, Ling Xiao jumped on his body and rushed towards the location of the Berserker Pill. As for Long Chen, he transformed into a huge dragon to help Darkfrost and the others save people. In the volcanic mountain tortoise's berserk state, he could only save 1 or 2 people at a time. It was a bit troublesome. But that was all they could do. Devouring the golden crow. It shouldn't be wrong. He can actually devour such terrifying heat energy with a single breath. It's basically impossible to see such a beast in the savage beast region. Big brother Cosmic Light, don't hesitate. Let's do it. Lan Mao said. And that dragon can't be wrong either. He's definitely not a beast soul cultivator. He's a real dragon. Look at how he's standing on the boiling lava without any injuries. You can see how strong his body is. If we capture him, he'll be able to command the entire savage beast region. Then, we'll really be rich. Cosmic Light's eyes also flashed with excitement. Lan Mao was right. Whether it was devouring the golden crow or a dragon descendant, it shouldn't be wrong. Boss, I feel like we're being watched. Xiao Jin suddenly said. I know. It should be those 2 beasts from the savage beast region. Damn it. Do we have no choice but to use Master's power? Ling Xiao was very unwilling. At this moment, he could clearly feel the greed of the 2 beasts towards Xiao Jin and Long Chen. This kind of greed was exactly the same as the greed that Prince Tian had revealed before. But it was even stronger. Volcanic Mountain Tortoise, oh Volcanic Mountain Tortoise. I hope you can help me today. Ling Xiao looked at the Volcanic Mountain Tortoise beneath his feet. As long as he could get rid of the Berserker Pill. He believed the Volcanic Mountain Tortoise would have no problem stopping those 2 beasts. The Volcanic Mountain Tortoise was definitely stronger than those 2 beasts. Given the current situation, he could only take a gamble. Otherwise, even if he used all his cards, he wouldn't be a match for those two beasts. Eh? Good fellow. His reaction is sharp. He seems to have sensed our presence. Lan Mao smiled. So what if he sensed us? In the archaic divine tomb, aside from the archaic divine order master, no one is a match for us. Zhou Guang sneered. The four realms aren't something they can imagine. Should we attack? Lan Mao asked. What's the rush? Don't you think it's amusing to watch these pitiful creatures struggle to survive? Lan Mao smiled. Lan Mao was helpless. Her big brother Zhou Guang just loved to play. But when she thought about it carefully, there was nothing to worry about. Was there a need to worry about a group of ants turning the tables? Found it. Ling Xiao locked onto the Berserker Pill's location. If they could succeed today, it would all depend on this gamble. Oh no, they seem to want to get rid of the Berserker Pill. Lan Mao finally realized something was amiss. Just them? Zhou Guang didn't believe it. But as they spoke, Ling Xiao had already burrowed into the volcanic mountain tortoise's body. The volcano on the tortoise's back was connected to its body. With the lava Cerberus beast soul transformation, there was no need to worry about being injured by the lava. It's you, Berserker Pill. After entering the volcanic mountain tortoise's body, Ling Xiao sneered and waved Ice Age. He directly slashed down and cut the Berserker Pill out of the volcanic mountain tortoise's body. Although this slash would cause the volcanic mountain tortoise extreme pain, it was better than being controlled by the Berserker Pill and becoming someone else's puppet. Roar! Ling Xiao could hear the volcanic mountain tortoise's miserable cries. He put away the Berserker Pill and then released the immemorial nature dragon's healing aura to heal the volcanic mountain tortoise's injuries. Kid, are you the one who saved me? Ling Xiao finished treating the volcanic mountain tortoise and was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw a shadow appear. The shadow flashed with a faint blue light as if it was a soul. Ling Xiao guessed that it was most likely the volcanic mountain tortoise's soul. You can say that. Ling Xiao said. You have my master's aura on you. No wonder. The volcanic mountain tortoise noticed the ancient sword emperor's aura on Ling Xiao and became even more respectful. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He believed that the volcanic mountain tortoise's soul didn't appear to talk nonsense. To thank you for saving my life, I'll do my best to protect you while we're in the Archean divine tomb. Oh no, the enemy is here. Let's not talk for now. Prepare for battle. The volcanic mountain tortoise's soul suddenly disappeared. Then, Ling Xiao felt a terrifying tremor. It lasted for more than 10 minutes before it finally stopped. Ling Xiao was worried about Xiao Jin and the others' safety, so he flew out of the volcano. In the end, he discovered that 2 Savage Beast clan martial artists were fleeing. The volcanic mountain tortoise is indeed powerful. Looks like I made the right bet. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Those 2 Savage Beast region beasts were really terrifying. Perhaps only the volcanic mountain tortoise could deal with them. Big brother Ling Xiao, what happened? Who were those 2 just now? Why did the volcanic mountain tortoise suddenly stop going berserk? Dark Frost flew over with a belly full of questions. Ling Xiao explained briefly, then hurriedly asked, how are the people of the Soul Hall? Are they all safe? They're fine. Although some people died, not many. Why are the Savage Beast region beasts here? Ming Shuang furrowed her brows. Don't worry, girl. The volcanic mountain tortoise has awakened and won't be controlled by them anymore. It promised to protect us while we're in the Archean divine tomb. Let's go. Let the volcanic mountain tortoise head straight for the divine devil city. The ancient sword emperor's mausoleum is there anyway. It's easier to prepare when we're close. Ling Xiao sighed. Although they couldn't save them, this was the best outcome. Otherwise, all of them would have died. Little Gold, I'll give you the berserk pill. This time, don't swallow it in the beast ring. Just enter my mountain river world. Once we're there, even if anything happens, I'll be able to handle it. Ling Xiao gave the berserk pill to Xiao Jin. Got it, boss. Xiao Jin took the berserk pill and directly entered the mountain river world. This berserker pill could even affect a 9th level reincarnation divine realm demonic beast like the fire mountain tortoise. After Little Gold devoured it, its strength would probably increase tremendously this time. It's all thanks to Big Brother Ling Xiao's formation. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Dark Frost was a little depressed, but she was also a little relieved. That's right. If it wasn't for that array, the entire Soul Palace would have been engulfed by the magma. I reckon that not many people would have survived. The neutral martial artists in the green zone were basically all dead. How pitiful. Do Hun also walked over and said. All of them looked at Ling Xiao with reverence. The Fire Mountain tortoise had already started moving. The people who were saved earlier had all returned to the tortoise's back. This place was huge to begin with. It wasn't a problem for all the martial artists of the Soul Palace to stay. In addition, the Fire Mountain tortoise had already awakened. Even the experts of the Savage Beast region couldn't do anything to it. Moreover, the demonic beasts of the archaic divine tomb were even less of a match for the Fire Mountain tortoise. The Fire Mountain tortoise had already walked far away when the two injured beasts appeared again. At this time, they no longer had their previous arrogance. Instead, it was replaced by anger and hatred. Damn it. That brat actually ruined our good business. I didn't expect the ancient Sword Emperor's mount to be so terrifying. When we used the Berserk pill to control it, it was lucky that it was asleep. Otherwise, both of us would have been in danger. Lan Mao stared fiercely at Ling Xiao on the Fire Mountain tortoise. She gritted her teeth and said, also, that bastard seems to treat the devouring golden crow as his mount. That dragon descendant also bowed down to him. Who is that guy? He's just a human liar. Cosmic Light said coldly, didn't we hear about this in our beast stories? Humans are experts at lying. They can trick beasts into doing things for them. Then what do we do? Do we use blood lightning and purple qilin? Let's work together to destroy the Fire Mountain tortoise. Lan Mao was furious. She only wanted to kill Ling Xiao to vent her hatred. We can't kill him. Cosmic Light shook his head. Why not? Lan Mao asked. First, if the four of us work together to deal with the Fire Mountain tortoise, the Fiend God Medallion Master will definitely make a move. Don't underestimate that guy. Second, when I got close, I sensed the ancient Sword Emperor's aura on that youth. Cosmic Light explained. The ancient Sword Emperor's aura? You're saying he might have obtained the ancient Sword Emperor's legacy? Lan Mao asked. That's right. Don't forget why we came to the archaic divine tomb. The most important thing is to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's legacy. Everything else can wait. Cosmic Light nodded. Damn it. If it weren't for the ancient Sword Emperor's restriction, only Western region martial artists could enter the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum. Why would we be so passive? It's so depressing. Although Lan Mao was very unhappy, she had to admit that Cosmic Light's words made sense. If that youth could really obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's legacy, then it would be very stupid of them to kill that youth now. Don't worry, Lan Mao. Don't forget that we still have 4 companions on the way. The Beast Emperor has put in a lot of effort for this matter. If it weren't for the fact that the archaic divine tomb weakened reincarnation divine pulse martial artists, the Beast Emperor would have even sent divine pulse martial artists here. Then there's nothing for us to do. We can only make a great contribution now. Cosmic Light Dao. Okay, I'll listen to you, Big Brother Cosmic Light. Lan Mao took a deep breath and finally calmed down. No matter what that youth did, when he obtained the ancient Sword Emperor's legacy, it would be his death. By the way, Lan Mao, didn't you notice another person? Cosmic Light suddenly said. Another person? Who? Lan Mao was a little puzzled. She was more concerned about the Dragon Clan descendant and the devouring golden crow. She didn't care about the rest at all. That woman, the woman with a short sword. Cosmic Light reminded. Oh, that woman. Is there anything special about her? Lan Mao suddenly smiled and said, Big Brother Cosmic Light, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to a human woman? Stupid. How could I, a noble beast, take a fancy to a lowly human? It's just that that woman has some strange aura. I can't describe it, but it's very terrifying. Cosmic Light suddenly trembled when he said this. No way, Big Brother Cosmic Light. That woman, the woman called Cold Plum? Why didn't I notice? Lan Mao still didn't believe it. The next time you see her, take a closer look. I believe your eyes won't be wrong. Cosmic Light wouldn't doubt his intuition. Zhou Guang had a feeling that the woman called Cold Plum was even scarier than the descendant of the Dragon Clan and the devouring Golden Crow. However, he couldn't tell exactly what it was. Alright, there's nothing else to do here. Let's go to the Divine Devil City. The volcanic tortoise seems to be heading towards the Divine Devil City. The ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum is probably near the Divine Devil City. Zhou Guang sneered and turned into a huge white tiger. The blue eyes smiled and turned into a slender viper. This was their true form. As beasts, they preferred to move around in their true forms. The volcanic tortoise was huge. Although it was fast, it couldn't fly as fast as a powerhouse. It would take 7 to 8 days to reach the Divine Devil City. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't waste any time. On the volcanic tortoise's back, he began to think about the 9 supreme sword techniques. The Big Dipper sword and meteoric metal could be cultivated into the 7-star sky falling sword technique. The Myriad Kingdom sword and Sea Soul Jade could be cultivated into the Myriad Kingdom sea sword technique. Because he was eager to know the effects of cultivating the 6 sword techniques, he randomly chose one to cultivate. He held the Big Dipper sword and meteoric metal in his hands at the same time. As he comprehended the sword techniques, the two things began to merge. This wasn't the first time he had done this. The cultivation process was basically the same. Therefore, he didn't use it for long this time. However, the moment he finished cultivating the 7-star sky falling sword technique, something strange happened. The other 5 swords that had been cultivated flew out. They stood side by side with the Big Dipper sword. Then, a brand new memory quickly merged into Ling Xiao's mind. I see. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, his heart filled with excitement. After cultivating the 6 sword techniques, not only did each sword technique advance from beginner to intermediate king level, but each sword technique had also advanced from beginner to intermediate king level. Even the 9 sovereign swords had been upgraded from fine grade to precious grade. They had advanced by a level. Even the Myriad Kingdom sword and Demon Sovereign sword that hadn't been cultivated were the same. However, there was a problem now. After all the sword techniques had advanced, the difficulty of cultivating the remaining 4 sword techniques had increased. In addition to the original requirements, the martial artist's cultivation had to be at least at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. It seems that in this world, there are always gains and losses. Ling Xiao sighed, but he was still happy in his heart. Since it was difficult to cultivate, it meant that it was of a higher grade. The 6 sword techniques he had now were actually enough for him to use. After all, the combined power of the 2 swords could reach the level of a high-grade king martial technique. 4 swords combined into one would be at the peak of the king level. Ling Xiao tested the 5 swords as one. He could not use it at all. He did not have enough true essence. Ling Xiao knew that his cultivation was holding him back. Now that the 5 swords had merged into one, it was no longer as simple as a king-grade martial skill. If he wanted to use it, he would have to raise his cultivation to a very high level. Thinking of this, he took out the beast souls that he had obtained earlier and began to upgrade his own beast souls. 4 types of 9th level reincarnation divine realm beast souls. One was the beast soul of the frost pool python. The first 4 were used to upgrade the beast souls of the cosmic light tiger, shadow rabbit, frost dragon, and 9 snake general. The cosmic light tiger allowed him to have the cosmic light body and maximize his speed. It was useful for both battle and escape. The shadow rabbit could have the special effect of the shadow warrior. It was very useful. The frost dragon had the frost dragon breath. Together with the extreme frost domain, the effect could be maximized. The 9 snake general beast soul could increase the power of the 9 snake poison domain. As for the frost pool python beast soul, it was used to upgrade the canopy beast soul. After the incident at the frost pool, Ling Xiao understood. The canopy beast soul might not be of much use normally, but once it entered the water, it would be extremely useful. It took a total of 7 days to travel from the original location of the green zone to the outskirts of the Godfiend city. In these 7 days, Ling Xiao had upgraded all 5 types of beast souls. The benefit he gained was that his cultivation had finally advanced from the first level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm to the second level of the Reincarnation Sutra. From now on, he dared to say that there were no more enemies in the entire Western region. Even Dragon Mother and the leader of the Vengeful Alliance were no match for him. Of course, this was not something to be happy about. After all, his biggest enemy now was the God-Fiend Token Master and the mysterious savage beasts. At this moment, the savage beasts he mentioned were standing not far away from the volcanic mountain tortoise. There were originally 2 people, but now there were 8. Other than the cosmic light tiger, blue eye, purple Qilin, and blood thunder who had arrived at the beginning, there were 4 more. It seemed that they would not be easy to deal with. They're finally here. Lan Mao glared fiercely at the volcanic mountain tortoise in the distance. Even now, her anger had yet to subside. After all, she had suffered at the hands of the humans she looked down on. This made her furious. Yes, they're here. But speaking of which, the laws of the Western region are really loose. Whether it's the sky or the ground, they all seem so fragile. A light touch and they'll rot. If this were in the 4 regions, even if we attacked with all our might, there would only be a slight crack on the ground. Cosmic Light Tiger said indifferently. This was because he saw huge cracks on the ground wherever the volcanic tortoise kingdom passed by. It was as fragile as tofu that was cut open. What are you talking about, although we both belong to the Black Tortoise continent? The 4 regions and the Western region are completely controlled by 2 different laws. The humans of the 4 regions are the real humans. The humans of the Western region are all eliminated trash. Purple Qilin laughed. But don't underestimate a place like the Western region. The ancient Sword Emperor back then made us suffer. Blood Thunder reminded. How many years has it been? There's only one ancient Sword Emperor. I don't believe that there will be a second one in the Western region. Purple Qilin sneered. Besides, so what if it's the ancient Sword Emperor? He's just a Divine Pulse Realm martial artist. He's just a little stronger than us. But don't forget Ji Fuling and Yu Xianxia. Those 2 came from the barren Sky Dragon continent. But they can kill our Beast Emperor. Blood Thunder reminded again, underestimating the enemy will make us pay a heavy price. Don't argue. Is the Divine Demon Order Master done? Did he promise not to inform the other 3 regions? Cosmic Light suddenly said. Don't worry about that. Although that guy is powerful, he's no match for us. He's very obedient now. Originally, I said that we should just kill him. Why go through so much trouble? Purple Qilin said unhappily. Kill him? You can try. If you kill him, none of us will live. The Divine Demon Order Master was sent by the 4 regions to guard the Divine Demon City. It's already disrespectful for us to attack him. If we kill him, not to mention us, even the Savage Beast region will be implicated. Blood Thunder said coldly, don't be so impulsive. Use your brain. Tisk, got it. Zilin wasn't happy, but this was reality. The people from the Savage Beast region had come here stealthily and hadn't dared alert anyone. Otherwise, the things in the ancient Sword Imperial tomb wouldn't belong to them. Actually, there's no need to worry. The Demon God token is mainly the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor. What we want is something in the ancient Sword Imperial tomb. We each take what we need and no one will affect anyone else. Zhou Guang said faintly. Ling Xiao hadn't sensed the existence of these 8 beasts. Firstly, they were far away and secondly, they had restrained their auras and weren't as impudent as before. The Yuan Venerate had passed through the 4 great domains before. He had also told Ling Xiao some things about the 4 great domains. In the 4 great domains, Reincarnation Divine Boundary Martialists were probably the foundation. Reincarnation Divine Pulse Martialists were probably as numerous as the hairs on a cow. His previous knowledge could be described as a frog at the bottom of a well. Thinking back, he had actually killed a martialist from the Eternal Life Palace and chased another one away. Thinking back now, he found it unbelievable. What exactly was that demon in his body? He could sense that it didn't have any ill intentions towards him. It should be something derived from the tyrannical Sky Martial Soul. Or perhaps it was the essence of the tyrannical Sky Martial Soul. It would be great if he could control it freely. In that case, wouldn't he be able to do as he pleased in the four great domains? However, that was just a thought. He was still a long way from reaching the divine pulse realm. He had only cultivated to the second level of the reincarnation divine boundary after much effort. He didn't know when he would reach the average level of the four great domains. However, even if he improved his cultivation, he still couldn't achieve the five swords merge. It still wasn't enough. However, the energy in his cultivation sea had already returned to zero. It was almost impossible to break through immediately. Therefore, he planned to do something else. Master, Prince Zhong said that martial souls can be cultivated from Hotian to Xiantian in the four great domains. Do you know what's going on? Ling Xiao asked. I know a little about this. The highest realm of a martial soul is the man and spirit merge perfectly. At that time, a martialist's control over the power of a martial soul would be at its most perfect. However, there are still many stages to achieve the man and spirit merge. In the four major districts, there was a way to cultivate an acquired martial soul to an innate martial soul. To be honest, if you were to meet a martial artist of the same cultivation level as you are now, your chances of winning would be slim. Even if you can defeat an enemy 2 ranks higher than you in the western regions. However, in the four major regions, even cultivators of the same cultivation level were no match for them. The reason was that the martial soul's cultivation speed was not high enough. However, I don't have much interest in those backward cultivation methods. I just happened to get a cultivation book. It will allow you to cultivate your martial spirit to the Hotian 9th stage. Did you know that Prince Zhong's martial spirit had only cultivated to the Hotian 1st stage, but he was able to achieve a telepathic connection with his weapon? If you cultivate to the Hotian 9th stage, then any weapon in your hand can be used freely in an instant. Also, the secret of your ice age should be easily solved. After saying that, the Yuan Venerate transmitted a memory to Ling Xiao. So that's how it is. The people of the four great regions can actually cultivate their martial spirits this way. Cultivate your martial soul as a martial artist. This seems very simple, but it's a bit troublesome to actually cultivate it. If you don't control your martial soul well, it will hurt your martial soul and even destroy it. Ling Xiao absorbed that memory and muttered to himself, however, I have cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll before. The method of cultivating the soul inside can be used to cultivate the martial soul. It can even let the martial soul come out of its shell. It feels like the martial soul is another form of soul. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. Using the cultivation method in the primordial spirit remnant scroll, he began to strengthen his martial soul. At first, he didn't dare to directly try using the Tyrant martial soul. After all, the Tyrant martial soul was too important to him. If there was a problem, his entire martial artist career would be in trouble. Clang, a sword martial soul broke through the sky. This sword martial soul was obtained in the western regions. With it, Ling Xiao could no longer be restricted by the strength of his weapon. However, just this effect alone made Ling Xiao feel that the sword martial soul was a bit too weak. It wasn't until he heard what Prince Zhong said that he understood. It turned out that the sword martial soul could be cultivated. When it was cultivated to a powerful level, it could even merge the weapon with the body. This kind of thing was similar to the beast warrior. It seemed to be very common in the four regions. After releasing the sword martial soul, he began to cultivate. Using the cultivation method of the primordial spirit remnant scroll, he was completely immersed in it. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. The 1-month deadline was approaching. On the 29th day. Suddenly, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. The sword martial soul behind him seemed to have condensed into a material object, looking like a shining sword. In this sword, there was a terrifying power. This power was definitely not something that the sword warriors of the western regions could possess. Nearly a month's time was not in vain. This sword martial soul has been cultivated to the 1st stage of the Hotian realm. However, this process was really difficult. It seems that the cultivation of the primordial spirit remnant scroll and the martial soul seem to be similar. Ling Xiao smiled. He even suspected that the cultivation method of the martial soul in the mystic world was learned from the primordial spirit remnant scroll. He did not know how powerful the martial souls of the four regions could be cultivated too. However, the beginning was really difficult. The first stage of the Hotian sword martial soul could increase the attack power of sword-type weapons by nearly 3 times. This kind of advantage was really too great in the western regions. However, when it came to the 4 regions, where everyone cultivated the martial soul, there might not be such an advantage. However, being able to make up for the disadvantage was itself a kind of advantage. Xiao Jin still had not woken up. The effect of the berserker pill was really crazy. Fortunately, there were no accidents. This made Ling Xiao quite satisfied. He was really looking forward to how much Xiao Jin's strength would increase after coming out this time. Perhaps it would be stronger than him. No, it should be stronger than him. If the heat from the berserker pill was not as strong as him, then it would be a bit unreasonable. This kind of strength was the key to his confrontation with the god-devil token owner and the beast race from the savage beast realm. I can come out now. Dark Frost and the others are probably waiting for me. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao stood up and walked out of his room. These days, the new green zone was very peaceful. Because of the volcanic tortoise, even the god-devil token owner did not dare to cause trouble. Needless to say, the people of the Blood Axe Snake race did not need to be mentioned. They still hated Ling Xiao in their hearts. However, as long as Ling Xiao did not leave the volcanic tortoise, they did not dare to make a move. Moreover, the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum was about to open. They did not dare to spoil the god-devil token owner's good fortune. Because of this, it was very peaceful during this period. Ling Xiao, Dark Frost, Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, and Cold Plum. These 5 people had obtained spots in the God-Devil Invitational Tournament. Dragon Shark King, Warrior Soul, Battle Soul, Wind Soul, and a neutral warrior at the 2nd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm, Morongda. They were lucky enough to be on the invitation list. These were also the 5 extra spots. Although Morongda was a neutral warrior, he had already joined the Soul Hall. And in the past month, Dark Frost had also conducted many tests and investigations on him. She confirmed that there was no problem with this person and that he just wanted to join the Soul Hall to obtain a spot to enter the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. I only have one sentence. As long as you work for the Soul Hall will not treat you unfairly. If you have ulterior motives, don't blame us. Ling Xiao glanced at Morongda. Although he was still very optimistic about Dark Frost's judgment. However, there were some things that had to be said. Morongda was forced by Ling Xiao's aura and almost knelt on the ground. What's going on? He was shocked. He had long heard that the Soul Hall had an extremely powerful guest elder. He knew that even King Zhong had been defeated. However, Morongda was still very shocked to be intimidated by Ling Xiao's aura. This person is unfathomable. Morongda thought to himself. And he definitely had the ability to kill him easily. Wasn't betraying in front of such a person courting death? Alright, if there's nothing else, let's go. Ling Xiao called out, Grandpa Turtle, I'll leave this place to you. Don't worry, kid. You should be careful of those guys. They might attack you at any time. Volcano Turtle reminded. I got it. Actually, Ling Xiao wasn't worried about himself. He was more worried about Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin. From the previous battle, he had sensed that Long Chen and Xiao Jin had been targeted by those beasts. He didn't need to think to know the specific reason. A devouring golden crow. A descendant of the dragon race. There were probably only 2 of them in the entire mystic world. How could they not want to take them for themselves? However, if you want to snatch my brother, you have to be prepared to pay a heavy price. Prince Tian is an example. Ling Xiao sneered and soared into the sky. Because they were near the Divine Devil City, they were the first group of people to arrive at the Divine Devil City. Just as he arrived at the entrance, Ling Xiao met Blood Axe Snake Clan's Shi Xiaozong. Ling Xiao was no match for Shi Xiaozong, who was at the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm in the past. But today, in Ling Xiao's eyes, Shi Xiaozong was just SOSO. A good dog doesn't block the way. What are you doing? Ling Xiao coldly looked at Shi Xiaozong and the other warriors of the Blood Axe Snake clan, his face cold. Humph, the Fiend God Token Master is currently recuperating and can't take care of you. Today, I will avenge the dead Blood Axe Serpent clan's martial artists. Shi Xiaozong snorted coldly. I advise you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, the result will definitely not be what you want. The reason why Ling Xiao had killed the Blood Axe Snake clan was because he had no other choice. Since nothing had happened today, he didn't want to make a move. But if Shi Xiaozong didn't know what was good for him, he wouldn't be polite. Nonsense, do you dare to fight me alone? Shi Xiaozong shouted sternly. Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Xiao sneered, this is good too. If I defeat you, I will let the Blood Axe Snake clan know that I am not so easy to provoke. Big brother Ling Xiao, why don't you let me do it? Dark Frost couldn't help but ask. In this month, her cultivation had also broken through one level. In the western region, the top warriors could only break through to the third level of the reincarnation divine realm. But the environment of the immemorial divine tomb was special, and the spirit chi was more abundant. The chances of breaking through were higher and faster. She was worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't be Shi Xiaozong's opponent, so she took the initiative to ask. Don't worry, girl. I didn't waste this month. Ling Xiao smiled at Dark Frost and walked out of the array. You guys watch from the side. Shi Xiaozong ordered his subordinates. Then he walked out. The two confronted each other at the entrance of the Divine Devil City. Aren't you going to transform? Shi Xiaozong waited for a moment and realized that Ling Xiao didn't intend to use the beast soul transformation, so he couldn't help but ask. You are an honest person, but it's a pity that you have a sister who is courting death. I don't need the beast soul transformation to deal with you. Just go ahead and attack. Ling Xiao hooked his finger. You are not allowed to insult my sister. Although he knew what his sister was like in the Divine Devil City, she was still his sister. Shi Xiaozong absolutely couldn't tolerate anyone insulting his sister in front of him. His figure trembled, and Shi Xiaozong had already charged towards Ling Xiao. Blood Axe Heaven-Splitting Slash. In Shi Xiaozong's hand, there was a blood-red axe that was particularly eye-catching. When he brandished it, the huge and sharp aura was incomparably terrifying. It was as if it was going to cut Ling Xiao in half. King-level martial technique? Not enough. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the Fire Supreme Sword pierced through the air. Fire Supreme Sword Art Blazing Sky. Raging flames tumbled, and blazing heat spewed out. The Fire Supreme Sword shattered the giant axe that was condensed from true origin energy. Shi Xiaozong's expression didn't change, and he made another move. Blood Axe Heaven-Splitting Slash. The power of this move was obviously more ferocious than the previous one, and its power was also more violent. As a result, Shi Xiaozong's aura became much more violent. High King-level martial skill? Still not enough. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, and the Ice Supreme Sword pierced through the air. Fire Supreme Sword Art Blazing Sky. Ice Supreme Sword Art Blazing Sky, both swords struck out. In the past, the combination of the two swords was only a king-level martial technique. However, today's joint attack already had the power of a high-grade king martial skill. Boom, a terrifying explosion sounded. Shi Xiaozong was actually pushed back a few meters, and his face was extremely gloomy. How could this be? He couldn't believe that this was real. His cultivation was clearly much stronger than Ling Zhao's, so how could it be like this? Don't be so surprised, your cultivation hasn't improved at all in this month. But I broke through to the second level of the reincarnation divine realm. You no longer have any advantage over me. And my martial technique is even stronger than yours, 3 swords in 1, Fire Supreme, Ice Supreme, Soul Elder. Ling Xiao didn't plan to waste too much time, and after the 2 swords, it was 3 swords. The unstoppable sword aura rushed over, even though Shi Xiaozong was already trying his best to block it. But he was still sent flying a few hundred meters away, and fell to the ground, covered in blood. I won't kill you today, because you have deep feelings for your sister. But there won't be a second time, if I encounter this again. I'll kill you without mercy, and all of you, remember what I said, if something like this happens again, the Blood Axe Snake clan won't exist anymore. After speaking, Ling Xiao directly entered the God Devil City. The rest of the people followed behind him. Shi Xiaozong laid there with an ugly expression. He had painstakingly cultivated for so many years, but he was actually inferior to a nobody in the western region. Lamentable, lamentable, suddenly, a blood arrow flew, and Xiaozong fell to the ground. Young master. No one would have thought that Xiaozong's psychological quality was so bad that he actually chose to commit suicide. I didn't expect Big Brother Ling Xiao to become so powerful now. However, you still have to be careful when you enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum this time. Heavenly King and Dragon Mother will probably kill you. The others may not be so determined, but once they have the chance, they probably won't let it go. Dark Frost reminded him. Even though Ling Xiao had defeated Xiaozong easily before. But Xiaozong was still lacking compared to veteran experts like Dragon Mother and Heavenly King. It doesn't matter. Ling Xiao smiled and said, the warriors of the western region are no longer in my consideration. What I'm most worried about now is what will happen after I obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. Whether it's the Fiend God Order Master or the wild beasts, they are all great threats. His strong confidence came from Ling Xiao's own strength. However, he would never be arrogant. He knew how big the gap between him and the Fiend God Order Master was. After entering the Fiend God City, everyone headed towards the world of the dead. Since they already knew where the entrance to the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum was, there was no need to waste time. They thought that they had arrived early enough and should be the first group. Who knew that when they arrived, they would find that Heavenly King, King Zhong, Dragon Mother, and Ong Kong had already arrived. Only the people from the Revenge Alliance hadn't arrived yet. These people were really anxious. A moment later, the people from the Revenge Alliance also arrived. One of them was the leader of the Revenge Alliance, and the other was the Linglong Sanctus. The two subordinates of the Fiend God Order Master also arrived. These two people clearly felt different from when they entered the world of the dead. It was as if there was an intense pain coming from their bodies. However, there were also a few terrifying powers that could erupt at any time. This extremely contradictory feeling made Ling Xiao frown. As expected, the people of the four regions didn't treat the people of the western region as humans at all and casually modified their bodies. They didn't care about their lives. At this moment, all 18 people had gathered. Heavenly King and Dragon Mother stared at Ling Xiao, wishing they could tear Ling Xiao into pieces. However, they didn't plan to do anything outside the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Once inside the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum, they didn't have to care about the Fiend God Order Master. He would definitely kill Ling Xiao. Everyone's here, but where's the Divine Devil Order Master? Did he forget that today is the day the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum opens? Ling Xiao completely ignored the gazes of those two people. He said in a relaxed manner. It's not time yet. The Linglong Sanctus looked at the sky and said, there is still half an hour before tomorrow. Let's wait then. Ling Xiao smiled and sat down cross-legged in the void. To him, such a small matter was naturally not a problem. Master, I feel like someone is watching us. Cold Plum suddenly transmitted her voice. At this moment, she was still cultivating in the Mountain River world, just like Xiao Jin. There's no need to worry. The ones targeting us should be from the savage beast race. Before we obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, they won't make a move. These people either have their eyes on the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance or something in the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Ling Xiao smiled. That's good. Cold Plum didn't say anything else. At this moment, a terrifying murderous aura suddenly came from afar. It's the Blood Axe Snake clan. Everyone looked over in surprise. At this moment, the clan leader of the Blood Axe Snake clan, Shifeng, was holding his son's corpse in his arms. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Ling Xiao, you bastard. You killed my daughter and now you want to kill my son. I will never forgive you. Today, no matter who it is, don't even think about stopping me from taking revenge. Shifeng only had one son and one daughter, and now they were both dead. They were all killed by Ling Xiao. He no longer had the motivation to live. Even if he had to offend the Divine Devil Order Master, he had to kill Ling Xiao. How did young ancestor Shi die? I didn't kill him. Ling Xiao frowned and said. He was forced to death by you. Shifeng roared. So he committed suicide. What a pity. His mentality is too weak. Although the dead should be respected and I shouldn't make sarcastic remarks, young ancestor, she blocked my way and wanted to kill me. I only defeated him. I didn't mean to kill him. Isn't it a bit too much to put this on my head? Ling Xiao looked at Shifeng. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but he didn't want to admit that it wasn't his fault. At this moment, Heavenly King and Dragon Mother were waiting to watch a good show. They didn't care whether Ling Xiao could enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum or not. They weren't like the Divine Devil Order Master, who had to protect Ling Xiao. Humph, you still dare to deny it, no matter what you say, I will kill you today. Shifeng roared. Kill me? Do you have the ability? There's something I said to your son. Now, I'll say it to you too. The grudge between us started because of your daughter. If she wasn't unreasonable and wanted to kill me, I wouldn't have captured her. If your Blood Axe Snake clan didn't force me, I wouldn't have killed her. To put it bluntly, you brought this upon yourselves. Now you want to act pitiful with me. To put it bluntly, your Blood Axe Snake clan killed so many Western region martial artists for the Divine Devil Order Master. Your entire clan should have been wiped out long ago. I didn't kill Shi Xiaozong because I was too lazy to do it. Since he committed suicide, it can be considered as repaying his sins. You still have the face to find trouble with me? Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Shifeng at all. Shifeng's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Moreover, he didn't have the inheritance of the ancient emperor or an acquired martial soul. To Ling Xiao, he wasn't a strong opponent. His cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the reincarnation divine realm, and with the beast soul transformation and the Ice Emperor demon spirit, killing Shifeng wouldn't be a problem at all. This was why he dared to say that he didn't care about the Western region martial artists at all. Shameless boasting, Shifeng said coldly. Brother Ling Xiao. Dark Frost said worriedly. It doesn't matter. I'll accept this battle. If I don't kill this old thing, I'm afraid I won't have peace even if I enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum today. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Since Shifeng was courting death, why should he tolerate it? It wasn't his fault anyway. Heavenly King, Dragon Mother, you guys see. A martial artist at the 4th level of the reincarnation divine realm is nothing in front of me. Ling Xiao wanted to make an example out of Shifeng today. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. In an instant, he transformed into a Frost Wyrm beast soul. This transformation was more suitable for using the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Moreover, he didn't need to use the everlasting Heavenly Rat Beast soul transformation to deal with Shifeng. Come on, old thing. You want to die with your daughter and son so much. I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao said coldly, when you die, don't blame me for being cruel. Take this battle as revenge for the Western region martial artists who died in your hands. Kill. Shifeng charged at Ling Xiao, unable to restrain his anger. At this moment, he only had thoughts of revenge in his mind. He didn't observe the situation carefully at all. He also didn't investigate Ling Xiao's current strength. This also doomed him to a tragedy in this battle. Ling Xiao was about to make a move. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic wind blew. Ling Xiao was about to kill Shifeng. Suddenly, a gust of demonic wind blew. A huge claw reached out from the void. The claw pressed down on Shifeng. Then, it crushed Shifeng to death. What? This scene caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. Ling Xiao knew that it was done by the savage beasts. But others didn't know. Especially Mother Dragon and Heavenly King. Their hearts trembled. Who was it that was so terrifying to kill Shifeng, who was at the 4th level reincarnation divine state, in one move? Could it be that Ling Xiao had called for reinforcements? How did this guy have such a terrifying helper? They were glad that they didn't make a move here. Otherwise, they might be the ones who died. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, wasn't in a good mood. Get out here. He roared furiously into the void. Kid, don't be ungrateful. I helped you kill him. You should be happy. The voice in the void was extremely ethereal. It was impossible to determine where it was. Happy my ass. Do I need a beast like you to kill my opponent? Are all the beasts in the savage beast region as shameful as you? Ling Xiao said coldly. Since he already knew the other party's intention and goal, there was no need for him to be polite. The other party definitely wouldn't kill him. He needed to make all the beasts in the savage beast region show themselves. Then, he could use the Tai Chi to do a comprehensive analysis. He would know how strong the other party was. You're courting death. The huge claw reached out from the void again. This time, it pressed down on Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was already prepared. With a flash, he easily dodged. Oh? I didn't expect your reaction to be so sharp. It seems that you've already noticed me waiting, right? The voice was a little surprised. Then, its true body appeared. It was a white tiger whose entire body was like white jade. Cosmic Light Tiger. Ling Xiao had seen this beast before. One of his beast souls was a cosmic light tiger. However, the cosmic light tiger clearly didn't know how to cultivate. However, the beasts of the savage beast region knew how to cultivate, so this guy's strength was terrifying. Its aura is as strong as the Fiend God Token Master. Is there such a terrifying monster in the immemorial divine tomb? The others were also shocked. What's wrong, little fellow? You want me to show my true form? What do you want? Ian Light asked coldly. What you need shouldn't be the ancient sword emperor's inheritance, right? What do you need? I can bring it out for you. But you can't attack us. The same goes for your other companions. Ling Xiao said. We need. Hee, you're tricking me. Halfway through his words, Cosmic Light suddenly smiled and said, what a cunning kid. You know what we need. Are you going to destroy it? Unfortunately, I won't give you that chance. Now, all of you can enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. I'll keep watch here. If anyone dares to come out without anything, I'll be the first to kill them. You don't have to wait for the God Devil Order Master, he is injured, today's matter, I will take responsibility. Almost. Ling Xiao sighed. He'd indeed planned to enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum after learning what they wanted and destroy it. That way, these bastards from the savage beast region wouldn't be able to achieve their goal. What a pity, Ian Light sneered, then opened his mouth and blew. The portal to the world of the dead opened. Follow me. Ian Light was the first to rush in. The others followed closely behind. No one dared to flee. Even though they knew they were being watched for this trip to the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum, no one dared to flee. Because the enemy was too strong, so strong that they couldn't resist. Ian Light led them to the place where Ling Xiao had discovered the strange door. As expected, that's the entrance to the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. It seems the map of the Western Divine Mausoleum has something to do with it. Ling Xiao was even more certain now. Otherwise, the door wouldn't have appeared because of the map of the Western Divine Mausoleum. After waiting for a while, the next day arrived. The door finally appeared. It was an enormous portal. In front of it was a display of weapons, exuding a somber aura. Keys? Ian Light said coldly. Although everyone hesitated for a moment, they still handed the 6 keys to Ian Light. There was nothing they could do. The situation was beyond their control. The other party was so powerful. If they didn't give it to him, would they be courting death? Naturally, Ian Light wouldn't act recklessly. His goal was similar to the God-Fiend Order Masters. It was just that he wanted something different. The 6 keys were put into the 6 keyholes. A strange sound was heard. A blood-red ball of light appeared in the huge portal. Go in. After passing through that portal, you'll arrive at the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. It's the same as all small worlds. It's an independent space, and the outside world can't interfere. So, you're on your own. Ian Light said coldly. Let's go. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and stepped into the portal. The other 9 people with him also entered. Originally, Ling Xiao was worried that they would be separated after entering the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. But after entering, he found that the 10 of them were all together. Then, the Avenging Alliance, the Heavenly Imperial Court, the Myriad Kingdom, and the God-Fiend City, a total of 8 people entered one after another. What a gloomy feeling. It's as if the whole world is black and gray. There's nothing else. Soul Warrior couldn't help but say. Even breathing feels a little stifling. The air is damp and rotten. Soul Warrior also said. Desolation, death, no hope, this was the feeling the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum gave people. This place was so gloomy that everyone tried their best to circulate their true essence to resist the gloomy aura. No one wanted to be affected. From time to time, there were low cries around. It was like a woman crying at night. This sound was hair-raising. Crack. Someone accidentally stepped on something. Everyone looked down. There were countless bones under their feet. There were humans and beasts. These bones had been there for countless years. They were densely packed on the ground, and there was almost no place to step on. As long as one wanted to walk on the ground, they would definitely step on the bones. Hee, a rebirth realm warrior is actually afraid of those undead. What a joke. We'll go first. Xiao, remember, don't be alone. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. The heavenly imperial court sneered and rose into the air with Prince Zhong, rushing forward. In the dark and damp forest, there was a strange huge black shadow. They couldn't see what it was from afar. But everyone felt that as long as there was the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure, it must be in that position. So the heavenly imperial court and Prince Zhong flew in that direction. Then, Dragon Mother and Nkong also set off. The Avenging Alliance leader and the Linglong Saintess followed closely. Xiao wasn't in a hurry. Palace Master, it'll be too late if we don't go now. Moronda couldn't help but say. Listen to Brother Xiao. Darkfrost said lightly. A pitch-black forest, a grayish-white sky, ghastly white bones, the entire scene was undoubtedly filled with despair and death. Under Xiao's lead, the people of the Soul Hall and the 8 Immortals' Kingdom were running towards the huge black shadow in the center. As they got closer, everyone finally saw the full appearance of the black shadow. It was actually the corpse of a demonic beast. That's right, it was a corpse, not a corpse, because its physical body was not destroyed and continued to be preserved. The huge body stood there like a terrifying fortress. What kind of demonic beast is this? It's so huge, 4 or 5 times bigger than the volcanic mountain tortoise. Can it actually die in battle? Xiao was extremely shocked. Although the martial artists of the other 3 factions had already arrived near the corpse of the huge demonic beast in advance. And they discovered that there was a door on the corpse that led to it. But no one dared to rashly enter. The huge demonic beast corpse emitted a strange and terrifying aura. No matter who it was, they would feel fear in their hearts. Whoosh, suddenly, the huge corpse spat out a 7-colored light. Everyone jumped in fright and hurriedly retreated. However, just as they retreated a few steps, someone stopped and revealed a look of ecstasy on his face. Reincarnation Immortal Bone. Someone shouted and hurriedly rushed forward to fight for the Reincarnation Immortal Bone. A chaotic scramble for the treasures began. However, what was interesting was that there seemed to be only 18 Reincarnation Immortal Bones, and each one fell beside a martial artist's body. Even if others wanted to snatch it, they had to defeat their opponents. But the primordial Sword Emperor's treasure had not appeared yet, and everyone was obviously hesitant to fight here. In the end, they simply gave up. After all, although the Reincarnation Immortal Bone was good, it was far inferior to the primordial Sword Emperor's treasure. Xiao held a Reincarnation Immortal Bone and observed it. The bone was like jade and actually felt cold in his hand. But to be honest, he really did not know what it was for. But since everyone was fighting for it, it must be useful. Wind Soul explained, the Reincarnation Immortal Bone is extremely important to martial artists who have entered the reincarnation cycle. With the Reincarnation Immortal Bone, it can be said that one is 100% sure to advance from the Reincarnation Divine Realm to the Reincarnation Divine Meridian Realm. The formation of the Divine Veins was based on the Reincarnation Immortal Bone. Everyone who has obtained this item must take good care of it. Not only can it increase your cultivation speed, it can also increase your cultivation speed. It can even allow your cultivation to break through the barrier. Hearing Wind Soul's words, Xiao thought to himself that this was really good stuff. Generally speaking, the thing that martial artists feared the most when breaking through a major realm was the cultivation barrier. Many people were unable to cross this hurdle in their entire lives. However, things would be different if he had something like the reincarnation immortal bone. As expected, Senior Ancient Sword Emperor has already thought of a gift for his descendants. Although not everyone will be able to obtain the Ancient Sword Emperor's treasure, they will definitely be able to obtain some benefits. Ling Xiao sighed. Perhaps to the Ancient Sword Monarch, even if he died, it would be worth it if he could allow the later generations to produce cultivators that could resist the 4 major regions. Everyone put away the reincarnation immortal bone, and then they walked towards the huge beast's corpse with anticipation. They believed that the Ancient Sword Emperor wouldn't harm them. Ling Xiao thought so too. After all, the Ancient Sword Emperor's goal was to give his inheritance to the people who entered the Ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum. The fear from before seemed to have disappeared by quite a bit. However, everyone still remained vigilant. Although they knew that the Ancient Sword Emperor wouldn't harm them, there must be many traps set up here to prevent outsiders from sneaking in. When they got closer, they realized that the beast's corpse had actually been transformed into a huge building. Needless to say, there was no one else who could do this other than the Ancient Sword Emperor. Be careful. Ling Xiao could feel a terrifying aura being released in the surroundings, as if there was some power that wanted to prevent them from entering the beast's corpse. When they were about 100 meters away from the beast, the corpses on the ground actually stood up one by one. There were humans, demonic beasts, and even members of the sea race. These corpses contained intense resentment and hatred, as if they didn't want the martial artists to get close to the beast. These guys must have been martial artists and beasts from the 4 major regions when they were alive. They died here in the battle with the Ancient Sword Emperor, but their souls still linger. Dragon Mother said coldly. Then what should we do? And Kong asked. The Ancient Sword Emperor's treasure isn't something that anyone can get. If you can't even deal with this kind of trouble, then get lost as soon as possible. Dragon Mother sneered and charged towards the group of corpses. And Kong naturally followed. Then, the Heavenly King, King Zhong, the leader of the Avenging Alliance, and the Linglong Saintess all started fighting. Let's fight. These guys still want to turn into bone spirits to stop us even after they're dead. And there are so many of them, so it's impossible not to fight. But don't fight. If there's a chance to rush into the Beast Gate, go in. Ling Xiao summoned the Fire Supreme Sword and ordered. Yes. With his order, everyone rushed towards the beast. These bone spirits were very powerful. Although they weren't as terrifying as they were when they were alive, the weakest was still at the 1st level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. The strongest was actually at the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. As for why there were no more powerful bone spirits, Ling Xiao guessed that this might be the result of the Ancient Sword Emperor's hard work. He knew that it was very difficult to produce a Reincarnation Divine Realm warrior in the Western region, so he set a rule in his Imperial Mausoleum that the strongest could not exceed the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Of course, this was just Ling Xiao's guess. Whether it was true or not had yet to be verified. But for now, it was indeed the case. The battle was about to start. Ling Xiao didn't care about the others' battle. At this moment, he and Dark Frost were the 2 strongest people in his team of 10. Naturally, they had to take on the task of eliminating the powerful bone spirits. The warrior souls, battle souls, and wind souls were weaker, so they were protected in the middle and assisted in the battle. Ling Xiao rushed to the front alone. Dark Frost and Cold Plum were on the left. Long Chen and Xiao Jin were on the right. Dragon Shark King and Murong Dao were at the back. This way, they could ensure that they could block the bone spirits from attacking the formation. It could also prevent them from being sneak attacked by the other 3 forces. After all, the treasures of the Ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum might appear somewhere in the beast's corpse. One less person would mean one less competitor. There was no doubt about that. The bone spirits at the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm were not a problem for Ling Xiao at all. He was like a sharp divine sword, easily opening up a broad path for the team. Because there were more people and they weren't weak, their progress was the fastest. Ling Xiao also had the time to carefully observe the situation in the other 4 directions. It seemed that a month had passed, and everyone's strength had increased. Dragon Mother should have broken through to the 4th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. It was the same for Heavenly King and King Zhong. One of them was stimulated by his son's death and cultivated crazily. The other had been defeated by Ling Xiao and had finally gained enlightenment and achieved a breakthrough. On the Revenge Alliance's side, Linglong Sanctus had reached the 3rd level of the reincarnation realm. The leader of the Revenge Alliance was the strangest. His cultivation had reached the 5th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Ling Xiao could not understand. Logically speaking, his aptitude should not be as good as Dragon Mother's. How could his cultivation be stronger than Dragon Mother's after a month? He also surpassed Dark Frost. But he could not understand and could not investigate now. He could only keep the question in his heart. Looking at the 2 Western region experts sent by the Godfiend Order Master. Their performance was average. If they were powerful, they were at the end. If they were not powerful, those bone spirits could not hurt them. It was really strange. Anyway, Ling Xiao always felt that these 2 guys were strange. They were clearly human, but their bodies released the terrifying aura of a beast. He was observing these people when he suddenly heard Dragon Mother shout, "I'll go first." That guy actually twisted his fat and huge body and entered the giant beast's body. As expected of Dragon Mother, she was really brave. She probably also considered the danger in the giant beast's body, but if she was too scared, no one would go in. She wanted to seize this opportunity. Ankang was shocked, but he did not want to be left alone. He also rushed in. If he stayed, no matter which power it was, they wouldn't mind sending him to the afterlife. Let's go too. Others are not afraid, so we don't have to be. Ling Xiao did not know what was going on inside because his Tai Chi eye could not see through the giant beast's thick body. There seemed to be a powerful energy on the body, blocking his Tai Chi eye. Everyone entered the giant beast's body one after another. The first place they came to was a place similar to a hall. The huge hall was empty. In front of them was a door made of an unknown material. Dragon Mother had tried to attack the door with all her strength, but the door did not move. Among all of them, Dragon Mother's strength was considered the strongest, yet she was unable to break through the door. The others did not have to try anymore. Even if he tried, it would be a waste of effort. Ling Xiao tried to check if there was any array formation or Dharma array on the door to see if he could break it. But none of them succeeded. There was no formation, so it should be a special mechanism. However, Yuan Venerates weren't as familiar with mechanism techniques as they were with array formations. Ling Xiao was the same. When everyone arrived at the hall, suddenly, rays of light flashed in the hall. It actually formed a line of text in the air. If we want to go to the next place, half of us have to stay here. The text was very clear. However, this was interesting. He could choose to stay behind on his own accord or be killed. Just as everyone was thinking this, the light flashed again. Another paragraph of text appeared. Now, the people who want to stay can speak. If you don't want to stay, you can leave now. In that case, we can only enter a cruel battle. His meaning was very clear. In any case, only 9 people could enter the next place. Ling Xiao frowned. Originally, he wanted to have more people so that there would be more opportunities. However, it now seemed like the ancient Sword Emperor's requirements for martialists were quite high. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Fighting Soul, Wind Soul, Battle Soul, Morongda, the 4 of you can stay behind." This was a very difficult decision. However, Ling Xiao felt that he had to do this. These 4 people were relatively weak. Once they started fighting, they would most likely be killed. This was something he absolutely did not want to see. I'm fine with it. Me too. I'm already content to be able to enter this place and obtain the reincarnation immortal bone. The Fighting Soul, Battle Soul, and Wind Soul were all fine with it. They had obtained the reincarnation immortal bone and could cultivate in the body of a huge beast with abundant spirit energy. The speed of their cultivation would be 10 times faster than outside. These were all benefits. As for the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure, they really didn't dare ask for it. I don't want to stay. However, Morongda rejected Ling Zhao's good intentions. In that case, it's all up to you. However, I have to remind you that your strength might cause you to lose your life. I don't want you to be killed as soon as you join the Soul Hall. Ling Xiao reminded him again. Thank you for your kindness, but I appreciate it. Moronda was a proud person. Although he might not betray the Soul Hall, his character was very arrogant. He didn't care about Ling Xiao's words at all. Ling Xiao sighed. He shook his head helplessly. He could only hope that no one would die. After all, even if they were defeated, they might not necessarily die. At this point, 3 people had left, and there were still 15 people left. 6 people still had to be eliminated. Of these 15 people, no one was willing to leave. After all, the other 3 factions didn't have many people to begin with. Next, let's start the battle. The 3 people who took the initiative to leave will be protected. When the rest are killed or announce their withdrawal, and there are only 9 people left, the door will open. After this paragraph of text was displayed, the light disappeared. The fighting soul, wind soul, and battle soul were enveloped by a ball of light. Ling Xiao tried and threw a palm strike, but there was no reaction. This protective shield was really strong. Everyone, let's join forces. There are too many people from the Soul Hall and the 8 Immortals' kingdom. It's better to eliminate them all. Dragon Mother suddenly suggested. No problem. Heavenly King was the first to respond. We have no problem either. The Vengeful Alliance's leader also said. The Linglong Saintess was a little helpless. She didn't want to do this, but after all, she was a member of the Vengeful Alliance, so she could only obey. In this way, the 6 people from the 3 factions joined forces. Dragon Mother looked at the 2 experts sent by the Divine Demon Order Master and said, "What about you? Are you with them, or with us?" "Of course it's you." The 2 looked at each other and stood on the side of the 3 factions. At this point, the number of people on both sides had become 8 against 7. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. This kind of thing was within his expectations. The fighting soul, battle soul, and wind soul were also glad that they chose to leave. Otherwise, they would only be a burden if they stayed. "I'll deal with Dark Frost," Dragon Mother said coldly. "Ling Xiao is mine," Heavenly King shouted sternly. At the beginning, everyone began to look for opponents for themselves. The 2 experts sent by the Divine Demon Order Master chose Moronde and Dragon Shark King respectively. Obviously, they felt that these 2 were the weakest on Ling Xiao's side. And they also thought that they were the weakest on Dragon Mother's side. The Linglong Saintess was up against Cold Plum, the Vengeful Alliance's leader was up against Xiao Jin, Lord Zhong was up against Long Chen. "Hee, I'll help Heavenly King to deal with Ling Xiao." And Kong sneered and walked toward Heavenly King. The Heavenly King didn't object to Kong helping him. Ling Xiao wasn't very clear about his current strength. Therefore, he wasn't confident that he could defeat Ling Xiao. With Kong helping him, he might have a better chance of winning. The battle was about to begin. However, at this moment, a strange energy swept through the entire hall. Then, the Soul of Battle, and Soul of Wind realized that the rest of the people in the hall had disappeared. "Where do you think they went?" The Soul of Battle asked Soul of Wind. "How would I know? But they should be fighting in some small world. After all, this place is small, and it's very likely that it will become a chaotic battle. It's impossible to form a one-on-one battle." Soul of Wind thought for a moment. "One-on-one? Don't forget that Ling Xiao is facing the Heavenly King and Kong." Soul of Battle said unhappily. "Who knows? Maybe the ancient Sword Emperor thinks that he should be able to defeat those 2. Soul of Wind stroked his beard. Actually, it was just as Soul of Wind said. When Ling Xiao opened his eyes again, he found himself in a place similar to an arena. This was only a very small space. There were only him, the Heavenly King, and Kong. He believed that there were probably one-on-one battles going on in other spaces. "I hope they can survive." Since they were fighting in a sealed space, Ling Xiao felt that there was no need for him to hide anything. Everything that needed to be used could be put to use. "Kid, today is the day I avenge my son." The Heavenly King looked coldly at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with anger. He had been waiting for Ling Xiao to be alone. Now that it was finally time, how could he not be happy? "I've heard this many times. If you want to come, then come. Cut the crap. I've never regretted killing Prince Tian. I won't be soft-hearted when killing you. Ling Xiao said this, but he was calculating in his heart. Facing the Heavenly King and Kong, it would be a little difficult for him. He had to get rid of one of them first. And Kong was obviously the best candidate. Thinking of this, he had already made a decision. At the same time, in another space, Mother Dragon looked at Dark Frost but didn't attack. God is helping me. You can only stay here and wait for your beloved to die. You think too highly of Heavenly King and Kong. You also underestimate my big brother Ling Xiao. Dark Frost looked at Dragon Mother calmly without a trace of worry in her eyes. Really? Hee, why don't we sit down and wait? If the two of us fight, I'm afraid we'll never be able to end this battle. Mother Dragon didn't intend to fight with Dark Frost. She knew how powerful Dark Frost was. Dark Frost had no intention of making a move. The two of them sat there cross-legged, waiting for the results. Morongde is dead, there are 14 people left. Suddenly, a voice came from the void. Everyone heard it. They were separated, and in less than a minute, Morongde was killed. This speed was simply too fast. That Morongde is truly trash. Your soul palace likes trash like this, right? Mother Dragon sneered. Dark Frost didn't say anything. Her eyes were still closed. However, Ling Xiao, who was in another space, felt that something was wrong. Although Morongde wasn't strong, he was still a level 2 reincarnation divine realm martial artist. According to his estimation, even if he was defeated, it wouldn't be so fast. There must be something wrong, at this moment, in the space where Morongde was. You. Morongde looked at the person in front of him in horror. His eyes flickered with terrifying fear. You're not human. After saying these words, he fell to the ground and died. At the moment of his death, he remembered Ling Xiao's words. He regretted not listening to Ling Xiao. This trip to the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum was much more complicated than he had imagined. Dragon Shark King has admitted defeat, there are 13 people left. All of a sudden, another voice rang out. It was less than a minute after Morongde was killed. Dragon Shark lost too? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He remembered clearly that Morongde and Dragon Shark King's opponents were the two experts sent by the owner of the God and Devil Order. Was his previous judgment right? There was something wrong with those two guys. Damn it, I didn't expect that guy to escape. At the same time, in the space where Dragon Shark King was fighting, the experts sent by the owner of the God and Devil Order didn't look too good. He wanted to kill Dragon Shark King quickly. But he didn't expect that guy to admit defeat and be swept away by a white light. It would be better if I could move faster. Now he has discovered my secret. That expert's eyes flickered, but he had no other choice. The winner wouldn't be teleported out immediately. He could only wait. Dragon Shark, what happened? Seeing Dragon Shark King appear in the hall, Feng Hun and the rest asked in surprise. Dragon Shark King was seriously injured. His face was pale and his body was covered in blood. The strength of the enemy was far beyond his expectations. If not for Morongde's death, he would have admitted defeat. Then, he would directly admit defeat. Otherwise, he could forget about living. Damn it, the two guys sent by the owner of the God and Devil Order are from the Parasite clan. On the surface, they look like warriors from the western region, but in reality, they are experts at the 5th level of the reincarnation divine realm. This is probably not their true strength. They are limited by the strength of their physical bodies, so they can only display this strength. Dragon Shark said with a gloomy face as he threw the healing pill that Ling Xiao had given him into his mouth. Then what do we do now? We can't contact the palace master and Brother Ling. Feng Hun was anxious. It's okay, I believe Brother Ling has already guessed it. Dragon Shark gasped. At this moment, he could only resign himself to fate. What a pity that traitor Dragon Shark is not dead. And Kong looked at Ling Xiao sarcastically and said, but it doesn't matter, this is your trash companion. Hee. Ling Xiao's heart gradually calmed down. He could roughly guess what had happened, but now was not the time to think about it. It was better to focus on the battle in front of him. And Kong, when you lost to me in the world of the dead, you should have understood that you are definitely not my match. Today, I will let you completely give up. As he spoke, Ling Xiao opened his right eye's four-leaf demonic pupils. In Kang's eyes, Ling Xiao was rushing towards him, scaring him so much that he had no choice but to block with all his might. In reality, Ling Xiao was charging towards the Heavenly King. What the hell is Kang doing? The Heavenly King was stunned when he saw Kang attacking the air with all his might. Ling Xiao's Soul Snatcher was very useful against warriors who were weaker than him. It could cause the other party to hallucinate. And Kang was like that. Don't worry about others, take care of yourself first. Ling Xiao sneered, and two long swords condensed in the air. Ice Supreme Frost Sword Art, Fire Supreme Blazing Sky Sword Art, Kill. A dual-colored sword light intertwined with ice and fire suddenly charged towards the Heavenly King. In the face of Ling Xiao's dual sword attack, the Heavenly King's face turned cold. Although he said that he was not afraid of Ling Xiao, his heart was filled with fear. He definitely did not dare to underestimate his opponent. Thus, he condensed his attack and charged towards Ling Xiao. He also used a high-level king-level martial skill. This was also the most powerful martial skill he could use. Vertical Golden Light Technique. Suddenly, just as Ling Xiao was about to collide with the Heavenly King, he actually used the Vertical Golden Light Technique. He disappeared in front of the Heavenly King. At that moment, the Heavenly King sensed that something was wrong. Kang, be careful! He roared angrily, but it was too late. The dual-colored sword light condensed by the Ice Supreme Sword and the Fire Supreme Sword directly pierced through Kang's body. Kang did not even have time to shout out and admit defeat before he died. Until his death, he still did not know how he died. Kang is dead, 12 people remaining. The voice in the void rang out again. There are still 3 to be eliminated. Who do you think it will be? Ling Xiao looked at the Heavenly King and sneered coldly. You're the next one. The Heavenly King also looked at Ling Xiao with a gloomy expression. He did not expect that with him watching from the side, Kang would be killed so easily. This was a blunder. In another space, Dragon Mother could no longer sit still. What are you panicking for? Didn't you say that my big brother Ling Xiao would die? What about now? Your Kang is dead. There's only the Heavenly King left. Do you think he'll be a match for my big brother Ling Xiao? Dark Frost sneered. Dragon Mother was furious, but there was nothing she could do. In this space, if one was not a loser, they should not be able to leave for the time being. Whoever laughs last laughs the best. Don't underestimate the Heavenly King. Otherwise, your big brother Ling Xiao will definitely die a miserable death. Dragon Mother gritted her teeth and sat down again. At this time, the battles in all the spaces had entered a white-hot stage. Someone could be eliminated at any time. Everyone was extra careful. No one wanted to leave so early. Damn it, Thousand Shadow Sword. Seeing that Kang had been killed by Ling Xiao, the Heavenly King was furious. With a flick of the sword in his hand, over 1,000 sword shadows shot towards Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao killed Kang, he would make Ling Xiao pay a huge price. In the face of the Heavenly King's attack, Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The current him was no longer the same as before. Second level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Coupled with the transformation of the Peerless Heavenly Rat, he could unleash the combat strength of a martial artist at the 4th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Although both of them had demon spirits protecting their bodies, they could cancel each other out. However, Ling Xiao was going to fight with the Heavenly King today, so there was no need for the demon spirit. His body gradually transformed into the ultimate Heavenly Rat Beast soul. His ferocious appearance added a bit of killing intent to the originally silent space. He held the Ice Supreme Sword in one hand and the Fire Supreme Sword in the other. His hands flew up and down. Countless sword shadows were easily torn apart. It was like cutting tofu. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of sword shadows had completely disappeared. And on Ling Xiao's body, there was not the slightest trace of injury. You gave up on the attack of a high-level king-level martial skill and used this peak general-level martial skill to kill me. It's nothing more than thinking that it saves time. It's a pity that although this move does save time, its power is too weak. If you don't have any other abilities, forget about revenge today, even you would have to die here. I'm definitely not an alarmist. Ling Xiao looked at the Heavenly King coldly. He was not in a hurry to end the battle immediately. Anyway, even if he won, he would not be able to leave this place immediately. It just so happened that the Heavenly King was also a very good sparring partner. He would use the Heavenly King to hone his cultivation and combat skills. Bullshit, 10,000 sword kill. This time, the Heavenly King used a low-level king-level martial skill. The vast sword shadows were more than before. And the lethality was even more terrifying. It seems that this is all you have. Today, I'll let you see what the strongest attack in the western region is. Ling Xiao had originally hoped that the Heavenly King would give him a little surprise. But it was a pity. The combat power that the Heavenly King displayed was actually not stronger than King Zhong's. He was not even qualified to be a sparring partner. He sighed. 4 swords rose into the air. Supreme Ice Cold Sky Sword Technique, Supreme Fire Blazing Sky Sword Technique, Supreme Spirit Heaven Sword Technique, Exquisite Celestial Sword Technique, 4 swords in one. The 4 sword lights merged into one and transformed into a terrifying sword light of 4 different colors. They charged towards the curved sword shadow. Ridiculous, I've seen your 4 swords in one before. It's at most a high-level king-level martial skill. Do you think you can kill me? 100,000 sword shadows. Seeing that Ling Xiao had used a high-level king-level martial skill, the Heavenly King knew that the 10,000 sword kill could not block it. So, he finally used his most powerful martial skill. For a moment, the entire space seemed to have turned into sword shadows. Then, the countless sword shadows merged into one and turned into a huge sword light. It charged towards Ling Xiao. Idiot, that's why I said that you're a frog at the bottom of the well. You don't understand at all. The current me is not the same as before. And my sword art is no longer the sword art of the past. Rumble, the 4 sword lights finally collided with the huge sword shadow. However, in just a moment, the huge sword shadow fell apart. Seeing this, the Heavenly King was shocked. Impossible. They're both high-level king-level martial skills. How can your attack be so terrifying? The Heavenly King exclaimed. At this moment, his face turned pale. Previously, he was quite confident that even if he could not kill Ling Xiao, he would not have any problems. But now, Ling Xiao's terrifying 4-colored sword light made him want to admit defeat and surrender. However, after a moment of hesitation, the 4-colored sword light was already in front of him. The terrifying sword light pierced through the Heavenly King's body. Then, the sword light exploded. The Heavenly King let out an earth-shattering scream. No. He was shocked and regretful. He could not believe that he would be defeated by Ling Xiao so easily. However, his life was fading away quickly. It was so real and so cruel. When you go to hell, remember, don't let your precious son do whatever he wants. Who knows when it will bring about a fatal disaster for all of you. Watching the Heavenly King's body gradually shatter in the sword light, Ling Xiao said coldly. Since then, the Heavenly King of the Heavenly King dynasty had fallen. He died with his ambition. The Heavenly King dynasty of the Western region could never rise again. When Ling Xiao returned to the Western region in the future, it should be easier for him to take charge of the Western region. However, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest smile on his face. Because he knew that the biggest opponent this time was not the Heavenly King, Dragon Mother, or the leader of the Avenging Alliance. It was those 2 strange experts. They did not even know their names, but they could easily kill Morongda and defeat the Dragon Shark King. Everyone seemed to have underestimated them. Ling Xiao did not waste time and sat down. The space here was extremely special and had very rich energy. It was very helpful for cultivation, so he naturally would not waste time. As for the opponent, he could only deal with it as it came. It was useless to be afraid now. The Heavenly King has died in battle, 11 people remaining. In the void, that illusory voice sounded again. Dragon Mother instantly stood up from the ground. This is impossible. She could not believe that the Heavenly King actually lost to Ling Xiao. Even if the Heavenly King did not have a weapon similar to the Sea God's Fury, his cultivation had also reached the 4th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. He was actually killed by Ling Xiao? Hee hee, did you hear that, old woman? Looking down on my big brother Ling Xiao will get you into trouble. Ming Shuang's heart that had been hanging in the air was finally at ease. It was impossible to say that she was not worried about Ling Xiao. It was just that she had never shown it. In another space, King Zhong and Long Chen were locked in a fierce battle. One was a descendant of the dragon race with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the reincarnation divine realm. The other was a 4th level reincarnation divine realm powerhouse. The two's combat strength was basically on par. For a moment, it was actually difficult to determine the victor. The Heavenly King's death stunned King Zhong for a moment. Long Chen would not miss this good opportunity. He suddenly erupted with an attack and charged towards King Zhong. The two's strength was originally on par. King Zhong's carelessness also caused him to lose the initiative in this battle. I've lost, I admit defeat. Long Chen's sharp claws were on King Zhong's throat. If he dared to say no, he would immediately be killed. At the same time that he admitted defeat, a white light swept him away. King Zhong admits defeat, 10 people remaining. There's still one more person to be eliminated, I wonder who it will be? Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Just as he said this, all of a sudden a voice rang out. Ling Long Saintus admits defeat, 9 people remaining. Please prepare to enter the next place. Regardless of the outcome in the space, all the remaining 9 people were all teleported away. The surroundings were gray and hazy. It made people feel very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao stood there without moving. He knew that this should be the second stage of entering the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. In order to test the people entering the mausoleum, the ancient Sword Emperor had really put in a lot of effort. Sure enough, after a while, all 9 of them appeared. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 experts sent by the Divine Devil Order Master, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Although Morongda was a bit arrogant, he was still a member of Soul Palace. Since he was killed by these 2 guys, he had to do something about it. Furthermore, he had a feeling that those 2 fellows posed a great threat to the others. Dragon Mother, leader of the Avenging Alliance, why don't we stop fighting? The 9 of them were Ling Xiao, Dark Frost, Long Chen, Xiao Jin, Cold Plum, the leader of the Avenging Alliance, Mother Dragon, and the 2 mysterious people. Ling Xiao felt that if they wanted to fight against the 2 mysterious people, they had to unite. Ceasefire? What a joke. Why didn't you call for a ceasefire when you killed Kong? Dragon Mother sneered. You no longer have any advantage. Our common enemy now should be those 2 fellows. Ling Xiao said coldly. I think that before we get the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure, everything we say is nonsense. It was impossible for Dragon Mother to join forces. She would rather act alone than join forces. There was only one ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. If she joined forces with Ling Xiao to deal with the 2 mysterious people, after that, she would definitely be the unlucky one. The leader of the Avenging Alliance also thought of the same thing and refused to join forces. Alright, since that's the case, then forget it. Ling Xiao had good intentions. They were all Western region martial artists and there was no need to kill each other. But since they didn't appreciate it, what else could he say? Let's go. Ling Xiao glanced at the 2 mysterious people and called for the people around him to continue forward. The 2 of them also glanced at him. Perhaps they felt that their identities had been exposed and there was nothing to hide. Therefore, they revealed sinister smiles. Don't worry, kid. We won't kill you before the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure appears. The Divine Devil Order Master said that you have the ancient Sword Emperor's aura on you and are most likely to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. So you have to stay until the end. But as for the others, it's best that you don't fall behind. Remember, whoever dares to hurt my people, I'll definitely make him die a horrible death. Ling Xiao glanced at the 2 mysterious people coldly. He knew that he was no match for them at the moment. So he urgently needed to become stronger. The ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance was very important to him. No matter how dangerous the road ahead was, he had to continue forward. They walked forward, and the others followed. No one was willing to fall behind. After all, they had already entered the second checkpoint. Who knew if there would be something good waiting for them there? If they fell behind, it might be snatched away by others. The gray fog finally gradually dispersed. On the road ahead, some strange things appeared. These things were ancient armors. There was nothing inside. The armors could move by themselves. And the invisible hands were holding weapons. Armor spirit? It was similar to the bone spirit. The bone spirit was a vengeful spirit attached to the bones. And the armor spirit's soul was attached to the armor or weapon. In comparison, the bone spirit outside was full of evil thoughts and really wanted to kill them. And the armor spirit inside just wanted to stop them. There were not as many armor spirits as bone spirits. But each of their strength was at least level 3 true element realm. It was very scary. The second checkpoint is already so scary. I really don't know what we'll encounter later. Xiao frowned. Fortunately, after passing the first checkpoint, those who remained were all powerhouses. It was not a problem to deal with the armor spirit at level 3 true element realm. Follow me closely, don't fall behind. Xiao was not worried about the armor spirit at this time. Even if the armor spirit defeated a martial artist, it would not kill them. The ancient sword emperor obviously had a merciful heart. Even the kind of battle in the first checkpoint was set up with the option to surrender. What he was most worried about now was the two mysterious people. He did not know when they would attack them. Therefore, the 5 of them gathered together and were very united. The armor spirit was basically unkillable. Even if it was shattered, it could still gather again. So it was almost impossible for the team to speed up. The two mysterious people were originally rushing very fast, but as they moved forward, they encountered more and more armor spirits. They had no choice but to retreat. In the end, the 9 of them actually formed a team. They were forced to start working together. In this way, killing the enemies became much easier. While killing the enemies, they took turns to rest. Because this road was very long, so long that they could not see the end at all. If they continued to kill like this, even they would be exhausted to death. It was still much easier to take turns like this. But even so, this endless killing continued for a full day and night. When everyone was completely numb, suddenly, there was a light in front. A huge treasure chest shining with dazzling light was placed on a stone platform. The treasure chest was more than 1,000 meters away from them. Along the way, there were still countless armor spirits blocking the way. Wealth moved people's hearts. Everyone knew that the things in the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum were definitely not ordinary. The reincarnation immortal bone from before had already proved this point. Now, there was definitely something good in this treasure chest. The team that had been put together at the last minute completely collapsed at this moment. Mother Dragon, the leader of the Avenging Alliance, the 2 mysterious men, Xiao, and the others rushed out together. A distance of 1,000 meters was nothing to experts like them. Everyone ate elixirs, and the consumed true essence recovered a lot in an instant. Their speed skyrocketed. Like 9 sword lights, they shot over. Along the way, the armor spirits were all knocked apart. This was only a distance of 1,000 meters. If the distance was too long, they would not dare to consume so much true essence. Boom, 9 people attacked at the same time, sending the treasure chest flying. In the air, the treasure chest was blasted open. Several things fell down. In that instant, Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and saw the things inside. There were a total of 4 things. A sword, a piece of black jade, a spear, and a book. Needless to say, these 4 things were all supreme-grade items. The sword was a treasure-grade emperor weapon. Xiao could feel that it was the 9th sword he had been searching for a long time, the Heavenly Emperor Sword, and the black jade was the Black Heaven Ink Jade, which could be used with the Demon Sovereign Sword to cultivate the Demon Sovereign Black Heaven Sword art. He did not expect these 2 things to appear here. As for the spear, it was even more amazing. Xiao felt that it should be an immortal-grade emperor weapon. Its grade was the same as the Ice Age, Sky Sword, and Wrath of the Sea God. One had to know that immortal-grade emperor weapons were usually only owned by reincarnation Divine Pulse Realm martial artists. If Mother Dragon and Xiao had not inherited the ancient emperor's legacy, they would not be able to use it at all. Even if they could use it now, they would not be able to unleash the true power of Qi. The last book was obviously a martial arts secret manual. The Tai Chi I told Ling Xiao that it was a pinnacle king-level martial arts technique. It was more powerful than any martial arts technique in the Western region. Mother Dragon aimed at the martial arts manual. The Alliance Master of the Avenging Alliance and the two mysterious people aimed at the immortal Great Emperor weapon spear. On the contrary, no one fought with Ling Xiao for the Black Heaven Ink Jade and the Heavenly Emperor sword. You guys go and snatch that manual. Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice to Darkfrost and the others. The reason why he did not intend to snatch the long spear was because he was guarding against those two mysterious people. No one knew how terrifying those two fellows were. With no one fighting over them, Ling Xiao easily obtained the Black Heaven Ink Jade and the Heavenly Emperor sword. Then, he put it into his storage ring. What's that? He wanted to observe the situation of the other two items. At this moment, he saw two sets of armor leaning against the back of the stone platform. One glowed with a silvery white light, while the other glowed with a dark purple light. He didn't know what material the two armors were made of, but they were actually in a spotless state. He walked over and reached out to touch it. Suddenly, an angry roar was heard. Stop! Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but his hand still went down. Because he could tell that the person who shouted was one of the two mysterious people. Those two people told him to stop, but he would not stop. Because he knew that those two fellows were not good people. Seeing that Ling Xiao actually dared to not listen to him, one of the mysterious people abandoned the long spear and directly charged over. Anyway, a mysterious person fighting with the Alliance Master of the Avenging Alliance for the long spear would definitely have the advantage. At this moment, the fight for the manual had already ended. Although Dragon Mother was strong. But in the face of the joint attack of Darkfrost and the others, she was still defeated. The manual fell into the hands of Cold Plum. Peak King Grade Martial Technique. Although it was not necessary for Ling Xiao, it was very important for others. The Alliance Master of the Avenging Alliance and the other mysterious person exchanged two moves and immediately retreated. The item was given away. At the same time, Ling Xiao's hands touched the two armors. The armors quickly wrapped around his arms. A ray of white light and a ray of black light sent the mysterious people who were rushing over flying. What the hell is this? Ling Xiao's expression changed. Don't worry, this is the martial spirit armor. Yuan Venerate suddenly said, there's no time to explain. Don't move. The martial spirit armor will not hurt people. On the contrary, it will strengthen your martial spirit. So that you can upgrade your martial spirit without cultivating. All of it will be added to your sword martial spirit. Hearing Yuan Venerate's words, Ling Xiao stopped resisting and the two armors merged into his body. Then, he guided them to merge into his sword martial spirit. Originally, he had worked hard to upgrade his sword martial spirit to the Hotian first level. But after these two armors merged into it, his sword martial spirit instantly upgraded to the Hotian fourth level. In the past, there was no doubt that his sword martial spirit was absolutely the worst of all martial spirits. But now, the sword martial spirit had become the second most powerful martial spirit among all his martial spirits. It was extremely powerful. What the hell is the martial spirit armor? During the process of merging, Ling Xiao had been shrouded in black and white light. This made it impossible for others to get close. He couldn't help but ask Yuan Venerate. Martial spirit armor and martial spirit weapon are actually the same thing. It refers to some martialists before they die. They infuse their martial spirit cultivation into it. This kind of thing is very rare. Because it is difficult for ordinary martialists to know when they will die, they will not do this kind of thing. You are lucky to be able to obtain two martial spirit armors. These two people have upgraded their martial spirits to the Hotian third level when they were alive. You are lucky. And if it were someone else, merging the martial spirit armor and martial spirit weapon would be very dangerous. It is very likely to cause a conflict between martial spirits. But your origin source martial spirit is the martial spirit of Tyrant, which can accommodate everything. Therefore, there will be no danger. After the merging, the power of your next sword move will increase by at least 4 times. TSK. Such a martial spirit cultivation is not too bad even in the 4 major regions. Hearing Yuan Venerate's words, Ling Xiao also felt lucky. If he had listened to the mysterious man and not done anything, he wouldn't have been so lucky. Perhaps those two fellows would take the martial soul armor for themselves. Kid, stop quickly, or I will kill your companion. One of the mysterious men shouted anxiously when he saw that Ling Xiao was merging with the martial spirit armor. Ling Xiao opened his eyes suddenly, and the black and white light suddenly dissipated. He looked coldly at the mysterious man and suddenly stabbed out with his sword. Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword Art. This sword move should only have the power of a mid-grade king martial technique. However, the Hotian 4th level of the sword spirit had increased the power of this sword move by 4 times. Although it still couldn't reach the power of a high-grade king martial technique. But its lethality had definitely increased tremendously. Furthermore, Ling Xiao could feel that his sword intent had also become stronger. The stronger the sword spirit, the easier it seemed to be to use the sword move. At that moment, the mysterious man actually had the illusion that he was facing the Ice Emperor. Clang, the mysterious man changed in an instant. His hands turned into hard and sharp claws. He blocked Ling Xiao's sword. After all, he was stronger than Ling Xiao, and much stronger. Therefore, Ling Xiao's sword did not cause any harm to him. However, this caused his expression to turn extremely ugly. He did not hesitate to change his body in order to block the sword. This was simply depressing. Brat! I'll kill you. The mysterious man in black was furious. Lai Xing, don't be rash. He's still useful. At this moment, the mysterious man in white spoke. Yuan Xing, even if I don't kill him, I can still kill those trash. They're his companions anyway. Lai Xing said coldly, we parasites are the nightmare of countless humans in the 4 major regions. How can I be frightened by this little guy? If this gets out, where will I put my face? If you dare to kill them, I'll kill myself. Ling Xiao sneered. He saw the other party's weakness. Although he was strong, he could not directly obtain the treasures of the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. It was the same even if he was parasitic in the body of a Western region warrior. He was still not a match for the other party. He could only use this method to protect his own people. You. Good boy, you win. Lai Xing glared at Ling Xiao and said, I don't believe that I won't have a chance to kill you. Hee, we'll see when the time comes. Ling Xiao smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, if they really fought, they would not be a match for these two monsters even if they joined forces. Therefore, at this stage, they still had to endure. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A white light suddenly flew out from Lai Xing's body and shot toward Ling Xiao's mouth. Ling Xiao was completely unprepared. He was hit by the white light. At that moment, he felt that there was something extra in his body. It was trying to control his body and destroy his soul. However, this was not the only thing that was unexpected. Feeling the white light shooting into him, the fused martial soul armor actually reacted. It dragged Ling Xiao and the white light into an unknown small world. They watched as Ling Xiao disappeared. Lai Xing did not move at all. Everyone was stunned. Big brother Ling Xiao! Dark Frost exclaimed and wanted to grab Ling Xiao's hand. But unfortunately, she did not grab anything. He angrily destroyed Lai Xing's physical body. However, his physical body was already useless. What Lai Xing had done just now was to directly parasitize Ling Xiao's body. This guy was very vengeful. He didn't want to wait for Ling Xiao to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance before killing him. Because there were too many unforeseen events. However, even Lai Xing did not expect such a strange situation to occur. I can't sense the boss's aura. Xiao Jin said. The aura of life-severing is gone too. Yuan Xing frowned and said. Is? The leader of the Vengeful Alliance asked. Impossible. How can they die so easily? Maybe they were pulled into some space like before. Yuan Xing shook his head and sneered, Lai Xing hates that kid to the bone. Now that the kid has no help, I'm afraid he will be parasitized. Those who underestimate Master will definitely be unlucky in the end. Cold Plum said and sat down. Let's wait here. Master will come out sooner or later. That's right. How can boss die? Longchen also sat down. I believe in boss too. Although Xiao Jin could not feel Ling Zhao's aura, he had been through a lot. He had experienced many life and death situations. He did not believe that Ling Xiao would die so easily. That's right. Big brother Ling Zhao's life is tough. God can't take it away. Dark Frost gritted her teeth and stopped. Haha, are you not going to continue looking for the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure? There's still a long way to go. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance sneered and pointed behind the stone platform of the treasure chest. There, the road was still extending. There were still many armor spirits on the way. It seemed that the treasure chest here was just a reward in the middle. If you want to look for it, go ahead. Anyway, we have to wait here for boss. The four of them were very determined. In their hearts, Ling Xiao was more important than the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure. If Ling Xiao needed their help and they left, it would be too late for regrets. A few idiots. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance sneered. You actually gave up the chance to fight for the treasure for a dead person. If you don't want it, I'll go get it myself. Let's go together. Mother Dragon also followed. Two people were better than one. However, they rushed out for a while and returned. And they seemed to be in a sorry state. On this path, it was safer near the treasure chest and would not be attacked by armor spirits. It was different if they went further. The two of them really could not rush over. If Xianxia joined them, they could give it a try. The ancient Sword Emperor probably left 9 people behind because he felt that only the strength of 9 people could complete this path. Helpless, the leader of the Vengeful Alliance and Mother Dragon could only stay and wait. Xianxia did not leave either. He felt that it was impossible for Lixing to die. As long as they waited for a while, Lixing would parasitize Ling Zhao's body and come out. However, this wait lasted for an entire day. Xianxia was already impatient. There's no need to wait. Both of them should be dead. He said coldly. Is that all you've got? That's your companion? Long Chen frowned. Companion? He's just a piece of trash. We've already done him justice by waiting for a day. Xianxia sneered disdainfully. Are you guys going or not? If not, I'm going to attack. Let's do it. We're not afraid of you. The four of them stood up and looked at Xianxia. Who are you on? Xianxia looked at the leader of the Vengeful Alliance and Mother Dragon and asked coldly. Of course we're on your side. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance chose the more powerful Xianxia. Me too. Mother Dragon said. Although there were more people on the other side, Xianxia was the most powerful. Under Xianxia's attacks, the rest of them would not be able to hold on for long. When the battle began, the situation did not develop as the leader of the Vengeful Alliance expected. Dark Frost, Cold Plum, Long Chen, and Little Gold worked together seamlessly. Moreover, the four of them were very powerful. After joining forces, even if he and Xianxia could suppress them, they could not win in a short time. This battle lasted for a day and a night. Both sides were injured. Although the 3 of them on Xianxia's side were lightly injured, the 4 on Dark Frost's side were severely injured. However, Dark Frost and the other 3 had the pills that Ling Xiao had left behind to heal their injuries. However, the vicinity of the stone platform was no longer safe. A large number of armor spirits swarmed over. Damn it. If the 4 of you want to die, stay here. Let's go. Xianxia did not expect that he would not be able to take down the 4 of them so quickly. He could only leave with the leader of the Vengeful Alliance and Mother Dragon. After all, he did not want to spend too much time here. Cold Plum, make a decision. You've been by boss's side the longest. We can't just wait for death. Long Chen looked at the armor spirits that were constantly swarming over and said. At this time, the armor spirits seemed to be affected by the murderous aura and became fierce one by one. It wasn't like before, where he only injured and didn't kill. Hold on for one more day. If Master still doesn't come out, it means that he has already reached another place. There's no point in waiting any longer. Cold Plum thought for a while and said. Everyone agreed with this point of view. They had already waited here for 2 days and 2 nights. Plus 1 day and 1 night, it would be 3 days and 3 nights. Even if they were loyal, they couldn't wait foolishly. Who knew if Ling Xiao had entered the depths of the giant beast maze through other channels? Another day and night passed. The four of them were covered in injuries. They were already very tired. However, Ling Xiao was still nowhere to be seen. Let's go. The four of them each swallowed a pill and finally left. When they left, the stone platform was already submerged in the armor spirit's encirclement. It turned into dust, back to 3 days ago. Ling Xiao felt a powerful force sucking him in. The moment he landed on the ground, something flew out of his mouth and suddenly fled into the distance. It entered one of the skeletons. What the hell is this place? Ling Xiao knew what came out of his body. That Lai Xing actually tried to parasitize his body and seize it. But it seemed to have failed. Then they were brought to this place. Everything here was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was very uncomfortable to look at. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a cold light attacked. Ling Xiao was very vigilant at this time, so he directly used the vertical golden light technique. His body turned into a golden light and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already far away. However, this space didn't seem to be large. It was about 200 square meters in total. Even if he ran, he couldn't run far. Damn, I'm still injured. Ling Xiao touched his neck and there was blood flowing out. Although it was only a layer of skin. However, if he hadn't dodged quickly, this attack would have slit his throat and taken his life. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. Eh? I didn't expect you to be so fast. The culprit spoke. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that it was a skeleton. However, there was a ferocious-looking parasite wrapped around the bone. It was very disgusting. Life Fisher? To think that you still recognize me. Lai Xing sneered. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. According to Lai Xing, they would only kill him after he obtained the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. Why did he make a move in advance? That's right, I'm going to kill you, because you're already useless. While we're trapped here, the others must have already gone to search for the ancient Sword Emperor's treasures. Therefore, it's impossible for you to be the successor chosen by the ancient Sword Emperor. Lai Xing sneered. I see. Ling Xiao began to understand. The wound on his neck had already healed. The healing ability of a king-level black tortoise divine body was no joke. But are you sure that I can't obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance? What if being teleported here this time is actually an opportunity? Ling Xiao looked at Lai Xing and said. No matter how eloquent you are, you'll definitely die today. Because I don't care anymore. As long as I kill you and take over your body, I can still find the treasure. Lai Xing sneered and then walked towards Ling Xiao. A terrifying pressure was released from his body. Although it was only a skeleton, its terrifying combat strength was not for show. It seems that I have no choice but to fight. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Although he knew that he was no match for the other party. However, he could not avoid or back down from this battle. If he did not fight, he would definitely die. If he fought, there was still a chance of survival. What he was betting on was whether he could advance his cultivation base during the battle. Fight? Do you think you're qualified to fight me? Lai Xing sneered and said, Today, you're destined to die here. A red light emitted from the pair of skeleton eyes. Although I might not be able to defeat you, I'm still qualified to fight you. Ling Xiao said indifferently, but I don't quite understand. Why must you kill me? Do we have a grudge before? No. Lai Xing shook his head and said. Then why? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Haven't you heard of it? A treasure is a crime. Lai Xing sneered and said, You're just a martial artist from the western region. What ability do you have to cultivate so quickly? I believe that you must have some treasure on you. Before the reincarnation divine realm, I thought it was the influence of the Frost General's inheritance. But that influence was only limited to before the reincarnation divine realm. But after you stepped into the reincarnation divine realm, you quickly advanced to the second level of the reincarnation divine realm. This speed is even faster than many of the geniuses in the Savage Beast region. And this is only the immemorial divine tomb, which still belongs to the western region. How is that possible? So I judged that you must have a treasure on you, and it's not inferior to the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. You're thinking too much. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I don't have any treasures on me. It's not up to you to decide whether you have them or not. Anyway, I'll soon know your secret after killing you. I still have to get out of here and snatch the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance as soon as possible. If that thing falls into the hands of others, I won't be able to complete the mission given by the higher-ups. Lai Xing approached Ling Xiao step by step. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't talk nonsense. Since Ling Xiao had already decided to fight, he didn't think about running away. Once a person had the thought of running away, their fighting spirit would definitely weaken and they would be taken advantage of. Alright, then I'll fulfill your wish. Lai Xing said coldly. His figure trembled and charged towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. It was clearly a skeleton, but its speed was extremely shocking. Its attack was also very terrifying. Before it arrived, Ling Xiao could already feel the terrifying pressure. Ice Supreme Frost Sky Sword Technique, Fire Supreme Blaze Sky Sword Technique, Soul Supreme Spirit Sky Sword Technique, Exquisite Celestial Sword Technique, 4 swords in one, Peak King Stage. Facing the terrifying Lai Xing, Ling Xiao had no choice. For swords in one, his most powerful move was blasted out. Boom, the terrifying impact exploded in the entire space. Crack, the body that Lai Xing had just obtained was completely shattered. As for Ling Xiao, he was also sent flying. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! You actually injured me, you actually injured me. There were too many bones and corpses in this space. To Lai Xing, any one of them could be used. But the problem was that not only was his previous skeleton body destroyed, even his original body was injured because of the lack of defense. Although the injuries weren't very serious. But such a situation had never happened before. A mere martial artist at the second level of the reincarnation divine realm actually forced him to such an extent. He was incomparably furious. He began to attack even more crazily. Ling Xiao could only defend passively. He was sent flying again and again, using his nimble movement technique and Tai Chi to find a way to dodge or defend. Even though Ling Xiao had already tried his best to defend and dodge. However, in less than a few minutes, he was already bathed in blood. He had become a bloody man. At this moment, he had already used the limitless heavenly rat beast soul transformation, but the gap between him and his opponent was still so big. However, Ling Xiao, whose face was covered in blood, was roaring in his heart, "Come on, let the damage come more fiercely." The terrifying impact came again and again. However, the energy in Ling Xiao's cultivation sea was also increasing at a crazy speed. The stronger the opponent, the faster the energy in his cultivation sea would increase. As long as he didn't die, he had a chance to win. He swallowed a healing pill. Ling Xiao stood up again and looked coldly at Lai Xing. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face. "Come on, bastard. Come and kill me. Good boy, I want to see how long you can last." Lai Xing sneered. Anyway, the opponent had no chance of defeating him, so he began to attack even more crazily. A huge claw came from the void. It directly grabbed Ling Xiao's head. Extreme Cold Domain. Ling Xiao released the Extreme Cold Domain and then waved the Ice Age to block it. That huge claw easily destroyed the domain of Extreme Cold and then grabbed onto Ice Age. It directly pressed Ling Xiao to the ground. But at that moment, Ling Xiao once again used the vertical golden light technique. The increase in his cultivation made it easier for Ling Xiao to control the vertical golden light technique. In the past, he would be out of breath after using it once or twice. Now, he could easily use it dozens of times without a problem. "I want to see how many times you can dodge, sad weakling." Lai Xing mocked Ling Xiao coldly. "Since you are a weakling, you should obediently die when facing the strong, even if your talent is outstanding, even if your potential is huge. But now, in front of me, you are a pitiful and sad weakling. You will die, and you will die very miserably." As he spoke, Lai Xing's attack did not stop. Again and again, he fiercely attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's choice was also very rational. If he could block it, he would try his best to block it and increase the energy in his cultivation sea. Something that couldn't be resisted was close to everything that could be avoided. Vedra Formation, Maze Formation, Fire Snake Formation, 7 Stars Big Dipper Formation. He also threw out the refining formation stones he had on him one by one. Some were used for defense. Some were used to confuse the opponent. Some were used to delay their opponents. Some were used to dodge the opponent's attacks. Every array formation was used at the right place. This guy is really tenacious. Lai Xing was shocked. Clearly, he only needed to hit Ling Xiao's vital point once to kill him. However, every attack was either blocked or avoided. Ling Xiao's various abilities simply left him dumbfounded. How could there be such an all-round martial artist in this world? However, Ling Xiao was a little worried. He was about to run out of golden light. If he used it again, his true essence recovery speed would not be able to keep up. It would be the same even if he had pills. If he still did not break through, then the moment the golden light was used up, his life would probably be over. Finally, this worry became a reality. Bang! Ling Xiao was sent flying again, and he felt that his consciousness was a little blurry. His defense was indeed very strong, but there were some attacks that he could not block at all. The difference in strength between them was too great. It was because of this that he chose to dodge. But now, not only were the refining formation stones almost used up, but the golden light was also used up. He simply had no way to escape. In this narrow space, there was no way to escape at all. As expected, strength is the most important thing. Being able to defeat the opponent is the most important thing. If I run for my life and encounter such a space, it will be troublesome. It's like being locked up in a cage and beaten. Ling Xiao thought of this in his heart, but his body did not stop dodging. He quickly swallowed a healing pill. He tried to stay awake. Without a doubt, this Lai Xing was the most difficult opponent Ling Xiao had encountered since entering the Archean Divine Tomb. Even if he could not defeat other opponents, he could escape. But facing this guy, he did not even have a chance to escape. Should I use the bloody rat? Ling Xiao still had a trump card that he had not used yet. No, let's use the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't use the sanguinary rats until the very last moment. Once his cultivation regressed, it would not be a good thing for him. In the Archean Divine Tomb, Lai Xing was not the only enemy. But the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul was different. This narrow space blocked his escape route, but at the same time, it could also isolate the danger of the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul being detected by others. In this case, what was there to be afraid of? Until now, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest fear in his eyes. Instead, he was unusually calm. Lai Xing was a little annoyed. If it were not for this damn body, his strength would be at the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. But now, he could only use the strength of the 5th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. He did not dare to use his body to fight because this was the Archean Divine Tomb. Just when he left the white bone body, he could feel a terrifying power released. It was as if it wanted to destroy him. So now he could only use the strength of the 5th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm to fight with Ling Xiao. But even so, he was already very powerful. He had completely suppressed Ling Xiao. The problem was that Ling Xiao was so tenacious. It was unbelievable. Just die obediently, so that you don't have to suffer this kind of physical pain. Lai Xing's cold voice sounded in the space. Ling Xiao continued to dodge while revealing a disdainful smile. This made Lai Xing very unhappy. In the entire western region, no one had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of him, so arrogant. Was this person really not afraid of death, or did he really have a trump card? Little bug, no one knows the result of the battle until the last moment. Believe it or not, I will trample you to death in the end. Ling Xiao sneered. You? Lai Xing revealed a disdainful smile. It's not that I look down on you. You don't even have the ability to fight back now. You can only passively take a beating. I really don't know where you get the confidence to say that you can kill me. You will know soon, but you still have to wait a while. Ling Xiao wanted to use life backtrack at the moment of death. That way, he could maximize the energy of his cultivation C. After life backtrack, he would use the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit. This was his plan. Therefore, he still wanted to be injured more seriously to increase the energy of his cultivation C. That way, the life backtrack ability would not be wasted. Devil Wind Claw, die for me. Lixing was not willing to give Ling Xiao time. His speed suddenly soared, and the claws on his hands suddenly opened. Then, he blasted out. In the void, a pair of strange claws blasted towards Ling Xiao at a terrifying speed. At that moment, Ling Xiao could feel that if this attack really hit, he might die. The terrifying pressure made Ling Xiao feel that death was coming. However, his eyes still maintained absolute calmness. Realm of Frost, Rock Ghoul, Defense, Ice Age, Glacier Armor, King Kong Divine Ape, Invincible Vajra, Intermediate King Level Black Tortoise Divine Body. In an instant, Ling Xiao used all the defenses he could. As long as he still had a trace of breath left, he could counterattack. Even if he died. The 9 Deaths reincarnation technique could help him break through his cultivation. However, the effect of the 9 Deaths reincarnation technique could only be used 9 times. He had already wasted 1 time. He did not want to waste the remaining 8 times. Therefore, if he could survive, he would try his best not to die. He tried his best to defend so that he could preserve a trace of life. Rumble, the terrifying attack finally came. The rock ghoul was instantly smashed. A huge hole was also blasted in the glacier armor. Even the invincible Vajra did not last long and shattered into pieces. In the end, the intermediate king level black tortoise divine body only weakened the power of the attack slightly. Lixing's attack landed squarely on Ling Xiao's body. Kid, if there's a next life, remember not to be too talented. Otherwise, if you make others jealous, you'll die a horrible death. There are some people you can't afford to offend. At this moment, Lixing's words seemed to have floated from the horizon. They were somewhat ethereal and unreal. Bang! Under Lixing's terrifying attack, a huge hole was blasted in Ling Xiao's body. His meridians were broken. His internal organs were all shattered. At that moment, in Lixing's opinion, Ling Xiao was completely dead. Who would be able to survive with such a big hole in their body and all their internal organs shattered? I hit him too hard. Lixing looked at Ling Xiao's almost destroyed body and could not help but shake his head. Originally, he wanted Ling Xiao's body to be slightly more intact so that it would be easier for him to parasitize. But now, in his anger, he beat up Ling Xiao's body until it was beyond recognition. This could confirm that Ling Xiao was dead. But it was really depressing. Kid, I would like to see what kind of treasure you have in your storage ring. Lixing squatted down to take Ling Xiao's storage ring. Pathetic weakling, even if you have an unpredictable future. But it's meaningless if you're dead. In the end, you Western region martial artists are nothing more than playthings for our 4 great regions. You want to break through the Divine Devil City and go to the 4 regions. What a joke. A small fry is a small fry after all. No matter how much he jumps around, won't he still be easily killed by me in the end? One had to know that in the 4 major regions, the weakest cultivation base was at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine state. Your body divine body divine body, what can you do? As he muttered to himself, he reached for Ling Xiao's storage ring. To be honest, he was also a little shocked. This young man definitely had the terrifying potential to become the 2nd ancient sword emperor. If he was allowed to continue developing like this, one day, he would make the Divine Devil City uneasy and make the experts of the 4 regions unable to eat or sleep in peace. Just as Lixing's hand touched the storage ring, something strange happened. A sacred and irresistible power was suddenly released. Before he had time to react, his body was sent flying. Life backtrack, Ling Xiao's life was hanging by a thread. He was not far from death. But he did it. He maximized the damage he suffered and still didn't die. Therefore, he decided to use the heaven-defying divine ability, Life Backtrack. At that moment, Lixing saw a shocking scene. Blood splattered on the ground. Shattered internal organs. Broken meridians and so on. He flew back to his original position under the cover of a white light. It felt like time was flowing backwards on a small scale. Everything that had happened began to replay. Lixing looked at this scene with his mouth agape. He had always been known for his ruthlessness. But now, he was terrified. How was this possible? What the hell? Lixing thought that he had seen many bizarre things, but he had never seen this scene before. His heart was filled with disbelief. His words were filled with astonishment. He had heard of the immortal body, but it was just a rumor. Basically, the so-called immortal body that he had seen was proven to be an exaggeration in the end. But today, he saw with his own eyes the impossible happen right before his eyes. It made him have the urge to run away. Ling Xiao, who was supposed to be dead, appeared in front of him unscathed. The most bizarre thing was that his injuries were completely gone, and his true essence had recovered to its peak state. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. To be honest, every time he used life backtrack, he would feel incredulous. Let alone the other party. Are you an immortal body? Lai Xing had already stood up, his face cold. He was an expert after all. Even if the other party was really an immortal body, after a short period of fear, he gradually regained his composure. No, you're not an immortal body. You must have used some sort of special divine ability. A divine ability like that is so heaven-defying that it must have some sort of special restriction. If that's the case, then I'll kill you again. Let's see if you can come back to life. After all, he was from the Four Realms. His brain worked well. Lai Xing's words revealed the truth. Ling Xiao's life backtrack could only be used once every 3 hours. If Lai Xing wanted to kill him, given his fighting prowess, it would only take him half an hour to do so. However, would Ling Xiao be so easy to deal with this time? By now, his sea of power was at 100%. Ling Xiao didn't need to take a beating. He was going to fight back. And during that fight, he was going to find an opportunity to break through. Compared to breaking through from the life-seizing level to the reincarnation god realm, breaking through from the second to the third level was much easier. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. Smiling broadly at Lai Xing, he said, "That's right. I have an immortal body. As for what you said about killing me again, let's see if I can come back to life. I'd love to show you, but sadly, you can't beat me now. Now, I'm going to fight back." Fight back? Ha 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 ha. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Don't tell me you think you're stronger now that you've come back to life? Lai Xing laughed maniacally. He didn't believe Ling Xiao's words at all. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. Rumble, a terrifying wave of power erupted out of him. Behind him, a black, primeval universe appeared. Within that universe was a terrifying, primeval aura. It was like the roar of an enormous beast, and terrifying power was pouring out. Lai Xing couldn't help but take a few steps backward. Lai Xing was inexplicably shocked. How could this be? How could this guy have the ancient aura on him, the moment he released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit? Ling Xiao's combat strength skyrocketed once again, and he already had the ability to fight against a 5th-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. His attack power, defense power, speed, and true essence power had all increased. The only pity was that the Ice Emperor's devil spirit and martial spirit's amplification could not be stacked. They could only be used separately. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would probably be able to crush his opponent directly. However, although it could not increase his strength, the Ice Emperor's devil spirit could still increase the attack power of the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Therefore, Ling Xiao also released it. In the desolate universe, a terrifying chill spewed out, as if it wanted to completely freeze everything in the space. Lai Xing gritted his teeth, and sharp claws once again grew out from white bones. Behind white bones, dozens of tentacles stretched out. It seemed that he had also realized that Ling Xiao was not only resurrected from the dead. Moreover, he had also obtained a very terrifying ability. A terrifying ability that could make him feel threatened. If he could not deal with it well, then he might really be killed next. How could this be? No one noticed that there was a third voice in this narrow space. The moment Ling Xiao released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, the voice seemed to be very surprised. However, the voice was not loud, and Ling Xiao and Lai Xing were highly concentrated. They had no time to care about the surrounding situation. Moreover, the space was only so big. The two of them had not noticed the existence of a third person until now. How could they pay attention to it? This power of yours is truly unbelievable. But even so, your cultivation is still inferior to mine. I don't believe that you can defeat me. Lai Xing roared, and a terrifying aura pounced on Ling Xiao. This aura attempted to suppress Ling Xiao's soaring battle intent, causing Ling Xiao's aura to not flow smoothly. Sky Tyrant Soul-Devouring Domain. Under the support of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, the effect of the Soul-Devouring Domain soared. As a result, not only was Lai Xing unable to suppress Ling Xiao's battle intent, he was the one being suppressed instead. The pressure of the Soul Devourer's soul made Lai Xing feel very uncomfortable. He even had a feeling that the parasitism could not be maintained. It's not over yet, Tyrant Bloodthirsty Plague. The Bloodthirsty Plague was an ability on the same level as the Earth Elemental Golden Light and the Bloodthirsty Rat. The reason why he hadn't used it before was because it wouldn't have been of much use. The key was that the difference in strength between them was too great. But things were different now. After releasing the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, Ling Xiao's combat power also soared to the 5th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. He wasn't any weaker than his opponent. This made the effects of the Bloodthirsty Plague extremely terrifying. In just an instant, Lai Xing felt that his body had been severely injured. He had no choice but to use close to 40% of his power to forcibly suppress the terrifying Bloodthirsty Plague. Initially, even after releasing the Heavenly Tyrant martial soul, there was still a gap between Ling Xiao and Lai Xing. However, after the Bloodthirsty Rat Plague, this difference was reversed. Ling Xiao had gained an absolute advantage. He could even suppress Life Fisher. Ice Supreme Sword Art, Fire Supreme Sword Art, 2 swords as one, kill, an advanced King martial skill was released. Ling Xiao no longer passively defended, but fiercely attacked. Life Fisher must die. This guy was too dangerous. In this enclosed space, Ling Xiao could use his strongest strength to his heart's content. And he didn't have to worry about the Sky Tyrant martial soul being exposed. If he was outside, he would have to be careful. The 2 sword lights converged together and charged towards Lai Xing in a frenzy. They were like 2 divine dragons. Is it this move again? You've already used it outside. You know it's meaningless. Life Fisher sneered. That was then, this is now. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. This made Life Fisher fearful and didn't dare to be careless. He also blasted out an advanced King martial skill. His body could only use advanced King martial skills. If it was a peak King martial skill, his white bone body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Boom, a terrifying roar resounded in the void. What? Life Fisher was terrified. His attack was easily cut open like a piece of paper. The frenzied sword radiance struck his body. Not only his white bone body, but also his body. He let out a hysterical scream and fled madly into a mummified corpse. This time, his injury was much more serious than before. He suddenly thought of the 4 swords as one that Ling Xiao had released at the beginning and couldn't help but feel more terrified. 2 swords were already so terrifying. Then wouldn't one of the 4 swords be enough to kill him? No. I, Life Fisher, am a LV9 Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist. How could I die like this? Previously, Ling Xiao was constantly dodging. Now, it was Life Fisher's turn to dodge. However, he couldn't get rid of Ling Xiao with his speed. The entire space was enveloped by Ling Xiao's Sky Tyrant martial soul. At this moment, Ling Xiao frowned. Because he sensed the existence of a third party. However, he didn't say or do anything. The third party didn't make a move. There was no need to provoke him. It was better to defeat Life Fisher first. As for the Sky Tyrant martial soul, it had been exposed anyway. There was no point in being nervous now. Little worm, where's your prestige just now? Ling Xiao sneered and looked at Life Fisher, who was frantically fleeing, and mocked. I'm going all out. At most, I'll die. As Life Fisher roared, hundreds of skeletons in the space began to fly up. Then, they merged. In the end, they formed a huge monster. It almost filled up the entire space. It was ferocious and ugly. Then, Life Fisher's body began to split rapidly, covering the entire monster's body. Gradually, a layer of flesh began to form on the huge skeleton monster. And this flesh was Life Fisher's body. He wanted to use his own body to fight Ling Xiao to the death. Because the space was too small, there was no way to escape. The more he ran, the easier it was for Ling Xiao to be used as a target. You forced me to do this. Although this may make my time in the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum very short. But I don't care anymore. I want you dead, I want you dead. Life Fisher's action allowed him to use his own body better. But unfortunately, the body he parasitized was still too weak. He could still only use the combat power of the 5th level of the reincarnation divine state. However, he was much stronger than before. He was close to the 6th level of the reincarnation divine state. But he still couldn't use his own strength. Because he knew very well that the moment he released his own strength, he would be instantly killed by the power in the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum. He had a compatriot who died like this in the past. If he really had to die like that, it wouldn't be worth it. Although my cultivation can only be maintained at this level for the time being, this body is much stronger than before. It allows me to use peak king martial skills. Parasitic disaster. Life Fisher's transformed face was filled with a fanatical and fierce light. Parasitic disaster. Lixing was currently able to use the strongest martial skill. Peak king level martial skill. The reason why Lixing didn't use this move at the beginning was because it was too powerful. The requirement for the parasitic body was very high. The previous white bone body or mummy body couldn't do it. Only now, with the white bone as the bone and his own flesh and blood as the body. Only then could it be realized. But in this case, he would be rejected by the ancient sword mausoleum's laws. The time he would stay here would definitely not exceed 10 minutes. But facing Ling Zhao's powerful attack, Lixing had to do so. Because if he didn't do so, he might be directly killed by Ling Zhao's sword. It's useless no matter what you do now. Tyrant 4-color sword light, kill. A 4-colored sword light flew out from the Tyrant universe. It was incomparably huge. The power was extremely terrifying. At the same time, Lixing's strongest attack had already been blasted out. The two people's moves exploded in the void with a shocking collision sound. With the support of the Tyrant martial spirit and the 4th level sword soul, the power of Ling Zhao's sword, it obviously suppressed the parasitic disaster. Although they were both peak king level martial skills. But in terms of power, there was still a huge difference. The reason was the power of the Tyrant martial spirit. And the power of the 4th level sword soul. The entire space began to shake as if a terrifying earthquake had occurred. But the two people fighting did not dare to relax in the slightest. Ling Xiao stared at Lixing. In Lixing's eyes, there was a look of disbelief. He didn't believe it. He had already given up the opportunity to stay here. He had already used the strongest attack that he could release at the moment. But in the face of Ling Zhao's attack, it was still unable to resist. After a moment of stalemate, the parasitic disaster's black energy began to destroy and collapse. The terrifying power of the 4-colored sword light landed solidly on Lixing's body. This time, it wasn't just the eerie white bones that were destroyed. There was also Lixing's body. Lumps of minced meat struggled on the ground. But they were completely burned by Ling Zhao's immortal fire. It's finally over. Ling Xiao let out a long breath. At the end of the day, he was still basking in the glory of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. If he didn't have the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, with his strength, he would have died in the hands of Lixing. The entire process was extremely dangerous. Have you seen enough? Can you come out now? After killing Lixing, Ling Xiao looked at a certain spot in the space. Although there was no one there, he could clearly feel the presence of an aura. This was the terrifying aspect of the tyrannical martial spirit. You actually discovered me? That voice suddenly sounding a little surprised. But don't worry, I have no ill intentions. If you don't have any ill intentions, then all the more you should come out and speak. Ling Xiao said coldly. You're quite vigilant, child. Fine, Ling just reveal your spiritual manifestation. This child is very vigilant. If I don't treat him sincerely, I'm afraid I won't be able to gain his trust. The voice chuckled. Sure. Another woman's voice rang out. Then, Ling Xiao saw a man and a woman appear in the space. But it was just two shadows. One was wearing silver armor, while the other was wearing black armor. Both of them carried a sword on their backs. You're the owners of the martial spirit armor? Ling Xiao looked at the armor on both of them and instantly thought of a possibility. Young man, you're really smart. You're right. Our remnant souls have been residing in the martial spirit armor for a long time, waiting for the day when someone would bring our remnant souls back to our homeland. Let our souls return to our homeland. The man said with a smile. You're the ones who sent me and that guy to this space? Ling Xiao was a little unhappy. After all, this teleportation could have cost him his life. And his friends might also be in trouble. Young man, don't be angry. Just now, you were possessed by the parasite tribe. We only dragged you in because we wanted to protect you. The man hurriedly explained. Alright, let's not talk about this. Anyway, I'm not dead. I just want to ask, what are you trying to do? You don't simply want to return to your homeland, do you? Ling Xiao looked at the two shadows in the sky and said. Ha ha ha, young man, you're really smart. We were harmed by villains and wanted to take revenge. But now that we're dead and can't take revenge, we can only ask others for help. We've been observing for a long time. Young man, you're a sentimental and righteous person. You'll definitely help us, right? The man said with a smile. As long as the transaction is fair, there's nothing impossible. Ling Xiao said lightly, but what can you give me? I see that you also use a sword, but you haven't mastered the real sword principle. Your sword soul is now only at the acquired 4th stage. Although it's not a problem for low-level warriors. But if you encounter strong warriors, those people have the congenital martial spirit. You're not strong enough at all. How about it, I can make your sword soul advance to the congenital level, and it can help you break through your cultivation. As for how much you break through, it depends on your potential and luck. The man said. Deal. Ling Xiao agreed without even thinking about it. He worked hard to improve his sword soul to the acquired 4th stage. And the acquired martial spirit had 9 stages. He didn't know how long it would take to upgrade to the congenital martial spirit. Speaking of cultivation, although he was about to break through to the 3rd stage of the reincarnation divine realm. But there was still a problem. If these two people could help him, it would be great. Just the sword soul alone, he could help. So straightforward? Don't you want to ask who our enemy is? The man said doubtfully. No need. No matter who it is, since I promised you, I'll help you kill him. Ling Xiao said lightly. Our enemy is the top genius of the 4 major regions. Now he may have become the top expert of the 4 major regions. Are you really not afraid? The woman couldn't help but say. How is he compared to the palace master of the Eternal Life Palace? Ling Xiao asked. What do you mean? The man and woman were shocked. The palace master of the Eternal Life Palace is known as the strongest in the 4 major regions. Although our enemy is powerful, he can't be compared to us. That's enough. My enemy is the Eternal Life Palace. Do you think your enemy is more powerful than mine? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Looks like you're also a person with a story. Forget it, let's not talk about the enemy first. Ling and I are from the Yin-Yang Sword Pavilion of the Golden Heavens domain. We've already made some progress in cultivating the Yin-Yang sword technique together. What you've inherited from the martial soul armor is only a small part of it. Our sword souls have actually reached the congenital level. Let's not talk about it anymore. You'll know when you see it. The man waved his hand. Suddenly, the scene in the space changed. A huge yin-yang image appeared in the void. The 2 yin-yang fish were connected head to tail. There was white in the black and black in the white. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that both black and white were formed by sword chi. The white sword chi had a pure and holy aura. The black sword chi had a gloomy aura. However, the two were able to merge and coexist harmoniously. It was amazing. This is the famous yin-yang sword diagram of the yin-yang sword pavilion. It's used by disciples to comprehend the sword principle. I suggest that you choose one to comprehend. If you don't have enough comprehension, you might explode and die if you force yourself to comprehend both. The woman reminded him. I see. I understand. Can we start now? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. The man nodded. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. He sat down cross-legged and released his sword martial soul. In fact, he was no stranger to the yin-yang sword diagram. The yin-yang sword diagram combined the light and shadow profound meaning. Ling Xiao had comprehended the light and shadow profound meaning long ago and had developed many powerful moves. Unfortunately, those moves were not as powerful as they used to be as his cultivation base had increased. However, his comprehension of the light and shadow profound meaning hadn't disappeared. Therefore, although the woman reminded him not to comprehend it with his colleagues, he didn't take it seriously at all. At that moment, one of his eyes turned black and the other white. The sword chi released from his body also turned black and white, which was exactly the same as the yin-yang sword diagram. What's going on? The two people in the sky were shocked. He's obviously a warrior from the western regions. How can he comprehend the light and shadow profound meaning? Even warriors from the four regions can't be so proficient in such a profound meaning. The woman exclaimed, "Brother Xianxia, I'm afraid we've really found a treasure." I thought he was bragging and looked down on him. People who promise others things can't usually keep their promises. But now it seems that this young man does have some skills. Yes, his aptitude is probably better than the top geniuses from the four regions. It's a pity that he was born in the western regions. Otherwise, at his age, he would probably be the best in the four regions. The man sighed with emotion. Just as they were sighing, the yin-yang sword diagram suddenly turned into a ray of light and merged into Ling Xiao's body. This scene shocked the two even more. He actually swallowed the yin-yang sword diagram. What kind of monster is this? The woman almost cried out. I suspect that the martial spirit this young man possesses is the mountain river martial spirit that all cultivators in the profound world yearn for even in their dreams. It was difficult to feel that his voice was trembling. Only the mountain river martial spirit can be all-encompassing and devour everything. It can't be. Are we that lucky? After waiting for so many years, what came was actually such a powerful young man. The woman's voice also changed. Possessing the mountain and river martial spirit, and having such a heaven-defying aptitude, ha 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 ha, Ling Er, we can finally take our revenge. The man almost burst into tears. Originally, their so-called revenge was just an extravagant hope. After so many years, only the ancient Sword Emperor had appeared in the western regions. However, the ancient Sword Emperor was far inferior to their enemy. They had no hope at all. However, Ling Xiao's appearance gave them hope for revenge. Brother Xianxia, what are you going to do? The woman asked. Originally, I only wanted to help him obtain an innate sword soul and make a breakthrough in his cultivation. But now I've decided. I'll consume 90% of my soul to help him condense the yin-yang sword soul. As long as a trace of my soul remains, we can rest assured when he takes his revenge in the future. Ling Er, what do you think? Xianxia asked. I agree. This is the only chance for revenge. The yin-yang sword soul is the most powerful sword soul in our yin-yang sword pavilion. Once successfully cultivated, it will be several times more powerful than an ordinary innate sword soul. Ling Er gritted her teeth and said, anyway, we can't be resurrected. As long as a trace of our soul remains, it will be enough to see him kill his enemy in the future. The two discussed and made a decision. Suddenly, it rushed toward Ling Xiao's sword soul. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that his sword soul was undergoing a crazy change. After advancing from the fourth stage to the first stage of the innate realm, it actually didn't stop. All the way to the third stage of the innate realm. And the sword soul actually became very strange. It used to be in the shape of a sword. Now, it turned into a human figure. It held a black sword in one hand and a silver sword in the other. The figure was faintly discernible, and it actually had two faces. One face was gentle and holy, while the other face was ferocious and terrifying. It was like the opposition of a god and a demon. Demon god sword soul. How could this be? It actually turned into a demon god sword soul. Xianxin's shocked voice was filled with ecstasy. The yin-yang sword soul was the most powerful sword soul in the yin-yang sword pavilion. But the demon god sword soul was the strongest existence among the yin-yang sword souls. In the past, he had never expected this to happen. But he didn't expect this to happen to a young man. Sure enough, it's really Brother Xianxia. You guessed right. He has the mountain river martial soul that the mystic world went crazy for. But this young man actually evolved the mountain river martial soul into a more suitable tyrant martial soul. After the yin-yang sword soul was formed, it directly advanced to the demon god sword soul. The woman was also pleasantly surprised. Ling Xiao heard their voices, although he didn't quite understand. But he also knew that his sword soul had obtained a great improvement this time. Not only that, when the demon god sword soul was formed, his cultivation naturally advanced to the third stage of the reincarnation divine realm. And his strength was still rising. Xianxia and Ling Er pinned all their hopes on Ling Xiao. So they didn't hesitate to pour all their life's cultivation into Ling Xiao's body. Most of it merged into Ling Xiao's cells and turned into potential. And a part of it continued to fill his cultivation sea. After the third stage of the reincarnation divine realm, he broke through again. He didn't stop until he reached the fourth stage of the reincarnation divine realm. And a large amount of potential was integrated into his cells, which also provided an extremely convenient condition for future breakthroughs. Little friend, you're really amazing. You simply made us dumbfounded. Jianxin's voice sounded again, full of emotion. This is all thanks to the two of you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. His vigilance and hostility towards the two of them weakened a lot. It's not really a credit. After all, we were selfish. Just now, in order to help you condense the demon god sword soul, we consumed too many souls. We're probably going to continue sleeping. We only hope that one day, after you kill the enemy, you can wake us up. Let us know. Jianxin said. Of course. Then who is your enemy? Ling Xiao asked. My name is Jianxin, and my wife is Chu Ling. Our enemy is called Dituatian, although there are countless people with the same name in the four major regions. But there is only one genius, Dituatian. If you really can't find him, you can wake us up temporarily. It's still possible to wake us up for a moment. Moreover, Dituatian is very likely to have joined the Golden Heavenly Nation and become an outstanding member. As long as you go to the Golden Heavenly Nation, you will definitely be able to find him. Jianxin said. Dituatian, I understand. Ling Xiao was a man of his word. Today, he had received Jianxin and Chu Ling's help. Not only had he cultivated the demon god sword soul, but he had also raised his cultivation to the 5th level of the reincarnation divine realm. He would definitely look for Dituatian. But as for whether he would kill him or not, he would make his own judgment. He would not lose his principles because of this kind of deal. At worst, he would use another method to repay the favor in the future. Of course, if that Dituatian really deserved to be killed, then he would not hesitate. He thought so and said so because he did not want to do something that went against his conscience. I will help you find Dituatian. But whether to kill him or not, I will decide. Okay, if he is a peerless hero worthy of respect, I am afraid I will not be able to kill him. Ling Xiao still had to say the ugly words first. Of course you can decide for yourself because that Dituatian is a despicable and shameless person. Jianxin said with certainty. That would be for the best. It would save me from conflict. Ling Xiao also hoped that Dituatian was a heinous bastard. At the very least, he was someone he hated. If that was the case, killing him would be the end of it. If there is nothing else, tell me how to get out of here. I still have friends outside. Ling Xiao said. Your friends are very good. They waited for you outside for 3 days and 3 nights before they had to leave because of their serious injuries. They are all heading towards the last stage of the giant beast maze. You don't have to worry. We have been here for so long and are quite familiar with this place. Let us use our last strength to send you to the last stage. After Jianxin finished speaking, he released a wave of soul power, causing a teleportation door to appear in the space. Go, child. It is time for us to sleep. Jianxin was very tired. Chu Ling was also very tired. The two of them no longer had any signs of life. Seniors, don't worry. I, Ling Xiao, will definitely do what I promised you. I will never forget. After speaking, Ling Xiao raised his foot and stepped into the teleportation door. The final trial should be the location of the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure. He'd always believed that the map of the divine tombs in his possession was related to the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor. Therefore, if he did not leave this place, no one else would be able to obtain the inheritance. Instead, he was worried about the safety of his friends. Yuanxing was still around. That fellow's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Darkfrost and the others were definitely not his match. As for him, he should be able to kill Yuanxing easily now. A martial artist at the 5th level of the reincarnation divine state could kill a martial artist at the 6th level of the reincarnation divine state in the form of an ordinary beast soul. In the state of the peerless heavenly rat's beast soul transformation, it could kill a martial artist at the 7th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Now, he even had a powerful fiend god sword soul at the 3rd level of the Xianxia realm. The power of sword skills could be increased by 13 times, furthermore, it had a suppressive effect on ordinary sword souls and weapon souls. This allowed him to fight against a martial artist at the 8th level of the reincarnation divine realm without being defeated. If he used the power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he believed that he could easily kill an 8th level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. Even a martial artist at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine state wouldn't be able to kill him easily. Yuanxing could only unleash the power of a martial artist at the 5th level of the reincarnation divine state. He didn't even need to transform to be able to kill him easily. Currently, he was invincible in the western region. Even in the entire Divine Devil City, only the Divine Devil Order Master could suppress him. It was impossible for him to kill him. Even so, Ling Xiao was very clear in his heart. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit couldn't be used easily. The advantage of having a sword soul at the 3rd level of the innate divine devil realm wouldn't be so obvious in the 4 major regions. After all, the martial artists in the 4 major regions would cultivate their martial souls. He could only rely on his sword soul at the 3rd level of the innate divine devil realm to fight against a martial artist at the 8th level of the reincarnation divine state. Therefore, he had to become stronger. There was no end to the path of martial arts. Currently, he still needed to obtain the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor to become stronger. This was because what he needed to think about next was how to face the Divine Devil Order Master and the remaining 6 savage beasts. Lai Xing and Yuanxing should be the reinforcements, but Lai Xing had already been killed by him. He definitely wouldn't let Yuanxing go. Let's become stronger first. After thinking for a while, Ling Xiao closed his eyes. The wind blew past his ears, and he knew that he was passing through a space tunnel. Although he might lose a lot of treasures from here to the final stage, he didn't care. Because he had obtained enough. As long as he obtained the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor, he would be the biggest winner. As for those martial skills, weapons, and the like, he was not very infatuated. The final stage. It was still a hall, but it was slightly bigger than the outside. In the hall, there were countless gold, silver, jewelry, Dharma treasures, secret manuals, and so on. It was piled up like a mountain. And in this place, a frenzied battle was going on. On one side was Yuanxing, Dragon Mother, and the leader of the Revenge Alliance. On the other side was Darkfrost, Cold Plum, Long Chen, and Little Gold. Other than Yuanxing, everyone else had injuries on their bodies. And it was obvious that Darkfrost's injuries were more serious. Behind the mountain of treasures was a huge door made of gold. The door was already open. Obviously, both sides wanted to enter. Although there were many treasures outside, they were not bad. But compared to the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor, they were nothing. The 4 of you should cherish being able to live until now. How dare you be so greedy and want to obtain the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor? You're too greedy. Yuanxing sneered as he fought. That's right. If you know what's good for you, give up obediently. Otherwise, the 4 of you can forget about living today. Dragon Mother also shouted sternly. Bull**T. Are we greedy or are you guys greedy? Everyone is here for the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor. We all have equal opportunities. If you don't let us enter the golden door, we won't let you enter either. Long Chen scolded as he attacked. He believed that his boss was not dead, so he had to obtain the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor. Otherwise, if his boss came out and the treasures were taken away by others, how depressing would that be? The other three also had the same thought. So no one was willing to take a step back. Let's end this quickly and kill these 4 people. Then, we'll split the treasures equally. Yuanxing lost his patience. Since they had already come this far, he naturally wanted to personally obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's treasures. He had held back a little because he wanted to save his strength for the final fight for the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor. But now, he was not going to hold back. He unleashed his full strength. Dark Frost and the others felt more and more uncomfortable. More and more wounds appeared on their bodies. Go to hell, little girl. Suddenly, sharp claws reached Dark Frost's throat. At this moment, Dark Frost was almost exhausted. It was impossible for her to block this attack. Seeing that Dark Frost was about to be killed, the other 3 were anxious. Cold Plum, Long Chen, and Xiao Jin all knew about the relationship between Dark Frost and Ling Xiao. They knew how much Ling Xiao loved Dark Frost. But whether it was Cold Plum, Long Chen, or Xiao Jin, none of them had the ability to save Dark Frost at this moment. Now that Dark Frost is dead, we can split the power of the Soul Palace equally. Mother Dragon and a leader of the Avenging Alliance were also very excited. Even if they couldn't get the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor this time, it was also good to be able to divide the western region. But at this moment, a ray of light fell directly into the hall. Everyone had yet to come back to their senses. That ray of light rushed towards Yuanxing at lightning speed and sent him flying. The speed was so fast that everyone was incomparably shocked. Who? Everyone was very confused. Who exactly was this person who suddenly appeared, when that ray of light gradually disappeared? When that handsome and unrestrained youth with an incomparably domineering aura was revealed, they were all stunned. After a long while, Mother Dragon exclaimed, Ling Xiao. With his shout, everyone was startled awake. Dark Frost's side was naturally crying tears of joy. But on Yuanxing's side, everyone's face was incomparably gloomy. They thought that Ling Xiao and Lai Xing were long dead. They didn't expect that not only was Ling Xiao not dead, but he also suddenly appeared in this last round. After all, they had gone through countless dangers to get here. Wasn't this too unfair? Where's Lai Xing? Yuanxing got up from the ground. Ling Xiao's attack just now was under the condition that he didn't transform. It only sent him flying and didn't kill him. Lai Xing is with you, and you came out. What about him? No one thought that Lai Xing would die. Including the people on Dark Frost's side, they didn't think that Ling Xiao could kill Lai Xing. In fact, before Ling Xiao really hardened his heart to attack, he didn't expect it either. So he didn't find it strange that these people were surprised. I killed him. Ling Xiao looked at Yuanxing, his eyes filled with killing intent. Yuanxing actually wanted to kill Dark Frost. He had already placed this fellow on his death list. And now, he couldn't wait to destroy this guy. Ha 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 ha, your joke isn't funny at all. How can Life Splitter's strength be what you can kill? Yuanxing did not believe Ling Xiao's words at all. Young man, stop boasting. It's not good to blow your trumpet. The leader of the Avenging Alliance said. Young man, it's better to be down to earth. With your strength, don't even talk about killing Lai Xing. You can't even kill us. Mother Dragon said disdainfully. Even though they had seen Ling Xiao defeat Yuanxing, they were still shocked. However, they all thought that it was caused by Ling Xiao's sneak attack and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. He didn't think that Ling Xiao was that powerful. However, the 4 people on Ming Shuang's side firmly believed this. That was because Ling Xiao's tone was not joking. Moreover, they also felt the terrifying aura that was released from Ling Xiao's body. Boss seems to have become stronger again. Long Chen smiled bitterly. I worked so hard to surpass him, and now I'm going to be surpassed again. Isn't it the same for me? I have the ability to devour, but I still can't compare to him. Although Xiao Jin had not completely integrated the effect of the Berserker Pill, even if it was integrated, his strength was only around the 5th level of the reincarnation divine state. Compared to Ling Xiao, there was still a huge gap in terms of combat power. What difference does it make whether you believe it or not? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cruel smile, and then he walked towards Yuanxing. He still did not use his beast soul transformation, but only took out a sword. Fire Supreme Sword. The four of you, sit down and rest. Eat the elixirs if you have them. I'll take care of these three trash. He said it very casually. It was as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Hee, since that's the case, we won't be polite. Longchen directly collapsed to the ground, threw the elixir into his mouth, and began to recover. The four of them were more or less the same. They were holding on with their last breath. It was already a miracle that they could hold on until now. Brat, you really boast shamelessly. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance sneered. Without waiting for Yuanxing to react, he suddenly charged towards Ling Xiao. I'll kill you, and then kill them. The future of the Western region will belong to my Vengeful Alliance. Ling Xiao did not even look at the leader of the Vengeful Alliance. He still looked at Yuanxing and smiled cruelly. Until the moment the leader of the Vengeful Alliance approached him. The Fire Supreme Sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out. It looked like an ordinary stab. But it accurately pierced the throat of the leader of the Vengeful Alliance. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance did not even have any reaction. It was as if he was stupid, allowing his sword to pierce through his throat. Blood splattered, Ling Xiao threw the sword lightly. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance's corpse fell to the ground, trembled twice, and then stopped moving. It was just one sword, and it was an ordinary sword. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance had fallen. Seeing this scene, Dragon Mother was horrified. That was the strength of the leader of the Vengeful Alliance. She knew it very well. Even if he was not stronger than her, he was not much weaker. But she did not expect that he would be killed by Ling Xiao with one sword. What was going on? How could this happen? She absolutely believed that with Ling Xiao's strength, he could easily take her life. It's your turn. Ling Xiao was still looking at Yuanxing. Compared to that trash, Yuanxing was obviously a greater threat. Because once he left the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum, Yuanxing's strength would become the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. At that time, there would be no chance to kill him. Brat, do you really think that you can ignore the savage beast race just because you killed a trash? Yuanxing roared and charged towards Ling Xiao. His attack was stronger than Life Split. His strength was even more terrifying than Life Split. But in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. Boom! Suddenly, Ling Xiao released the Divine Demon Sword Soul behind him. Then, he stabbed forward with the Fire Supreme Sword in his hand. Fire Supreme Sword Technique. Only this move. But with the support of the Divine Demon Sword Soul of the Inborn stage. The power was increased by 13 times. The power of the Fire Supreme Sword Technique had reached the high level of the King stage. It was even stronger. Whoosh, there was no suspense. Yuanxing's body was pierced by the sword, and flames rolled. A scream was heard. If we were outside, you might really scare me. But in the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum, you are not worth mentioning at all. He pulled out the sword and kept it. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Yuanxing, who was gradually being burned to ashes. No. On the other side, Dragon Mother exclaimed and rushed into the golden door. Ling Xiao only glanced at her indifferently and did not react. Oh no, boss. That old woman took the initiative. Longchen was anxious. Don't worry. She will never be able to obtain the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor because she lacks something. Ling Xiao was now completely sure that the map of the Western Region Divine Tomb was actually the final key to the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor. If the map of the Western Region Divine Tomb did not appear, the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor would not appear. Dragon Mother rushed into the golden door. Ling Xiao didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. He looked at Darkfrost and the others and said, "You guys continue to rest." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and all the treasures piled up in the hall were stored in the Mountain River world. He definitely couldn't fit all of them in his storage ring. The Mountain River world was extremely large, including the space of the previous 3 continents. Although there were many treasures, it wasn't a problem to store them all. Among the things here, the worst was an advanced king-level martial skill. An immortal Great Emperor weapon. If such a treasure was placed in the Western region, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. However, it wasn't very useful to Ling Xiao. The reason he brought them back was naturally to strengthen the forces of the western regions. This time, he didn't need to use the name of the Eight Immortals Kingdom. He could officially introduce the Heavenly Empire to the Black Tortoise continent. He could unify the entire western region and even open up the Archean Divine Tomb. With these things, he believed that the strength of the western region martial artists would increase by leaps and bounds. In the future, it wouldn't be impossible for them to fight against the four major regions. After putting away those things, he slowly walked toward the golden door. The space inside wasn't big. It looked like a tomb. There was a small coffin inside. It was made of gold and emitted a powerful aura. At this moment, Dragon Mother had already opened the coffin. Perhaps in her opinion, the things in the coffin were the treasures left behind by the ancient Sword Emperor. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, you didn't expect this, did you? In the end, the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance will belong to me. Dragon Mother suddenly burst into laughter. The ancient Sword Emperor's corpse wasn't in the coffin, only a piece of memory metal. And a weapon that symbolized the ancient Sword Emperor. It looked like a divine Great Emperor weapon. Dragon Mother, who had the ancient Emperor's inheritance, was extremely excited. Because the ancient Emperor's inheritance was a combination of memory metal and a weapon. She believed that the ancient Sword Emperor's lifelong knowledge must be in the memory metal. Therefore, she was extremely excited. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you and then take the things in your hands? Ling Xiao sneered. With his current strength, killing Dragon Mother was a piece of cake. Dragon Mother had no way to resist. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Mother Dragon froze for a moment before sneering, "You can try. As long as you dare to make a move, I will destroy this memory metal, none of us will get it." "You old woman, you're really ruthless." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He looked very angry, but his heart was calm. "Get out!" Dragon Mother roared. She thought that Ling Xiao was really afraid of breaking the vases. "Alright, I'll go out." Ling Xiao chuckled to himself before turning around and walking out. In fact, when he first entered the tomb, he had already felt that the map of the divine tomb of the western region was calling out to him. He opened up a small independent space. The thing in the coffin was probably just a cover. Perhaps it really was something good and had the aura of the ancient Sword Emperor, but it was definitely not the true inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor. Seeing Ling Xiao turn around and leave, Mother Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. She held the memory metal in her hand and felt the vast aura released from it. She couldn't help but feel excited. It's a pity that my cultivation is still too low and I can't completely unravel the mystery of this memory metal. But it doesn't matter. After leaving this damned place, I'll find a quiet place to cultivate in the immemorial divine tomb. I don't believe that I can't unravel the mystery of this memory metal. Humph, Ling Xiao, just you wait. When I obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, I'll find you for revenge. Mother Dragon still hadn't given up on revenge. To her, Ling Xiao's existence had not only caused her to lose a lot. This included the Mirror Demon King, the Dragon Shark King, and even the Koi King. The Koi King's mysterious disappearance was also on Ling Xiao's head. She thought that Ling Xiao secretly killed the Koi King. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that the Koi King had mysteriously disappeared. At this moment, he was responding to the summons of the map of the divine tomb of the western region. Mother Dragon didn't notice that Ling Xiao had suddenly disappeared from the tomb. Outside, Dark Frost and the others suddenly realized that the golden door had suddenly closed. When they wanted to blast it open again, it was already too late. Although the golden door was made of gold, it had been strengthened with many spirit designs. With their strength, they couldn't blast it open. Inside the tomb, Mother Dragon was also a little stunned. She hadn't expected the golden door to suddenly close. For a moment, she was a little dazed. It's okay, it's okay. The ancient Sword Emperor must have closed the golden door to protect me. I believe that it won't be long before we're transported out. Mother Dragon could only comfort herself like this. And then she waited anxiously in the darkness. At this moment, Ling Xiao found that he had indeed come to a brand new space. This was a bloody battlefield. Battle cries shook the sky. On one side were the martial artists of the western regions. On the other side were the martial artists of the four major regions. The martial artists of the western regions wanted to break free from their shackles and break out of their cages. Under the leadership of the ancient Sword Emperor and the 8 great ancient emperors, they wanted to change their fate. The war was very tragic. The 4 major regions didn't actually send many powerful martial artists, but it had already dealt a heavy blow to the martial artists of the western regions. Even though the ancient Sword Emperor and the 8 great ancient emperors fought with all their might and were incomparably brave, it made the martial artists of the 4 major regions tremble in fear. They had even occupied the God-Devil city. But in the end, they still failed at the last step. The 4 major regions were too powerful. The ancient Sword Emperor deeply understood this point, so he and the 8 great ancient emperors left their legacies in the primordial divine tomb. They hoped that one day, there would be an even more outstanding martial artist who could lead the martial artists of the western regions to break out of this cage. Although they had failed, at least they had resisted. They had implanted the seeds of resistance into the western regions. They weren't willing to be slaves of the 4 major regions. They also wanted to stand up and be human. On the battlefield, everything seemed so terrifying and so bloody. The battle between the powerful martial artists was earth-shattering. If it were a martial artist with a weak mind, they would probably have fainted from fright. But Xianxia stood there and watched. This war was a war where the martial artists of the western regions fought for their future. Although they had died, their achievements were still glorious. "Child, aren't you afraid?" Suddenly, a voice sounded. Xianxia saw a martial artist in full armor and holding 2 swords. "You are the ancient Sword Emperor?" Xianxia didn't answer the other party's question and asked instead. "That's right, I am the ancient Sword Emperor." The ancient Sword Emperor put away his swords and pointed to the ground that had been dyed red in the distance and the piles of bones. "Child, after obtaining my legacy, I'm afraid you will face such a situation in the future. Do you really want it? I have to remind you that I have planted a seed in my legacy. A seed that will allow the western regions to break out of the cage. A great ambition that belongs to me. If I don't complete it, I won't die in peace. If you don't complete it, even if you obtain my legacy, you won't be able to use it. However, in order to realize your great ambition, you will need your inheritance. Isn't that right?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Wouldn't this be a contradiction?" "Kid, you're quite quick-witted. Don't worry, there won't be any contradiction. My power can be used by the person who obtains my inheritance. But from then on, if this seed is planted, then the person who obtains my inheritance will suffer every day if it can't be realized. Until death." The ancient Sword Emperor said. "What about the time limit? Something that even you can't accomplish can't be accomplished in one go." Xianxia asked again. "Don't worry, I definitely won't make things difficult for the person who obtains my inheritance, so this time limit can be 10,000 years. The ancient Sword Emperor replied. "Then there's no problem." Xianxia said, "Even without your inheritance, I still want to completely connect the western region and the 4 regions. I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but my great ambition is even more ridiculous and difficult to realize than yours." "Oh?" The ancient Sword Emperor asked with interest, "What's that?" "Unifying the mystic world and re-establishing the glory of the sacred dynasty," Xianxia said very seriously. The ancient Sword Emperor sucked in a cold breath. He didn't have any intention of mocking Xianxia because he could see how serious this young man was about this. "Looks like I'm the one who's at a disadvantage. Alright, I'll give you my inheritance. I believe you can definitely accomplish what I wanted to do but couldn't." The ancient Sword Emperor laughed loudly. "Actually, what I said just now was just to scare you. There's no seed of ambition. There's no torture. I just want to know if you're the person I've been waiting for." "What about now?" Xianxia asked with a smile. "Of course." The ancient Sword Emperor said with a smile, "Although my strength isn't good, I think I have a good eye for people. I believe you won't disappoint me. I'm afraid it's not just my eye, right?" Xianxia said with a smile, "Are you still hiding it from me? In fact, when I obtained the map of the western region's divine tomb, you already planned to give me your inheritance, right? Good lad, you can even see through this?" The ancient Sword Emperor was rather surprised. "That's right, that's indeed the case. From the moment you gathered the 10 diagrams and formed the map of the divine tomb of the Western region, I have been paying close attention to you. At the same time, I am also observing whether you are qualified to become my successor. Your performance has greatly exceeded my expectations. To be honest, even the human king and the beast god have chosen you as their successor. I don't need to spend so much effort to test you. But for the sake of caution, we still did a test. It seems that Senior knows that I have the mountain river martial spirit and the inheritance of the 12 divine beasts? Xianxia asked. Of course I know. But don't worry, the reason I know is mainly because of the existence of the Western region's map of the divine tombs. It's impossible for others to know your secret. The ancient sword emperor smiled. It seems that I really have to be more careful in the future. For something like the map of the divine tombs of the Western regions, I have to first check if there are other people's spiritual imprints on it. Xianxia frowned and thought to himself. Little fellow, you are really cautious. No wonder the human king chose you as his successor. The ancient sword emperor saw Xianxia frown and knew what Xianxia was thinking. Caution is a must. Senior won't harm me, but that doesn't mean that others won't. I am a person who likes to take risks, so I am more willing to be cautious. Only by being cautious during risks. Only by being cautious can I live longer. Xianxia said. That makes sense. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I can pass on everything I have learned in my life to you. I can also give you all of the remaining power I have left in my life. I just don't know if your body can withstand it. The ancient sword emperor seemed to be a little anxious. I don't have much time left. When this space opens, I will basically die. I will completely disappear from this world. And you will still have to face many dangers. For example, the savage beasts outside and the Godfiend token master of the Godfiend city. Senior knows about them too? Xianxia was a little surprised. Of course. All these years, the savage beasts have been secretly sending people to the primordial divine tomb to search for something. That was the treasure of the savage beast race. And the Godfiend token master is constantly thinking about my legacy. However, whether or not they can obtain all of this will depend on you. I will give you both things. As for whether they will fall into their hands, I can't predict. I can only believe in your ability. The ancient sword emperor said. Don't worry, Senior. I am a very selfish person. I will never give what I have to others. Xianxia said with a smile. Alright, since that is the case, let's begin. Actually, the 8 great ancient emperors and I were able to achieve that mainly because of the help of 2 people. Although they didn't stay in the Western region for long. But they benefited us greatly. One of them is Ji Furing, the chosen one. The other is Xianxia, the chosen one's wife. The ancient sword emperor continued. It's them. Xianxia suddenly became excited. You know them? The ancient sword emperor was stunned and asked. I won't hide it from Senior. These 2 should be my parents. Xianxia replied. So that is the case. No wonder I felt incomparably close to you at first sight. Ha 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 ha, perhaps this is fate. Everything we learned was imparted by those 2. Now, I will pass these things to you again. It can be considered that I did not let down the good intentions of my 2 benefactors. The ancient sword emperor did not doubt Xiao's words at all. He was only left with his soul now. He could easily distinguish whether Xiao was lying or not. Now, I will impart to you an emperor-level martial technique, prepare to receive it. The ancient sword emperor released a wave of soul power and directly injected it into Xiao's soul realm. In that instant, there was an additional thing in Xiao's mind. Emperor-level martial technique. This emperor-level martial technique originally came from your father. Unfortunately, our aptitude is inferior and we were unable to completely cultivate it. I hope you can cultivate it to the peak. In this way, we can also rest in peace. After transferring the emperor-level martial technique, the ancient sword emperor was somewhat emotional and regretful. 9 Revolutions Godfiend technique. This is the martial technique that father once cultivated. It is indeed powerful. Emperor-level martial techniques were not something that king-level martial techniques could compare to. Based on the information that he knew now, Even in the four major regions, close to 70% of martial artists did not have an emperor-level martial technique. And Ling Xiao now possessed a powerful emperor-level martial technique like the Nine Revolutions God Fiend technique. It was undoubtedly extremely beneficial to his future development in the four major regions. At the very least, he would not fall behind others. Thinking about it, this ancient sword emperor had not even completely cultivated the Nine Revolutions God Fiend technique, but he could already sweep through the entire western region. Even the former God Fiend Order Master was no match for him. Countless martial artists from the four major regions were killed by him. This was enough to show how terrifying this martial technique was. If Ling Xiao could completely cultivate it, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? I will definitely succeed in cultivating this Nine Revolutions God Fiend technique as soon as possible. I won't let your efforts go to waste. Ling Xiao cupped his hands. Your cultivation is still too low. The most basic realm of the four regions cultivators is actually the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. You can't even reach this most basic realm. Try not to cultivate it as much as possible. Otherwise, it will cause your true essence to dry up and cause trouble. I suggest that you wait until you condense the divine meridians and reach the reincarnation divine meridian realm before you cultivate it. Only then can you succeed. The ancient sword emperor shook his head and said, I was at the first level of the divine meridian realm in the past, but I only learned one move of the Nine Revolutions God Fiend technique. Understood. Ling Xiao knew that good things were strewn with setbacks. His current cultivation was indeed a little weak. However, it didn't matter. He believed that he would definitely catch up. In fact, he didn't quite believe that the cultivators of the four regions were all at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. That's too ridiculous. After all, this was just a rumor. He would only know the truth when he really went there. Alright, next, I will impart to you the second thing. This is a weapon that your father left behind in the past. It is mainly used in conjunction with the Nine Revolutions God Fiend technique. The ancient sword emperor waved his hand, and a 7-colored metal appeared in the void. What is this? Ling Xiao was a little curious. He had never seen such a weapon before. Among all the weapons, he had never heard of such a weapon. This is called the 100 Transformation Weapon. As long as you input your soul power, it can transform into various weapons according to the owner's preferences. Also, you have to know that this unassuming 100 transformation weapon's quality surpasses that of a divine-grade emperor weapon. In other words, it is much more powerful than the ice age in your hands. It has already reached the level of a heavenly emperor weapon. However, you definitely can't use it now, so keep it for now. In the future, when your strength has increased to a certain level, you can use it. It will definitely increase your strength by a lot. It's actually a heavenly emperor weapon. Ling Xiao was so excited that he almost threw the 100 transformation weapon on the ground. This thing was too precious. It was simply something that could only be encountered by luck. He tried his best to calm himself down. He injected his soul power. In his mind was the image of a sword. The 100 transformations divine weapon immediately transformed into an incomparably sharp sword. An incomparably vast power was released from it. Even Ice Age was trembling under the terrifying pressure of the transformational weapon. After that, Ling Xiao changed his mind and a set of armor appeared in his soul realm. The 100 transformations divine weapon actually transformed. It seemed that this thing could not only transform into a weapon. It could even transform into armor. Even if he couldn't use it, its defensive capabilities would still be extremely strong. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and directly put on the armor. The armor was as thin as a cicada's wings, and it was weightless when worn. However, Ling Xiao could feel that the defensive power of this thing was comparable to the defensive power of a Peak King level body refining technique. It was simply too awesome. Moreover, he had a feeling that this was not its full power. If Ling Xiao could use it, his defense would probably become even stronger. As expected of the son of Ji Forling's benefactor. We've used the 100 transformations divine weapon before, and it's not as easy as it used to be. I didn't expect you to be able to use it so easily on your first try. It's really enviable. With this thing, your chances of survival should be higher. However, I still have to remind you. In the eyes of the martial artists of the four major regions, the martial artists of the Western region are all prisoners, exiles, and lowly people. If you go there, you may encounter a lot of trouble. So you must be careful. Whether it's the 9 transformation godly demon art or the 100 transformations divine weapon, there will be countless people fighting over it even in the 4 major regions. I understand. Xianxia had always been very cautious. This could be seen from the frequency of him using the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. The third thing is left behind by your mother. She was an expert in alchemy. This is a divine pulse pill. With it and the reincarnation immortal bone, when you reach the peak of the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm, you will be able to condense your divine pulse pills. From then on, you will be able to reach the reincarnation divine pulse realm. Your mother left behind 2 spiritual pulse pills, and I used one of them. As for the other one, no one has been able to use it. You're quite lucky. The ancient sword emperor waved his hand again, and another pill appeared in Xiao's hand. Mother was actually an expert in alchemy. This is very surprising. Xiao smiled and put away the pill. It seemed like the reincarnation immortal bone alone couldn't allow a martial artist to reach the divine pulse realm. It had to be combined with the divine pulse pill to succeed. I'll study this divine pulse pill in the future and refine a few for myself. My friends will definitely need it. The fourth thing isn't left behind by your parents, but it's a little strange. It's also something that the savage beasts are fighting over. They call it the heart of gold. As for what it is exactly, even I don't know. Therefore, I can only leave it for you to investigate. However, I suspect that this thing is related to the Golden Heavenly Kingdom in the Golden Heavenly region. You can try to investigate in that direction. It's a pity that I've never been to the 4 major regions in my life. This is a pity. The ancient sword emperor shook his head helplessly and said, I hope you can take a good look at the 4 major regions on my behalf. If possible, you can bring back a map of the 4 major regions to commemorate me. That way, I'll be satisfied. Senior, don't worry. This junior will naturally do such a small thing. Actually, compared to Jian Chen and Chu Ling's request, the ancient sword emperor's request was really too insignificant. No matter what, Xiao had to do it for him. Then I'll thank you here. The ancient sword emperor looked into the distance as if he was recalling something. Xiao knew that he was going to impart his power. Once the power was imparted, the soul would truly dissipate. It would completely disappear from this world. Let's begin. The ancient sword emperor finally turned around. His soul plunged into Xiao's body. In that instant, Xiao felt an incomparably terrifying power impact his cultivation sea. The cultivation sea that had just broken through began to surge again. However, perhaps it was because his body's endurance was limited. A large amount of energy still surged into his potential cells. It turned into his potential. Only a small portion of energy broke through the barrier of the cultivation sea. It allowed Xiao's cultivation to break through once again, level 6 of the reincarnation divine realm. Your body's strength is limited. Moreover, I discovered that you seem to have already been imparted power to raise your cultivation. It's not advisable to raise it too much. Otherwise, your foundation will be unstable and it will be very troublesome. Let's stop here. However, your body is really interesting. It can actually turn my cultivation power into potential and store it. This is probably the reason why your cultivation speed is extremely fast. Very good, not bad, not bad. The ancient sword emperor's soul flew out again. At this moment, he had already transferred 90% of his cultivation power to Xiao. It was not far from disappearing into thin air. Senior, I have a question. What's with the memory metal and divine grade the arch artifact in the tomb? Xiao had been holding back this question for a long time. Now, he finally couldn't help but ask. That's just a cover. It's to protect you, who has obtained the real inheritance. If that dragon mother brings those 2 things out, she will definitely be targeted by the God-fiend Order Master and the savage beasts. And you'll be safe. The ancient sword emperor smiled. I see. Senior, you're indeed thoughtful. Xiao had to admire him. Alright, I basically passed on everything I can to you. Next, I'll send you out. Remember, don't go head to head with those savage beasts before you're confident. They're just after the heart of gold. I've already made a replica. I reckon that Dragon Mother should have discovered it by now. That replica is enough to pass off as the real thing. By the time they realize that they've been tricked, they'll probably be in the savage beast region. And you'll probably be even stronger than you are now. The ancient Sword Emperor reminded him one last time. Senior, I'll remember all of your words. Alright, that's it then. Go. You'll have to walk the rest of the way by yourself. After the ancient Sword Emperor finished speaking, he waved his hand again. A teleportation array appeared in the space. This should be the teleportation array to the hall from before. Seeing the ancient Sword Emperor's image disappear, Ling Xiao directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Then, he stood up. Senior, I, Ling Xiao, will definitely fulfill your lifelong wish. In order to send him away, the ancient Sword Emperor finally disappeared without a trace of his remnant soul. He couldn't help but feel a little sad. However, the dead couldn't be revived. Moreover, even if the ancient Sword Emperor's remnant soul remained, he could only endure the torture every day. It was better to ascend as soon as possible. He stood up and collected his thoughts. Ling Xiao walked towards the teleportation array. He had obtained a complete victory in this trip to the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. He had become the biggest winner. Not only did he obtain a 30% connate Godfiend Sword Soul, his cultivation level had advanced to the 6th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. He had also obtained the 9 Revolutions Godfiend Technique, the 100 Transformation Weapon, and the Heart of Gold. Especially the Heart of Gold. It was extremely mysterious and powerful. Even the ancient Sword Emperor had no idea what it was. He only knew that it contained a powerful force. The savage beast race had come here for the Heart of Gold. Now, all of this had become his. Right now, he needed to think about what to do after leaving the ancient Sword Mausoleum. The existence of the savage beast race and the Godfiend Token Master was a huge threat. But it was still alright. After his cultivation had reached Reincarnation Divine State Level 6, he was able to compete with a martial artist at Reincarnation Divine State Level 9. Ordinary beast soul transformations allowed him to fight opponents 1 level higher than him. The everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation allowed him to fight someone 2 levels higher than him. If he had a connate 3rd stage Godfiend Sword Soul, he would have a Godfiend Sword Soul. He could already fight against a martial artist at the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Not to mention, he still had the even more powerful tyrannical martial spirit, which was his final trump card. It was enough for him to kill a 9th level Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist. This was what he was relying on. At most, they would fight. Thinking of this, he felt much more relaxed. Coming out of the teleportation array, Ling Xiao found himself in the hall from before. Dark Frost and the others were still waiting. And the golden door had finally opened again. The terrified Dragon Mother ran out from inside. Dragon Mother was still holding the 3 items in her hands. Ling Xiao realized that there were restrictions on the 3 items, preventing them from being stored in the storage ring. The ancient Sword Emperor was really evil. Haha, this way, once Dragon Mother was teleported out, those 3 items would be exposed instantly. Without him saying anything, Dragon Mother would become the target of the savage beast race and the Godfiend Token Master. You'd better not move. Otherwise, I'll destroy this memory metal. Dragon Mother was still very wary of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could easily kill Yuan Xing, who was at Reincarnation Divine State Level 5. She knew that she was definitely not a match for him. So what if you have those items, with your strength, you still can't keep them? Why don't you give them to me? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Dream on. How could Dragon Mother hand over the treasures in her hands to Ling Xiao? Moreover, she thought that she had obtained the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. Sigh, I'm helping you. To be honest, the current you is no longer a match for me. I won't kill you. Ling Xiao sighed. Haha, only a ghost would believe your words. Just as Dragon Mother finished speaking, a white light suddenly shrouded everyone. Ling Xiao knew that they were about to be teleported out of the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum. When everyone opened their eyes again, they were already in the realm of the dead. that door had also quietly disappeared. Perhaps it would never appear again in the future. Ling Xiao looked around. 18 people went in. In the end, Heavenly King and Kong, Morongde, Yuan Xing, Lai Xing, and the leader of the Avenging Alliance were killed. As for the other 12 people, they all made it out safely. Actually, other than Yuan Xing and Lai Xing, the rest could have survived. The ancient Sword Emperor was still relatively tolerant of the warriors who entered the Imperial Mausoleum. Ha ha ha, you've really made us wait for a long time. Right at this moment, a loud laugh startled everyone awake from their joy. 7 people walked out of the darkness. The Fiend God Order Master and 6 experts of the Savage Beast race. They had been waiting here because they were worried that these people would bring the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor, as well as the escape of the Heart of Gold. Although they had waited for a long time. But finally, they had waited. A terrifying aura came from the 7 experts. They were all 9th level reincarnation Divine Realm experts. And on the side of the Western region warriors other than Ling Xiao, it was impossible for anyone to resist their aura. One of them was so frightened that he even collapsed to the ground. Even Dragon Mother, who was holding the treasure, was so frightened that the divine weapon in her hand fell to the ground. Other than Ling Xiao, everyone was shocked. They had seen the Fiend God Order Master before, but they had never seen the other 6 experts. It was hard for people to accept that there were 7 of them in one go. Dragon Mother, on the other hand, had returned to reality. Suddenly, she realized. She had fought so hard for the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor, but in the end, she had to give it to others. How could she accept such a thing? But what could she do if she didn't accept it? She couldn't fight against these people at all, and she couldn't even escape from their pressure. Previously, there were only 4 Savage Beast race warriors. 2 were killed, but there are still 6. Looks like the Savage Beast race has sent more helpers. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. If it was only 1 or 2, he could still fight against them. But with 7 experts, to be honest, he could escape alone, but what about his friends? Should he put them all in the Beast Ring, or put them in the Mountain River world, although it could be done? But in that case, when Ling Xiao escaped, it would be equivalent to adding several people's weight. His speed would naturally slow down. This was the disadvantage of bringing people. Ling Xiao usually just put Little Gold in the Beast Ring, so it was fine. After all, Little Gold could become small and not heavy. But with so many people, he really couldn't escape. It seemed that he could only take 1 step at a time. All of you, go out. The Fiend God Token Master suddenly said, you'd better not act rashly. Otherwise, none of those people outside will survive. He sneered. Just in case. Using his identity, he gathered all the neutral martial artists of the 4 major forces outside the world of the dead. If someone took the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance and escaped, then he would use these people as hostages. He didn't believe that the person who took it didn't care. Now that the battle in the primordial divine tomb was no longer important, the so-called Fiend God Token was meaningless. Originally, the Fiend God Token Master did that to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. As long as he obtained the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, everything would end. The door of the divine tomb would also reopen, and the people who survived here would all return. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. Otherwise, he would kill all these people at all costs. Anyway, it wasn't like he hadn't done such a thing before. No one dared to disobey the Fiend God Token Master's orders. And Ling Xiao didn't want to make a move at this time. The world of the dead was a sealed world, and there was no way to escape here. Outside, things were different. Everyone went outside and saw their respective forces. Many of them were family and friends. Whoosh, when they were outside, Dragon Mother suddenly had the courage to turn around and leave. The Fiend God Token Master sneered and raised his hand to release a black sword energy. Dragon Mother had already escaped more than 1,000 meters away. But she was still stabbed in the body. She fell to the ground. The blue-eyed beast's body suddenly lengthened and she picked up the 3 things that Dragon Mother dropped. As for the corpse, she couldn't even be bothered to look at it. The moment before Dragon Mother died, she suddenly thought of Ling Xiao's words. She was extremely regretful. Unfortunately, it was too late. Dragon Mother's tragic death caused the myriad countries to have no leader. The Koi King disappeared, and Kong was killed, and now Dragon Mother was dead. Only the Demon Eye King was left, but it was difficult for him to take charge of the situation. The Dragon Shark King's eyes showed some pity. "Don't move first. We'll talk about those things later." Ling Xiao pressed the Dragon Shark King down and said in a low voice. "Ha ha ha, they've really searched high and low for it, only to find it by sheer luck. What a bunch of stupid inferior humans. Did they really think that they could dominate the world just because they had obtained the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance? What a joke. Back then, the 8 great ancient emperors were only as strong as us. The ancient Sword Emperor was indeed powerful. He had reached the first level of the Divine Vein realm, but it was impossible for him to instantly reach Yi Futian's level of cultivation after receiving the inheritance. In the end, this thing still belongs to us." After obtaining the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure, Lan Mao was all smiles. "Don't forget, that memory medal belongs to me," the God-fiend Order Master reminded. "Fine, I'll give it to you. After all, we beasts have no use for your human race's things." Lan Mao did not refuse and casually tossed the memory medal to the Divine Devil Order Master. What they wanted was the heart of gold. "Ha ha ha, that's right, that's it. After receiving the memory medal, the Divine Devil Order Master sensed it and was instantly overjoyed. At this time, the beasts also began to study the heart of gold. Of course, that was a fake. It was just a fake that the ancient Sword Emperor had spent a lot of effort to create. The beasts would not be able to figure it out in a short time. It's indeed the heart of gold. Such vast energy, but it's a pity that it's filled with restrictions. Looks like we can only wait until we return to the Savage Beast region and find a formation master to crack it. Zhou Guang finally concluded. The beasts were very happy. This time, they did not come in vain. They had completed one of the Beast Emperor's missions. It was a pity that they did not find the Chosen One. Logically speaking, only the Chosen One could obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. But that inheritance had been obtained by the Dragon Mother. They did not understand. But there was nothing they could do even if they did not understand. After all, they could not find out now. Ling Xiao had been quietly observing the situation. If everything went smoothly, the beasts would choose to leave. And they would be released by the Divine Devil Order Master. The primordial divine tomb closed again. Everything returned to normal. He did not have to do anything. But would it really go so smoothly? He was sweating profusely in his heart. Especially when he thought of how Zhou Guang and Lan Mao coveted Little Gold and Long Chen, he was very worried. Damn it, we worked so hard for nothing, but in the end, the Divine Devil Order Master still took advantage of us, so many people died. What is he trying to do? Sigh, if we had listened to Ling Xiao and worked together, even if something was stolen, it would have been good enough that no one died. King Zhong sighed helplessly. It's useless. Human greed is endless. Even if they know that there will be such danger, they will still try. The Linglong Saintess shook her head. Although she was also sad in her heart. But most things in this world were like this. Only after experiencing it would one know regret. By the way, why didn't Yuanxing and Lixing come out? Suddenly, the beast seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked such a question. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. But on second thought, it seemed that there was no need to worry. Among the outsiders, only Dragon Mother and the leader of the Avenging Alliance knew that he had killed Yuanxing and Lixing. As for those 2 people, they were already dead. As for Dark Frost and the others, they naturally would not betray him. So he did not have to worry at all. They were probably killed by that old bastard ancient Sword Emperor. I advised them not to enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. They just didn't listen. Now it's fine. Zilin said coldly. Hearing this, the beasts thought that Lixing and Yuanxing had violated the laws of the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum, so they were killed by the ancient Sword Emperor. That was good. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to make up a lie. After all, if the lie was not good enough, it would still be seen through. Then there is only one thing we need to do next. Zhou Guang suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. His gaze swept over Little Gold, Long Chen, and Cold Plum. The three of you, come out, he said in a commanding tone. What? Ling Xiao blurted out. He could tolerate other things, but if it involved his friends, he definitely could not tolerate it. What? Do I need to explain to an ant like you? Zhou Guang said disdainfully. They are my friends. Naturally, you have to explain to me. Ling Xiao walked out and stood in front of the three of them. He desperately improved his strength in order to protect himself, his family, and his friends. If he couldn't even do that, then what was the point of cultivating? You're courting death. Zhou Guang's body suddenly trembled and he charged at Ling Xiao. However, the other three people rushed out, wanting to block this attack for Ling Xiao. Get out of my way! Zhou Guang roared. He didn't want to kill these three treasures. To him, Little Gold, Ling Xiao, and Cold Plum were all very important. If he really brought them back, he would definitely make a great contribution. The Beast King would definitely reward him handsomely. Even if he didn't kill the chosen one, he wouldn't have to worry. If you dare to touch boss, we'll die in front of you. Ling Xiao could see that these beasts clearly needed them. Since that was the case, they were the bargaining chips. Zhou Guang took a deep breath. He had to admit that Ling Xiao's words really calmed him down. Killing Ling Xiao would be easy. But offending these three people who could become the overlords of the Savage Beast region in the future, wouldn't he be in trouble? Thinking of this, he suddenly laughed. I'm just joking. You're Ling Xiao, right? You don't have to be so excited. I called them out because I want to bring them to the Savage Beast region. You know that the cultivation conditions in the 4 regions are much better than here. They'll definitely have a better future there. You're not that selfish, right? That's right. Lan Mao walked out and said, one is a devouring golden crow, and the other is a descendant of the dragon race. These two will definitely become the overlords of the Savage Beast region in the future. Maybe you'll benefit from them in the future. So you don't have to worry at all. We won't hurt them. They're treasures to us. Then what about Cold Plum? Ling Xiao said with a frown. If his brothers had a better future, he had nothing to say. After all, everyone had their own adventures. He couldn't keep others by his side selfishly. But Cold Plum wasn't a beast. He didn't know why these guys wanted to bring Cold Plum with them. You probably don't understand this girl. She might be even more precious than these two little guys. The most precious. Blood of the ancient gods flowed in her body. She's not a false god, but a super expert on the same level as the human king in the ancient times. Of course, she only had the aptitude. With your ability, I'm afraid you'll never be able to stimulate her talent, right? But if she comes with us to the Savage Beast region and becomes a member of the Rainbow Butterfly race, then she'll become a member of the Rainbow Butterfly race. In the future, she might even become the empress of our Savage Beast region. Cosmic Light explained, that's why you shouldn't affect their future. Your aptitude is mediocre, but they are different. You might be trapped in the Western domain forever. But they have a bright future. Even so, I still have to listen to their opinions. If they really want to go, I definitely won't stop them. Actually, Ling Xiao felt that these beasts were not wrong. Let's not talk about Cold Plum first. Xiao Jin and Ling Xiao were definitely suitable to go to the Savage Beast race. That place had the most suitable cultivation method for them, which was much better than staying by his side. As for Cold Plum, Ling Xiao didn't know about the ancient god's blood, but since the Savage Beast race had taken a liking to her, then there must be something mysterious about it. Also, could the Rainbow Butterfly race be Cold Plum's original race? For Cold Plum, this was also a key to finding out about her origins. Perhaps she could recover all her memory fragments if she went there. Even so, he still had to ask for Ling Xiao and the others' opinions. Brat, don't push your luck. We're already giving you a lot of face by talking to you calmly. Zilin snorted. Alright, Zilin. To show respect to the future overlords of the Savage Beast region, let's go. Let's listen to their opinions. I believe that those who truly care about their friends won't stand in their way. Cosmic Light restrained Zilin's anger and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, and Cold Plum. First, I have to say something. I support you going to the Savage Beast race. But if you don't want to, I definitely won't let them take you. You have to believe in my abilities, also, you don't have to be reluctant because of your feelings. I'll go to the Four Realms sooner or later. We'll meet again. The stronger you become, the more help you'll be to me. With that said, you three can make a decision. Boss, since you put it this way, what else can I say? To be honest, I really want to go there and take a look. I just can't bear to part with you. Ling Xiao sighed. Me too. Xiao Jin added, I still want to stay by your side. We'll fight the enemy together. Master, I don't want to leave you. Cold Plum shook her head. I can tell that you all want to go, but you can't bear to part with me, right? Since that's the case, I'll make the decision for you. Wild beasts, I'll leave these three friends of mine to you. But let me say the ugly things first. If anything happens to them, I'll definitely destroy the savage beast region. Ling Xiao always kept his word. However, these words sounded like a joke to the martialists of the savage beast race. They didn't care at all. Of course, they didn't want to hurt those three treasures either. After all, those treasures could very well make the savage beast region the strongest faction in the Four Realms. Don't worry. How could we possibly mistreat them? I just don't know if you'll still be a nobody in the Western Realms when they become the overlords of the Four Realms. Won't you feel inferior? Cosmic Light smiled. Of course I'll be happy if they become overlords. I trust that my friends, Ling Xiao, won't change their minds. As for me, a nobody, do you think you're a big shot? Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Cosmic Light. Nonsense. We're martial artists from the Savage Beast region. In this crappy place of yours, we're like gods. Cosmic Light Dao. Then, dear God, do you dare take a blow from me? Ling Xiao wanted to tell the Savage Beast race just how terrifying his potential was. He wanted to tell them that he wasn't just spouting nonsense. He wasn't joking. What did you say? Cosmic Light couldn't help but laugh. You want me to take a blow from you? So what if your attacks are like scratching an itch? Do you dare or not? Ling Xiao asked. I'll do it. Zilin suddenly stood up and said, I love to see you lowly humans in despair. Come, come, come. Come at me, whoever makes a move will be your grandson. You'd better not be so full of yourself. Otherwise, you'll be the one losing face later. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Cut the crap. Come. Zilin didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. In the entire archaic divine tomb, only the master of the divine demon token could make him wary. As for the rest, they were nothing more than ants. Ling Xiao smiled but didn't say anything. He instantly transformed into the peerless celestial rat. The Ice Sovereign Sword, Fire Sovereign Sword, Soul Sovereign Sword, and Exquisite Sword soared into the air. The demonic god and divine demon swords appeared behind him. That strange sword spirit caused everyone to be stunned for a moment. Although this kid didn't obtain the Ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, he should have gained a lot in the Ancient Sword Emperor's tomb. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become so strong. The owner of the God Fiend token thought to himself. The others thought the same. Even so, Zilin was still disdainful of Ling Xiao. Until the four swords formed a four-colored sword beam. The moment Ling Xiao's sword intent was fully released, Zilin panicked. The four-colored sword beam suddenly blasted out. The air was filled with a powerful aura. Zilin instinctively counterattacked. Because he sensed danger. He sensed the huge threat that this sword could bring to him. Boom, a terrifying collision sounded, and a 7 to 8 meter wide crater appeared on the ground. There was still sword energy being released. Zilin was nailed to the center of the crater, almost dying. Of course, he wasn't that weak. But he had underestimated his opponent. Ling Xiao had used the peerless heavenly rat beast soul transformation, the God Fiend sword soul at 30% connate, and a peak king martial technique. He definitely had the ability to kill a 9th level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. Zilin, that idiot, only reacted at the last moment. But it was useless to react hastily. Even though he had a powerful physical body, he was still almost killed by Ling Xiao's sword. Everyone was stunned. Their eyeballs fell to the ground. Looking at Zilin's dying appearance, the savage beast race martial artists instantly became nervous. How is this possible? Zilin is a 9th-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. Even if he reacted hastily, he wouldn't be so miserable. Zhou Guang said in shock, unless this kid already has the terrifying power to fight a 9th-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. You're right. Ling Xiao sneered. This sword is just to tell you that my 3 friends aren't going with you because you forced them. I willingly let them go to the savage beast region to cultivate. At the same time, I also want to tell you that my potential isn't something you can see with your naked eyes. You'd better be obedient when you get back to the savage beast region. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. Domineering, arrogant, condescending, even when facing experts from the savage beast region, Ling Xiao was still the same. His strength was truly shocking. Cosmic light, we can't let this brat live. Kill him. Lan Mao suddenly said, this guy is too terrifying. He's already so terrifying even without the ancient sword emperor's inheritance. If we allow him to continue developing, he will definitely become a great enemy of our savage beast region in the future. Can you kill me? Volcano tortoise. Ling Xiao roared. The volcano tortoise, which had been silent, raised its head. Although this powerful volcano tortoise was also at the 1st level of the reincarnation divine realm, it had no problem dealing with 2 savage beasts. Roar. The volcano tortoise let out a terrifying roar. This startled the savage beast race cultivators. There were only 5 of them left. Although they did have the advantage in terms of numbers. However, they would need 3 people to be able to fight the volcanic tortoise to a draw. With only 2 people left to deal with Ling Xiao, could they really win in a short period of time? Moreover, there was still the God-Fiend Medallion Master eyeing them covetously. They had injured the God-Fiend Medallion Master before. He might take advantage of the situation. Cosmic Light thought of many things in an instant. He suddenly smiled. Little brother is indeed powerful. I admire you. I didn't expect you to reach the level of the 8 great ancient emperors so easily. Looks like you will definitely go to the 4 regions in the future. Then let's meet in the 4 regions. Cosmic Light was the leader of these beasts. If he said so, the others naturally had no objections. After all, they had already obtained the Heart of Gold and unearthed 3 treasures. There was no need to fight to the death here. It wouldn't be worth it. Take Zilin. Let's go back. Cosmic Light glanced at Ling Xiao, a complicated look in his eyes. There was shock, fear, and worry. After all, it was definitely not a good thing for the savage beast region to have such an unparalleled genius among the humans. However, they were only low-level cultivators in the savage beast region. No matter how powerful this genius was, he would still be able to go to the 4 regions. He probably wouldn't be able to go there. Perhaps his worries were a little unnecessary. Ling Xiao, Little Gold, Cold Plum, we'll see you in the 4 regions, you must protect yourselves. Ling Xiao waved at the 3 in the air. See you again. The beasts took the injured Zilin, Long Chen, Little Gold, and Cold Plum and left. They headed to the savage beast region. Ling Xiao wasn't worried about their safety. Instead, he was worried about when he could go to the 4 regions. How? He looked at the God-Fiend Medallion Master and said, you've obtained the ancient Sword Emperor's legacy. Now it's time to send us out of the archaic divine tomb, right? Originally, the God-Fiend Medallion Master would never let Ling Xiao leave alive. However, he was wary of Ling Xiao's attack that had left Zilin on the brink of death. Such a person couldn't be offended. If they could get along peacefully, it would be better. When he successfully cultivated the ancient Sword Emperor's legacy and reached the 1st level of the Divine Vein realm, it wouldn't be too late to kill this kid and take revenge for his subordinates. Alright, I'll send you back. The God-Fiend Medallion Master used his divine ability, and a huge array diagram appeared under everyone's feet. A moment later, they all disappeared. Only the volcano tortoise was still guarding outside the God-Fiend city. It stared at the God-Fiend Medallion Master. This made the God-Fiend Medallion Master very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. A month later, in the capital of the Fire Dynasty. Today, many important figures gathered in the Fire Dynasty. The archaic divine tomb had been closed for more than a month. Although the kings of the Fire Dynasty and Ice Dynasty had died in battle, King Zhong had also returned. And he had become extremely powerful. On the streets of the Fire Dynasty, people were leisurely and carefree, but it seemed to be more lively than usual. Because there were many guests from other places, even the hotels and inns were basically full. On the city walls of the Fire Dynasty's capital, the defense today was stronger than usual. Everyone was on guard, as if they were on guard against something. In the inns and on the streets, there were people everywhere talking about what had happened recently. Everyone, have you heard? King Zhong has returned, and his cultivation base has risen to the 5th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Although the Heavenly King died in battle, with King Zhong around, the current Heavenly King dynasty will probably rise again. At a street stall, a person eating tofu pudding said to his friend beside him. His eyes were filled with excitement. Ordinary people basically liked that powerhouses could appear in their country. In this way, not only would they have face when they went out, but they would also have status. Of course I've heard, but there's one thing you definitely don't know. Rumor has it that the mysterious God-fiend Medallion Master has also arrived in the Fire Dynasty's capital. He also invited most of the experts of the 9 Supremes. Only the people of the 8 Immortals Kingdom didn't come. I heard that they offended the God-fiend Medallion Master when they were in the archaic divine tomb. Hearing this, the person in front sighed. The 8 Immortals Kingdom is just a small force. It's a miracle that someone came out of the archaic divine tomb alive. It's a pity that they offended the God-fiend Medallion Master. I'm afraid they won't be able to escape death. Boom, boom, just as the people in the capital of the Fire Empire were discussing, a sudden roar came from afar. The entire capital of the Fire Empire seemed to be trembling. It sounded like the sound of monsters running. From time to time, terrifying roars could be heard. It was a little frightening. People suddenly stopped chatting and looked in the direction of the city gate. There had not been a large-scale war in the western region for a long time. No one knew what this sound meant. Rumble, rumble, the terrifying roar was getting closer and louder. People became more and more nervous. The people doing business also stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction of the sound with fear and worry. The ground trembled more and more violently. The sound in the air was also like thunder. In the direction of the city gate, smoke and dust filled the sky. People knew that something big had happened. Many people had already run back home, closed the door, and looked outside through the window or the crack of the door. What the hell is going on? It was a pity that the city gate was tightly shut and people could not see the situation outside. This made them anxious. The expressions of the soldiers guarding the city gate tower turned unsightly. In the distance, a black mass of troops gathered. There were not many of them. At a glance, there were only about 10,000 of them. But each of them was powerful and murderous. These people were all wearing black armor. Like a black whirlwind, they rushed in the direction of the capital. Quick! Go and report to Prince Zhong. On the city gate tower, the general in charge looked gloomy. He really could not understand. Every single one of these black-armored soldiers was actually much stronger than him. Compared to these soldiers, his subordinates were all trash. Although the heavy city gate had been closed. Could it really stop this terrifying black whirlwind? Everyone's heart was beating crazily, many times faster than normal. They were extremely nervous. They had never seen such a terrifying army. There were tens of thousands of people, and each of them had the strength of the 1st level of the reincarnation divine state. How was this possible? This was too much of a joke. In the past, in the western region, the heaven-changing fate realm was already considered a top expert. There were only a few people in the reincarnation divine state. But now, the strength of this black-armored army was at least at the 1st level of the reincarnation divine state. What did this mean? When did such a terrifying army appear in the western region? Everyone's hearts were in their throats. He didn't know what the black-armored soldiers were trying to do. As the iron army got closer and closer to the city gate. Many soldiers raised their bows and arrows. Put them down. Do you want to die? The general of the city guard shouted. What kind of joke was this? Such an army was enough to crush any force in the western region. Shoot arrows. He was afraid that he would be killed before he could shoot anyone else. That wasn't an attack at all. It was simply courting death. The Iron Armor army finally stopped when they were about 100 meters away from the city gate. On the city wall, everyone couldn't help but gulp. Only when they got closer did they realize how terrifying this teen was. The murderous aura he released caused many soldiers to faint on the spot. They had already lost half of their members before the battle had even begun. The mounts of this army of 10,000 were actually all black demonic wolves. Just this demonic wolf alone was a heaven-seizing fate-changing demonic beast. Such a combination was simply unbelievable. A demon wolf walked out from the Iron Armor army. The soldier riding on the demon wolf shouted at the top of the city wall, "Listen up, we are the Black Armored Army of the Celestial Dynasty. The entire western region is now under the control of the Celestial Dynasty. Only the capital of the Fire Dynasty is left. Tell your loyal king to surrender quickly. Otherwise, the city will be destroyed and everyone will die." Of course, it was impossible to command all of them. At this moment, the army of the Celestial Dynasty was advancing in all directions. Because each team was overseen by an expert, the battle was easily won. It was unstoppable. The only problem was the capital of the Fire Dynasty. Today, almost all the experts of the 9 Supremes, except for the 8 Immortals' kingdom, were gathered here. Even the Fiend God Order Master had appeared. As long as they could take the capital of the Fire Dynasty, the entire western region would fall into the hands of the Celestial Dynasty. Xianxia could then go to the 4 major regions without worry. In the past month, he had used the countless medicinal pills and cultivation treasures he had obtained from the primeval divine tomb. The strength of the Celestial Dynasty's martial artists had increased by leaps and bounds. The 10,000 men of the Black Armored Army were the most elite troops. Each of them had a cultivation base of at least the first level of the Reincarnation God realm. As for the rest of the army, their strength was also extraordinary. Most of them were at least the 8th level of the life-seizing realm. In the past, this kind of cultivation base would be among the top experts of the western region. But now, they were just ordinary soldiers. As for the Dragon Mammoth, Falling Moon, Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor, Jian Subduing Dragon, Domineering Blade, Baifeng, Haim Myung-ko, and other experts. Now, they were all Reincarnation God realm experts. With resources, things were different. In addition, these people's cultivation bases were not weak. Under the strong nurturing, coupled with their own efforts, as well as the medicinal pills and cultivation techniques they had never seen before, their cultivation bases increased by leaps and bounds. To be honest, if Xianxia had such resources in the past, his cultivation base would probably have reached the Divine Pulse realm by now. But there were gains and losses. Although his cultivation base did not soar as quickly, Xiao's foundation was more stable. Every step he took was firm and steady. And he had more experience and more experience. Compared to those martial artists who relied on medicinal pills and cultivation techniques to improve, he definitely had a huge advantage. Of course, in order to quickly increase the strength of the Heavenly Empire, medicinal pills and cultivation techniques were unavoidable. Now, those experts had all become the commanders of the various armies and were leading the army on expeditions everywhere. If there were no medicinal pills and cultivation techniques, this would not be possible. The time to rule the western region would probably have to be delayed. Quickly report to Prince Zhong. The general guarding the city was in a mess. He had no idea where the Heavenly Empire came from. He also had no idea where these experts came from. It was as if they had descended from the sky and suddenly appeared on the land of the western region. Prince Zhong's mansion. In the spacious hall, a group of experts sat. The God Devil Order Master sat at the head of the table. Everyone's expression was not good. They seemed to be worried about something. "Your Highness Prince Zhong. Your Highness Prince Zhong." A soldier suddenly rushed in from outside the door and shouted while rolling and crawling. "Shut up, what a scandal. His Highness Prince Zhong is having a private discussion in the hall. If there's anything, talk about it later." The soldiers guarding outside the hall roared at the soldier. "We can't wait. If we wait any longer, this flame city will be broken." The soldier shouted. "Let him in." Prince Zhong's voice came from inside. The door to the hall opened. The soldier rushed in, knelt on the ground, and said loudly, "Your Highness Prince Zhong." A group of black armored army came from outside Flame City. They claimed to be the army of the Heavenly Empire. They said that they want Prince Zhong to go out and surrender, or else they will kill their way in. The soldier was a little flustered, so he didn't say it clearly. But everyone heard it clearly. They couldn't help but feel confused. Celestial Empire, Black Armored Army, they had never heard of it. Where did this idiot come from? He actually dared to attack Flame City today. The people here were actually only worried about one person, and that was 8 immortal countries' Emperor Ling Xiao. But they had never heard of this Celestial Empire. Before King Zhong spoke, the God Demon Order Master said coldly, "What are you panicking for, Blood Sword? Bring people to take a look. If it's some small thief, just kill him. If he still has some weight, capture him alive and bring him back for interrogation." Blood Sword was one of the 3 experts under the God Demon Order Master, and his cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. He was very strong. In the entire Western region, other than the God Demon Order Master and Ling Xiao, no one was his match. Now that the meeting was at a critical moment, the God Demon Order Master didn't want anyone to disturb him. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but praise him. As expected of the God Demon Order Master, he was domineering and arrogant. No matter who it was, he would either kill them or bring them back for interrogation. The soldier who came to report thought for a moment. With the God Demon Order Master's subordinates, there shouldn't be a problem. Although the Black Armored Army was strong, they were only at the 1st level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Could it be that they were a match for a 6th level Reincarnation Divine Realm expert? Blood Sword left with his men. Okay, let's continue. Regarding the matter of targeting 8 immortal countries' Emperor Ling Xiao. The God Demon Order Master waved his hand. That's right, they were discussing how to kill Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao existed, the western region would be under his shadow. Even the God Demon Order Master was worried. In the ancient divine tomb, because of the volcano tortoise, the God Demon Order Master didn't dare to touch Ling Xiao. But now that he was in the western region, it was different. Perhaps because the ancient Sword Imperial Tomb's treasure had been opened, the western region's cultivation laws had changed. In the past, the God Demon Order Master couldn't come to the western region. Even if he came, his cultivation would drop greatly. But now, it had changed. He could come to the western region so easily. This meant that an expert on the same level as him had appeared in the western region. And this expert could only be Ling Xiao. This was what they should be concerned about. As for that bullsh** T Black Armored Army, who cares about them? Outside the city gate, the Black Armored Army of the Celestial Dynasty was on standby. Everyone waited quietly. At this moment, there were a few more people on the city wall. Ling Xiao looked up and saw a familiar face. Blood Sword, one of the top 3 experts in Divine Devil City, was even stronger than Shifeng. Looks like the Divine Devil Order Master is indeed here. The news is correct. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a sneer. Since that's the case, I'll take care of this fiend God Order Master as well. As long as we control God Devil City, the immemorial Divine Tomb will become a holy land for Western region martial artists to cultivate in the future. You are the army of the Celestial Empire? Their strength was not bad, and it seemed like they were not just some good-for-nothings. However, it's a pity that you've encountered me. Today, none of you can think of leaving here alive. Shuijian looked down and sneered. This is King Zhong's answer? Ling Xiao urged the demon wolf under him and walked out of the formation as he asked coldly. That's right. Although Shuijian recognized Ling Xiao was wearing armor and his hair had changed. He did not recognize him immediately. If he did, who knew if he would still have the guts to do so? After all, he had been present when Ling Xiao had severely injured Zi Lin with a single strike. Attack the city! Ling Xiao lightly waved his hand. The Black Armored Army moved out. Like a black arrow, it shot towards the city gate. You're seeking death. Shuijian jumped down from the city wall, looking majestic. The guards of Flame City all looked at him, hoping that this expert would be able to wipe out all the invading enemies. However, Shuijian flew into the air, but a trail of blood flew out. Before he landed, his head had already been removed. The corpse fell heavily to the ground. Ling Xiao put away the Ice Supreme sword and sneered. Thinking back, how crazy was the God Demon Order Master and how many Western region cultivators were killed. This Shui Jian was naturally one of the most vicious butchers. Today, Ling Xiao killed him without mercy. It was to take revenge for the Western region souls. If he wanted to become the commander of the Western region, he had to do something earth-shattering. Otherwise, how many people would truly be convinced by him? Boom, the moment Shui Jian was killed, the city gate was also blasted open. The people on the city wall were all stunned. Just one move. They did not even see what move the other party used. Shui Jian, this 6th-level reincarnation divine realm cultivator was dead. He died in a baffling manner. Too powerful, that young man was simply unfathomably powerful. Don't be afraid, our heavenly dynasty empire will definitely not kill people who surrender. Ling Xiao looked up at the soldiers guarding the city and said coldly. We are willing to submit to the heavenly dynasty empire. Under the threat of unimaginable strength. Those people had no other choice. They all knelt on the ground and surrendered. Let's go to the Prince Zhong mansion. That is the target this time. I want to see how the God Demon Order Master will interrogate me. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cold smile. He had said a long time ago that he would kill the God Demon Order Master. That was at the God Demon Invitational Tournament. At that time, everyone thought that he was joking. No one believed that he would do such a thing. However, today, Ling Xiao already had the strength to kill the God Demon Order Master. This was also the reason why he dared to lead the army here. Leaving the God Demon Order Master alive would always be a disaster. Yes, sir. A thunderous shout rang out in unison. Over 10,000 people, but their voices were so orderly. It could be seen that they had undergone strict training. On the city wall, all the soldiers were trembling with fear. Who exactly was this young man to be able to make over 10,000 reincarnation divine realm experts bow their heads and listen to his orders? They did not even put the God Demon Order Master in their eyes. Could it be that he was a cultivator from the 4 regions? Boom, rumble. The city trembled once again. There were even mournful cries. The Devil Wolf army charged into the city and headed in the direction of the Prince Zhong mansion. Along the way, they did not cause any trouble. Ling Xiao's army was very disciplined. They knew what to do, and what not to do. Ever since the Heavenly Dragon continent, this had been set in stone. No one dared to disobey. The army didn't move very quickly. That way, the passers-by wouldn't be sent flying. When the people saw the army brimming with killing intent, they parted, allowing them to pass. How terrifying. Where did this army come from? I'm a 6th-stage life-sizer, but I feel like an ant in front of him. Yeah. These people are all in the reincarnation divine realm. I've had this feeling before. It was the same feeling I had when I saw the Celestial Kings and Prince Zhong. There were experts among the passers-by. But compared to the terrifying black-armored army, they didn't feel like martial artists at all. She couldn't even move her feet. In Prince Zhong's mansion, the secret meeting continued. The experts were discussing how to get rid of Ling Xiao. However, they did not expect that Ling Xiao had already arrived. Outside the door, there was a sudden tremor. It was as if there was an earthquake. This sound could be heard clearly even in the hall. The roar of the demon beasts was disturbing. Everyone stood up and looked outside the door in surprise, not knowing what had happened. What's wrong? Could it be an earthquake? Prince Zhong frowned. He had instructed that no one was allowed to disturb today's secret meeting. However, the sound outside was so loud. He believed that it was definitely not from within the city. Could it be that the so-called black armored army of the Heavenly Empire had attacked? What is Shui Jian doing? The Fiend God Token Master was also a little annoyed. He sent Shui Jian to deal with this kind of thing. But in the end, he still let them in. It seemed that this so-called Heavenly Empire was not ordinary. Everyone, don't worry. With the Fiend God Token Master here, even if that Ling Xiao comes, we don't have to be afraid. Not to mention the so-called Heavenly Empire's army that came out of nowhere. An expert of the Fire Dynasty said with a smile. Everyone felt that it made sense. What kind of status did the Fiend God Token Master have? He was a 9th-level reincarnation Divine Realm expert. No matter who met him, they would not be able to take advantage of him. Everyone, please wait a moment. I will go out and take a look myself. Prince Zhong said. Then, he walked out of the door. Others had already attacked the city. As the actual controller of the Heavenly Empire, how could he not set an example? Otherwise, everyone would be in a panic. However, the moment he stepped down from his seat, a loud sound came from outside. It seemed that the door had been shattered. A murderous aura came from outside. The guards of Prince Zhong's mansion who were guarding the courtyard all had ugly expressions. The black armored army, black armor, black demon wolves, terrifying strength. They were like demons from hell, causing people to tremble in fear. Prince Zhong, how could you not invite me to today's gathering? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone in the hall was shocked. It's Ling Xiao. It can't be wrong. It's that guy's voice. Damn it, how did he get here so quickly? The purpose of this secret meeting was to discuss how to deal with Ling Xiao. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to come. This made them feel incomparably terrified. What are you all panicking for? I'm here. Do you think you're afraid of him? The Fiend God Token Master shouted in disdain. Yes, yes, yes. The Divine Devil Medallion Master's cultivation is unrivaled. How could a lowly person like Ling Xiao compare to him? Among them, there weren't many who were truly powerful. Most of them were bootlickers. After all, most of the experts from the 4 major forces had died in the Archean Divine Tomb. Only a few of them came back. Rumble, another sound rang out. This time, it was the door of the hall that was destroyed. People finally saw the scene outside. They were all soldiers of the Black Armored Army. Every one of them had the aura of a reincarnation Divine Realm expert. Powerful and austere, in the hall, many people began to tremble. These self-righteous experts were not worth mentioning in front of the Black Armored Army. The Black Armored Army was expressionless. They had already surrounded the entire Prince Zhong mansion. Ling Xiao stood alone in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. His long black hair danced wildly in the wind. Whether it was Prince Zhong, the Demon Eye King, or the sect masters of the Revenge Alliance, they wouldn't be frightened by an army of thousands. But these soldiers were different. They were too powerful, and Ling Xiao, who was leading them, was even stronger. Prince Zhong couldn't help but regret. He had already seen Ling Xiao's strength in the Archean Divine Tomb. He originally had the intention to join him. But because of the arrival of the Fiend God Token Master, he had no choice but to hold this secret meeting according to his wishes. Now, everything depended on the Fiend God Token Master. He was definitely not a match for Ling Xiao. The Fiend God Token Master walked out of the crowd. He walked towards Ling Xiao. He asked coldly, "Where's Blood Sword?" "Killed." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "A person who doesn't know what's good for him. He actually dares to stop my Black Armored Army from entering Flame City. He deserves to die." The Fiend God Token Master's voice suddenly became cold. "How dare you? You actually dare to injure my Fiend God City's people. Do you know the price of doing that?" Ling Xiao looked at him with disdain. He actually looked at the people behind him. It was as if he didn't put the Fiend God Token Master in his eyes. This action simply drove the Fiend God Token Master crazy. He was the Lord of Fiend God City, he was the expert who had toyed with the Western region for thousands of years. Countless experts of the Western region were trampled to death by him like ants. But today, this Ling Xiao actually dared to disregard him like this. To an expert, being disregarded was the most unbearable thing. "I'm asking you a question, Ling Xiao." The Fiend God Token Master was the highest leader sent by the 4 regions to guard Fiend God City. No one could trample on his pride. In the entire Western region, he was a godlike existence. Even the Fiend God and Fiend God envoys he sent were the strongest in the Western region. He had already said that no matter who came, he would deal with them. If he retreated now, then his reputation as the Fiend God Token Master would probably be ruined. However, Ling Xiao still ignored him. He looked at the people behind him and said, "The Heavenly Empire's army is currently sweeping through the entire Western region. It won't be long before the entire western region is in my hands. I'll only ask you one thing now. Surrender, or die? This is your last choice. Everyone's heart trembled. They all knew that the situation was over. From the looks of the black armored army, whose strength was all above the first level of the reincarnation divine realm. Most likely, the Heavenly Empire's overall strength had already far surpassed the four great forces of the past. They couldn't resist at all. Impudent, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf, Ling Xiao? The Fiend God Token Master was almost spitting fire. He knew that Ling Xiao was definitely doing it on purpose. But doing it on purpose showed that he was looking down on him. A puny Western region martial artist actually dared to look down on him like this. This was simply an extraordinary shame and humiliation. At this time, Ling Xiao seemed to have heard his words. He glanced at him indifferently and said, "Oh, so it's you. The Fiend God Token Master, an existence that has plagued the Western region for thousands of years. Today, you actually dare to appear in the Western region. Are you tired of living?" Ling Xiao's words caused everyone to be stunned for a moment, their hearts in shock. He actually dared to reprimand the Fiend God Token Master like this. He actually dared to say that the Fiend God Token Master was tired of living, not just the bystanders, even the Fiend God Token Master himself found it hard to believe. Back then, Ling Xiao was rude to him at the Fiend God Invitational Tournament. He wanted to kill this brat. If not for the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, he would have long destroyed this guy. Later, he obtained the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. But because of the existence of the volcanic mountain tortoise, he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. Today, without the volcanic mountain tortoise, he didn't have to consider other things. Ling Xiao actually dared to be so unbridled. Are you courting death? The God Devil Token Master's terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Although the four regions have orders not to let me casually slaughter the experts of the Western region, you disrespected me. But since you're so disrespectful to me, even if I kill you, I believe no one will care. Hee, have you not killed many experts of the Western region? Why are you pretending to be a White Lotus now? If you want to make a move, do as you please. Ling Xiao looked at the God Devil Token Master contemptuously and said, I still have business to attend to. Good. Very good. The God Devil Token Master had no other thoughts. He only wanted to kill Ling Xiao now. Since Ling Xiao had delivered himself to his door, he should not miss this opportunity. Kill. A terrifying aura pounced directly at Ling Xiao. Without holding back, without any concealment, everyone was intimidated by this terrifying aura. This was a 9th-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist, in the Western region, where the laws were empty. When he released his aura, the ground had already begun to crack. Black clouds gathered in the sky. Heaven and earth seemed to be wailing. Space was also distorted because of this. How sad, the Western region is such a trash place, the laws are too weak. If this was in the four regions, with my little strength, I'm afraid I can only leave a mark on the ground. The God Devil Token Master laughed sinisterly. His body had already soared into the air. He looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing below, with contempt and said, Today, you shouldn't have provoked me, unless you kneel down now. Swear allegiance to me and swallow the pill I'll give you. Only then can I spare your life. Otherwise, not only will I kill you today, I will also destroy the army you worked so hard to build. So much nonsense, I'm about to fall asleep. Ling Xiao yawned. Facing the powerful God Devil Token Master, he was actually indifferent. There was no trace of fear. After a month of cultivation, his current cultivation had already advanced to the 8th level of the reincarnation divine realm. He had further mastered the usage of the Ice Age. And he could finally use the 5 swords as one. Although the 5 swords as one was still the destructive power of a peak king level martial technique. But its power was 5 times stronger than the 4 swords as one. Not only that, there was also a good thing. While they were cleaning up the mountain of treasures they had obtained from the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum, he also found the final sword to cultivate the 9 sovereign sword technique, as well as the required cultivation materials. Now that his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the reincarnation divine state, he had already cultivated 8 out of the 10 sword skills. As for the last two, he might need to reach the divine vein realm before he could cultivate them. Moreover, he could only use 5 swords at the same time. He couldn't use any stronger moves for the time being. Because the consumption of true essence was too great, the burden on the body was too great. Another piece of good news was that his mid-tier King Xian Wu God had already reached the high-level king realm. The materials used were also found in the pile of treasures. From the looks of it, the ancient sword emperor didn't just leave his legacy to his descendants. He really left behind a lot of different good things. His cultivation was at the 8th level of the reincarnation divine state, combined with the 5-in-1 sword or the Ice Emperor sword technique. Even if he didn't transform, he would still be able to fight the Fiend God Order Master without losing. If he used the Demon God Sword Soul of the Xianxia stage, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat the Demon God Order Master. Damn it, here come the knife. When the Fiend God is angry, the world will be shocked. The Fiend God Order Master used a peak-level King Realm martial technique. To him, a peak-level King Realm martial technique was the strongest martial technique. It was also the martial technique that he was best at. The black long knife in his hand slashed down at Ling Xiao. The space suddenly distorted. Another huge crack appeared on the ground. The guard didn't have time to dodge and fell down. However, Ling Xiao was still floating in the air, looking coldly at the black knife. Then, Ice Age was unsheathed and suddenly rose, instant freeze. It was the same peak-level King Realm martial technique. Once it was used, the space became cold and eerie. It was as if everything was about to be frozen. Clang, the knife and sword collided in the void and then exploded. Boom, the Fiend God Order Master was sent flying. He retreated more than 10 steps and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was still standing there firmly, domineering and frivolous. You're old. It's time for you to step down. The Fiend God City shouldn't be a shackle that binds the Western region martial artists. It should be a hub for the Western region martial artists to enter the 4 major regions. Ling Xiao looked at the Fiend God Order Master and didn't chase after him. Instead, he waved his long sword and sneered. Bullshit. The Fiend God City is the fortress of the 4 major regions. It's the city wall. It's to prevent you lowly humans from the Western region from going there and tainting our genes. The Fiend God Order Master roared. His words made a lot of people present feel uncomfortable. Although they were weak, not everyone was willing to be someone else's dog or slave. They didn't like being called lowly humans. As you said, I'll destroy this fortress and the city wall. The more you're afraid, the more I want the Western region martial artists to enter the 4 major regions. Are you noble? Haha, you have the best resources and enjoy the best laws. How dare you say that? You don't dare to share because you're afraid that the Western region martial artists will outshine you. Ling Xiao sneered. Bullshit, 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 you're bullshit. The wrath of a fiend god will destroy the heavens. An even more domineering move came crashing down, slashing towards Ling Xiao. Your rage shows your panic, and even more so, your sorrow. Ice Emperor Sword Art second move, Ice River 9 revolutions. Ling Xiao's moves also became even more ferocious. A sword slashed out. It was as if an ice river was heading towards him. 9 revolutions represented 9 levels of power. The ice river's attack was also 9 levels. The first 7 levels had already shattered the Fiend God Order Master's attack. And the last 2 levels directly blasted onto the Fiend God Order Master's body. It blasted him back again. He was injured again. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape, simply unable to believe their eyes. The dignified Fiend God Order Master was actually killed by Ling Xiao, a Western region martial artist, without the ability to fight back. What the hell was going on? Could it be that Ling Xiao's strength had already surpassed the Fiend God Order Master's? This was simply too terrifying. No, this is impossible. How did you become so powerful? The Fiend God Order Master finally began to panic. The most powerful martial technique, coupled with his cultivation at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm, was actually unable to defeat Ling Xiao. This caused him to turn pale with fright. Afraid? Even the Fiend God Order Master will be afraid? Ling Xiao mocked, and then said coldly, "You have already attacked, then next, it's my turn." Finished speaking. 5 sword lights pierced through the air. In the void, a 5-colored sword light condensed. This attack was even more powerful than Freezing Instant and Ice River 9 Revolutions. Kill. The terrifying sword light pierced through the void, distorting space. The Fiend God Order Master hurriedly circulated his energy to resist. However, this sword light still pierced through his defense, leaving a glaring wound on his right arm. That wound had almost completely removed his right arm. Only a trace of flesh was left hanging there. Didn't you obtain the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor? Why don't you show it to me? Xianxia mocked. You really do know something. End of chapter 35:15. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.